Good morning. Welcome back to Forex Focus here on Tasty Live. I'm Glenn, joined by my good friend, Mr. Mike Henley. As our good friend Beth always says, Thursday night on a college campus, nothing like it. What do you got? What do you got planned this weekend, Mike?
Probably looking at everything that's happened this week. This was a massive week for data.
Oh, come on.
Massive week for earnings and in general.
Are you at least doing that in the sun? It's supposed to be 75 and sunny.
Yeah, we'll get out on the golf course hopefully. I mean, we got 2 months left of summer. Maybe we'll see how September is.
What about Lollapalooza? Kicks off today.
No,
Not
I'm
going?
far too old. Kind of a geezer, not too old for Lollapalooza. Are you going?
No, but that's just because, no one I'm particularly a fan of. And the Sabrina Carpenter tickets were too expensive.
Oh, yeah.
So not this year. Not even any after shows. Usually I like going to a couple of the after shows are better and better priced than going into Grant Park with all that mayhem. But we'll see. Probably not. But yeah, before that, we have an action-packed week here across asset classes in the Forex space in particular. Yesterday, Fed announcement. What were your thoughts on that?
That was as expected, nothing really new.
Purple tie Powell.
Another one of those, we're waiting for the data. Keeping Fed funds as is, not really too much craziness, and then half of the press conferences asking him his opinion on what he thinks of all the attacks from Trump. And then this morning I log in, first thing I see on the Twitter feed on our platform is him calling him too late Powell again, and then saying
Classic.
that he's too political to be the Fed chair, even though a Fed chair has never been attacked by in this manner. Even when you go back to the tension between Reagan and Volcker, it was never like that, and that was always behind closed doors. They
didn't
still,
have Twitter.
Were indoor. That's true. Maybe that's the difference.
They had Twitter.
in all
Reagan would have
this.
been. They had Truth Social. Reagan would have been all over him.
I mean, it's interesting to see. As us in our 20s, right? This is all we've known. So since 2016, we were 15, 16 years old, right, with Trump in his first term. Then we got the 4 years of the craziness with Biden and these next 4 years. I don't know, does it ever calm down a little bit in 2030, 2028, or does it just keep escalating from here?
Do you want it to calm down?
I mean, as a trader, it's a great thing, right? But maybe at a certain point, you're like, hang on, guys, let's try to be friends, or at least try to communicate in a little bit more of a productive manner that moves the economy and everything forward.
We had two dissenters.
Yeah.
Are they trying to be the next Fed chairs?
Well, Waller is shooting a shot every day. Every time he hops on the mic, wants to cut. And then he just keeps descending over and over. So, I mean, yeah, there's that political aspect right now. But a lot of the other governors are standing behind Powell. And there was only two, right? I don't think there was too many.
No, just two. And I think they were pretty expected. But here, if we want to jump into this CME FedWatch tool, this is what we're looking at when we are looking closely at rate decisions. Now, no cut for the July meeting, now looking to September, so nothing in August. We have about more than a month and a half until this September meeting. And if you look at the probabilities here from futures traders, what they're expecting, difference from 1 day yesterday, big difference from 1 week yesterday, where we were only looking at a 40% chance of no cut in September. Now traders are pricing that in as the likely outcome at 60%. Does this surprise you given the kind of muted rhetoric, or is this, we saw a 5% pop. I was looking at this with Mike and Nick later yesterday morning. Saw about a 5% pop in this probability off of the GDP number alone. So not a ton of movement from the meeting, just reiterating that stance. We have PC inflation this morning, non-farm payrolls tomorrow morning. Do you see either of those events changing the narrative here for the rate picture looking to September?
I don't know if it changes the narrative, but I think maybe it reinforces it depending on what it comes in. I mean, the economy, we're sitting at full employment. Inflation's all right for the most part. I mean, it's still above target, and that's probably the main reason why they're not cutting, right? Because when you're sitting at the Fed has mandates, right? They don't care about all this political stuff going on. They care about
I don't know. Too
employment. They
political
manage
Powell might be caring.
they manage the money supply, and it just to me is the economy is running hot right now, and then you want to cut rates on top of it. I mean, as a trader, if that ever happens, right, the opportunities are going to be absolutely be there in the market. For us in our 20s, trying to buy a house or anything in general, I don't know how that will affect it. It's my background in real estate, right? Like the first thing you learn, and there's so much historical data to back it up, is when you lower rates, then the price of a house goes up, right? Especially they keep saying there's all this suppressed demand. Won't that just shoot up the prices of housing even more? Where it's like you can look at new construction right now, and it's arguably almost a better deal in certain spots in the country to just build your own house rather than buying your neighbor's, which is just crazy that we've gotten to that point. So, I mean, when you look at the housing side of things, it's pretty terrible and bleak right now. Stocks don't care about it, I guess,
Not at the moment.
which is interesting because historically that has mattered, right? Will it ever matter at a certain point? Who knows? But yeah, that's really the only area I see weakness is like housing and construction jobs for the most part, and then like the trucking you see. I want to say around like 20% or so of trucking is transportation of housing materials. So when people look at this trucking data and they're like, oh my God, it's cratering, that's not the biggest thing because we see that in the housing. So proportionally, probably the dudes that move the materials around the country, right? They're going to be bad as well. That's how I look at that. But certain the other parts of our economy don't care, and they're running hot.
So no rate cuts for now, keeping the target rate well above 4% at 4.25 to 4.5. But let's get into a couple slides real fast before hopping into the platform and getting to the day's price action. But just wanted to check in this morning on daily FX movement expectations. We monitor the Forex space daily. Look at these prices a lot, you and me, Mike. But for people that aren't looking at it a ton, I think the couple of numbers we've put together today can kind of contextualize, give some good expectations for checking in perhaps periodically to FX markets and what to expect over a daily time horizon in terms of price movement. First, just want to cover real fast what volatility is in Forex trading. A very, generic answer here with just explaining that volatility is the variance of prices. Here we're going to look at daily ranges, but can be over any time frame. And all high volatility means is that you have the opportunity or a baked-in expectation of wider distribution of prices. So that can mean more opportunities for trade entry, more prices for trade exit, larger ranges if you're scalping intraday or over whatever time horizon. And here in the summer months, we tend to see volatility dip. But in this action-packed week we have here, with all of the economic events on the calendar, we've been seeing a slightly more volatile than expected for perhaps the last week of July. And we're going to be looking at standard deviation. So we pulled up a little bell curve here. We calculated the daily standard deviation of daily price changes. And so what that'll tell you is it gives you a pip target, a number of pips of what to expect roughly 68% of the time, the range that these pair by pairs movement can be expected on a rolling basis. So This can tell you when you see a move greater than this. That's not the most ridiculous thing because it happens not 68% of the time, but the other, 22, 32, 32% of the time. And so that can give you just a little more context for, is this one of those 32% times where we see a range that is wider than what we'd expect, or is this an opportunity for a contrarian play? You see a move wider than that intraday. Is this an opportunity to speculate on this will be one of those 68% occurrences, and this will come in a chance to play the contrarian play? So depending on your opinion, opportunity both ways, but important context to know where we're coming from. So here I've put together a little heat map of popular US dollar pairs, the daily price changes, one standard deviation moves in pips. We're looking at euro dollar, pound dollar, dollar yen, dollar Canadian dollar, Aussie, Swiss franc, and New Zealand dollar. I put together 3 time horizons here. So looking at 1 month, 3 month, and 6 months. The trade-off here being the less time you put in, the less observations. So the less robust this statistic is possibly, but also the more sensitive it is to the current environment. So maybe you're thinking 1 month, we are still in a summer month. Maybe that plays into volatility, or you look more to the 6 months where you're saying, okay, we need more data in here. Looking over a 6-month time horizon, this is what I can expect. And 3 months, perhaps a little Goldilocks action there, right there in the middle, not too sensitive, not too outdated. What are your thoughts here looking at this heat map, Mike?
USD that's not a really unsurprising thing just from watching the price all the time with how much news that has happened. The carry trade unwind last year in August. Just seeing the massive volatility in USD every day. So that's not surprising. Kiwi surprises me a little bit. NZD USD. Very much a tighter range than I expected on that. Aussie is not too surprising there. Euros, the fact that Euro is higher than Aussie is interesting to me. Yeah, as expected, except for those Australasian pairs. I would expect those to be much bigger, especially like more than the quid or the euro.
Yeah, then you have to factor in, the actual exchange rate at the moment on a percentage basis. Perhaps don't have the numbers right in front of me, but 30 pips in an Australian dollar pair, I'd speculate is equal and maybe even greater than 50 pips in pound dollar, because the pound dollar trading at 132, $1.32 right now, and that Australian dollar back under 65 cents. On a percentage basis, some of these things start to even out. But you're absolutely right. Dollar yen, the biggest mover, but still across the board, volatility coming in from that 6-month time horizon to the 1 month. 6 month, definitely includes some of that April tariff volatility. 3 months, I think we're out of the woods there with July, June, and May. So no April shakeups in that data. But it's nice to see. We ran these numbers, I want to say last fall, and we got a print of in the 30 handle for the euro. So we've seen this be a lot tighter. And so it's nice to see that there is still, a scalpable range out there, getting some movement in a lot of these pairs. But yeah, it's surprising to me that Swiss franc moving more than the Aussie dollar and New Zealand dollar. Historically, dollar Swiss franc, a less volatile pair than some of those commodity currencies. So, but that one also coming off of historic price extremes. So, and moving a ton with the euro dollar more than I'd say it had in recent years. And then checking in on non-US dollar pairs, pulling up the most popularly traded non-dollar crosses. Anything stick out here? We've got, I mean, a big change in that Euro Aussie over the time horizons, but looks like that's leveling out. That 6 month is perhaps a little extreme. Anything else call out to you here?
Aussie was the biggest expectation, I would say, that I see from there. Not too surprising or anything like that, but GBP, JPY, you just look at the price of what that pair is in general. So the amount per pip,
Right.
that's not surprising to me at all there. Would say it's really interesting. I would expect Aussie JPY to be higher than Euro Aussie or something like that, or at least closer to it. But the Euro Aussie is pretty surprising that that's such a big difference there compared to those other ones.
Yeah, I mean, euro pound to me, that kind of validates, highly correlated pairs or highly correlated currencies. Not a lot of volatility there. What is surprising to me is kind of how muted euro yen is. Perhaps if you're looking for a less volatile yen pair to trade, that euro yen is, probably has similar dynamics to dollar yen, and yet lower per pip movement. But yeah, so some interesting numbers just to try and contextualize a little bit. And just wanted to finish up with some key considerations, because when you're looking at just per pip movement, it's easy to say, oh, I want to trade that one because it has the highest pip movement. But a lot of other variables that have to be accounted for when actually trading these pairs, such as the margin requirement, price action, the actual exchange rate into US dollars, because as US traders, all of this will shake out to US dollars. And so a lot of variables there, but a short little example here using the 3-month daily standard deviations. Looking at if you had $5,000 of margin available, you were trading Aussie dollar and dollar yen, two different pairs on the standard deviation spectrum, yen being one of the largest, Aussie being one of the lowest. But when you look at the margin requirement, Australian dollar only commanding 3% of buying power versus that 5% in the yen. That means that your maximum trade size can be almost 2.6 lots of Australian dollar, as opposed to just one lot of dollar yen with $5,000. Your dollar per pip movement is a lot bigger with the Australian dollar pair. And so when you plug in what you can expect in a day, that 28 pips versus that 78 pips, you actually still come out ahead in terms of maximum profit or loss if you were to capture a whole one standard deviation move. And so just a lot of things to consider when you're looking for which market to trade. Anything else there, Mike?
No, that makes sense, right? Because margin requirements based on contract size of the first currency, and Aussie is worth less than $1, right? One Australian dollar is worth less than one US dollar. But the thing is, when you look at USD JPY, right, base currency is USD for that. So that's what it's taking. It's 100,000 US dollars at 5%, right? So you're getting 20x leverage with USD JPY, and then 33.3 repeating X leverage with Aussie there.
Yeah, so there you go. That'll do it for our slides today, covering daily FX movement expectations. So now let's check into the platform and see what we're looking at early this morning, coming off the heels of a Fed announcement right before we get, come on, calendar, right before we get some personal income and core PCE inflation, the Fed's preferred inflation gauge. Fed just spoke. We won't hear from them for a while, but We're getting some good data this morning here in 39 minutes. And overnight we had a Bank of Japan interest rate decision after hours. We had some Australian data points come in. Nothing much to dissect from this Bank of Japan rate decision.
Yeah, nothing too crazy there. I was watching it last night and started to strengthen running up into the rate decision. And then looks like sold off. Dollar got stronger once that rate decision actually happened. Nothing really too crazy on that meeting. They just said we're going to maintain rates. We're expecting growth and inflation to tick up, but it's within our models. Nothing crazy. So we'll see if the nothing crazy part is actually true, or if it does get crazy, which would be interesting there. Yeah, USD JPY.
Crossing 150 early this morning.
Well, every time we pull it up, 142 or 150 back and forth there every week. But I think what are we back? Yeah, right at the top of the range. Actually broke out of that top of the range and got rejected, retested, and then back to 149. Do we get a break off 150 here, and then we're back to 160? Maybe touch 170 or
170?
Or is it? Nope, we're going back to 142. So it should be interesting there.
Definitely a key psychological inflection point through recent highs. Now back to March price levels. So very interesting that the yen coming out as an underperformer as a result of their interest rate decision. Look no further than when we look at these all FX pairs checking in here, looking at the percent change column to see what's moving the most. What sticks out to me is not this dollar yen, but this euro yen. A big bid here looking at the daily candle. Euro falling off a cliff this week. On the heels of, I suppose, the trade announcement, the U.S.-EU trade announcement that spurred such robust euro weakness, not only against the dollar, but here looking at the Japanese yen as well. We're up almost a percent already today, this euro yen bouncing back. So if you're looking to take the U.S. dollar out of the equation, don't want the event risk of some PCE numbers, some non-farm payroll numbers this week, this euro yen giving you a very different range, a very different chart from a price action perspective. Any speculation here? I mean, we've developed a nice range here. Where do you say we close out the week at 171 right now?
It should be interesting, right? Because I want to say, like, in the BOJ schedule, they still plan to hike more. They did pause for now, right? But maybe at a certain point they hike. And then Euro's kind of in that we're pausing for now, wait and see, same bucket as the US. Inflation's nothing crazy compared to like 2021, 2022 levels. In the US, Euro, it's a little bit hot. UK, it's a little bit hot, right? But maybe there is some opportunity in this pair. I know I follow some Europeans, and they were quite upset on that trade deal on Sunday that happened. Thing with all these trade deals is none of them I don't even think are signed. Like this isn't like the word of law yet.
What?
And then I see it come out like the BOJ and the EU have made promises that when you look at their GDP or how much energy they use and the numbers, where do these like massive hundreds of $billions of investment come from? Is there even demand for that in the first place? Or is it just all talk for crazy headlines? I like things that are like absolute coming from government officials.
That's a big ask, Michael.
Because that's their job, is to do these things in the first place. And then two, you're really speculating, right? And you're taking a major risk that people chicken out on things or something else happens in the meantime that reverses it, right? But when something becomes law, we've seen bureaucracy, right? It's really hard to overturn all that stuff there. So I think maybe other traders do consider that as well. But That's just how I look at it for the most part. I'd rather, I don't really listen to what people say because people say a lot of things. It's more, let me see what the law is and what they're actually doing in the underlying, not just the words that they speak.
Yeah, I think Chris Vecchio was telling me the other day that whatever energy amount we promised, or the EU promised to take from the U.S. would require all of our energy, and us not to give it to anyone else.
So I mean, it's just unrealistic.
We'll see. But yeah,
some of these things.
We've got some consolidation here in this euro-dollar market after a busy week. After opening the week above 117.5, now looking under 114.5, a giant 2.5% move lower, but now consolidating here. So if you were looking at our daily ranges, from yesterday's synthetic close price of 142.3, then depending on the direction, you could say on an inside day we have maybe upwards of 50 pips in either direction to go if you're looking to speculate on further U.S. dollar strength or a euro comeback like we've seen against the yen in that euro-yen pair. You can kind of start to get a little more context around what profit expectations would be for a day. You're looking at still near 115 is in play, and still under 114 is in play. So haven't been here in more than a month in this euro-dollar pair, and now trading through lows of mid-June, and haven't been here since a big move upwards, coming on the way from 112 to 114 here. We'll see where this one settles. Other than that, that's our biggest mover of the day in dollar pairs, but we're seeing some dollar weakness after a pretty strong first half of the week. What do you think? Could this PCE inflation number reverse any of this?
Yeah, maybe, right. If it comes in really hot, then the Fed might want to even stay for longer, higher for longer for rates. But if it comes in super cold, then the question is, does that give them room to cut, which could possibly spark a euro rally against the dollar? Should be interesting to see what happens. I never try to guess any of these numbers. One, because it's them surveying random people sometimes. And then two, I think when they can't get the data as well, then they just use historical averages or estimates just to input it in there. So should be interesting. I really think in this environment, anything can happen at any time because we're seeing things that have never happened before. So opportunity, I think, is there.
There you have it. Dollar moving early this morning. We've got some economic data coming up in about 30 minutes here. But before then, we've got Tom, Tony, and Vanetta up next on Tasty Live. So stay tuned after this break.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, two female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
know we can you feel it? We got some things to talk about. Pre-market, it's early, but not too early. Come on, wake up now. Pour that coffee down your throat hole. It's hot. Now you got a hole in your throat. Oh no, just call your boss. Take the crust from out your eyes. So tasty, not a coffee.
Good morning, you knuckleheads. Happy Thursday to you both.
You guys miss me? I heard the wheels kind of fell off yesterday. I sent you guys a picture of my colon.
She ruined that kind of play for me now forever. Forever.
What do you mean the wheels fell off?
I heard you guys just started late yesterday. Just had a hard time getting the show together because I was not here.
Yeah, that wasn't our fault.
It wasn't my fault.
Where's Beth when you need her? That's what it was, yeah.
No, but I had to get a colonoscopy yesterday, but all signals go, all clear. Really,
You didn't have any. They didn't give you any,
no, cleanest colon he's ever seen. He said there's a colon score or whatever. Perfect 9. That's what I got.
Wow.
So it's the fastest I've ever met a man and showed him my butt.
I actually made friends with a really. Now we get together a couple of times a year. My anesthesiologist for my colonoscopy.
Yeah.
Became my friend.
See, that's it. So the nurse.
When you say I got a guy, don't give me your guy.
Your guy?
Anesthesiologist.
Your anesthesiologist. No, so when the nurse was talking to me in pre-op,
the guy that could put you down, by the way.
Oh yeah, or not wake you up.
Dude, that's nice. I want that right now. So the nurse was talking to me in pre-op, and she's like, by the way, she's like, don't hesitate to let us know if you wake up during the procedure. And I'm like, ma'am, if I wake up during this procedure, I'm gonna let the whole hospital know. But I was out like a light, and the next thing I know, they were just shaking me awake, and my mom was there. My parents came because they don't have anything to do, and so easy peasy. Well, they don't, except for they were rushing away from my apartment today because it's boys' night and like ladies' night, and my dad's going to Chili's, and he's real excited. I'm not making any of this up. They're having lunch with their friends. So all the women meet and all the men meet, and the men.
I thought he was going to Lollapalooza.
No, the men are meeting at Chili's, and my dad's very excited about it.
The women meet.
At the local
Ritz
country
Carlton.
club. No, at the local country club. Yeah, at the local country club.
They're not stupid.
I'm looking forward to the day when I can meet at the local Chili's.
Right? At like 11 a.m. It's like you don't have shit to do.
I don't know if I've ever been to an actual Chili's. I've been to an Applebee's once. I don't know if I've ever been to Chili's.
I've been to Chili's. Chili's was good back in the day.
I want my baby back, baby back, baby back.
Not for the food. They would give you the extra drippings from your margarita, something like
that.
Yeah, like they would shake it all up. They'd pour it in your glass. Then left, and they would
like
give
a
you
milkshake.
Yeah, they give you the tumbler on the side. Yeah.
I mean,
with kids,
like growing up, high school was like if your relationship was serious, he would take you to the Chili's.
We didn't have Chili's. We had ground round.
The ground round.
Way
oh, that's fancy.
The shells on the floor.
We didn't have Chili's. We had a ground round.
You have like a Bennigan's?
No.
Oh, okay. Because I was gonna say or TJF's. That's the other like alternative.
Yeah, we didn't have those either.
Okay.
Mm-hmm. At least I don't remember them.
All right. Well.
We had Pizza Hut.
All right. Good to know.
Yeah. No, those were the days.
Ground rounds. Yeah.
Good to know. But yeah.
Vanessa, can you ask me what I did last night?
What'd you do last night, girl?
I got a new Mr. Coffee hot plate.
Hey!
That's right. Up my contract for another year. I'm gonna stay.
That's nice.
This is great.
You know what though? If you like it, I love it because it makes you happy and it makes you less of a diva.
I was so miserable
You
here.
were upset.
I mean, there's nothing worse than like
it threw you off of your orbit. I know.
I was getting ornery. I didn't tell myself.
Your Mercury was in haterade.
Now it's hot. It's good.
Woohoo!
So happy. You know, I had really hoped. You know, Beth bought me my original one.
I know she did. That was
very.
She's a generous person.
Old studios.
Yeah.
Many years ago, and I waited for weeks for her to get me a new one. I kept dropping.
Why is it her responsibility? How many children's
I thought
gifts
she would want the honor.
have you bought her?
I just thought she would want the honor of getting me another one again, but she didn't.
You're an adult man.
Beth, you're off the hook. I bought my own. Thank you very much.
You were an
I'm
adult man.
very proud of you, Tony.
Sorry, you let me down.
There
No
you
big
go.
deal.
Work? Does it work?
Yeah, it works. It's beautiful.
Come on, we all know a hot black makes everything better. Yeah. What's up?
Well, I'm gonna be in a good mood all day today. I'm not.
Yay! See, you know, I like that for you.
All day.
Did you go order it on Amazon?
My wife bought it for me. I don't know. Yeah, I think Amazon.
On Amazon. That's good. See, that is a wifely duty. Good job, Chris.
Yeah, she's an adulter. I was trying to get her to be an adulter for Tom too, but she wouldn't take the gig. She doesn't want. She doesn't want the afternoon work.
So, what did you get up to last night?
I had a rough night. I was doing webinars till 7 o'clock.
He called me after
Yeah,
one.
I was exhausted.
Oh no.
Yeah.
It's hard being a cam girl.
It is. It is.
Do you have a paid for channel and then
You ever do a private webinar?
Where the good stuff is.
I started at 7 in the morning. I finished at 7 at night. I was beat.
Wow.
Man, that's
it was a long one.
That is long. Did you get to go out for dinner, or
No,
you didn't even get to feed yourself?
No, I had cereal.
You had breakfast for dinner?
Breakfast for lunch, breakfast for dinner.
Oh no.
Yeah.
Was it even good cereal?
No.
Well, yeah. I was like, what kind of cereal do you eat?
I had some.
You're like a Mueslix guy.
No, I like Raisin Bran,
Okay.
Special K, and granola.
Raisin Bran, Special K, and granola.
In no particular order.
In no particular
order.
Okay.
Don't ask me how I know.
What kind of cereal do you like? What's your cereal?
I'm not a big cereal guy because I just didn't eat it growing up. So it was very expensive, believe it or not. And
Yeah?
it's just not
I
something
like oatmeal too.
Okay,
I like oatmeal,
congratulations.
but we weren't talking to you.
I like
He was
cream of
talking
wheat.
to me.
I like cream of wheat.
I was literally
Talking
and
to
he's just
me.
like, I like oatmeal. It's like, okay.
That's how he's gonna be in the home too. Like they're gonna be going to the other person, go like, what meds are you taking? He goes, I take meds.
I like oatmeal. And Raisin Bran. Okay.
Cream of wheat.
Okay. Okay, baby.
Lime Jello.
I do like grits too.
I do like grits too. Yeah.
Ovaltine. Okay.
Chocolate milk.
Lost all control of the show, you guys. Oh my goodness.
Why do they call it Ovaltine?
Gracious. Hey, this is exciting. I was not able to go because I was coming up out of sedation. But a bunch of people from the Tasty offices, I should say, got to go out last night. They call it the Chow Down Throwdown. Where did they go?
They went to Vernon Tap.
Oh,
Vernon Park Tap.
Vernon
Park Tap. We got some
AKA
pictures
Stefano.
here.
Stefano's.
We got some pictures here. There's Frank and Glenn and
I did not know they had a back room at this place.
They used to take people to this back room and beat the crap out of them. Now they serve dinner there.
we got some more pics. Look at this. It's a
There's
plus
Marty.
one situation.
Yeah. There's Todd. Look at them.
That's
We got Frank
nice.
on the last-
And the
Wow.
people who put up with them.
Oh, this is a big crowd.
Very big.
It's a lot of
Very big
people.
crowd.
Look at the boys.
Jason?
Ferda.
Jason,
There's-
who outed me on Thailand versus Thai food.
Okay, well.
But let's be fair about this place.
Oh, look at the lovely ladies. Yes, what's up?
This place is
I've never been there.
It's a lemon chicken specialty.
I love lemon chicken. I gotta go.
And
All
there's
right,
salad.
keep
There's
going.
salad.
What else we got?
Salad, lemon chicken, and I think, was it eggplant or chicken parm?
I think there was chicken palm. I want to say, I want to say
Because one of their parms is good.
Yeah, I
but
think
that's
it's
their.
One of their parms is good.
But, but I haven't been there in a while.
Yeah.
But everybody goes there. Everybody, literally everybody.
the lemon chicken's
Lemon
one.
chicken.
Where is it?
It's a really hard.
on
to
Vernon
find.
Park.
Yeah.
Oh, I've never. Yeah, that's why I've never been there.
Yeah.
Like right
it's a
by
side street that people go to when they're like.
UIC Pavilion, is it?
Yeah, it's right by UIC, but it's actually close to you.
Oh,
But
That's Vernon Park?
AJ and I went on our first date together.
that's not Vernon Park.
yeah, that's what it is.
The street name is Vernon Park.
Oh, I got you. Oh, okay.
And it's somebody people go there before they either go there with their gumadas
Okay.
or they go there when they're going to a game.
Gotcha.
Yeah,
Okay.
or there's concerts across the street.
Yeah, at the UIC Pavilion.
AJ
Yeah.
and I went on our first date there before we saw George Thorogood and the Destroyers.
Wow.
Yeah, long time ago.
Wow.
It was a long time ago.
Long
I've
time
seen
ago.
George Thurgood in the stairs because he's like 80 now. But before going to a game at the United Center, it gets packed.
But you didn't know that they had a back room.
Did not.
No, I've been there a bunch of times.
Okay.
Nobody puts baby in the back room.
I've gone to the back room.
Yeah, come on.
It's kind of like a bar with like a patio type thing, right? I guess it's a weird place.
Yeah.
Down
It's like a bar that was made into a restaurant. Now it's more restaurant than anything else.
But famous, I think it was on Diners.
Drive-ins and dives or whatever.
I think so for the lemon chicken.
Oh, okay. Oh, interesting.
Servedly so.
Let's take a
I love a lemon chicken.
Beth,
Well,
see if
I
it was
will
on
have to
Diners,
check it
Diners,
out.
and Dives for the lemon chicken.
Okay, Tom.
Who are you talking to?
He's just like old man yelling.
You're like Alexa.
Don't do that because it turns people's Alexa.
I know. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. My bad. But that's cool. And thanks to Jason, he is the organizer and coordinator of all of the chow down throwdowns, and he does a remarkable job of bringing
if they've
people
got their
together
lemon chicken
through food. Okay,
video
I was
up there.
talking.
The bar has like this paneling on it. When you sit there, it's got like this paneling behind. It's kind of, they might have it.
Oh,
Food We Love, it's called.
Oh, with Linda Yu.
I don't think Guy went there, but Linda went.
Italy, and it's a restaurant. There's no sign right here, but it doesn't need one because everybody knows it's Tufano's. And we're coming into Tufano today to make one of their dishes that is very famous.
Ooh, that looks good.
Hi, Joey.
Hey, Linda.
Linda.
Hey, Joey.
Hey, Joey.
Joey's just there for. He's out front all
ready?
the time now. He's just
All right,
posing
well,
right
first I
now.
gotta give
To you.
Just a little.
there's the lemon chicken.
Oh my, we don't
We don't pay for
commercial
YouTube
free?
premium? You cheap
Unbelievable.
bastard.
There's the lemon chicken.
Good?
That's good.
Okay.
All right.
Easy. That's
Pretty
it?
easy. That's it.
Oh, all right.
And then
I
I
love
just
it.
kind of, you could
Mix it
you
up
can mix it up a little
so
bit
you
if you
want
want
to
with
be
your
sure
hands.
the other side, right?
Yeah, you
It
can
all
touch
goes
the
turn it
chicken,
around if you
Linda.
want. And the key thing to me is the broiler that I use.
Because that's not like what we have.
It's not a regular home broiler.
Okay.
It's a really intense broiler. It's got ultraviolet bricks in there, and that's what makes
Salamander,
it
like
cooks it
Saz,
so
you should
well.
be
It
making
keeps
us
the-
lemon chicken.
I can make this in my
keeps the
should be
salad.
making it.
I want to see that happen.
I want to see you make us lemon chicken before
Put it
a
right
card
in there.
game one day.
Pull it out.
This, look,
put it
look,
right on
this is
the
what I
top
got. That's a salamander.
here.
Yeah.
Slide it in there.
You have one of these in your house.
Yeah.
Yeah. Or bigger heels next time.
How have you not burned your house
Put it in
down?
there.
Doesn't use it.
And
I
then we
use it
just-
all the time.
We let it cook.
I use it more than anything
Yeah,
else.
for a good 20 minutes, maybe, right around there.
Yeah.
That's it. All right, thanks.
Well, Dolly Parton.
Thank you. There's the paneling I was telling you about.
Dolly Parton.
Yeah.
Very cool. Very cool. So, hey, if you're ever in Chicago, if you're coming to see us August 15th for At Work by 11, it's kind of right by there. You just go north from Pilsen. It's right there.
If you're coming to the show the day before, we're going to have a little open house here from 12 to 1.
Yeah, but it's not going to be with lemon chicken.
We're not gonna serve you dinner either.
Yeah, we're not.
No.
You may have pizza or two.
But we would like to see you if you come to Chicago. So please come give us a visit, tastylive.com/events. There's a ton of stuff going on in the city that weekend. So if you haven't booked your accommodations, I would get on that. But we'd love to see you. So, hey, in the meantime and in between time, we got a great show for you today. A lot of really good content headed your way. Sorry, I lost my place there. On this thrilling Thursday at the top of the 8 o'clock hour, Trades from the Research Team, the world's greatest financial think tank, presents their trade ideas to Tom and Bat. That's going to pop off at 8 o'clock. And then at 8:40, Hear Me Out with Dylan Radigan. What are you talking about with Dylan today?
We have a bunch of very different topics. Let's put it that way.
Okay, you're just stalling for time now.
No. There's like
We have different topics and topics that are different.
no. There's like four different questions.
Okay, 4 bullet points you want to hit today.
Yeah, mostly about financial media.
Okay, that's going to be at 8:40. And then 9 a.m., part of our Zero DTE Market Measures series. Zero DTE Flies in Depth Part 2. What?
Yeah, we're talking about iron flies.
Oh, iron flies. Okay. Thought you were talking about rear delt flies.
Iron flies. We talk about iron flies.
Okay. And then live from the trade desk, Big Boy Scotty S counting down all the top trending tickers over at Tasty Trade. That's going to be at around 9:30 today. And tomorrow is #Fan Friday. Tom with a little estrogen overload. Me and Julia, taking over. That's going to be fun. I love doing the show with Julia.
Yeah, it's Julia from 7 to 9 and TP from 9 to 10.
Yeah, so that is a choice. But it is going to be a great show. But Tom and Julia, you and TP then need your trade ideas, because when are you doing Fast Market?
No, I'm doing it with Julia.
Oh, you're doing it with Julia. I don't know when we do things in the show. But we will take your trade ideas, regardless of who is actually placing the trade. That is for tomorrow for Fast Market. But hey, in the meantime, in between time, I know you missed it. You want your daily dose?
Sure.
Hit me with my theme music. Let's go.
Our leading story. Breaking news. Across the wire. Leading story. Top story. Just in. Today's headlines.
This just in.
Breaking news.
All right, everybody. Today is a thrilling Thursday. It's July the 31st. This is the part of the show it's called the Daily Dose. We talk about today's financial news and headlines. My name is Vanetta. Are you ready for the news?
Ready for the news.
What's on deck for earnings for today? I have all the ones from yesterday. There were a billion.
I got you. Yeah, there's almost the same equal amount today. And some big ones. Apple, MSTR, Reddit, Coin, Amazon, FSLR.
I've heard of all of these, yeah.
Moderna.
Well, based on yesterday's earnings, we don't need to do earnings today.
Yay! So pack it up. Let's go home.
And public service announcement, TLT has a dividend.
All right. Hey, getting to the first headline of the day. The FOMC minutes came out yesterday, and they are holding rates steady. But 2 dissenters wanted cuts. Do you know the last time that the Fed consensus was not unanimous?
Nope.
Do you want to guess?
9 years.
What do you say?
Just taking a shot.
I'd say 2012.
1992. Either it was like 92, 93, someone could but the point being, it's been a very long time since there's been dissent within the ranks of the Fed. I thought that was interesting, but let's talk about bonds.
Let's talk about bonds. A little uptick in bonds.
Yeah, I just sold some bonds and some notes, but
19 ticks.
Because we bought them yesterday on the down move. Every time they go down, we buy them.
Okay.
So, I mean, they're basically right where they were when the number came out yesterday.
Okay.
They went down yesterday afternoon. They came back right now.
Somebody said yesterday market would be up, bonds would be flat. Does seem like
was that you?
Fruition.
Hey.
Well, I wouldn't mention it if it wasn't me. I mean, if it was Tom, I would never say it.
In other news, the U.S. dollar is heading for its best week since 2022 after getting an unexpected boost from the Fed. Powell appeared to play down expectations for a September rate cut, which helped boost the greenback. Let's talk currencies.
Dollar's down a little bit today.
Okay.
Wah, wah.
Wah, wah. What are you doing, though, with like euro, with yen, with...
Euro's up small. I mean, the Euro's
small,
taking
yen's
a hit the last
it's
3
a
or 4
mixed
days. I mean, this is like a dead cat bounce. We'll see what happens with
it. Yeah, it's a mixed day.
No, you say a happy cat bounce. Don't say
happy cat bounce. Sorry.
There you go.
You see my daughter's cat sometimes.
I know. How is Sandra Day O'Connor?
Sandra Day O'Connor's doing well. Thank you for...
Are you giving her kitty cuddles?
She was biting me the first couple of days.
I love her even more.
Figured you would.
Hey, I want to get your input on this, and maybe, too, you can talk to Dylan about this, too. I don't know what your schedule is today. But the Senate committee advanced a bill to ban stock trades by lawmakers, presidents, and vice presidents, called the Pelosi Act. I see what you did there. It moved forward. Senator Josh Hawley from Missouri introduced the legislation, then got called promptly a second-rate senator by the president. But what are your thoughts on this? 72% of Americans support a ban on stock trading by members of Congress.
72% of Americans are wrong.
Okay. Why would you be against this? I know why you're against it. I'm just saying on its face.
On its face, I understand, but I'm absolutely against this. Stupidest bill possible.
But why?
It'll cut down on volume.
I've been through this
stock trading prior to the news.
Because having politicians that don't understand markets is not good for our business.
Sure. I get that. It'll be interesting. This is the closest it's ever been to coming to fruition. But we will see what happens.
You don't think that they should be put into a blind trust and
stupid ass bill? No, I think the presidents maybe, but not members of Congress.
Why the president and not?
Because the president has the power to.
Well, but that's where we have emoluments clauses.
He's not going to talk about.
It's why we have emoluments.
Some medical.
Oh, really? Then, excuse me. Tell me about launching meme stocks and then making a few $100 million on it. So I think the issue is not on the Senate or in the House. They need to trade in order to learn how markets work.
Sure.
This is the dumbest bill possible.
Well, we will see what happens. Hey, I'm going to keep it moving. Let's talk copper. copper because a popular copper trade is coming to a sudden stop as the new administration is going to, the imports on copper won't apply to refined copper itself. So I guess there was some arbitrage.
It's going to be for the rude copper.
Right, yes,
refined
yes.
copper.
Right, sorry.
I'm just teasing. It was rude.
Oh, sorry. What is going on in the copper markets? Because there's a lot happening.
It had a big down move yesterday. It's pretty nothing much today, I don't think.
Significant down move, 20 some odd %.
Right, and so people are writing to you about like things that have happened to them because of copper.
We
Like, what do
talked
you
about
do?
copper back the last time it made this move to the upside in July. We talked about copper in April when it made a huge down move. I mean, copper's
It's
almost
literally
untradeable on the
untradeable.
option side.
The options are untradeable.
Oh wow, okay.
$2,000 between the bid ask. I mean, we talk about like
Markets are between $1,000 and $2,000 wide on the options.
That's
They didn't-
insane.
They didn't trade yesterday. So anybody that says copper, it's just if you have a position on there, just got to wait it out.
more importantly, should I call my plumber today? Today would be better than yesterday, right? Or the day before?
Cheaper today.
Cheaper today, okay.
Yay, get on the horn
Unless you're
there.
using plastic pipes, then it doesn't matter.
Real fast to round out the metals, you doing anything in
You know
gold?
who got screwed on this? Vecchio, because he's going to probably need a little copper for his air conditioning, and he did it like 2 days ago when copper's a lot higher.
Are you anything in gold or silver to round out the metals this morning?
Silver's getting whacked today. Gold's unchanged.
Silver's getting whacked by almost 3%. That's a big kind of
What do you do?
Back-to-back huge days down in silver. Almost lost $2 the last 2 days.
What's going on in silver?
Silver's gone from 40 to 36 and change without an uptick. It's
huge down move in
$1,000
silver the last 2 days.
Hey, let's get to all the earnings from last night. Microsoft said revenue jumped 18% from a year earlier. They were also reported revenue from their cloud services, Azure and cloud services for the first time, and those sales exceeded $75 billion, good Lord, for fiscal 2025. Microsoft brought in revenue of $76.44 billion. For the first time in aftermarket hours, Microsoft topped $4 trillion in market cap, joining NVIDIA in the exclusive 4T club.
Okay.
What did you do in Microsoft? What is wrong with you?
I mean, in Microsoft, we sold some. Yeah, we're gonna get killed. We sold calls. I sold the 550 calls. It's 556.
556. Yeah.
Oh, okay.
But you did it in the 2-day options, right?
Yeah, well, it doesn't matter.
Well, I understand. Well,
no premium.
No, it does matter. I mean, they're going to go
premium.
pretty much to parity plus whatever the volatility
I bought some stock yesterday in the aftermarket, but still, it's going to be a crappy trade.
Okay.
And if it was back,
Oh, that's why you're acting out.
It moved it's over 2 times the expected move.
Okay.
but if you were back in August or September, it would be a lot worse.
It'd be worse.
Yeah. Okay.
Meta, shares of the social media company climbed more than 10% after the company reported second quarter earnings that beat on revenue. Meta's second quarter revenue came in at $47.52 billion. Meta's second quarter sales grew 22% year over year. Also, the company announced they're going to spend like $72 billion more on AI. That's a reasonable number. What are you guys doing in Meta?
We sold some out of the money calls, so we're still out of the money.
Up $80. Big move.
I think we're going to be Meta. It's 774. We sold the 790s. I went over 2 times the expected move. I think we're going to be fine because they expire tomorrow.
Okay.
So I think Meta is going to be fine. Meta, the expected move, I want to say was 9% and it moved 10.
Okay.
Right? Is that right?
Yes, you're right.
I think it was 9% and moved 10. So that's okay. Microsoft moved 2 times the expected move.
Right.
That was the tough one.
That is Clippy coming up. Looks like your trade has gone underwater. Yeah. How can I help?
Microsoft's going to be the challenge this morning. Meta, I don't think so.
Did you trade Qualcomm?
No.
Qualcomm beats on earnings, highlights growth because their chip is being used in Meta smart glasses. That's cool. Qualcomm brought in revenue of $10.37 billion. They had good forecasting.
Qualcomm down 8 though. Qualcomm
what?
Down 8, 151.
Oh no. Oh no.
We did trade Hood and we traded RBLX.
Oh, okay. I didn't know if I was allowed to talk about Hood because you change all the time.
Hood is unchanged.
I don't have a story
Actually,
about Hood.
Down about $1.50 to $2.
And RBLX is up about 20-ish.
RBLX is up about 24 now. Yes.
Yeah, the expected move I think was 16 or 17.
In other chip news, because we have Qualcomm, ARM shares slip as smartphone royalties disappoint. ARM CEO said the company is considering designing their own chips, but shares dipped as much as 9% in after-hours trading. ARM's reported revenue missed analysts' expectations. Revenue came in at 1.05 versus 1.06.
We didn't trade it.
151 rum on ARM also down about $12.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
In other, I probably didn't trade this either. eBay stock surged on earnings beat and rosy guidance. The stock soared in extended trading. Shares up almost, 12%. 10%, 12%. The online site brought in revenue $2.73 billion versus $2.64. eBay.
Up $10 back to where it was about 4 days ago when it slid from around 84-ish down to 77. It's trading 87 this morning. Up 10.
Wow, because Tom ordered
highs.
his Lucid hubcaps on eBay.
Did you ever get a hubcap yet?
Oh yeah.
No, I parked next to you this morning and it brought down the value of my car.
Did you get soiled?
I was a little busy yesterday.
Were you a little busy yesterday? Did a couple webinars?
Yeah.
Okay.
Tomorrow.
All right.
Palo Alto Network stock fell yesterday after announcing a $25 billion deal to acquire CyberArk. I love these companies that sound so made up. They're acquiring the identity security provider CyberArk in a deal valued at $25 billion. Shares of Palo Alto fell yesterday, building on a loss from Tuesday. They're up small pre-market, PANW.
CyberArk.
CyberArk.
Fallen from about 48 hours ago. It was flirting with 200, 210 or so. It's 184, up $1 this morning.
And CyberArk is tradable. It's CYBR.
Sorry?
CYBR.
See what? No need to yell.
Sorry.
CYBR.
I'm trying to be adaptive.
$435 stock I've never heard of. Has earnings August 7th. August markets are untradeable. That's why I've never heard of it.
Right.
Markets are $5 wide in there. Go run, don't walk from that.
Figma is pricing its IPO today at the top end of its range. They're going to IPO today. They priced their IPO at $33, which is $1 above the top end of its expected range. They're expected to raise $1.2 billion, listing on the NYSE. Figma had agreed to be acquired by Adobe for $20 billion, but the deal fell apart because of regulatory scrutiny. So they said, we are going to go it alone. They will trade under the ticker symbol FIG, F-I-G.
Nice.
I love figs.
Figs is also.
I like figs.
Figs also makes, I think, like scrubs, and that trades, and I think it's F-I-G-S. So don't get them mixed up, maybe.
Okay.
Figma.
Figma.
I don't like that name, Figma.
Well, it's better than Ligma.
Not as good as Sigma.
I don't like that logo either.
Okay, well,
Yeah, that's an ugly
duly
logo. I agree
noted.
with you
Duly noted. Hey, JP Morgan Chase is nearing a deal to replace Goldman Sachs as an Apple Card issuer. JP Morgan Chase would replace Goldman Sachs to take over the branding for the Apple Card. Apple's got earnings.
I don't know if this is good news, bad news, doesn't mean anything. I don't think it means anything to anyone.
Yeah, well, Apple has earnings, and it's just it's a way to talk about getting into Apple for earnings. How about that?
Okay, 209 and change. You're right. Apple has earnings after the close. It's basically unchanged. Apple hasn't been the big stud.
What's the expected move in Apple?
Ivy rank of 26. Expected move for the day is about $7.50.
What are you going to do in Apple?
And a 3% expected move. Not
Yeah,
much.
on a $200 stock. Yeah,
Not much.
Okay. It is what it is. Hey, Amazon also set to report earnings. They entered a deal with the New York Times to pay the New York Times at least $20 million a year so they can use their content to feed their AI. Amazon's deal is to license content for the New York Times for use on the tech giant's AI platforms. Is $20 million.
Hey, tasty too.
Okay. Is $20 million high, low, not
I have no idea.
No idea. What are you going to do in Amazon for earnings?
Amazon has an Ivy rank of 20 going into this, an expected move of $12. It's a $237 stock. It's up $7.
Yeah, I'm probably going to short Amazon because Because it's got
He hasn't learned his lesson.
It's got a decent expected move. It's up $7 already. It's probably a good short.
Okay. We will see what happens in Amazon. And their cloud business is facing increasing competition, so that could play it. You don't care about that. Hey, here's something interesting. Google is going to start rolling out machine language powered age estimation in the U.S. So basically, the machine learning powered model would estimate if a user is under the age of 18 based on previous things about like their history, what they've watched. I think that this is like what is sort of like your cultural demarcation of how you know if someone is, over 21 or under 21.
Oh, I'm going to come up here as a 18 or 19-year-old.
You're going to try.
Oh, because you're so immature and the only videos you watch are eat, drink, and be dandy. Yeah. No, but I'm asking, like, how do you, like, what question do you ask to figure out, like, how old, like, a person is? Like, what's the movie reference or the cultural reference that you're like, okay, only someone this age would know?
Oh, I don't know.
That's a good question. It's a good question.
Yeah.
Because I don't know what, like, I was like, here's how you do the age verification. You just show kids a picture of a floppy disk, and you're like, what is this? And then if they don't know.
At Casa Bonita, we had to show our ID to get a drink.
I asked that because I went.
Were you flattered? You were like, oh my God, girl, who wants to see
I went to a restaurant with my sister, and she didn't have it, and she's obviously a year younger than me. By the way, happy birthday yesterday to her. I announced it on the show.
Yeah, and they wouldn't let her drink?
No, she had a copy of it, so that you can do that. It's for insurance purposes.
Yeah, that makes sense.
The owner came up to me.
I love getting carded. Card me twice. I love it. I will give you such a good tip if you card me.
Mm-hmm.
Are you guys doing anything in Google? Probably not.
No.
Okay.
Google Ivy rank of 16. No bueno.
Hey, here's a blast from the past. Peloton. What? Peloton has expanded its resale marketplace for bikes, treadmills, and rowing machines nationwide. They first launched the platform in June in only a few markets like Boston, New York, and DC, but they have now created over 400 listings, but they've only completed 36 sales. Oh, Peloton.
They've only done 36 used bike sales?
Yeah.
Oh, she's kidding.
Yeah. No, I'm not kidding. But it's part of their turnaround strategy and expansion strategy.
Where's Peloton trading now?
$7.30 some odd cents.
I was like, this is brutal.
$2.6 billion company. Earnings are August 7th.
Brutal. But if you have an old Peloton, don't use Facebook Marketplace. They want you to use their site. Good luck with that, Peloton. You've sold 36 bikes. In the most hilarious story to hit the newswire yesterday, and to the glee and delight of lawyers everywhere, High Noon announced a recall saying that 12 packs that are branded as Celsius energy drinks are in fact filled with vodka.
My son went and looked for these at the Jewel. He couldn't find any.
So if you're Celsius, because I drink Celsius, so if the Celsius has a silver top, it's got vodka.
Opposite, I think black top?
No, it has, look, see in the picture, it has a black top, because I drink Celsius.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, no. So if it had a black top, it had the alcohol in it.
No, if it has a silver, if it has a silver top, because the High Noon has silver tops.
Straight vodka?
It's vodka seltzer.
Well, it was, so instead of it being,
an energy drink.
It was just misbranded.
Right. So instead of it being a Celsius energy drink, it's actually a High Noon. So instead of you,
So Vinny went to look for these?
Went to look for them.
So instead, because I drink these before my workout, and as if I
steal them from you?
Yeah, they're bored. It's summer. it's what they're looking.
Yeah, but if I drink a vodka seltzer before I work out, maybe before my next leg day, I'll try it. I don't know. But this is the most hilarious story. I love how
it was all BS. He's like, we're going to the store. We're going to buy Celsius. I go, don't buy that. You shouldn't be drinking those energy drinks. Dad, they're High Noons. I'm like, oh my.
Oh man.
Brilliant.
The products were shipped to multiple states in late July.
Hockey starts next week. He'll be good.
Yeah, so just be careful. Especially dangerous for children, those who avoid alcohol for medical or religious reasons, or people who are sober. It's a can of worms. But also too, like a lawyer's delight. Like, Your Honor, my client was not a DUI. He thought he had a Celsius. Like it's a can of worms.
It's gonna be good.
Yeah. So. They were shipped to multiple states, including Florida, Michigan, New York, Ohio, Oklahoma, South Carolina, Virginia,
I can't believe
and
they
Wisconsin.
couldn't figure that out until they were shipped.
Well, I I don't know what to tell you. Tom, I think you'll like this. IHOP, yes, that IHOP, is serving up $100 pancakes, tapping into the viral Dubai chocolate trend. The pancake chain on August 4th will debut the Luxe Dubai chocolate pancakes, $130 value limited time dish, but only in New York, LA, and Austin.
They're playing you, boo. They're playing you. It's a
Austin,
$10 chocolate
it features buttermilk pancakes infused with Dubai chocolate flavors, topped with a pistachio cream, Madagascar vanilla whipped cream, crushed catalfi, and finished off with a full Dubai chocolate bar.
No dusting of gold.
And 24-karat gold
there we
flakes
go.
and glitter. The first 25 guests at each participating restaurant get the deluxe pancakes for free.
Ugh.
After that, a scaled down version will be available for $13. So if you buy it outright, it's $130, but they're not charging people $130. So the first 25 guests in the 3 cities get it for free.
They get it for free, and then you pay $130, and they.
No, they're not charging anyone $130. But then they're going to make a scaled down version for $13. So everyone wins.
Yeah.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
Everybody wins.
I have the.
Do you like this idea? I think it's a good idea.
I don't really care about the idea, but I have
Okay.
the Dubai chocolate bar, and it's really good.
Okay, back to you. So that's all that matters.
It's really good.
I like to buy chocolate
Hey,
And oatmeal.
and oatmeal.
by popular demand at the behest of millions of consumers, Oreo and Reese's are teaming up
No.
together. Yes.
No.
They announced they are introducing a Reese's Oreo cup and an Oreo Reese's cookie.
No.
It's a mashup between America's #1 candy and #1 cookie. The Reese's Oreo cup brings together milk chocolate, white cream peanut butter cups with Oreo crumbs. It will be available for pre-sale on the Hershey store starting Monday, August 18th. And then customers can also get the Oreo, the Reese's Oreos. Do you say Reese's? Reese's? How do you say it?
I do not like this.
Why not?
Reese's.
Reese's.
I don't like it.
Reese's.
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 This is probably the best mashup I've seen in some time, and
This looks elite.
Yep.
Like when it's that certain time of the month, this is gonna hit so nice.
I'll give it to you. Sounds a little good.
Tom, why do you hate this?
I just don't like it.
Why?
I don't like it.
It's a mashup. You love Oreos. You love Reese's.
You got your peanut butter in my chocolate. You got your chocolate in my peanut butter.
Yeah,
Let's get married.
Yeah.
Oh my God. All right. You are a deeply broken man.
No, no.
Well, because of your like of all the stories, I'm gonna finish hella early today.
That's okay.
Finally, for my viral video today, I love huskies so much because they're so dramatic. They're so vocal.
I had a husky. They're very hard.
I had a husky, yeah. He ran away all the time, and he ate my neighbor's rabbits, and my dad had to pay for the guy's rabbits.
My mother's linoleum in the kitchen.
No, what, honey? What? Say it again.
Linoleum.
There you go. Okay.
Linoleum. Sorry.
Okay. No, you're good. But watch what happens to this husky.
Maybe Yogi Berra would be the one.
To this husky who is home alone and has a death-defying experience. Such a drama queen. Watch this. Can you play it again, Beth?
Oh, that's great. Is that dubbed in? That has to be dubbed in. No,
it's real.
Saz made the same noise one day when I found him on the floor like that.
Oh my God. He's like, I almost died.
I've fallen down. I can't get up.
Yeah.
He's like, I almost died. Anyway, they're all good dogs. Bat, what's coming up next?
We're going to take a quick 90-second break, come back with Confirm and Send, and you're not going to want to miss trades from the research you're immediately following out. Back in 90 seconds, take you live.
It feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with the ultimate how-to guide. Learn 31 different option strategies, covered calls, iron condors, jade lizards. Become a trading mastermind. Get the guide at tastylive.com/guide.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with Confirm and Send. But before we do, let's take a quick look at the market. Even the S&P, Sadnoff. To the moon, up 1%, 64.57. Sadnoff, the old high is 64.57.75, made on July 28th. We've got up to 64.68, which would be a new intra-day high. NASDAQ 317, that's up, Sadnoff, 1 1/3%. NASDAQ, the big mover to the upside with the E-mini S&Ps. The Dow up 110, a muted move to the upside, 0.25%. And the Russell doing exactly the opposite, down $7, $8 now, about 1/3 of a percentage point to the downside. Volatility in by 15 cents, 17.40, now only 10 cents, with a lot of earnings and news driven coming the next day. Today and tomorrow, you would expect volatility to stay up as it is on its low end of its range. Bonds up 21, Sadnoff. That's about as high as they have been so far today. 114.17, the high is 114.18, up 21 ticks. You scalped out of a few. What percentage did you scalp out of?
About half.
About half, 50% or so. Notes also up the same, maybe a little bit less on a percentage basis. Bitcoin rallying back after hitting around 116 and change yesterday, 116.4 or so. It's 119.2, about $500 off its highs. Ethereum doing the opposite, down 28 cents. We can see here Ethereum never sold off as much as Bitcoin had. Oil down 41 cents after catching a bid the last 3 days. Small little move here. Volatility upticking. You can see here 32% IV rank in oil, putting it in play for, I think, those who would like to sell premium in the commodities. Gold up 9, a small move to the upside. First small move to the upside we've seen in about a week or so. And silver down big. That's almost 3% move in silver on top of the last 5 or 7 days of down move in silver. That silver gold ratio probably getting a little interesting again. Maybe something we can.
No, it's still really low.
Is it? I haven't looked at it. I just figured.
I can tell you at the next break. I'll figure it out.
Okay, awesome. I have to mention palladium, big move down too. Nat gas, not doing anything right now, but it is on its lows. Sadnoff, this is all going to be all about the earnings. Meta's the biggest mover to the upside, around $80 or so. Microsoft is up around $45 or so. Roblox is up $20+.
I think the bigger story here is, do you think this is kind of a blow off in like Microsoft and Meta?
I think, maybe in Microsoft and Meta, yeah. I mean, I'm going to look to lighten up if you had it. I would be looking to lighten up if I had any kind of long delta.
If you had long deltas,
I do not.
You'd be partying right now.
Yes. I don't think it's a blow off yet for the market with Apple coming out.
No, I'm not talking about the market. I'm saying
No. I didn't know what you didn't say. Just for the
Microsoft and Meta. I mean, Microsoft for sure. I think this is a blow off top. Not sure about Meta.
Yeah.
Anyway, I'm Tom. He's Tony. This is Tasty Live. Thanks for spending your your Thursday morning with us. We got a packed schedule today, and then, like Vanessa said, we got a packed schedule tomorrow too, so it'll be good. We come back on Sunday night, whole thing. Do it all over again next week. Let's see what we got. Confirm and send. These are emails that came into us from viewers all around, and some hard questions in there today. So this person wrote, "I'm trying to roll a 6E. Those are the euros. It's a currency option. Trying to roll a currency option from September to October. I noticed the September 6E and the October 6E are tied to different 6E futures contracts.
That's right.
How does this impact my roll?"
It impacts it. I mean, I don't want to say significantly, but it does impact it because the at the money is about one is trading, let's just round 114, the other one is trading 115. So the 115 in the back month of October is going to be the at the money. So if you had an at the money option in August, you would actually want to roll a strike up to the 115 to have the same option. So it does affect your roll to keep your delta the same. So watch for that. So you noticed it. It's perfect. So you trade accordingly. You have to change the strikes.
Yeah. So
unless you want to keep different delta, then you can do whatever you want, obviously.
Right. So the mechanics stay the same. 21 DT, we roll forward. The euro's pretty liquid. I mean, it's of all the currency options, it's the best, or it's the most liquid of all the currency options. Now, I happen to know more about this particular email than Tony because he didn't respond to it. I did, and this is an actually slightly in the money call this person had. So
I didn't know
the delta would rolling to another in the money strike in October. That what you do is you line up your deltas so that you roll from the September delta to the same October delta because you have different futures. So you make the adjustment by delta. But if you don't want to be in the money, then you still can roll from September to October and just roll to an out of the money strike. Like we would never roll an in the money option to an in the money option unless we felt really strongly directionally.
Mm-hmm.
So assuming that we didn't really have a strong directional opinion, it was just a short strangle type play or short naked calls type play or naked put, we would just roll forward to like the 25, 30 or 35 delta option. We wouldn't roll the in the money option, we'd roll the out of the money option. And we'd roll to the next month's delta, not the same, so the strikes are going to be different.
Mm-hmm.
It's a little confusing the first time, but after you get the hang of it, most of the options you roll are out of the money, and most of the time you'll pick a strike based on the deltas.
Most important thing you noticed here was that there's two different futures that you noticed
figured
out
that
you had to do
futures.
something.
That's the key.
Yeah.
Let's go next slide. Since edge comes in different forms, do you consider trading full-time an edge? Does being at your computer all day, focused on adjusting trades, have significant advantages?
Tough one to answer. Significant would be the thing that I would picking apart here. I think it would be a little bit of an advantage because you're watching all day long, and yeah, you do sometimes get into a little bit of a flow on what option prices, what an option gets up to, and what a stock market gets to, and it falls back from. So you might intraday have a little bit of an advantage. I don't think it's a significant advantage, but yeah, watching the market all day has got to be helpful. I think I watch the market all day long. I think it helps me. I mean, I know every tick. I don't know if that's just for the show here or would help. Trading.
So my response to this person was, there is no question that watching the market all day is helpful, and it gives you confidence. It gives you a certain amount of know-how. It gives you all these things that help to make you a better trader. I don't know that it provides any edge. Like, edge is a function of scale.
Yeah.
Edge is a function of it's really a function of scale. Like, for retail customers like us, there's no real edge. There's no negative edge, but there's no real positive edge. The only edge we have is that we get to do whatever it is that we want to do.
Yeah.
We don't have to do things we don't want to do. But real edge comes with scale for the high frequency firms. So I don't think there's edge being at your computer and focused all day on trading, making adjustments and everything else. I don't even consider that edge. I would consider that to be very helpful, and it can improve your results. It's engaging, it can improve your know-how, but it's not edge. Let's take a look at the next slide. So this person writes, at the end of the day, what do markets care about? Is it simply algo-driven trading, trying to identify pockets of liquidity or illiquidity and exploiting that? What would make a company like Meta jump 10%?
I mean, I don't think it has anything to do with algo-driven trading. I mean, there's equal amount of times that, you know, after an event, it's usually when people are talking about this, that you have a stock jump higher and stay higher, and they'll say that all the algos got it, and then there are equal times when it jumps higher and goes the opposite direction, and they get it completely wrong. So for me, it's not algo-driven trading or anything else like that. In looking for pockets of liquidity and illiquidity. If they're a big trader, what are they going to do with illiquid markets? Pick off the 2-lot customer order? I mean, that's not what they're looking to do. What made a company like Meta jump 10%? Probably more about the forward-looking guidance than anything else. I don't even think it's even the past earnings in the last 6 months.
You know, it's interesting because, the markets, like what makes Meta jump 10% would obviously be earnings results, because it's binary. They don't jump 10%, you know,
intraday.
Yeah, they don't jump 10% intraday
because the market's higher. Right?
Yeah. I mean, what makes Meta jump 10% is the fact that there was a binary event, earnings, and the results were good, and they didn't say anything negative. I do not
think about, why would a company say anything negative? I mean, unless they know that something's really in the pipeline coming bad.
Well, because legally they have to, if there's something negative.
Right, if there's something negative, yes. Mm-hmm.
But sometimes also companies like to temper the excitement, things like that. Mm-hmm. I do not think that with a stock like Meta, you're talking about whatever it is, not 4 trillion, Microsoft's 4 trillion. Let's say Meta's 3 trillion. I have no idea, 2 trillion. I don't know what it is. But what would make a company that's $2 or $3 trillion
in the 2 trillion range?
2 trillion.
Yep.
What would make a company like Meta that's $2 trillion jump 10%? I mean, it's extraordinary that could even happen. It's extraordinary. We've been long public companies that we own and that we built, and we can never get them to move 10%. Like, it would be, mm-hmm. You know, when have we ever had one of our own stocks move 10%? Ever? Never.
Never.
It's so hard. And that's for like a company that's worth, you know, like literally a minuscule fraction of what these companies are worth. So I'm always impressed. It's amazing. But I don't think it has anything to do with pockets of liquidity or illiquidity when you're talking about a $2 trillion stock. There is no liquidity issue in Meta. So, no, it's not algo. Believe me, the algo trading is not driving Meta. Let's go next slide. Do you pay attention to asset classes where you're outperforming or underperforming? For example, if you're trading better with futures and not as well with equities, do you lean into futures more and pull back on equities?
This is an unfair question, I think, for us to answer, because we rarely trade equities as our go-to. Like, I'm going to trade the market, I'm going to buy Apple or IBM or something like that. We would go right into the futures or the NASDAQ or even the S&P. So for us, it's an unfair question. I will say there are certain, at least for me, I won't speak for Tom, like commodities, I have a hard time. I don't feel comfortable trading them as much as I do equities. So I always lean towards the equity side than commodities. So for me, it might be a little bit different answer to this question. I like to trade the equities over commodities. Thomas?
You know, I thought about this because there are definitely times when I don't trade certain things because I get really icy cold in certain areas. like I'll be doing something and I'm like, I mean, Tony does the same thing. He'll be like, I'm not trading any more, I'm not trading any more precious metal futures, just because
It's got my number.
they got your number. And I've definitely been in situations where like, I'm not trading any more, I'm not trading more chip stocks, or I'm not trading any more biotech stocks because they got my number. So yeah, sure. That's pretty much human nature. You can get really icy cold sometimes. And I think that's absolutely human nature. So I don't think there's ever a situation where we won't trade equities or we won't trade futures, but there are definitely sectors and categories of those products that we'd be like, oh man, we are icy today.
Sure.
We're not feeling it for this week or month. I mean, there are so many underlyings that like, I'm not going to trade those no matter what. So yeah, I think that's just human nature. Let's go next slide. You made a comment on last call that premium in Microsoft felt rich to me. I did say that, but the IVR was around 18 at the time. I'm just trying to understand what led you to say that.
Explain. I think it was more towards comparing, again, this would be like watching the market versus other stocks that have had earnings that have had like 2 and 3 and 4% moves, implied moves.
Yeah, I mean, this is a tough one because I was looking at the very far out of the money options in Microsoft, and the very far out of the money calls to me, I thought were expensive. And now,
rightfully so.
It turns out, for very good reason, they were expensive because Microsoft went up 2.5 times the expected move. It's like a 3 standard deviation move in there. So they were rich they felt rich for a reason. The IVR was super low, but you have to remember something. When you're talking about IVR goes out 30 days, right?
Yes.
So IVR on Tasty, we look out 30 days to compute the IVR. The binary event, which was earnings yesterday at Microsoft, was 2-day options. Microsoft has the options expire tomorrow. So the 2-day options live in a world of their own. The IVR is completely irrelevant to the 2-day options. Now, if you were trading the 30-day options or if you're trading SEP options or October options in Microsoft, then I might not have had the same comment. But I was trading the 2 days, and they were super rich. They felt super rich to me, the out-of-the-money calls, compared to the IVR, compared to anything else. But IVR only applies to 30 days and longer. We were trading the 0 days, the 1 day, the 2 days, whatever it is. Those are in a world of their own. Okay, so the IVR doesn't matter. Let's look at the next slide. And the last one. Maybe it's my perception, but even if markets have roughly equal numbers of up days and down days, the up days seem to be significantly larger. It's almost as if the major market crises we've had going back to 1987 have led to some financial engineering that blunt downside moves. Am I the only one that sees that?
So they're saying the moves to the downside have not been as violent as the moves to the upside. I mean, yes. I mean, I don't think you can argue with that as of late. And the pricing, if you believe this is going to continue, the pricing in ETFs and futures options like ES or SPY benefit you on this because this put skew, puts are higher priced out of the money than the calls are equal distance away. So if you believe this is going to continue for whatever reason, you can take advantage of that because of the option pricing fits your hypothesis here. I don't think there's anything like voodoo magic going on here, but in stocks like in ETFs like SPY and in futures options, that's where you pay for the market protection, and that's why it puts a bit higher. So take advantage of it if you feel like it's going to continue.
It's funny. I get why you think this right now because we're at record highs.
We're at record highs. I mean, that's the way it has happened. V bottoms have been happening for years, though.
We're at record highs. You would not have said the same thing back in April. I promise.
No, you would have looked at a much smaller place.
If you looked at the magnitude of the down move in April and the speed at which we dropped from, almost 6,000 to under 5,000, you would not have said the same thing.
Right.
That was a brutal downside move.
Right.
You go back to August of 2024, you would not have said the same thing when we went down, 250 points 2 days in a row. I mean, there are definitely isolated pockets of violent down moves, and I don't think that it's fair. Yeah, we haven't had a 1987 crash, but if you go back to 2008, 2009, that down move was, I've never seen anything like it.
Mm-hmm.
And then you also had the flash crash in 2010. You had the financial crisis in 2011, 2012. You had some violent down moves. Yeah, and then we spent the last, 12, 13 years with, waiting all the way to 2018 to have another kind of violent down move. I'm not going to agree with this because I think it's just a function of where we are in the markets right now. And you're right. In this kind of market right now, the down moves are nothing.
Down moves are nothing.
That'll change. It always does.
Yep. We'll take a quick 90-second break. We're going to change gears here. We're going to go to trades from the research team next. We'll be back in 90 seconds. Tasty Live.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The Tasty Live research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Eddie in Texas, what's up?
I'm trying to determine whether or not I should actually feel experienced enough to grow my account. I've been trading for about a year and a half, done all the homework. I'm not sure if it's just a market that I got lucky in the past 2 months.
Like, how many trades have you made?
This year so far, about 100.
Yeah, so if you've made 100 trades and it's working for you, then that's not luck.
No.
That's not getting lucky. That's being freaking smart and doing the right thing. Because you took advantage of an opportunity is not getting lucky. You made 100 trades already. Back when we started building this kind of software, an active trader made like 20 trades a year. What used to be 5 years, you've packed it into a few months. I mean, I wouldn't discount anything that you've accomplished so far at all.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back?
But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts. Some people say it's insane. That's what I do.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend, but you know what that means. Time for a little more Tasty Live with trades from the research team. Who is our first researcher? Makes us fond memories. That's right, my man Thomas. How are you, my friend?
Hey, Tony. Hey, Tom. Hey, Tasty Nation. First
Nice
of all,
shirt there, my friend. Look at you.
thank you
looking
very
all
much.
Furta. Yeah.
Yeah. It's like this new company I found, Psycho Bunny.
Yeah.
I've been loving their stuff.
Oh.
Yeah. And I wanted to.
Psycho Bunny. It's come back. Yeah, it was around for a while. It's kind of hot. Now it's
I always thought it was for like Europeans, and as a European, it suits well. It suits
as a pseudo-European or a European by
Pseudo, yeah.
osmosis.
You are not a European. Okay, you don't count.
Actually, yeah, no, he's from like the northern suburbs, so
Yeah.
it's like being European.
I'm like practically from Chicago, you know.
He's taken some liberties, okay? But Psycho what?
Psycho Bunny.
Psycho Bunny.
Psycho Bunny.
Yeah.
Because when we were growing up, there was Psycho Killer.
Say,
Talking
what do you got for us, Groovy Cat?
First of all,
You don't
Tasty
remember the
Nation.
song. Hold on. You don't remember the song Psycho Killer, do you?
I have no idea what that is.
The best.
That might be a good test for finding out who.
Beth, give him a little Psycho Killer.
Okay, Tom.
It's gonna be that kind of day.
Talking Heads, 1977.
You think it's 1977?
Psycho Killer? Talking Heads, 1977.
Oh, I believe you because you sound very Psycho Killer. All right.
Tasty Nation, if you haven't yet, make sure to like and subscribe. Got to get the engagement numbers up.
1977.
Say something in the chat.
Am I right?
You are right.
Ow.
Right.
Go.
Here comes Sosnov's Psycho Killer. This is called a pregnant pause.
Psycho Killer. Qu'est-ce que
This
c'est?
is when Tom puts a complete stop on the show and we wait for
I have to
for a
listen.
video.
I mean,
and Bat has to.
Come on. We lived to this, 77.
Yes, we did, Sosnov. This could be one of those questions on YouTube to find out how old you really are.
David Byrne's still relevant.
This was so worth it. This was so worth it. Give us the out, Sosnov, when you're ready.
I'm ready. And then what?
I love this song.
Everybody loves this song. Everybody loves this song. But you know what they love even more?
Psycho Chicken.
It's Thomas's trade idea.
Psycho Chicken was that guy?
Oh God!
It's the guy that does all the crazy songs.
Weird Al Yankovic.
Yeah, Weird Al.
Okay,
Psycho.
Now you're losing me, man. Nobody liked him.
I've been lost like 5 minutes ago. No idea, but that song was cool.
Weird Al Yankovic. Never heard of him?
No.
Okay. I like this.
Am I missing out on a lot?
No.
Not really there, but on
No.
Talking Heads, you are.
Okay, Talking
Heads, you are. Yeah. I'll give you that. Son of Sam, 1977 too.
A lot of things. Thanks. We've been through this. We've been down to 1977.
Sorry.
That was the year I peaked.
Sorry. Thomas, what do you got for us? I really apologize.
Should I start? All right. Well, today I got a short iron condor.
His mom's watching and you're sitting there bullshitting. Thomas, go ahead. Give it to us.
We got it on Palo Alto Networks today. Pan W is
His mom's
the
not
ticker.
listening to him. She's just watching him. Okay. She's saying, "Oh, he's alive. Look at him. He looks great. That's it. He got a nice haircut."
Yeah.
Right?
Oh, yeah. I did get a haircut.
Yeah.
You guys like it?
Where do you go? I'm looking for a place for my son.
My friend cuts my hair. His name is Frosty Fades.
Frosty Fades.
Frosty Fades.
And he's of your age, I'm assuming?
Yeah, he is.
And
Frosty
he's not clinically,
Fades?
he's not trained, right?
I mean, does my hair look like it's not?
No, it looks
by
great.
trained
No, it looks great. I just want to know if he's self-taught. That's all I'm asking.
Self-taught, yeah.
Self-taught.
I feel like I should get like a free haircut for shouting him out. Yeah,
I feel like
he charges you for that.
I feel like he must be a really good friend because I can't even imagine like Tony letting me cut his hair. The chances
It was an old like Popeye and Pluto
would be a little
commercial
less,
like
it would
that.
be a little
cartoon
less
like that.
than zero.
Yeah.
It's hard to trust that first.
And
cut.
you would be dead. You would be Locks for Love would really like what I would do to you. So yeah. All right, what do you got for us over there, my friend? Sorry.
All right, let's start from the beginning. I got a short iron condor on Palo Alto Networks.
Did they have earnings last night? What was the
don't-
news on them?
they
They
have-
had a takeover or something?
They were buying a company, I believe.
Yeah, weren't they doing a buyout last night?
Stock.
I'm going to buy out, but there is earnings coming up August 18th, so it is kind of halfway through the trade. So We do want to sell premium here with an IV rank at 36%. So we're thinking an iron condor here, so we can still sell some premium. We can define our risk. This company was trading last at $183.70. So this trade is $5 wide iron condor, gets a credit of $1.61 with a buying power reduction of $339. So what do you guys think about this iron condor?
We actually would be fine with it. But did you skew it a little bit to the downside?
Actually, I made them even. I just took them to the standard deviation.
Oh, you did it by standard. Okay.
Yeah. But yeah, there is a skew for sure.
Because there's definitely a little, there's definitely some upside. It doesn't matter. It's fine.
Totally. It's just trading right at its 200-day moving average.
Stock's up $1 this morning, so you might want to move the call side up a little bit.
Sure.
I think you do the 210, 215, 160, 155, just because the stock's up $1.
Spread's a little wide on this one, so I would wait a little bit. But
You got to be careful in Palo Alto Networks. The markets are, you're right.
Less than desirable.
They're not perfect. It's tradable. It's not
perfect. They're just bid-ask was wide. Yes.
Yep.
I agree.
Okay.
Thank you, my friend. Sorry to ruin your time there with my other friend. Who is our next researcher? Jaws himself. Oh, look at you with the Pink Panther there going on. Wow. Are you a fan of Thomas? Are you a fan of the Pink Panther?
I haven't decided yet. Maybe Thomas is...
Please explain.
Pink Panther's #1 fan. Thomas is #1 hater. I don't know.
Good job out of you. I didn't even notice that. Very, very nice. Very, very nice. Good job. Good job.
I've seen the Pink Panther.
I like it. I like it.
Maybe
Is that enough? Anything to say here?
I'm liking the outfit.
You are liking the outfit.
Yeah.
Okay.
I'm liking the outfit.
Beautiful. Beautiful.
Is that a Pink Panther? I can't see from
Yes,
here.
it is a Pink Panther.
You can't see that from here?
No, I can't.
Now I know why.
But yet you have 2015 vision.
Now I know why you can't see the board half the time.
I can see something. I can't tell
You see
what it is.
something. That's a Pink Panther, Tom.
I got it now.
Yes.
Pink Panther.
Yes.
And you've actually seen the movie.
Yes.
Oh, that's pretty good.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, it's a good sweatshirt.
I'm a little bit of an old soul. I've listened to Weird Al as well. Okay.
Really?
Yes. Yeah.
And
Pulp Fiction. Okay. You know.
Okay. Well, did you watch? You didn't watch all of Pulp Fiction though. You only watched some of it. Don't lie.
No, I've watched all of
You
it.
watched all of it. Yeah. Okay. Because I remember when you were in school, I thought you said you only watched part of it.
How do you only watch part of it? Like,
Yeah, that's a tough one.
Thank you, my friend. Thank you, my friend. It just sucks you in. It's
what does that even mean?
Because the ending's great.
Yeah, I agree. Okay. Never mind.
You know
I
what?
digress.
Pulp Fiction doesn't get old.
Pulp Fiction's awesome.
It doesn't get old. It's a great movie. It doesn't. It's not dated. It doesn't date.
You're a Tarantino fan?
He came out with a string of movies there that were awesome.
Yeah, he had a string.
Yep.
That's a great one.
I've not seen a lot of his, just that one. But
No. Get with it, son.
One of the guys.
oh, okay.
What you got for us?
Cool. Let's get to the trading. Marvell, Tony's favorite stock.
Yeah. Yeah. It's
You go onto the watch list. You see which one has high IV, and with all the earnings coming up, I mean, we can try this one, see how it goes.
Yeah, and the stock, I mean, it got a little bit high. It took a little bit of hit yesterday.
This
It
one is
hasn't
the only one
performed like
with the 5-day change IV being, in the green.
When's earnings?
So I think it's September something.
Yeah, September.
It's late, early
no, sorry.
September 4th. Yep.
Yeah.
Okay, so what do you have here? What's the strikes? 7105?
Yeah, 7105, the 18 delta strangle, right around there. It's around 40% return on capital potential.
Stock's up $1 this morning, so that'll be probably dead solid perfect. What price?
I put 323. I think you actually can get a little bit more. I originally had 67.5 on here, and then I moved it up to 70.
7105. I have mid price at 390.
I didn't adjust the credit. I had 67.5, 105, and then I moved it to 70 because it's up right now. So
yes, that number's wrong on there.
390.
Yeah.
That number's wrong on there. I would
Yeah.
say, and stock's up $1 this morning, so I don't know. I'd say 390-ish is probably
Yeah,
pretty good.
Yeah.
Okay.
I have to change that. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Off with his head. Who is our next researcher? Gad is in the house, my man. I'm surprised you don't have a T-shirt with who was it? Who was in the movie? Who was the girl that got eaten by the shark in Jaws? I mean, he had the Pink Panther on there. His iconic T-shirt. She's swimming and
but
Jaws
I
is
don't know
coming.
who the girl was.
Oh, all right. Well, I'm surprised you don't have that T-shirt on for your man, Shark. But welcome to the show anyway.
Thank you. Good morning.
You're welcome. Good morning to you.
How are you?
What you got for us?
How are you doing?
Never better.
He was talking to me. I'm doing well. Thank you for asking.
I like grits.
And oatmeal. What you got for us, fresh
I'm
and
doing
clean?
Shopify today.
Ooh.
Yeah, a rescue in a short-term candle.
A little Shopify. I have not traded that in a while.
Yeah, Shopify. IV rank is like 35.
Where's the stock? Wow, the stock's 123.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of feel like
Had earnings last week, right?
I feel like it should be
Early this
80.
week.
Earnings coming up.
Oh, I'm sorry. August 6th. You're 100% correct.
August, yeah.
Apologize.
All right, what do you got here? 105, 100?
Yeah, 105, 100.
145, 150?
150, yeah. 5 wider in candle.
Looks like it's dead smack in the middle.
Mm-hmm.
165. What's the stock doing this morning? 120. It's up about $1. This should be a little higher this morning. You got it.
Great.
I routed it, sir.
Wait.
How much did you correct? Is it like...
I moved the price up by 7. Well, I had the mid price around 165, moved up to 172.
Oh, got you. Okay. Good.
Okie dokie. Don't sell past the close here. You got to win.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Maybe stock's up $1, maybe 175. We'll see. I don't know. It's hard to do at pre-market, but I'll say
Market's gonna be
175.
a little wide in there,
Yeah, markets are a little wide in there.
Okay.
175. We'll take a shot.
Good. Thank you, Tom.
Beautiful.
Good stuff.
All right. Who is our next researcher? That's right. Cult of personality himself, Kai.
How are we doing?
We're doing good, Kai. How you doing?
Not bad, not bad. All right. Earnings season's coming up. Roku, earnings trade.
Is that today?
Either today or tomorrow morning.
July 31st, that is today. He is 100% correct. After the market closes today. I missed it. Thank you, Kai. I appreciate it. Now I owe you.
I put in the research corner calendar. You have everything.
Stock's been on a nice rally.
Stock has had a nice rally.
So that's why, to be a contrarian, I want to be slightly short by selling a ratio spread to the upside. Call ratio spread.
Oh, you're doing the 2 days.
What do you have to say about that?
Yeah, because it has the highest IV.
So tomorrow it'll be a 1 day. So let's see. The expected move in here is $10.
I make it to the break-even point to $20. So 2x break-even point to the upside. Just in case something crazy happened tomorrow.
Let's see. Wow, there's a little, the markets aren't great, but there's some juice in here.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, the volatility's high. What are you doing? The 106, 109, 1 by 2?
Yeah, 1 by 2. So you're able to collect 35 cents-ish credit. No downside risk. Buying power is close to $1,000. Max profit, $300.
Definitely a little bit of juice in here. I like it.
Beautiful.
Sadaf, would you like to know our audience?
Would I like to what?
Know our audience. You're staring into a camera. Sometimes you can't tell who's out there watching us, at least on YouTube. Would you like to know our audience?
Yeah, what do you want to know?
We did a poll, Sadnov. Have you heard of Psycho Killer by the Talking Heads? We did this new poll on YouTube.
Yeah.
What percentage said yes?
Psycho Killer by Psycho Killer.
Talking Heads. We just played it a minute ago.
70% said yes.
You know what? He's too freaking good. 69%.
Is it really?
Believe me, I would love to make fun of you and make you completely wrong. It's 69%. When I give you props, it's because I have to, not because I want to, because I'm honest. Yeah. Because I'm Arista and Archon. I have integrity.
Because I'm marketing. 70% is my market.
70%. So, you know our audience, Saznov.
There you go.
Thank you so much for your time, Kai. Appreciate it. Who is our next and last researcher? That's right. Dr. Data, how are you, my friend?
Doing well. Thank you very much.
Doing great, doing great. I gotta be honest, nobody wears Jesus sandals and a tie like you.
Well, thank you very much.
You're very
I like.
You're very welcome. Very
I like
welcome.
my-
Nobody that rocks it like you. I mean,
Thank you. Thank you, thank you, thank
hand to whoever's listening. I mean it. I mean it.
Thank you. I dress myself.
You really dress yourself?
I do.
It's impressive.
I like the Birks. It's my shtick, you know.
I have never worn a pair in my entire life.
They're very comfortable.
I'm sure they are very popular with the younger crowd. I mean, my boy Thomas would attest to that. I think they've made a resurgence. John wears them all the time.
My father-in-law.
Not with a tie.
My father-in-law sells them in small town Wisconsin. Owns a shoe store. So
you get a discount from him?
I do. He gives me a little bit of a discount.
Friends and family discount. Sound off. If you want a pair, maybe we can
10% off. Wearing his daughter.
No, that's the normal discount. He gets a 5%. I'm not particularly happy with this.
Well, it's 30%, but Okay, so I got an IBIT thing today. Okay, so I was looking at IBIT. We don't have a lot of skew in IBIT right now.
Oh, because we're at all-time highs.
Yeah. So normally, like a put ratio, if you're doing a put ratio spread, that wouldn't make a lot of sense if you have call skew. But since it's pretty even right now, I feel like maybe we're at the highs because like all of a sudden I'm taking like a slightly bullish position in this stock. But with this so you're selling 2 of the 63s. This is a short put ratio spread. So you're selling 2 of the 63s, buying 1 of the 65s, doing it for about $1.50 credit. It's got about a $350 potential on this if we get right at 63 bucks. It's a little over $2,000 worth of credit. It can go down about 10%, still make money on this, which would be the equivalent of Bitcoin going down to about 106,000. Can still make money.
You can get pretty wide on these. Why are you going so narrow?
I was looking at the credit received and didn't want to take too little, so.
Got it.
I mean, the expected move through September is $7. That would bring you down into the 60-ish area, and his break even is around 61 plus the $1.50. I'll just round, put you under 60. So you're there inside the expected move, no matter what Sosnoff is saying right now. Math wins. Sosnoff, that's right. Leadership, scholarship, and service. Ingrained in my mind since 8th grade when I was boy leader of Ariston Archon and continues to this day, Sosnoff. We're going to take a quick...
I put it in. We'll see what happens.
Excellent.
That's what she said. We'll take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. What comes up next? The opening bell, Sosnoff. After 40 years, you'll get it right someday. We'll be back in 90 seconds. It's Tasty Live.
I like oatmeal.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
I distinctly remember getting an email from Tasty that LookVac had just been released, and I was doing the most laborious back test on the face of the earth before that. And I did 2 or 3, and I saw how quick it was, and I saw how quick the data was, and basically instantaneously, like, I was hooked. I'd always seen all the stuff on Tasty Live with all the data and all the value I thought that bring, and then it was all of a sudden I could control that and basically make my own segment for myself of what fit. And that democratization technology, I think, drastically changed not only the landscape of what's out there, but drastically changed my ability to learn at such an insane rate. And that's kind of when I developed a little bit more of my own path. I was like, this is the type of trade I exactly want to see, or I'd get some type of inspiration from Tasty Live to look at that. And that's when my consistency went from like 1 to 30, and I haven't had an unprofitable quarter since.
Calling all traders. Are you using Tasty Live mechanics and enjoying awesome results? Are you an up-and-coming options savant? We're looking for you. For over a decade, tastylive has shared the most inspiring stories of traders teaching themselves a new skill, using probabilities and experiencing new levels of success. If you think your trading journey should be shared with Tasty Nation, we'd love to hear from you. We are always on the lookout for the next class of rising stars. Email us at risingstars@tastylive.com if you'd like a chance to share your trading journey and inspire others.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live with, well, the opening bell is coming, Sosnoff. It's imminent in about 3 minutes. E-mini S&Ps continue their rally from last night, up 54. They've had a pretty tight range since we've been on the show, from down around here to up around 60 handles. So they've really only had about a 6-7 point range since about, for the last hour and a half. NASDAQ up 288 and change. Russell down 13. That's your bucker to the downside, actually trading near the low end of its range, even though the market is continuing to rally. With the Dow up 67, it too is basically unchanged. So E-mini S&Ps, NASDAQ higher, Dow basically unchanged, Russell lower. Volatility in by 7 cents only. Silent. If I told you the market was going to be up 1%, E-mini S&Ps and NASDAQ just rounding there. Volatility is going to be basically unchanged. I'd say probably not. But we've got some earnings coming with Apple, Microsoft, Reddit, Coin, Amazon, keeping volatility higher. Plus, you got a little bit of news coming out tomorrow, Sadov, something you might be familiar with called the unemployment situation. Bonds are up 15. Speaking of that, 114.11.
Kind of been trading around here most of the night.
Yes, they have been.
Saw them trade down to 8 recently, 7 to 8. I saw them trade up to 17. So kind of in the range.
That's mid-range right now, sitting at 11,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Yes,
Oil
sir.
down 62 cents. Gold up to about $10. Silver still down over $1, but off of its lows. Off its lows significantly. 30 cents is usually a decent sized move, but it's at a well over $1 move today in silver. And then you've got all your earnings. Meta up almost $80. Microsoft 40-ish. Roblox 20-ish. Hood down about 2-ish. And Qualcomm down around 8-ish. I haven't looked at the last minute. But the market's going to open here in a minute. Sadnov, give us some words of wisdom. You traded all of these from the short side yesterday. I asked you,
Robinhood, I sold premium in only. The other ones I traded all from the short side. So, so Robinhood will be my winner. I don't know about the other ones. Meta, I'm hoping to break even. Roblox, I'm going to lose money on no matter what because
you're going to be rolling up puts immediately, probably on any of these.
Microsoft's my big loser.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, now it's only 555.
Microsoft
560 before. Microsoft's still my big loser, but I'm going to work my magic in there today, Pat.
Yes, that's what I want to hear from you. You're a little bit depressing there for a moment for me.
I'm not depressing.
That's why. So you're going to roll up puts immediately, if not sooner. You're a guy like, I like oatmeal. I mean, that kind of thing. Now you came here to work your magic. That's what I want to hear. Stay mechanical. Stay bat-like.
Oh my God, stay bat-like. Yeah, Robinhood is down like $2.
Didn't do anything in Qualcomm. TLT has a dividend per public service announcement for you. Apple coming today for earnings. MSTR for earnings. Reddit for earnings. Coin for earnings. Amazon for solar. Moderna, XOM. You did something wrong.
What?
Were you trying to roll up puts in Microsoft? Did you have something in pre-market?
No.
You must have. Microsoft is up $36, Sadnov, after being up looking like it was up $45. Makes up for your stock fill last night. You rolled up some putties, I believe.
Oh, yeah, fine. I thought Microsoft was going to open $10 higher.
It opened only 35. Only up 35.
Oh, I'm very happy about that.
I know. Roku, you bought back some. No, you sold some calls. Sorry. Microsoft, you rolled up some puts to 550, which now puts you right at the money.
Yeah.
I know you thought you were going to be out of the money.
I thought it was going to be $10 out of the money. I thought selling those puts at $1 was going to be a gift. I didn't think the stock was.
Microsoft only up 33. I say only up 33 because it was up 45.
Now I butchered it the other way. I double whammied myself.
You did. Meta was up $80. It's up $71. Let's see some of the other ones. Roblox, RBLX. Roblox up $24. That's pretty much where it was pre-market. Hood down $4, only down around $2.50. Qualcomm pre-market was down around $8. It's down around $6. Even the S&P is up 40. They traded up about 30 handles higher than the Sosnoff pre-market. So selling off.
Microsoft really surprised me. It was trading 560 pre-market. Now it's 544.
That is correct.
So it completely
double whammied yourself here.
Completely double
whammied. Butcher Central here.
Completely Butcher Central. I'm very
aware. Very
upset with myself for being public. I didn't think I was that public.
Oh, you are that public. You are that guy, Sosnoff. So, I mean, after so many years, how do you get to be so public?
It's a really good question.
Mm-hmm.
Well, at least we made our money in Robinhood.
Uh-huh. I mean, you probably had a beautiful position. All you had to do was sit and wait. But no, you had to panic. So talk about panicking after 40 years of trading.
Well, first of all, I didn't panic. I put an order, and I thought it was to be a gift if I could sell those puts at $1.
Mm-hmm.
But no bueno. Let's see, where are we? Yeah, it's all right. It's not that bad. Let's see, what do we got here?
Microsoft Hood. Hood, you did good in.
Hood, we did good in.
Yeah, Hood, you did good in.
Hood, we definitely did good in. Hood, we're flat now.
Mm-hmm.
Got out of Hood. RBLX, got to take a look at that. That's going to be a.
Hood, you bought back at 30 cents. I mean, that's a good one.
No, Hood was a good one. We sold them $1.70, bought it back at 30 cents.
Scalp some of your Microsoft stock that you bought last night?
Yeah. Let's see, an RBLX.
That worked out okay. That usually doesn't work out good, and your option trading is the good side, but...
Oh, you know what? The markets in here stink.
In where?
RBLX.
Let's take a look. RBLX.
It's really crappy markets.
August, yeah, they stink. Dollar wide right now, so but give it some time. I mean, everything's kind of shaking itself out.
Yeah, it's kind of a crappy market in there.
Mm-hmm.
Let's take a look. Shopify, we're very close to getting filled.
Apple for earnings basically then changed, actually down 40 cents.
Marvell.
Coin up $1.50 for earnings.
A little bit away. PANW, trades in the research team.
Reddit up $8.
Do they have earnings tonight?
Yes, after the market closes.
Should be filled in PAW, nothing done. iBit.
iBit, you bit, we bit.
Thought we'd be filled in here. We filled in iBit. PANW. Trades from the research team. Nothing done, surprisingly. Shopify. Shopify, we're a couple pennies away.
Okie dokie. I hear a ding, Palo Alto Network being filled. I hear a ding, iBit.
I filled 3 of the trades from the research team this morning. We're just a couple of pennies away in Shopify, so we'll see what happens there. Let's see where our problem children are here. Roblox, RBLX. Yeah, that's a problem child. Stock's up 24 bucks. We did do a one-dayer in there.
You did.
It's much to do about nothing. I think I'll just take it off, and we'll take a small profit. So the 1 day in there was a small profit, but our existing positions, no bueno.
Mm-hmm. So earnings works?
Earnings works, but nothing else does.
Okay.
So Roblox, we are, and let's see. Biggest losers this
Nvidia's
morning.
up around 3, AVGO is up around $1, Microsoft up around $30, something? Let's see. Yeah, $30.
Yeah, Microsoft is a self-inflicted wound.
You had them. MSTR for earnings up 250.
I can't believe Microsoft is 542.
I know. Tesla up $1. Really down around 4. Netflix down around 6. Hood down 460.
Yeah, Hood's surprising that stock's down.
Google down 4.
Meta, what's surprising about Meta is that with 1 day to go, these calls are jacked.
Meta.
Yeah, 1 day to go, calls are jacked, so I'm going to sell some puts.
Stock was, pre-market, well, Meta's up $82 right now. 1 day to go, these calls are jacked.
They are.
Yeah, they are. Expected move is under $20. That brings you up to around 800 even. Those calls above the market are trading for bucks. You are correct.
Yeah, they're rich.
They are rich.
Prices in there are jacked.
Mm-hmm. Like Sosnoff after a Saturday workout. Jacked.
Let's see what else we got here. And we're going to have to, still surprised by Microsoft was my I blew it. Had it and blew it.
Had it but blew it.
Had it and blew it.
Story of your life.
I got to do some work. All right. Meta, sold some puts in Meta to offset our calls. Now we need the stock to sit here for 1 day. What do you think of this move? They had the NASDAQ up 300.
Yeah. I think
lost half its rally.
Yeah.
Like I said earlier, is this the blow off top?
Yeah, you did. Yeah, you did. And maybe, I don't think for the market, but for those stocks, maybe. Yeah. I think Apple is actually kind of leading the way here to the downside. It's going to be interesting to see what Apple does. It's basically unchanged right now.
Yeah. Is this the blow off top? It could be.
Could be again.
Could be again. All right, man. I'm good.
Beautiful. Let's take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live with Hear Me Out with my man Dylan Radigan next. We'll be back in 90 seconds.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move. You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Dear Karen, thank you so much for the relationship advice. Of course, since you met your husband in high school, I should obviously just go back to high school. Can't wait to win the Nobel Prize for my development of a time machine. Signed, Regina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You're mistaking me for someone who cares.
From the smart mouths at tastylive.
All right. Perfect. I would like to buy Park Place.
No,
What?
there is no Park Place in this game.
Yes, there is. I'm looking at it.
No,
I
this
will
is mine.
take
It's
it.
mine. You don't get it.
Okay, alrighty.
You know what? $500. $500 to the electric company if you want to keep all of your power on all these houses and hotels. And
You can't negotiate. I landed on it. I can buy it if I want
I'm
it.
the electric company. I'm the most powerful thing here.
Excuse me, to the person who owns one property on Monopoly, this is the mayor, and I'm overturning everything, and
You're
I'm
in over
allowed
your
to buy
head.
Excuse me?
You're in over your cute little head.
Don't
right.
patronize me.
You
This
don't
is a
come
board game.
down to where the big chimps play and expect to get a banana, sweetheart. You gotta earn it.
Okay, asshole. Give me my money back. Come on, let's keep
Whoa.
playing.
Whoa. Whoa. Asshole. No, my father was an asshole. I'm king.
You are so wrong.
I'm very right.
Did you even take a wallet? Did you just eat my piece?
You don't have a piece now.
Seriously,
The
it's a
dog is
game.
gone. The dog is gone. You have nothing. I have a car.
Are you seriously pissed off because you're losing the game?
I'm not losing. I'm winning.
You are clearly losing. Look at the board game.
Every utility, 2 of the railroads, and what do you just have? You have a bunch of hotels and houses. Which in this market is ridiculous. A nice, simple house on Mediterranean Avenue. A beautiful car worth 10 times more than your dog who is gone. Got to deal with me. Come on.
Okay, I quit. If you're gonna be an asshole, I quit.
Then I win. The old bait and switch. I got you. I told you I'd never lose this game. I've always got a plan. You fell for it. Boom! Shalaka!
Got the need for speed? No problem. At Tasty Trade, you can turn smart ideas into real trades with just a few clicks. Wow, that's fast. Tasty Trade, make your move.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little bit more Tasty Live. And Sadnov, I found that iconic picture from yesteryears, Sadnov, of Jaws. And that's right, Sadnov, it was you who was in the picture. It was you from Jaws. Speaking of a killer in the water, that's right, we've got this man, Dylan Ranigan, and hear me out. Dylan, welcome to the show.
How serious
Thank
he looks
you. Nice
today.
to be here. What's that?
You look a little serious today. You got the.
I'm quite serious. I mean, after I became aware of the limited education you all have regarding the history of the American judiciary, I feel like I need to come in with a bit more of a somber tone to make sure that the standards are upheld around here.
Yeah, I mean, you know, we don't want. What did you call it last week? It was a Union College lesson, but it was.
Brandeisian.
Brandeisian. That's exactly right. Brandeisian. Yes.
Yeah.
Uh-huh. And I made a mistake. I said that Jimmy Carter went there.
You don't make mistakes.
Jimmy Carter went to Union for a course on nuclear physics, and it was like a 6-month course that I guess he went to, but he never attended the school as an undergraduate.
Although there was one American president.
Yes, I think it was
a Union College graduate, I must say.
Yeah, I think it was like Woodrow Wilson or something, or Coolidge.
No, it was not.
Who
It
was it?
was Chester Arthur.
Chester Arthur. Okay.
Who
But then-
no self-respecting American could name as one of our presidents, but go
Or could
ahead.
pick him out of a lineup.
Sorry, Dylan.
No one's requesting side comments here. We're talking about presidential history. But then you also
That might hurt you someday, but go ahead.
That's fair.
We're also discussing the Louisiana Purchase, which was conducted by another Union College graduate.
What are
whose
we,
name I don't
fifth
remember.
grade social studies class here? Anyway,
All right, well, hit me up. What's the name of this segment?
Hear me out.
What are we doing? Hear me out. I always call it hit me up, but hear me out. I'm ready.
Hit me up. We've done, Dylan, we've done a lot of segments with you over the years. Hit me up, hear me out. What was the other one? What would he
assume the position? That's my favorite.
Assume the position. That one was big in the men's room.
Big.
That was the best one.
Big
I don't
on the
think we
bathroom
took that.
door.
We forgot to take it.
Oh my God!
We just
I can't believe I
we just
forgot
sold that building, and we forgot to take the assume the position with us.
Oh my God! It was in the men's room stall. Oh my God! I can't believe
the
it.
level of disrespect only continues to escalate.
Dylan Radigan has never been more prominent.
It's going to be a synagogue. They're in for a rude awakening when they get in there. Oh man!
All right.
I mean, all right. Look,
they're going to pray for us, Sosnoff. They're going to pray for us.
I'm ready. I'm here.
The S&P's up 34, Sosnoff. You called it.
Do you I butchered it. Do you think they go down on the day?
I'm going to say no, but they're going to get close. Looks like it. Volatility percolating here, up 12 cents.
All right, Mr. Radigan.
Standing by.
Let's get going. Hear me out. You ready?
Hear me out.
Let's start with a little Jeremy Siegel. Jeremy Siegel made an interesting argument. No, this is last week, Beth.
This is a retread.
Beth, this is the wrong one.
Where is John when you need him?
Sorry, Tom. This is what I got. Give me a second.
I sent it to you last night.
Get Josh in there.
Okay. Talk amongst yourselves. Be
Where's
right there.
John?
Where's John?
Where's John?
Where are the helper monkeys?
Grabbing the oatmeal.
See how my hair? Did we talk about how gray my hair has become? It's like
yeah.
Grecian formula number 9 or something like that.
I'm full gray.
It's all right.
What are you gonna do?
It's wisdom, brother. It's wisdom.
And you're only what? You're 39 now.
Yeah, I'm just 38 and a half.
Yeah.
Yeah, give us a second. I was going to say, if we did Jeremy Siegel 2 weeks in a row, that would be weird.
On the same question.
Well, could be a different Jeremy Siegel question.
Well, I have a hear me out. Can I just make an ad lib? Hear me out, or do I
Sure.
have to
Please
pay
do.
for a
Please
ad?
do, Dylan. Yes, thank you very much.
I'll read this as if it was text. The Wall Street forecasting infrastructure has proven itself useless and incompetent when it comes to anticipating the future earnings of giant corporations like Meta or Nvidia. They are so wrong about the actual earnings, so much as to be not just incompetent, but potentially dangerous to the industry because they create such a mismatched price point relative to the actual earnings of the company. What is wrong with the Wall Street analyst infrastructure that they can't forecast a company as well covered and as large as Meta within 5 or 10% of expected earnings?
I think that's kind of a ridiculous question.
Really?
Yeah.
Care to elaborate on that?
Yeah, because you have Meta, which is almost a, it's $2.5 trillion company, and it's not Meta's responsibility.
I'm not saying it's Meta's responsibility.
I understand
I'm saying
that.
it's Wall Street's responsibility.
No, I understand that, and
Okay.
I think you can't blame Wall Street or Meta. I think what's really interesting about that is that the option markets, which are bigger than Wall Street, in a sense, much bigger than the Wall Street analysts. You have like 50 or 100 analysts versus billions of dollars trading it. Had it priced almost perfectly at a 9% expected move. So or it was actually 10%. So it wasn't that crazy.
So your suggestion is that, but don't you think why bother if you can't forecast one of the biggest and most important companies in the world? What can you forecast to make the question very simple?
If you look at most of the forecasts, they're pretty accurate. I mean, the only one that they missed yesterday was really Microsoft, I think. And
no, they missed Meta.
Well, not really, Dylan. My point is the expected move.
I'm not saying the options market. I'm saying the analyst community.
Oh, well, all right. A little bit.
A little
Beth,
bit.
did you get this
Sure.
yet?
I got it, Tom.
All right, let's go. I don't want to run out of time here, Dylan.
All right. Well, listen, I'm here.
All right, here we go. We have 4 questions for you. Beth, it's 4, right?
It's 4.
All right. This is a Hear Me
Thanks,
Out.
Beth.
This is a new version of Hear Me Out with Dylan Radigan. And there are 4 questions. As a financial journalist, you're afforded a view from above versus being caught up in the frictions of running a business. So you may have a unique vantage point as to where the financial service industry is headed. Just from a U.S. domestic perspective, if you had to choose one or the other, do you think crypto or sports betting will be the next frontier?
Do I have to pick one or the other? I suppose that's the question.
Yeah, that's the question. If you had to choose one or the other, do you think
if you had
crypto
to choose.
or well, actually, you know what? I will give you wherever you want to go.
Well, here's how I'll answer this question.
Yeah.
For sure, the next frontier, although again, these, next frontier, the frontier may already be here, but sports betting for sure, because sports betting doesn't have any issues with its integrity. Sports betting is a broad, there's not unlimited, but there's an extremely long list of professional and college sports teams. It is a very easily regulated and monitored marketplace, and sports betting, I believe, has the greatest overall potential. Crypto, I look at as more of a binary between the obvious potential of Bitcoin as a specific asset in the marketplace, but the crypto market is corrupted by the fact that the vast majority of the so-called crypto assets have no underlying value and are generally just sort of means of idle speculation. And so I would say that I would much rather be long DraftKings than Coinbase.
Do you have any other potential frontiers that you would like to mention? Because when they said those 2, you said, "Do I have to choose one of those 2?" Was there another one you were thinking of?
No, there was not, but I just thought, I was thinking, I think crypto and sports betting could both be the next frontier. I was saying, do I have to choose between sports betting and crypto?
The challenge here for me is with sports betting is, since it is not exchange based, it is incredibly inefficient, and the markets are too wide, and it's tiny. When you look at the size of the crypto marketplace right now, what are we talking about? 3.5 trillion? Is that right?
Mm-hmm.
I think crypto's 3.5 trillion. I think sports betting is something like 500 or 600 billion. So crypto marketplace has already dwarfed sports betting by almost 5 to 7x. I think the challenge that sports betting has is they are small-time crooks. Crypto is much bigger time crooks, if they can say. They're real. I like to use the term.
One's organized crime and one's corner store crime.
Yeah. Crypto is organized crime, and the other one's small-time crooks or corner store crime.
Like pickpocket kind of stuff.
Yeah, sports betting is, the reality of sports betting is that there's still, 5, 7, 10% juice in there. Markets are wide. They're incredibly inefficient. Crypto is now getting to the point where the exchanges are still private, but it's being commoditized down to, relatively tight markets. And it's just going to get tighter. So until sports betting goes exchange-based, which so far has failed because of all the state requirements that you can't get through. The whole challenge of sports betting is that it's run by the states because it's such a big revenue source, that until sports betting gets nationalized so that it becomes exchange-based, I just don't see how it ever is the next frontier. That's my 2 cents. Let's go to the next slide. Dylan, one of your most memorable lines when you joined Tasty was during an episode of Truth or Skepticism where you told Tom the problem you had with what he was saying was that it made too much sense. I don't ever remember you saying that to me. Over time, you have come around to a more probabilistic approach. However, mainstream financial media still focuses on the same things they always have. Why do you think that is?
Because people, humans, like stories about people. They don't like stories about math. And so if you're going to program a financial network and do it in a way that seeks audience size over audience depth, your primary organizing principle for production is to tell gossip stories about CEOs and executives and play the horse race with stock up, stock down, with brand names that people know. And so widely known consumer or technology names as stocks and celebrity CEOs and investors simply make for the best television in terms of accumulating an audience, even if they have no correlation with financial returns. Financial television and television in general is only valuable if people watch it. And the easiest way to get people to watch it is to tell them stories about people or companies' names that they know. And in doing both of those things, it eliminates any room for or audience investment in math or anything that actually generates financial returns. What goes on financial television has no incentive to generate real financial returns. It just has an incentive to hook attention using stories about people and company names that people know.
Is traditional financial media overly conflicted by the fact that their primary source of revenue outside of whatever cable fees are, which I think will eventually go away. It's just advertising from the very people that they should be challenging.
Yes, I mean the short answer is for sure yes. It's why I think Bloomberg is a superior product, because Bloomberg has a paying subscriber base, and so it is capable of delivering, I think, a more balanced or aggressive form of financial journalism. Whereas a place like CNBC is entirely beholden to the large banks that are their primary bread and butter as an ad sponsor outside of the subscriber fees they get from cable. So yes, they're super conflicted, overly conflicted, disastrously conflicted.
Let's go to the next slide.
Catastrophically conflicted.
Tom has frequently said he believes politicians should be allowed to trade because they should understand markets, because they need to understand markets. But many people think politicians already benefit from trading on inside information. Where do you fall on this issue? And it's appropriate discussion because yesterday a bill was presented in the, I can't remember if it was the Senate or the House.
Senate, I believe, but I'm not 100%
Senate.
sure.
Okay, let's say the Senate, to ban politicians from being able to trade with a lot of restrictions on being able to trade without either full disclosure or a bunch of other stuff. Where do you stand on this? You pretty much know where I stand.
Well, on this particular issue, Tom could not be more wrong. Tom, I think, knows how wrong he is and holds on to this position in public because he enjoys the pleasure of generating the adversarial inbound that he gets from people like me, Tony, or the audience in general. This is nothing more than a corrupt racket when the very people who control budget allocation and policy can also front run their own budget allocations and policy making. And I believe, Tom, this is like a 3-year-old who believes he can fly and insists on jumping off the top of the building simply to hold the attention of everyone in the room. I don't even believe Tom believes what he says on this topic. I think he uses it as an example of a more relevant Tom point, which is that generally, if you knew tomorrow what the news was going to be, if you knew tomorrow's news today, you wouldn't know how to trade it, which I actually think Tom is right about that particular thing. However, when it comes to specific material inside information related to budgets and policies for things like electric cars or oil subsidies or whatever, that is a consequential and disastrous, not just for the the legality of insider trading, but for the corrupt presentation of the American government and the loss of trust in the leadership of the United States of America.
So you're siding with Josh Hawley?
I mean, I'm probably siding with lots of people, but just because I'm sided with one person or another doesn't mean that I'm siding with them on every issue that they might advocate for. You know, there can be alignment on specific ideas between people that otherwise have nothing in common, and this may be one of those instances, sir.
So if I showed you the actual statistics, which show you that politicians in both houses significantly underperform a standard index fund, would you think any differently?
I would not, because I believe the perceived integrity and trust of the American government is much more relevant than any particular financial return. And I could show you any return for anything, and it would generally underperform the S&P 500.
And I can show you a list where others have performed 50-fold.
And
I could show you Nancy Pelosi.
Does it bother you that the people, because you're in the financial space, so is Tony, so is everybody else that supports this change, does it bother you that the people that appoint the people that run the regulatory bodies and they make the decisions with impact every aspect of our business have no idea how our business actually works, so that they pass ridiculous legislation that limits what individual investors are able to do? Everything from things like the pattern day trading rules all the way down to all the idiotic crypto restrictions, down to everything else that's out there, and limits the things that you can do, the leverage you can take, the investments you can make, the way you can do anything that you want to do with your money is limited by politicians who select the people that run the regulatory bodies, because nobody understands how this industry works. So you would rather put complete idiots in charge of the regulatory bodies that govern how our business runs, how our business works, all because you think that the exact number, statistically, the exact number of politicians based on a normal distribution curve that should outperform, and the same number underperform, and everybody else falls in the middle of any normal distribution curve of any investor in America. It works the same way in politics. So you have both houses where the number of people that win and the number of people that lose, okay, are virtually the exact same as the American public, but you don't agree or recognize that the people that we hire and choose to run these regulatory bodies that affect every aspect of our business, you want people that don't understand our business to make
said
those
the
decisions.
same thing 50 times. If I can go here, Dylan, first, and then you can clean it all up. You could say the same thing and insert Congress and senators and House of Representatives and put J.P. Morgan, Goldman Sachs, Jamie Dimon, all were on the same side of patent day trading, thinking it's good for investors and everything else. They're industry experts, and they still agree with the congressmen, the senators, and everybody else.
No, they don't trade.
You're right. So forget about Congress people not knowing what's going on. People who run the biggest organizations
but they're not the
in the
ones that
financial
make the
world.
decisions.
But that's who the people from Congress are supposed to rely on. Those people, and they don't get good information because they don't have the information.
I made my case. You guys can.
I'm making my case to rebut what you said.
Fine.
They don't have any industry experts to go to. Go ahead, Dylan. I'm so sorry.
I'm okay with what you said. I'm okay with what Dylan said. I'm just telling you my side, because Dylan thinks that I just make that up for the purposes of making an argument. That's not it at all. I believe
And
that
yet everything you just said is unrelated to politicians making bad rules because they don't know what they're doing is a problem when we agree to it. Politicians
You made up that stat. They massively overplayed.
I'm trying to eliminate. I'm trying to say that if you trade, you won't have that issue.
I would like to see your list.
Okay.
I would like to see your list. Present your list. I'll put on Twitter for you.
What list?
Your list of these people underperforming the markets.
Oh, it's out there.
I would like to see it.
Yeah, I don't have time to do it right now. Do you want me to do it now?
You could do it at your leisure.
Please, thank you. Last question, Dylan. Do you think 50 years from now, we focused on news media today, by the way, financial media. Do you think 50 years from now, news media will continue to exist? We bifurcated the market such that it reinforces either left or right-wing narratives. In doing that, we aren't given news, we are being given confirmation bias. If we want actual news, we're often better off looking for the raw source of material on some live stream. Given that context, is it possible for traditional media to ever reassert itself, or are those days over?
So I do believe those days are over, and I don't think they will come back. But the reason that I think that is because the way information, there is no longer a central location around which all people get information. So it's not just bifurcation. Excuse me. Excuse me. Most people get their information from their phone. And the information that comes to Tom's phone is different than the information that comes to Dylan's phone, is different than the information that goes to Tony's phone, to Beth's phone. And so we've moved into a world where there is no longer a central arbiter of fact. There's an incentive to eliminate the idea of fact from those who benefit from confusion, particularly in the political space. And it's not a bifurcation. I would say it's an atomization of hundreds of or millions or billions of different tiny little information streams, of which no two are alike, but for the occasional ubiquitous moment like the Coldplay cheating on his wife guy or whatever. So once in a while, every phone has the same story, Super Bowl, whatever. But outside of those sort of blanket ubiquity events, there is no longer a central location for information. And even if the world's greatest news channel was to open up tomorrow, that was only the most well-researched and most compelling fact set, it wouldn't succeed, because I don't believe it would be able to generate an audience, because I believe the audience exists in a million small parts, not as a single location.
Yeah, I agree with you. This one, we're in agreement.
And I think that's why for information businesses, it's much better to have a deep and strong relationship than a wide and shallow relationship. I think that's why Tasty's been so successful, because, excuse me, it has a relatively small audience in the scope of media companies, but it has an extremely deep and strong relationship with that audience because of the work that you specifically and the people around you have done over the last decade, proving that a small audience with a really strong tie to its leadership is a very powerful thing.
Could not agree more. He's Dylan Radigan. This is Hear Me Out. Dylan, thanks so much.
Awesome, my friend. We're going to take a
next week.
Quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live with a market measure next.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
People are always asking, where can they find my podcast? There it is, son. Look at that. Option Trades Today. You can listen here.
And everybody's waiting for my podcast tomorrow. Option Trades Today, every Tuesday and Thursday around noon. If you want to learn, sir, every Tuesdays and Thursday, Option Trades Today. You can find me on YouTube or wherever you find your podcast.
Option Trades Today. You listening to me? Option Trades Today comes out every day around noon, every Tuesday and Thursday. You too can stick with the bat.
Wolf! The first half of this year's market has been giving the good guys the business.
It's certainly been back and forth for sure, Pete, and I'm getting whiplash over here.
With good mechanics, we can see Team Tasty stay strong in the second half.
Absolutely. Let's check out our starting lineup.
Tony Bat Batista, the John Jay College of Criminal Justice. Number 69, because it's one standard deviation plus one. And you know, I'm the Bat.
John McLaurin, Wisconsin. Number 2, because I'm Beth's right-hand man.
Vanetta Logan, the Indiana University. Number 3, because that's how many shots of bourbon it takes to make it through the first hour.
I like the looks of that lineup.
Well, be mechanical is always better than just trying to run plays and see what sticks, Pete.
When you got skin in the game, you stay in the game.
That's right. Now get off the couch and get into the game.
Watch Tasty Trade.
Trade size varies between traders. In a larger sized account, a trader might trade 10 contracts per transaction. In a smaller sized account, a trader might only trade 1 contract per transaction. The term tranche allows us to quantify and size to a common denominator. 1 tranche would represent normal trading quantity. 2 tranches would represent 2 times the normal quantity, signifying a larger trade size. Of course, trade sizing is immensely important. We recommend a tranche being far less than your max exposure.
Contrarians! I just signed up for Doe and opened a new brokerage account. Time to get trading!
Newbigard, big barbarian on hillside. To celebrate, let's slaughter 1,000 ewes and suck the raw marrow from their bones. Oh, yeah. Why did I say 1,000 ewes? I always get caught up in the moment.
I don't even really like raw marrow. I mean, it's fine, but it's definitely not my favorite.
Hey, maybe next time when I do something cool and smart, just give me a subscription to Bob the Trader, okay?
Got trader's block? We've got the cure. Get data-driven trade ideas with Cherry Picks, our weekly newsletter that gives you insights into the market. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
Today's episode of Market Measures is brought to you by SIBO. SIBO is partnering with Tasty Live to provide educational opportunities for traders at all levels. Did you know index options like these can provide opportunities for diversification, lower volatility, liquidity, and other benefits? To continue your education on some of the mechanics learned in today's Market Measures, check out SIBO's Retail Trader Suite at www.sibo.com/minis.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. Even the S&P is up 48, NASDAQ up 184. Russell turned around, sad enough. It's up 40 cents. It was the weakest of the group. It's still the weakest of the group, but it's up on the day. Dow up 91 off of its highs by about $120. Even the S&Ps are off of their highs by about $20-ish, and the NASDAQ's up off of their highs by close to $180. NASDAQ's the biggest mover to the upside, now equal to even the S&Ps, but the largest loser of the day off of its highs.
Yeah, UNH down 10. That's weird. That's an ugly new low.
UNH is a pig.
No, I know. Down 10. RCL down another $5, for almost $5 today. It's ugly.
RCL going out of business, as Tom predicted back in
I called it.
2024 when it was
called it.
$160. Yes.
Yeah, I mean, some stocks.
What's Costco, that pig, doing?
Costco's up big.
Yeah, Costco, you go, you dog, you big dog.
You need Costco 50, not
40 to 50 would be nice. Yes, yeah. 100 would be better.
Yeah.
Splitting at 1,000 would be better.
Yeah, you need more help than that.
I do need more help than that. I need a lot more help than that, Sosnoff. This is a spit in the ocean.
Yeah.
I'll give you that.
I'm Tom Sosnoff. He's Tony Batista. This is Tasty Live. A couple of just quick notes. It's Thursday. A week from today, guess what's happening?
What?
A week from today. Yes.
What?
What? A week from today,
we're done.
We have a bunch of people coming into town for the event.
No.
A week from Friday. A week from tomorrow is our live show in Chicago. No.
Tom, it's 2 weeks.
2 weeks.
2 weeks, that's right.
2 weeks, I'm sorry. 2 weeks from tomorrow is our live show in Chicago at Talia Hall, Friday, August 15th. 2 weeks from today is, we're going to have a little open house here. So if you're in town and you want to stop on by Thursday, the day before the live show, we're going to open up our office at noon, and come on by, kick the tires, kick the doors down, do whatever you want to do in the Tasty offices, and we're going to say hi to everybody if you want to come on by. Meet the team. But if not, it's cool. See you Friday morning. Anyway, just let us know. So we'll post something tomorrow because we have a spreadsheet. So, and then Friday, Talia Hall, first thing in the morning. Looking forward to it. Can't wait. All right?
Beautiful.
Beautiful. Beautiful, he says. Let's go. This is a segment that our research team put together, Jacob and the team. And let me tell you something interesting. There's an interesting takeaway from here.
Give it to me.
Zero DTE. We always do zero DTE trades on Thursday. Zero DTE iron flies in depth, part 2. But here's the thing. All right, you ready for this?
I'm ready.
What if I told you? What if I asked you? I told you.
Okay.
Would you rather?
Okay.
Play Would You Rather. That's a good game for you, right? Would you rather?
It's not as good as what's it? Marry, kill. What's the other one? I forget the other one. What's the other one?
I don't know.
But we could try it. Fornicate. That's it. Go ahead.
Marry, fornicate, kill.
Yes,
I think that's exactly the way they say it, but yeah.
Not the same, but go ahead.
Let's say.
Would I rather? Go ahead.
Would you rather sell zero DT iron flies in high volatility or low volatility if you're managing at early?
High is got to be the winner if you manage, especially with that caveat of managing early. No, you're facing me and some of the research that we've come in the past.
It's a very interesting piece, but with zero DT iron flies, would you rather sell them in high volatility or low volatility? You're going to be surprised by some of our findings here, just on this particular one piece for managing early. The good news is, if you do zero DT iron flies and you manage them quickly, you do pretty damn good.
Okay.
But if you take your time, or you do them when volatility is really high, they're a little bit harder. Let's take a look at what we got. The one standout of our result of our zero DT research has shown encouraging performance of iron flies with aggressive profit targets. That's 10, 15, 20%. So let's say, well, that's 10% of your max potential profit, or 20% of your max potential profit.
But we've talked about taking profits there.
So last week we focused on the impact of wing widths, finding that wider wings profited more from slightly higher profit targets, around 35%. So the limited downside of narrow wings may still leave them with the most overall appealing trade. So this week we're going to extend our discussion. We're going to look at different volatility regimes.
Okay.
How do these conditions influence our mechanics? So we're going to dive into the details of Ironfly success by testing different widths and different profit targets in a variety of volatility environments. All right?
Okay.
Let's go to the, yeah. So we considered selling variety of 0 DT flies at 9 a.m. Central Time every 5 minutes every day. We used the VIX-derived implied volatility rank, which is what we should be doing. We compared the results in 3 regimes: low volatility rank, under 15, moderate volatility rank, 15 to 25, or high volatility rank, over 25. For each regime and wing width, hard to say, we identified the most successful profit targets by net profits, presented along 10% profit target results, known for the highest win rate. Okay, let's go to the next slide. All right, now you're going to see a lot of very successful trades here, but what's important to notice, as I said, these have a very high win rate.
And these are filled at mid-price, which can be a little tricky at times.
So any VIX IVR, any VIX, any IVR, it doesn't matter what, all of them together. Your win rate on the $10 wide, 10% profit is really good. It's better than any other profit up there. So your $10 wide, 70%, your $20 wide, 78%, your $30 wide, 83%, your $60 wide, 90%. But all the numbers that you make are about the same. So what you want is the lowest CVAR, which is the $10 wide, 10% profit, CVAR of 257. That makes the most sense to me.
Yeah, the CVAR on the
Why do the hero crap?
Yeah.
You know, why not just take the smallest amount of risk, make basically the same damn profit? Doesn't make any sense to take 4 or 5 times or 6 times the risk to make.
And this is any VIX IVR, high or low, it doesn't matter.
It just doesn't make any sense to me to take 5 times the risk to make double the money, not even 1.5 times the money. It doesn't make any sense.
Yeah, you would never make that bet.
Nope. If you want to take double the risk,
With those
you want to take
odds.
5 times the risk, you want to make 5 times the money.
Sure.
Let's go to the next slide, Beth. So here we go to low VIX. Now take a look here. When you win even more. 77% as opposed to 70, 83% as opposed to 77. So the win rates here are great. Also, the amount of money you make in low VIX, low IVR is really good, and the CVAR is still super low. I like that trade. The $10 wide iron fly with 10% profit target. 77% win rate, you make really nice money, and your CVAR is super low. That is impressive. Next thing we're going to do, go to the next slide. That's going to take us to moderate VIX and IVR. Now, when the VIX is moderate, this is IVR 15 to 25. It's kind of where we are right now. Your $10 wide, $10 profit, your win rate drops off. But your average P&L is still okay, and your CVAR is still low. Your $20 wide, 10% profit, maybe a little better here just on a percentage basis. But the point being is that low and moderate IVR, the zeros are fine. If we go, and you can see here, every single one of these is a winner with relatively high win percentages. Okay, everything's a winner. Let's go to the next slide, which is when it starts to get a little different. Okay, so here, Tony, is the one that's going to mess people up, because this is where you have high VIX, which means high IVR, over 25. The $10 wide 10% profit drops to 61%, but the average P&L is 47.
We are looking at iron flies here and not iron condors too, which is what a lot of the other studies were looking at when they were doing this. So
But just take a look at the numbers here. Everything drops off. 47, 60, 31, 54, $6. Like, the amount of money you make is a lot less, and the VIX and the IVR is higher here, and which is weird. So if you did the same IVR, which is $10 wide, 10% profit, your CVAR is going to be the same, because that can't change.
Yeah.
Your win rate drops though from 77 to 61, from 70 to 61. So it's just you win fewer times, and your P&L because of that drops off a lot, from 77 or something like that down to 47.
Yep.
Let's go to the next slide. Few takeaways. So picking your strikes and mechanics can give you a great deal of control over the degree of risk and likelihood of profits. In every volatility regime, for those willing to take on the risk and buying power of synthetic straddles, 10% profit targets were both the most winning and the most profitable. Oddly, in moderate IVR and the very low profit targets perform best, but in both high and low, larger net profits were found by being slightly more patient. In contrast to our experience with longer dated trades, high volatility at market open was a sign that the zero DT short premium trades might be challenging. Surprising. Still, provided we were open to rapid trade management, a zero DT premium seller was able to turn a net profit in any volatility. The total results here are really good if you take them off at 10%. That's the bottom line.
Yes, you're 100% correct. Good study by the team. Good recap by yourself. If you are coming to the studios next 2 weeks from now, you do have to sign up, Sosnov. You can't just.
Yeah, I just don't know where the sign-up sheet is. I got it.
We will put that on the website for everybody to see. We're gonna take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. Sosnov, you know, Trump was on the same side as you. Now he wanted to allow Congress to trade. How do you feel about that?
I don't think he understands it.
He was on the same side as you.
But not for the same reasons.
We're going to take a quick 90s. Yours are morally higher.
Much morally higher.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live. I love your consistency. I really do. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. You're a lot like my mom when I was growing up. I could do no wrong. Like the sun shined out of my asshole. I mean, there was like, you know, my mom.
Wow.
My grandmother was the same way.
With you?
With all the males.
We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. It was brilliant. You know, if I got like, you know, anything I did, it was brilliant. We're going to take a quick 90-second break and come back. We got more Tasty Live after this. What do we got coming up next, Oz?
I don't know.
That's right. You're a friend of mine, Mr. Scott Sherry, coming up next. I can't wait. We'll be back in 90 seconds. You listen to Tasty Live. Boom!
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Decision to build Thinkorswim was a byproduct or derivative of 20 years. In our minds, the future of finance meant that we were going to move away from something that was very manual and move to something that was tech-driven.
What we did with Thinkorswim truly changed the industry. To do it a second time was a challenge that I just had to take. The platform is just leaner, cleaner, a little meaner, legitimately built from scratch.
Dear Karen, thank you so much for the relationship advice. Of course, since you met your husband in high school, I should obviously just go back to high school. Can't wait to win the Nobel Prize for my development of a time machine. Signed, Regina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You're mistaking me for someone who cares.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
If you missed the live show, here's our cherry on top weekly recap.
But I'm doing 2 talks in Mexico City, and then I'm doing 2 talks in Guadalajara.
I mean, all it's gonna take is for this administration to read just one of your past cherry bombs, and you're not coming back into this country.
I hope they don't subscribe to this. Oh no!
You better scrub your phone, honey.
Oh no!
You better wipe it clean.
This is the same kind of group. We've been friends for, I don't know, like 30, 40 years.
Yeah, that's a long time.
I know.
Because it takes work to maintain friendships, because life gets in the way.
Guys, with women it does.
Well,
it takes work.
Men don't ask questions. Men are the worst. You're like, oh man, my buddy's getting a divorce, and everyone's like, oh my God, why? What happened? You're like, I don't know, I didn't ask. And you're like, what is wrong?
If we have a friend and they're getting divorced, we already know why.
Oh,
just pure chaos already this morning. They dress alike, they act alike, they talk alike.
Well, my producer said we all look like seamen, is what he said. Yes, the sailors of yesterday. It's lighter than it looks. I will give you that. I mean, it's.
So is Tom.
I just thought it was unusual that Tom would wear like a long sleeve hoodie in the middle of summer. Why don't you give away that hooded sweatshirt in the middle of summer? Why don't you give that away?
It's actually a summer outfit.
It's a summer outfit.
You would not know.
So I said, I have to see what this is like. And it is a boat-worthy apparel, so I'll ship it down to Florida. But I just wanted to be like my man Tom, see what it feels like to be a big shot and stuff like that.
Will you guys please wear them matching on the flight to Denver next Friday?
What's going on? What the hell am I looking at? What the hell's going on here? What is this?
I'm twinning.
Join us. You got to go white then. You got to get something. Yeah.
No, I don't want to mess this thing up. This is too perfect.
Be like Tom Day here at Tasty Live. That's right. You too could dress like an overlord or just look like one.
Get the full scoop by checking out the archives at tastylive.com.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little more Tasty Live. My favorite part of the day. Tasty Trade World Headquarters, your friend of mine, the very popular Mr. Scott Sheridan from the Scott Sheridan Studios. I have something here. I have something I could play somewhere. I have something I could play.
Why do you have
Careful there.
Why do you have painter's tape on your desk?
What do I have? What?
Painter's tape. What is that?
This is for like
sealing Tom's mouth.
If you want to mark something, like let's say I wanted to sit right here, you put this right here so a person knows.
I call it painter's tape.
Sit. Why it's there? Because we got buku cash, and the people who work around here just left it on the desk.
Just drop
Not mine. The bigger question would be, why do I have these? We have somebody in the office who goes around and puts these in strategic places where I will see them. In my bathroom stall, which I go into every morning at 6:30. It'll be sitting there. It's amazing what they do.
Wait a minute. Does it stay there or it gets removed?
I move it. I bring it in. And then they come and take it off my desk and they put it somewhere else. I gotta find it.
Its eyes move. It's like it's got cameras in there.
Okay, that is.
I have to find it. It's like, where's Waldo kind of.
No, that's creepy.
Disturbing.
No, that's disturbing.
It's really disturbing.
Yeah. Like
I like it.
No, not at your age. Okay. Like if you told me 40 years ago, you go, all right. Like you got to let some things go. That would be one of them. So I talk about leaving things around. Levi's really good 3D printers. So like 4 years ago, just for fun in New York City, he was in college. He started making these little frogs.
Frogs, like
little
out of paper.
3D printing.
Oh, 3D printing.
Yeah, filament.
Yep.
And he would just leave them in places around the city.
Yeah, right.
So he went into a ramen restaurant once, and on the bill, he left a frog. And then he went back in there, like, they loved it so much. They're like, wait, you're the frog guy. Like, this. So then Max started loving the frogs, and now they're Max's car protector. So Max playing poker is known as the frog guy.
Oh, that's funny.
So Levi had some cast. So he's got all these frogs on the table, and he's like, they bring good luck. I think frogs are supposed to be good luck.
Frogs are, in some cultures, frogs are good luck.
Right.
In other cultures, they eat them.
They eat frogs? Or the frogs eat? Huh?
Frog legs.
In some cultures, you can go to Coney Island. That would be in America.
Again, Joliet. Wait, who was in Joliet? Oh, the race. You, Joliet. White Fence Farm. I think White Fence Farm is known for frog's legs.
In ancient Rome,
Isn't it?
It was frogs were associated with the goddess of love and fertility.
I thought the frog's legs were at.
He's a man off his mom's breast. That's what. For sure.
Takes after the mom on that
I
one.
thought the frog's legs were from Hugo's Frog Bar.
My mom loved frog legs.
Have you ever had them at Hugo's?
Yes, I have.
How are they?
Not
Here it comes. Tastes like chicken.
Japan, good luck. China, good luck.
See?
Not memorable.
Not memorable.
Native America.
I don't know that I've ever had. I don't know if I've ever had
frog's
frog's legs.
legs.
I'm sure I tasted it a long time.
Rabbit legs and all that kind of stuff.
What do you go? Lamb neck?
What?
Lamb neck, rabbit leg.
Lamb neck shawarma.
Yeah, the best.
The best.
Do you see they're opening a new Greek restaurant in Greektown. It's coming back, revival.
What
Greektown needs to be revived. It was great back in the day.
Back in the day, great.
It was the only place you can go when you're underage to get drinks. I mean, it was
nice for Adidas.
Opa!
Can I say something?
Everybody gets a drink. It was like being in Mexico in the 90s. Everybody got a drink. 12 years old, get a drink.
Greektown in the city was never great.
Yeah, it was.
Yes, it was.
It was fun.
Not great food.
It was just fun.
It was fun.
Yes. I mean, the kids
some
drive in from the
people,
suburbs.
just so you
Bet,
know.
how many times you go to Greektown when you were a kid?
None.
Never.
Never. See, parents wouldn't allow. So here.
You had good parents. My wife must have been a putana.
See, some people don't just consider food. They consider atmosphere.
Yeah.
So we're talking about having fun.
It's right off the expressway. It was easy to get to.
My favorite thing about Greece is that all the food is tavern food. It's like
Greece. You got to throw that out.
Oh, my favorite thing about Greece is, I mean, not only that.
You got to throw Greece.
Seriously.
What's wrong with you?
Seriously.
Like, we're going to Athenian room and you're talking about going to Greece.
My favorite thing about the beaches of Santorini.
Let's not talk about Indian food. He'll tell you about how his food was in India. Go ahead.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
Santorini.
Yeah, it's beautiful.
So nice.
Are
The
they-
rocks are
they're
so
white,
smooth.
aren't they?
No, they don't even have any sand.
No, I thought they were white.
Rocks. They're all
They're
rocks.
actually on the other side of Santorini. They do have beaches.
And Santorini's, the islands, all the buildings are white, aren't they?
In one part.
Yeah. Oh, not the part you stayed in? Sorry. That wasn't the good part.
Couldn't afford it?
I stayed in the all-white part.
All the food. All the food in Greece, as we're talking about South Halstead and Athenian room, and he's throwing out.
I know.
I'm just mentioning
bougie places.
Just
How's
mention-
Ibiza, Saz?
How's Ibiza?
How's the food in Ibiza? Or did you just go there for the talent?
I didn't go to Ibiza. I wanted to go to Ibiza.
I think that's behind us. I think Ibiza's in our rear view mirror.
I
think it's in our rear view mirror.
Yeah, you missed it.
Yeah, we missed it. I've
Hotel
heard.
de Cop is where we should be now.
Hotel de Cop?
I've been there. That one I've been to.
Yeah, me too. Yeah, sure.
I've never been there. I'm not bougie like you guys.
Cash only. Cash only.
Hotel de Cop. That's in Monaco, right?
No, it's in Cop. I mean, it's down in the south. Yeah.
Okay, whatever.
Yeah. Whatever.
Also has little clips for you.
Yeah. Yeah. It's too bougie.
Not too bougie. As the person who said St. Bart's was amazing.
It is.
But that's quiet bougie.
It is.
Understated bougie.
Right, because it's only the truly uber rich that can go, and they just keep it on the down low. As opposed to like...
They don't tell us plebeian rich.
Right. Where you have people...
You can't even consider that.
Yeah. Where like Hotel de
That's
Cop.
a different world.
Could I go if I was staying in your suite?
No.
Oh, no.
Oof.
Couldn't even make the bitch program.
That would be a hard one to sell to the missus. Why is Tony in our room? Okay.
To tap in. I mean, what do you mean, why? For the second day. I mean, come on.
Fair enough.
We're spending a long weekend here, not just a day.
Fair enough.
Sorry, Saz.
You hurt me.
I think I can.
Do you know what's coming up?
What?
Birthday's in March.
What's...
Oh, foliage weekend! That's right. My son was looking for the pumpkin spice latte. I forgot foliage weekend's coming up. Is you in rare form for it?
Rare form.
Are you ready? Are you looking forward to it?
Coming up.
I mean, you just had that weekend in.
Does she still drive?
Oh my God.
She drives up.
She drives for sure.
She don't want to die.
Right.
I mean,
I know you tell her you got to trade and do emails, so you just let her drive.
Which, like, I would rather kill myself than have to watch them doing foliage weekend. I would kill myself, let him drive. She obviously does not want to kill herself, but she will allow herself to drive.
I drive. I hold the remote.
You are a liar, and I have the text messages to prove it. You are a liar. I have the text messages.
Sometimes if I'm trading, I'll let her drive.
See, that's what I said.
Okay,
that's how it comes off. It's smart.
There's always a caveat.
Right. You know, I'm trading, so you take
It depends what car, actually. It depends on the car.
Right. If it's a stick shift, you're not good at that.
Wait a minute, could you make it up there in the Lucid?
No, are you kidding me?
With one
he
shot?
Doesn't go 30 miles is all he goes.
No?
Lucid only has 3 hubcaps still.
Wait, isn't it 320, 330? How many miles is it?
410.
It's further than 400 miles?
Same as Tesla's, 407.
No. How far is the drive to...
Oh, it's...
well within 400 miles.
250 probably.
So you can do it.
No, because you got to get charged. I mean, 250 miles of real driving is 400 miles in an electric car.
I don't have an electric car, so explain.
400 miles is probably about right around 250 of action.
Oh, it's only like 60 or 65%.
Oh, it is like you on a weekend.
It's about
with the wife.
65%.
It's about, why do they do that?
Well, because that's what it is.
It's called marketing.
Okay. If you went like, say, the perfect speed and never stopped,
Went the perfect speed, didn't use your air conditioning.
Yeah. And you were in a wind tunnel?
And it was warm out.
Yeah.
You could probably get close.
Okay. So it's possible under optimal.
It's possible.
Okay. I didn't know that. Speaking of Lucid, I saw 2 of the SUVs yesterday.
Really? I have not seen it yet.
2.
How'd they look?
Yeah. To me, it looks. It's not similar, but
doesn't sound like it.
No. I mean, it's not like a sports car. You're not going to look at it and go, "Oh my God, it's beautiful." But for an SUV,
good.
No. But it's more along the lines of like
Range Rover
X.
SUV is beautiful.
No, that's different.
BMW.
So this is more like the X.
Lexus.
The Tesla X. It's more like that. Looks more like a big.
I haven't seen it on the road.
I saw 2 yesterday.
Oh, I didn't know they were out.
What? Oh, at the club or something like that?
No, driving on Chicago Avenue. 1 in Chicago, I think 1 in North. But
I think you're lying.
Because the 6 is waiting for 1, and they keep trying to upsell her to we can't get you the base model, but we could sell you this one right now. And she's like,
oh, I see what you mean. It's like a crossover.
Right.
It's not really.
Correct. It's more like a crossover. It's not right.
Picture of it right now.
But it's nice. I mean, it's fine.
Yeah.
I don't know what it looks like inside.
It's fine.
Do you still love your Lucid?
Yeah, it's great.
Yeah, I'm not impressed.
How hard is it to get a hubcap?
It's not. Yeah, I don't have any time. I mean, how hard is it to get?
Did you finish the planting?
No, tomorrow.
No, he has not. He has not been soiled.
Have you moved the Blackstone over so you could grow this weekend?
Oh my God!
I just think it'll be a nice touch.
When are you making us lemon chicken? Like Stefanos. He's going to make us lemon chicken like Stefanos.
Did either of you go to the Throwdown last night?
No.
That was Stefanos.
I know. That's where we got into the lemon chicken. Sadnov said he has a salamander, in which I said, make us some lemon chicken.
Scott has.
So they make it. They
I
show
was
it.
salamander too. I actually cooked last night. Paulina, old school. When was the last time you were in Paulina?
Considering I live 2 blocks from there.
Never.
2 years.
Yeah, I was gonna say never. I was a little hurt because I don't want to call it 6, but she told me she was gonna get me a spicy Italian sausage so I could make, grill one.
That's a Polish place. I don't like their spicy Italian sausage.
I do, but she said they didn't have any. I'm like,
you got to go to an Italian place to get Italian sausage.
who has good Italian sausage?
Come to the right place, Sadnov. I'm your guy.
Bari? Raw? Like you just not cooked?
Yes.
Okay, I'll go over.
They have a butcher. It's a butcher in the back.
Good, I'll go over.
You didn't know this?
No.
Why, you knew this, right? It's been there for 100
Well, because I asked at Publican Quality.
I was going there when you were pooping yellow.
Here.
I own 3 properties around the corner from that.
Publican doesn't, they make their own sausage, but they don't make spicy Italian.
Yeah.
When you're there,
which one's Publican or Bari?
Bari, ask them to slice the veal for you.
I don't want veal. I want a spicy Italian.
They do a great job.
I was at EJ's. I did veal parm, chicken parm.
Wait, like
combo.
a veal.
They don't do veal and chicken combo.
Well, one person ordered veal, and one person ordered chicken.
Oh, you split it.
Yeah. So I said, let's split it up.
That's so un-American.
What do you mean? The other guy had never had a veal parm before, so I wanted him.
Hold on 1 second. You're saying the other guy, Tooch?
Excuse me?
Who never had a veal parm before?
My son-in-law, who is basically from
Agoy.
Naper World,
Agoy.
never really got into the
See? There you go.
He's basic. My daughter's married strip mall eating goys.
So Chandler married a guy that
You work for JP Morgan. Be careful.
It's never had veal parm before.
Yeah, and even when we were going there,
has he had chicken
he's
parm?
like, he goes, he's looking at the menu, he goes, I've never had a chopped steak. Maybe I'll go with the chopped steak instead of the veal parm. I said, stop looking at the prices, you cheap SOB. You're going to get the veal parm. I'll split it with you. I'll get the chicken parm. You'll have a little bit of each. If you don't like the veal, I'll take it. He ate it like a fat kid eating cake. Sorry.
Tell her to get rid of that guy. Because she should be married.
I told her she could do better.
Is she a good eater?
My daughter?
Yeah.
She's been, come on. Her mother was taking her out with the things and out on the street. She'd been eating, forget about it. The peninsula and everything else for years. Those two.
Why is it that Italians have to go into the whole?
Because it sounds silly if I go into my Yiddish. That's why.
At least you're not yelling. Sometimes.
No.
Sometimes you get in.
I only yell at Tom. Tom's the only one I yell at. Yeah.
So how was the sandwich?
Wasn't a sandwich.
What sandwich? No sandwich.
You just said it. I thought you said chicken parm sandwich.
No.
Just straight up chicken parm.
Yeah, regular chicken parm. But it's amazing. What do you mean?
Has he had chicken parm? I know you said no veal.
He's had chicken parm. He's never had veal parm.
I did bring the chicken parm sandwich to Chicago.
Oh my!
You brought it here.
Oh yeah. We introduced the first one back in Cipolle's back in the day.
Really?
Yes.
Okay, I brought Katz's.
You have proof of this?
Corned beef and pastrami to Chicago. When we owned Cairo, we served Katz's. I flew it in from Katz's. It didn't go over well.
You don't have to one-up me all the time. Okay, it's embarrassing. All right, don't try to one-up me.
I got to tell you, I was in Cairo. Don't remember the Katz's. Nice touch.
I was only there for a couple of weeks. It didn't.
Nice touch.
Didn't go over.
Because the problem is when you were in Cairo, you weren't thinking about.
I know. I tried, but pivoting
That's like fried chicken in a strip joint.
Right. Well said. I think he got you on that one. Okay.
Costco at $15 can't hurt me today.
Oh God.
Costco $15.
Costco $15.
$55.
All right. Should we do some business? What is Smooth doing?
Only up 35. Russell turned red again. NASDAQ only up 100. These are big 0.5% moves, but the NASDAQ was up 1.5%. Even the S&Ps were up 1%. They've given back half.
Microsoft pre-market was 5.
All right.
Was it?
It's his biggest butcher today. Microsoft's up 21.
560.
Yeah,
it was over 560.
It was barely over 560.
It was up $45. It's up $21. Up $50 pre-market.
I made a mistake in there, and I'm really mad.
He didn't make a mistake. He was a Johnny and got shooken out. He was scared.
No, I was just trying to hedge my position.
Yeah.
I ruined the whole day.
Yeah. Could have been somebody. But no, he got a one-way ticket to Palookaville.
Could have been a contender.
Could have been a contender. You said it wasn't my time. I felt like that 14 years ago.
Oh, my God. Will you shut up? Jeez.
You know how many shut-ups you've given me this year?
Oh, my
God. Greg, can you tell me how many shut-ups he's given me this year? Because Greg has them all on tape. He sends them to me. I think we're up to 6, which could be a new record.
That's it?
That's a new record.
6 for the year?
6 for the year would be half a year. Would be a new record.
Oh, no way. It's way more than that.
You think? Shut up? Like a legit shut up? I'm not sure.
While you're looking, I'm going to get to some business.
Okay.
Top 20 symbols going through the system. First 40 minutes of the day. No broad-based indices. We like the ding. Or futures. Tom, for you, number 20. PANW at a 39. For everybody else, Meta at a 5. Microsoft at a 6. NVIDIA at a 13. Hood at a 15. RBLX at a 25. Tesla at a 5. Amazon at a 23. Qualcomm at a 5. SoFi at a 9. AMD at a 35, PLTR at a 36, UNH at a 25, HIMS at a 54, CVNA at a 1, Apple at a 28, APLD at a 12, iBit at a 27, ARM at a 6, TQQQ at a 13, and number for 20 for Tom, PANW at a 39. And I need to know on air, you still coming to the floor today?
Am I still going to Florida?
To the floor.
To the floor. Yeah, I'm in.
Today?
Yeah. You're not on the list.
Yeah, what
Thank
time?
God.
You're not on the list.
What time?
Leaving at noon.
I'm in.
Ubers downstairs.
I'm in. Sosnoff, would you like me to bring some of your 8x10 glossy pictures that are pre-signed?
You could bring, I'll sign some Tom heads. You can bring them down there and hand them out.
Just throw them out in the pit. You get one. Just start throwing Tom. We should do that. Let's do that.
5 shut-ups this year, and it is not a record. 5 shut-ups so far this year, not a record.
You're gonna like the floor. It's nice. It's way nicer than what we traded on. Small.
Intimate.
Nice.
Intimate setting.
Yeah.
Would it be able? Is the floor big enough to fit Tom's head in there now, or?
I actually like the idea of some sign swag and throwing it into the SPX bit. What are they gonna do? What are they gonna fine us?
Yeah, right. What are they gonna do?
Don't get yourself in trouble.
We should throw Tom heads.
What happened? It's a long story. We had a bunch.
One of them is signed. They would love that, don't you think?
There we go.
In 2020, we had 12 shut-ups by the end of July. He
goes back that far?
What's that?
He goes back that far?
Oh, he goes back 15 years. You kidding me? Greg's the best. Why do you think he gets a free Wiener Schnitzel every time he comes here?
Is he at veal parm?
I don't know if he's had veal.
He's a real goy when it comes to eating.
By the way, speaking of eating, does Tori know that we have a big group on whatever day that is for lunch?
I'll take care of, okay? We don't need her stinking help.
Tori, if you are watching, I had nothing to do with that comment. I still love you. That was strictly from Tom. Go ahead. What do you need?
Got this.
What are you going with? Pizza?
I think so.
That's an easy one. That's what you should go with.
Good move. It's easy.
Yeah.
Chicago.
It's a power move.
Yeah.
But not the pizza you order, because you always order the wrong one.
Yeah.
Can't go with that.
Here, you want this?
Not the white boy pizza.
White boy pizza. Oh my God.
Yeah. Can't do that.
This is getting worse. What else do you want to say?
Nothing.
You're going to be uninvited.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you still want to go to the floor? All right.
Oh, real bad. Even the S&P's up 31, sad enough. Could you be right for the first time this year?
What do you say?
We might turn red. I said no.
I said this was the blow off top.
Could be.
They're going to kill the earnings place tomorrow. It's going to be the exact opposite.
Apple, MSTR, RDDT, which is Reddit, Coin, and Amazon. I guess those will be your top
Apple.
5.
Apple, I'm just going to cover my put side.
Really?
Don't get cocky over there. You know what happens when you get cocky? Slappy, slappy.
Oh, it's Apple, Reddit. What are the other ones?
Now he's paying attention.
Apple,
you have
Reddit.
Apple, Amazon,
MSTR, MicroStrategy.
Amazon is a lock to be a disaster.
FSLR, mRNA.
Amazon, just sell the out of the money calls. And what's the expected move? Let's see.
I really love it when he gets like this. It makes
Amazon,
such a
1
great
day to
show
go,
the next day.
$12 expected move.
It really does.
You're not going to be here.
I won't be here. I know.
But you might tune in.
I know. I will tune in for that tomorrow.
Right.
I'll call your pilot and tell him what I did.
Call my pilot. Cute. Oh, you mean the S&P's up 29, sad enough crashing.
If they go down,
Amazing. Up 29 at all-time highs is now considered a crash.
They're going to go down today. I'm going to lose money. I'm going to be so mad. All because you took me.
I'm so annoyed I won't be here tomorrow. It's going to be such a great show. I mean, nothing's better when he's annoyed.
I can't believe I butchered this.
You are a butcher, and you had him.
Oh,
and I'm like, it was a small position. It wasn't even like he had a huge position. I mean,
it's
soft. I mean, he got like real panicky and stuff like that.
Where was it going?
No, I don't know why I was just trying to flatten out because I was doing the show.
Oh, here it comes. It's the viewer's fault. You had to go on and you wanted to give your best performance. So
I got to do a show.
It's like covered, right? Like you've never traded and on the show before.
Never ever. First time. First time. Just now today.
Oh my God.
It was so bad. I don't know what I did.
Save me. Just save me. I can't even remember what I did this morning.
Right. No joke. It's been a long day already. What time? It's 10 o'clock. It's been a long day.
Roku is another one I want to get short for tomorrow.
Oof. You know, we were cleaning out still. Sensitive subject. Don't ask any questions. Not allowed to talk about it. The house. Found a TiVo. I'm like a TiVo. Remember a TiVo?
Yeah, sure. I remember TiVo. Yeah,
TiVo.
sure.
I mean, that was in the day.
Yeah, hook that up to your $6,000 TV screen.
$6,000 45-inch tube that you can't even give to somebody right now.
You
can't give it away.
Because you go to Costco, get one for $300 for 70 inches. Crap like that. 4K.
It's true, but everybody in the OX had that TV. The Mitsubishi.
Have a TV.
What's that?
It'd be nice if I just had a TV.
My guy did him dirty. It's so good. I got to give that guy a Christmas present. We're going to take a quick 90 second.
I wish I had a TV, but I use Tony's guy. So now I don't have a TV.
So good. It's so.
I got guys. I got guys that will come fix it.
Who do you got?
Apt.
Not Tony's guy, is it?
Apt.
Oh, forget those guys.
Oh my God.
My guy's going to be there, but what are you making for dinner? Because he's staying. We're going to take a quick 90-second break. Come back. We got more Tasty. If he doesn't like it, he won't stay very long and not fix it. We'll be back in 90 seconds with more Tasty Live after this. Listen to you next. Peace. Give me SPs.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to you. There she is. Good, you found the place. Good, you're not stupid. I dated 3 stupid girls in my life. I loved every one of them. So maybe you're the next one. Having a good day? I'm having an awful day. But then it got really good again. So I'm feeling all right. Hey, where'd you go to college?
I went to
University of Penn State Community College. You didn't know they had one of those, did you? Yep, the Fighting Rams.
Oh.
I'm one of the Rams now. Do you have any sexual fantasies?
Excuse me?
I do. My parents are watching. They're sitting on a rainbow. I'm a half man, half giraffe, and I'm dressed like Brett Favre. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, talking about it gets me pretty hot, though. Uh-oh, there it is. His pants just got tighter. I'm a vampire. Can you believe that? Does that make me more mysterious and attractive?
What?
Uh-oh, watch yourself. We don't want to get hit by a car.
Oh.
My brother did that once. He can't talk now.
Oh, my God, I'm not serious.
Yeah, pretty serious. Are we getting serious? I think so. How many kids do I want? 5? 11? First meal. Here we go.
That was rude.
This is on you. So much time is flying by.
Yeah.
You're very funny.
Oh, thank you.
Does anybody ever tell you that?
Yeah.
Well, you're not that funny, so don't worry about it.
That's interesting.
Not a big fan of Sam's anymore. But now you know everything about me. I feel like I'm opening up so much. God, I'm scared. This thing's moving so fast.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I haven't cried like this in a long time. Are these tears? Uh-oh, here we are. Front door. Big first kiss moment.
Oh.
This is just moving a little too quick for me. You're a great kid.
My dad, who was trading options in retirement, introduced me to options trading. He said, you have to check out this tastylive site. The way they taught options was very accessible and easy to pick up. I think a lot of people think that options trading is gambling, but it's not. It is simply probability and taking an educated guess. It's more like insurance. People should watch Tasty Live because you can pick up a lot of information in a short amount of time, and it's actually practical. You can use it to make money, most important part.
And crypto is better when it's tasty. You can now do more with your digital currencies with the Tasty Crypto app. Access thousands of tokens available only on-chain. Your wallet is your key to decentralized finance. Download the Tasty Crypto app and get started today.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with 0 commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, 4 large, 4K, 4 grand. Get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Got friends?
wins? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
This is Chicago. We invented the skyscraper, the Italian beef, and the standardized options market. SIBO is not only the birthplace of options, it's also where Liz and Jenny got their start. In an industry first, two female former floor traders broadcast live from the floor. Hear the sounds of live market action and feel the electricity as they present real-time trade ideas and research-backed market studies live from the SIBO's SPX pit. Watch Liz and Jenny live from the SIBO, only on Tasty Live.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the Thursday edition of the Liz and Jenny Show. I'm Jenny, a little under the weather. Sorry, don't mind me. And the beautiful blonde over there in red is Liz. Happy Red Shirt Thursday, Liz.
Happy Red Shirt Thursday to you too as well, Jenny. It is a fun day. Did you hear, I very rarely listen just because you and I are usually talking on the phone, that Scott and Tony are going to the floor. And I texted Tony, I was like, tell Scott that's a bunch of BS. We were there yesterday and the day before.
I know. I wish they would have gone on a day we were there, but they're going after. They're going late. It sounded like they're going a little bit later. But I thought I heard that there was going to be a day where they were taking all of our summer interns to the floor. So that's, I'm guessing that's what they're
Picked a Tuesday or a Wednesday. I'm telling, I hope they're all listening right now because it would have been better if they could have seen the live show from the floor with the SIBO background. See, am I this way?
With the Tasty Live background. I know that would have been fun. That would have been fun to have them down there. But you know, they couldn't really make it in time. If Tony and Tom were doing their show and then our show starts, like, I don't see how they could have gotten out of Studio A to get to the SIBO studio that quick.
1 hour.
Well,
it's not that far.
I wasn't as mad.
You're being too nice. I would be slapping wrists right now if I was in there.
It wasn't that mad. And I hope they have fun. And I think they'll be surprised to see the floor and see how lively it is and how loud it is. And we have, so, you know, back in the day when I left the floor, it was like everyone was leaving, right? Tom left, Tony left, I left, everyone was leaving. It was very quiet. Markets were, or it wasn't very quiet. Markets were so tight. And it was getting very hard for the market makers to cover their costs.
I mean, I agree with you in the equity pits. So the things that maintained and are still there today are the SPX, which is the one that is directly behind us, and it was still jam-packed to the gills, and that's why it did transfer over to here in the VIX pit. So the VIX pit moved into the old OEX pit where Tom and Tony were, and that was filled for a long time. And then the SPX pit, what turned into a ghost town is like everything else. All those equity pits that were the small central pits, no one was in those.
But the SPX and the VIX stayed, and they, you know, SIBO has those products there, but the equities, the markets just got, when they got to be penny wide, when your markets got to be penny wide and there was no edge for the market makers anymore, it just got to be too tough to cover costs. And you're standing there, you're making very little compared to what you used to make. And the floor people just started leaving in droves.
So it was interesting as everything, because I was probably one of the last ones to leave. But so what they did is, and I'd been down there since before they moved. So they made all the equities. They took all the equities, every single one of them, and put them in that IBM pit. You know how the IBM pit was kind of doubled, and they made it a super pit. So, and that was directly behind the SPX. So you had the SPX, the OEX, and then the old IBM that was like a super pit. Then, Jenny, and I don't know if you know this, you know how they had all those equity pits? They demolished all that and made those offices. So when you would walk onto the trading floor years later, it was almost like it was cut in half.
Where one side of the offices that was the super pit of the equities and the other side was the SPX.
No, 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 no. The one side was the offices, and then it was the SPX, the super pit, and the OEX. It was kind of crazy, but it was like a time machine. You could literally step onto that green floor. Remember the green floor with like the circles? And the SPX and the VIX and the super pit were the same. And then the other part was offices, and it was very jarring to see.
That is crazy. That is. And I didn't mind leaving when Oh, there we are. I didn't mind leaving when we left because I was starting a family and happy to be home for a little bit. But I'm glad that it's back. And I know you said like SPX never went away, but I think everyone's surprised to see how busy it is now.
I think, yeah, but it always was. So the SPX pit was always still shoulder to shoulder, even when they moved. So the same amount of people that are standing behind us, and I would argue how many do you think there are? 250, 300 behind us?
How about that?
And those ones, so now the floor is more flat. Like it doesn't look like there's that many people because it's flattened out. I was telling Kenny, my friend, this the other day. It's almost like a flat with like a little bit of a bowl where it used to be like this, right?
Right. Be lots of stairs, like more like a stadium, kind of like stadium standing.
Yes. So I think the same amount of people are still in the SPX that were in the SPX. Like that never ever died, which is crazy, right?
It is crazy. And but again, like I think they're going to be impressed. Like the people who left the floor kind of felt like, oh, the floor was dying way back when we were leaving. I think they're going to be, like Scott was saying, you're surprised when you go there how nice it is, how busy it is, how much action there is. Because I think the guys who left thought like, man, this is kind of this for a while people kind of thought, oh, the floors were a thing of the past.
Yeah. I mean, I don't want to misspeak, but the SIBO still has the contract for the SPX. So this open outcry will be there as long as that contract is still filled.
Well, and open outcry is coming back. Like the floors are coming back. They're building a new floor in Miami. Like floors are coming back. They're making a comeback.
Yeah. I mean, and there still is we travel with the guy from the market. I can't remember his name. And they have an options trading floor. And when people say a trading floor, it's more what you would think of at like peak 6. I was like, oh, can I come to your floor? He's like, you can. There's one guy standing there with his computer. So that trading floors typically people think of right now.
I'm very curious to see like what the Miami floor is going to be like.
Oh, I know.
And speaking of Miami, with my hair like this, do I look like Gloria Estefan from Miami Sound Machine?
You do. If you could sing me a bar, that would be great of some Gloria.
I know, but the real Gloria Estefan doppelganger was Liz's mother. Liz's mother looked just like Gloria Estefan in her younger days.
She did, and I mean, and she was like I was born to a tiny Mexican woman apparently because
it's crazy because Liz is what 5'10"?
Yeah,
and your mom was what 5'1"?
5'1". Yep, and looked dark, like she was a dark, crazy haired. Yes, she looked like Gloria Estefan. Do you want to pop into the platform? This was a crazy night last night, Jenny Andrews. We did not partake in the earnings. We might have if there wasn't a Fed meeting. We kind of stayed away because of that.
Yeah, we said, with the Fed announcement, I would place my earnings trades after the Fed announcement. So during our show, we didn't place any earnings trades. It's kind of crazy. Microsoft's only up 22 now.
I know. Microsoft's only up 22. Watch Meta. It's only up, I think, 70.
Oh, no, it's still up a lot. Meta's still up a lot.
Yeah, so these were, and I waited. I did have positions in Microsoft, Meta, and Hood, and I adjusted all of them after the Fed meeting.
Right. And Hood was only, I don't know, where is it now? Last time, it was down small. Where is Hood now?
It was down $4 earlier. Oh, it's only.
Oh, yeah. It's up now.
Wow.
So
makes me mad because I closed my trade when it was down $4.
You did?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, because I was like, it's down $4. I think it's going to continue to go. I think you got in my head with the market cap.
Oh, the 92 billion. 92. So today, on the heels of yesterday's study talking about VIX IVR, VIX IVR was high. Liz looked at it this morning. VIX IVR was in the 30s. It's 28, so it was on the higher end. So I don't think you did our SPX trade this morning because it seemed like the results weren't as good when the VIX was in that high category.
Yeah, I don't think they were, but this is still high, right? Wasn't it 15 to 20?
25? It was 25 and over was considered high.
Yeah. Yeah.
So I didn't place an SPX trade this morning.
I did a Jajun style trade at about 9:30 and got out 10%. I was gonna hold it and I couldn't do it. I was like, because what if it turns around? And I'm thinking the lower, I mean, not that it mattered, it would have been $250, but so that's it. But we do have a lot of earnings on deck. So let's take a look. The other thing I want to show you is Carvana, CVNA, and Roblox. They had earnings as well.
And this was this is up quite a bit. Look at that, 18%. I saw a Carvana tower yesterday. And I didn't, when we were looking at the list, I guess I didn't notice Carvana, and I didn't really even look at it, but I saw the tower. I know they're people like them. People like it. People like going with their big token and get in their car.
I mean,
And
this was a nothing stock. I mean, you want to talk about a meme stock? Wasn't this like pennies?
I don't you remember? I remember it was $7. I hope.
Here, this is where Josh bought it. $3.50.
I hope Josh held on to it. It's hard for us to hold on to anything, but I hope Josh held on to it because he bought it at $7. I hope he held on to it.
I know. Look, I mean, it was and this wasn't that long ago. This is 2023. It was trading $3.33.
I know.
That's crazy. That is pretty crazy. Oh, RBLX. We don't have it. We have Rocket Lab, but they also had earnings, and that was
also up.
That's up. So all of them were up, which is crazy. Now we've got some big ones today. Jenny, I'm going to jump into the Twitter if we can real quick, just because I've got Bob's list up first, because take a look at this. I want to see if we have anything in this. There's no Fed announcement today, but I think the tariff deadline is 6 p.m. tonight.
Yeah, right. I think, tomorrow's August 1st. So
yeah, so I think they said 6 p.m. tonight is the tariff deadline. So these will come out before, unless you have something that's tomorrow morning. So just keep that in mind. So Apple, Amazon, MicroStrategies, Coinbase, Reddit, Riot, ENBX, don't know what that is, Net, Roku, XOM, CVS, REGN, don't know what that is, and CL.
Okay. So from that list, things I'm usually in, we're usually in like Apple, Amazon, Reddit. I don't know. But I have not been trading a lot of earnings lately, or we've been cautious.
What was this with? It's got to be a pairs trade.
Oh, yeah, with 2 shares of Apple, it had to be a pairs trade. Find something else that we have a couple shares in.
Hold on, it's got to be an Apple Oracle. There we go.
You think it's Apple Oracle?
I do, because we're long 2 and short 2. Do you see what I did there? Did you see that trick I just did?
No, that was clever. Wait, do it again. Do it again. Do it again. I want to see.
So I just wanted to see stocks. So I took off options, took off futures, took off fixed income. So this is just, and I took off closed, took off working. So I just had everything that we just are long stock in. And upon this list, I didn't think it was Apple Lunar or Apple.
Yeah, right. So it's got to be Apple Oracle. This had to be a pair coming from a viewer, and they're about the same price, which is why we did 2 by 2.
Yeah.
That's hilarious. So, I mean, not hilarious, because if someone did it larger scale, it's a loser. We're down $69 just on our 2 shares of Oracle.
Yeah, that's a lot.
That's a lot.
That's a lot. So we're not going to use these as our, this is not our earnings trade in Apple. We are not long 2 shares of Apple as an earnings trade.
And how long, I have no idea how long we've been in that, but that's something that's the hard thing about those little pairs. We kind of don't keep an eye on them. Who knows? Maybe at some point, go to the pairs trader and look at the chart of the Apple Oracle pair.
Okay, trade table pairs.
Just
look at that. It's still already programmed in.
Still there. All right, and hit the chart. Let's see what. Yeah.
Yeah.
Funny.
Okay.
All right. So, anywho, we'll. I don't know what to say about that pair.
Can you do me a favor and pull up I don't know if you can look at our platform while I go to Twitter. Can you do that? I don't know if you can or not. I just want to see if we're in anything else. Apple, Amazon, MSTR Coin, Reddit. We don't have that. Riot. We don't have any of that stuff. So the world is our oyster today. So let's take a look at Apple and Amazon, because they think all eyes are going to be on them. Now, with what Microsoft and Meta did yesterday, do you think it's going to be the same? I don't.
I don't think so, because Well, again, so here's the thing, like, and I hate to be a baby and say like, I'm not really doing these earnings, but we've got the whole tariff deadline happening too. So that will move the market.
Yeah, it will move the market in one
Oh,
direction.
I really,
Look at this. We might go red on the day. SPOOs were up 60 this morning.
Tom called it. Tom said we might go red on the day. And
yesterday was bonkers. I know you had a bunch of stuff going on, but with the Fed meeting, it was up, it was down, and then he started talking, and then it went down, and we almost closed unchanged yesterday. And that's interesting because the VIX, that's why the VIX IVR was so high yesterday.
It was a little wild. My day, my neighbor owns a Hyundai dealer and I like them. And so I have a Palisade because my neighbor owns the dealership. But yesterday was so crazy that I said to my husband, like, I can't buy another Hyundai from him. I just can't. Because I took my car in for service at 1:30. They said it would be an hour and a half. Then they said it was going to be 4 hours. Then they gave me a little loaner. And then when I returned to the service department at 6 p.m. to pick it up, they were closed and I had no car.
Without a phone call. That's what I think is insane. They must have called your husband. They must have.
So I was texting the lady, like, can I get my car? And no response from the text. So I have to go back today and try to collect my car.
Yeah, you have to go get your car. Well, it might not be ready yet.
It's still not ready. No, I talked to them before the show. It's still not ready. But anyway, when you buy a car, part of what you're buying is the service that you get when you have a car.
I mean, it's good service. If something was wrong with your car, they kept it. They just needed to make a phone call. I think you got to ask your husband if they called you.
I don't know. I don't know. But all I can say is I need better service than that. I don't have time. I don't have time to go make a million trips back to the car dealer.
Yeah, no, I get it. Well, hopefully you get it back today. And we could short Hyundai if it was a publicly traded company.
It's not a publicly traded company, but I might. There's a Ford on my corner. I can walk to the Ford dealership from my house. So I may. I know I've mentioned it before. I may switch.
You're going to Bronco.
I know, don't send me the email warnings. I know I've said it before, and I get a lot of email warnings on why or why not to buy a Ford Bronco.
Because you want to be like a teenager. All the teenagers drive the Broncos.
I know Lily's friends, half the time there's a Ford Bronco in my driveway because it's one of her friends.
That's why I was laughing around when you're like, I'm going to get a Ford Bronco. I was like, every teenage boy I know has a Ford Bronco. It just depends on what color it is.
I just need a dealership that is close to my house
that you can walk to. Okay, so Amazon or Apple can't get out of its own way. Let's take a look at this. So Apple has been not participating in any of these rallies, right? So you've got Microsoft, Tesla, all these things, not Tesla, but Microsoft and Meta that are up. Apple's still in 200 range.
I know. It's never had that run. It never had that run that everything else had.
Yeah.
I'm not too afraid of a Jade Lizard, or that 190, just the 197.5 for $1.
I know. The problem is, why is it so? I mean, I guess it's a $200 product. It's $3,000 to put it on. That seems a little excessive.
So sell the 200.
We're going to be bullish. Can I see how much this is? This is going to be a baby trade. Can we spend $82 on a 217 calendar on Apple?
Oh, sure. Because it's 217. Sure. Go ahead, Liz.
The only reason this is saying it's going to go up, then we'll be long the 217, or we can do spreds. Like this is
I thought you were going to look for maybe a diagonal.
No, I was just going to go with the 217 calendar. But taking a look at this, we looked at the 197, and I like what you were thinking about a Jade Lizard. So you could do a Jade Lizard. But that's a lot of capital.
So, okay.
There you go. There's a Jade Lizard. You're only putting up $1,200 for. Your break even is $200. It's not bad.
It's not bad. No, it's not bad.
Now, I just used the overage. I just used
Well, the I see what you had over 250. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
But you know what? On earnings, like if it blows through the calls, it's like then we took the risk for nothing. That's one thing. If we do a Jade Lizard on earnings and we can't get beyond the expected move with that call spread, which we're not.
Well, and because it's Thursday, there's not going to be that much premium in it. I don't mind doing that though. I mean, so you're taking on 10 cents in risk if it goes over it. Then we've got something in an Apple. And to be honest with you, this is a neutral trade. This is not necessarily bullish or bearish.
Right. But Apple could very much be affected by the tariff news.
Very much. So let's take a look at Amazon, which will also be affected. Too.
So I think that like for me, I I don't know that I'm dying to get in on these earnings with like all these other worldly events going on.
I am laughing because I'm already in. Like I was already in everything yesterday. I'm already in everything today. The one thing I don't have is Apple, and I usually do. But I've got Amazon. I've got Reddit. I've got here. Let me see. Let me go to the list. And oh, sorry, there's a nice little scene. So I've got Amazon. I've got Reddit. I have something small in Coin, and I believe I have some Roku. So I'm going to be in protective mode.
Which worked out fine yesterday. So adding on ratio spreads, the stocks went up. It really didn't hurt you.
No, but that's what I'm going to try to do again today. Although I don't think they're going to go up nearly as much. Although when you take a look at the ones from yesterday, they went up their expected move. And I was listening to were you listening? I'm sure you're kind of busy, but they had Hear Me Out with Jill and Radigan on today.
Oh, I did listen to that today.
And he was talking about how analysts, they can't get it right. And Tom kept saying, well, they did get it right because of Meta was up its expected move. It was supposed to be $9. It's 11. Like, I mean, it's close enough, right? And that's not what Dylan was saying. Dylan was saying he's like, the options markets, I think, usually get it right. So if you're looking at options market, the expected move for today is up or down $14. That's based on the volatility. And these are pretty spot on accurate. The markets are pretty spot on accurate, but that's not what the analysts base their stuff off. They don't base it off the options market, to the best of my knowledge.
Right. So yeah, I don't know. What was the expected move? I think the expected move in Microsoft yesterday was about $40. And after hours, it was up $40. I think it was up around its expected move.
Yeah, it was up about $40, $45. I mean, but that's the one thing about, and so we can talk a little bit about this too. I had positions on and everything, and I know I just watched it go up because it moved so much. And by the next day, unless you're willing to do something after hours with that stock, you almost don't want to look at it, right?
After out, right. I mean, all you could have done after hours would be sell out stock or sell out stock against options, or that's all you can do after hours.
And so unless I'm willing to do something like that, I still think, especially with earnings, I mean, we watched it, the earnings come out and then they have like their conference call or whatever, and that can move the market as well.
Right. Yeah. So, exactly. Like first the numbers come out and it moves, but then it obviously moves again when they have their conference call.
Yeah.
But the only thing you can do in after hours is trade stock. So if you didn't have stock to sell, there was really nothing to do.
Yeah. Just like Hood, I was watching it yesterday and I was like, okay, I have all they were all options positions. So I was like, is it out? Maybe. I'm not even going to look at it until the next day because it can move significantly.
Wait, where did it open this morning, Hood? Because you said
it opened down. It was down $4. Here, let me show you. The open was 103.
Okay.
Low was 101.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
And yesterday, after the earnings came out, it was like up $2.
You couldn't. When I was looking at that, I couldn't even tell if earnings were out or not. Do you know what I mean?
That's true.
It wasn't. You could tell Microsoft and Meta's earnings were out because they skyrocketed up, and I was like, okay, they're out. Are they going to land up this high? Probably not. That could have just been a high print. Like you could tell those were out. I was like, is Hood out? I couldn't tell.
Now, what I know, Reddit was on the list. I haven't looked at Reddit in a while. I got out of my Reddit, and Reddit has just been kind of like hanging out in this range.
Yeah, it has. You've got a 41 rank. These are all decent. You've got a $20 expected move.
Are you surprised it's up 660 today?
Well, I think, this morning with those, I'm surprised it's kept its wings up because the SPOOs are only up 13.
Right.
When SPOOs were up 65, I was not surprised it was up 5% today.
But Reddit has stayed in this range recently.
Yeah, it has. Look at how much premium there is. If you're going to go all the way to the expected move, you're getting $3 and $3 for the expected move. It's a lot of capital, but from that perspective, if we say that the moves are overstated or understated. Now, I also want to say too, I'm not going to sell this just because it's a lot of capital.
I think after seeing Microsoft and Meta all go, like Microsoft was at its expected move, Meta was beyond. Actually, Microsoft I think was beyond this morning. After seeing all those moves, I don't think I'm selling strangles at the expected move.
No, I don't either. There's just so much premium that kind of lulls you into it. But and I think we were talking this morning when I was walking well, and we haven't seen anything surprise to the downside.
Nothing crazy that I can think of, or nothing that we were in.
Yeah, nothing that we were in.
I mean, Intel went down, and percentage-wise, it went down quite a bit.
It did it on earnings? Yes, it did.
Yeah, on earnings, Intel went down. And again, like percentage for that price product, it went down a decent amount.
Yeah, it did. And Intel can't get out of its own way either. When you were saying Intel, for some odd reason, Jenny, my mind was going to this, which I was shocked at.
Oh, it's back. It was back up. SoFi got back up today. It was up to like 23 or 24, 20. Got it pretty high. Yeah, just under 24.
That's crazy.
Having these spikes and then can't hold it.
Yeah, it's kind of bizarre.
That doesn't seem, things are running up, but then they can't hold it.
Yeah. Yeah. So, you don't want to do anything in Reddit either?
I'm not trading earnings just because why with the tariff news coming out, why take that risk?
There's so much more that you can do, and it's kind of expensive. Let's see if there's anything that needs to be managed in here. Our IBIT is looking good. We put that on just 3 days ago. I'm going to put a GTC in for that. It's 30%. I'm going to put it in for 50.
Yeah, it's just a Jade Lizard, but it's the 8-day, so
that's our IBIT position. What are cryptos doing today?
I did. So take a look. What are the cryptos doing? I think, up a little bit, right? Up a little bit, but Bitcoin seems to be hanging out in this range.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. On the heels of their discussion of Dylan and Tom's discussion, would you rather be in crypto? Would you rather be in sports betting? What has DraftKings been doing?
One of my longest positions. This is my longest running position.
Like you've had it for the longest amount of time.
The position I've had for the longest amount of time. It's done pretty well for me, but it's not that crazy, right? I think I got in when it was pretty low.
DraftKings was my biggest winner last year. I won, I think, top 3 as far as, but all I did was sell weekly puts in it. That's all I did. And this year I have been selling puts in it, but on a smaller scale.
And okay, I see what you're saying. But DraftKings, they have earnings, I think, in a couple of weeks, right?
I don't know. Oh, yeah, let's take a look.
So for earnings, I like the lower price products. Yeah, they're next week. Because I know I looked at this morning because I had taken off all my options positions and I was kind of waiting until the eve of earnings
to get back in. But again, if it's just directional, if you're selling puts and it's directional.
Yeah, no, mine, when I say it's my longest standing position, it's because those puts that I had been selling turned into stock and then I just kept the stock. So I have DraftKings stock.
So in the 8-day, if you go out to the 8-day or the 15-day, how far can you go? You can go pretty far.
And so this is what we were kind of talking about when you're pressing the put button on, an Apple or an Amazon or a Reddit, it's thousands of dollars. This is a $45 stock that you're using $473. It's a lot easier for us to wrap our brain
really
around.
Like apples to apples in Reddit, you went to the expected move and it was $3. So you're getting $3 on, $3,000 or $4,000. Here, if you crank this quantity up to $3, you're getting $3 using 2,300, much less buying power for the same amount of profit potential.
Yeah, because what was Reddit, $4,000?
$4,000 for $300.
Apple was similar to this, I think, though, right?
Apple was.
Hold on. I just want to say, I'm going to go to the 8-day.
Go to the expected move.
Or if I just want to get $3. So it's still a little bit more.
But you're not even at the expected move. So we were going to the expected move. So
yeah.
$1.70 and using 3,000. Yeah, DraftKings buying power is not bad for the credit you're taking in.
Oh, it's not bad at all. I don't mind that. Do you want to get into DraftKings?
And let's just sell it now, because if it goes up between now and then,
I'm going to sell a little bit higher if that's okay. I don't want 60. I want something more. Sure. Let's go to
that 99. That's good.
Yeah, just get $1, right? And if we're out, if it pops up, we can be out for a little bit and then we can put on another one.
Sure.
Okay, so we've got something in DraftKings. I'm going to pop back into Twitter. We're going to go, I'm going to go top down. I know there's other tweets that are coming in. Okay, Scott Somer, our international man of mystery. Same caution today, avoid physically deliverable 0DTEs as they won't decay properly through the day due to Apple and Amazon earnings. And I thank you very much for that.
Thanks, Scott.
Remember when he was on our payroll for, we're kidding.
He was always giving us important updates, very useful. Okay, yesterday's results were the reason for yesterday's caution about physically deliverable 0DT products in Qs. Q's calls were quickly in the money with Microsoft and Meta earnings. So I did put on like an XSP trade yesterday because I didn't mind XSP because that would just be cash settled.
And what happened?
Nothing. I had a bearish position on, so nothing.
Oh, you were bearish. Got it. Okay.
Yeah, just in case, sometimes I'll throw in bearish positions because my portfolio is bullish. I'm long delta. So when we had all those earnings coming out, I thought, well, I'll throw in a couple little bearish positions just in case that everything's going down and my portfolio is long delta. So
I don't know what my hedge is right now, and we could maybe do this. I think we have some bearish positions, and so we don't need to do this. Our delta is very, very small here, but this is my go-to, just in case. It's a lottery ticket, but it's
some long
cheap. So like, well, it's not cheap. I mean, it's cheap considering, and I don't mind because I'm going out 50 days. Look at this. It's $3.
Yeah, sure. Throw in a UVXY 50 days. Why not?
There's some chance in the next 50 days we get like a massive up because this isn't like this isn't normal. This is a normal option. It's not like a VIX. So if you get a pop up in the next 50 days at all, if it goes up here, it'll be 1 for 1.
Right. And for a shorter term, great. We wouldn't go out to like January or leaps and put this on. But for a shorter term trade, sure.
This is 50 days.
Yeah, but I mean, it's like I think UVXY has a drag, so we wouldn't.
But given the economic uncertainty right now, I didn't mind it. Right?
No, $3 in UVXY, I don't mind that at all.
I mean, don't get me wrong, we didn't exactly
for 50 days, because again, like in 50 days, if something happens and the market falls, it is a little bit of it'll be making money if the rest of your portfolio isn't.
And for UVXY to pop up to 17, that's pretty easy.
Sure. Okay. Yeah, I kind of like that.
I thought you might like that.
Let me write that down. UVXY.
I thought you might like that. Okay, so I'm going to go back into Twitter. Now, Fabio says, good morning. Hello, Fabio. He is from Italy, I believe. Good morning, ladies. Could you please double check your AI position? And I like that Fabio keeps us in line. Let's take a look at our AI position. This is, we looked at this the other day. This is the one where we have a jade lizard. Our problem is the short put. So this is just going to be rolled out in time. We looked at this and tried, I think, to roll it the other day. You don't need to close the call spread, but I might as well just pay $1 for it to get our $100.
You could just close the short call.
And well, it was just a penny for the whole spread. And then all we have to do is roll this out in time. It's got a jade lizard. We attempted to do this. We are going through earnings, but it is a short put, so it doesn't matter. So if I'm going to go to the 27.5, I'm actually going to take in another. I should be taking in more than that. Hold on.
No, because there's still premium in the 15-day.
Oh, there's still 22 cents. Yeah, we'll just round it up to a quarter, so that makes sense. And then if we go out to here, yeah, we're getting about 90 cents, maybe 95.
I don't think we looked at this one. This seems like an easy roll. I think we were looking at.
I think I looked at it with TP.
Oh, okay.
I apologize.
I was gonna say I think we looked at that Rocket Lab, and that didn't seem like worth rolling. But I would roll this for the extra $1.
Yeah, we're getting $1. We're going through earnings, but that's okay. It is 90. I'm gonna take.
If you want to,
you can add on.
If you want to add on that call spread, but then it's 250 wide.
So what was our original?
Probably $1.
Hold on, let me just look at our. Where's my activity? There we go. Yeah, it was $1.
Wait. No, that's just today.
I know. I wanted to see what we closed. It was $1.
No.
Yeah, here's the call spread. It's $1.
Oh, you're just looking at the width of the call spread.
Yeah, that's all I was looking at was what the width of the call spread was. It was $1.
So, and then with the 90 cents, we have almost $2. I guess with the 46 cents, we'd have almost 250. You could add on.
We're going through earnings.
Yeah,
maybe we'll add this on earnings.
Just keep the put.
Yeah, we're going to keep an eye on that. But thank you very much, Fabio. I appreciate you keeping us in line. There's Bob's list again. Now we've got Brad. I've got a 0 DTE SPX Iron Butterfly $10 wide shorts at 64.10. Let's take a look. 64.10. See, it's the end of the month. That's what I was just telling her. 64.10.
Oh, yeah.
That's an up one. Now, but that doesn't necessarily mean it's not going to go back up there.
That's for today.
Yeah. 0 DTE, because that's where we were. Let's take a look. Was there for a long time today. So SPX was as high as 64.27.
Today's we've had quite a bit of movement today. So
Yeah.
it could pop back up. Who knows? Again, if it's just a $10, was it just a $10 wide?
It was a $10 wide iron fly is what he said. So we've got those, and the studies. So they went over the study again today. So the boys did the same study that we did, talking about the iron condors in different VIX environments. So here he followed the mechanics. He's got a 64.15, $10 wide on each side. It's only 9.10 right now, so it is a loss. But 9.10 is saying it's not that big of a loss yet.
Probably collected around $8, so maybe
Yeah.
$100 loss. Yeah, and per yesterday's study, it showed that when the VIX IVR is higher, more of the losers come from placing these when the VIX IVR is higher, over 25, which we're in that type of zone right now.
We are in the over zone right now. And then we've got Ajit coming in. Names with the highest IVR, IVP, IV, and HV this morning. Let's see. Let's take a look at OKTA. Plenty of time to earnings, and take a look at the 16 to 20 short deltas for the 8/29 expiration. Okay. I'll take a look at OKTA. They want 16, they just want short puts, right? Am I reading this correct? Take a look at the short puts.
Sure, yeah, 8/29, 16 to 20 delta short puts, OKTA.
So I'm just going to read too. It says 2 days after earnings on the 27th. I don't mind putting a put in if you're going through earnings. That's directional.
And we've been in OKTA before.
OKTA. It sounds like you're going to bust into a cheer.
All right, and it was the August, so he was going through earnings. I think it was the August 29th.
Wanted the 16 delta. I'm going to change this to.
Yeah, 16 to 20 delta.
I changed it to theta. Sorry about that. Delta. There we go. 16 to 20 delta would be right here. Ooh.
Oh, those markets are so wide, but because you're in a weekly, not the monthly. Take a look at go to Sep monthly and see what it is.
Yeah. Okay. So I think that is part of the problem. If you're going to use the deltas, it's much tighter. It's still pretty wide. I want to see what the stars are.
It's 2 stars. It's two. It's.
Oh, it is. Three.
3 stars on the liquidity meter. So
okay. 16 delta.
You still have the other one on there.
Oh yeah. Let me clear that out. The markets are a little bit.
Buying power is not bad.
Not bad. If you're going to the 16 delta, it really doesn't matter if you're in the 50-day or the other one. I prefer to stay with the liquid products. So let's kind of walk through this just because we both opened it and said, ooh. So Ajit wanted to be in the August 29 cycle. So 2 days after earnings, which I get, and looking at the deltas. Both of us kind of went, as soon as we looked at the 16 delta, the market here is a problem. $1 at 360. Now it's going to pull up mid-market for you, which is great. You're putting up the mid-market of this is 225, and maybe, just maybe, you can get filled, but it's hard to get out.
It's just that there's not enough action in those weeklies. The markets that's too wide. Like $1 at 350, that's just too wide. $1 at 210 is look at the 87 put, 14 cents at 405. These markets are too wide. So there's not enough people playing this OKTA game. So then you almost have to stick with the monthlies if the monthlies are liquid enough.
Let's see. I don't want to do this. I just want to look at the 16.
Well, yeah, maybe do the OG, the 50.
Look at that. You're up so much higher that it's using a lot of buying power. Let's go to stop, right? Well, let's take a look at the chart. What is our 16 delta in September?
The 82?
82? 82. That's not bad.
Not bad. Honestly, Ajit, this is not bad. The buying power is only $800. You're collecting $173. I don't mind it.
Ooh, we're filled in UVXY. You ain't got
it. Oh, geez. Guess who's calling me?
Car dealer?
Car dealer.
Answer it and put him on speaker.
I feel like the fact that they're calling me, there's something wrong.
No, they're calling you to tell you your car is ready.
No, they called me this morning to say that the airbag, there's some kind of problem with the airbag, the airbag light is on. There's something wrong with the airbag sensor.
You might be stuck with that rental.
I don't know what to say. I don't even know what to say. I have no cars at my house that my kids could drive because all I have is the rental car, which my kids can't drive, and my husband's company car, which my kids can't drive.
So get on your bike, kids. You want to borrow one of mine? I mean, I'm driving Miss Daisy these days, so I've got one car just sitting here. Would you like one? And it's big.
No, my son has to go. He's taking a carload of friends up to the lake house. So
I don't mind. You can take the minivan. Does he want it?
I might just drop him off. I might just drive him and drop him off up there.
Okay, yeah. I don't, like I said, it's just sitting there. If you need it, he can take him and 8 of his friends. With golf clubs. It's a minivan. But I am going to jump in OKTA, but I'm actually going to get a little bit less aggressive. I know they were going 16 delta. I'm just going to go with the 80. Are you okay with that?
I'm okay with that. $1.34 using $800. It's not a bad return on capital. Nice. I think it's a good use of buying power.
I think it is too, and we're in with a Jeep. But I am saying, look at this. We're getting a little bit of a lift. We're up 25 again. If we can just pop up another 10 points, you're going to be out of that iron fly. That doesn't mean we're going to close it.
Okay. From our viewer at the iron fly.
Yes. If you can just pop up just a little bit more. Who is it? The iron fly. Then Brad. If we can just a little wings underneath, Brad can get out of his iron fly.
Now, I do like these trade ideas coming in because I feel like I don't have enough trades on right now. I don't have enough buying power at use. I don't have enough trades on. But this is very typical with when the market's at all-time highs. Nobody should have, all their buying power at use. So
yeah. So well, I actually went through and used all my buying power yesterday in risk-free assets. I took everything I had. I went in and said, okay, I've got X amount of buying power left. I'm going to put it in BOXX or BIL, just the exact amount. So
that's a good idea.
So, but I want to say that's not all my it's my buying power, but it's.
That was a good idea because if you're in a situation where our market's at all-time highs, most risk is off, you don't have a lot of risk on, you don't have a lot of buying power at use, instead of it just sitting there, putting it into BIL or BOXX or something like that. That's a good idea.
That is what it's so funny because you said I don't have any of my buying power. I went to all 5 of my accounts. I was like, how much do I have in there to the penny? And wound up buying that amount because I figured it's liquid. I can trade out of it. And if I need to borrow the money for a day or whatever, I've got it in there.
Oh, great. That was very smart thinking.
But I do want to say that's not having my buying power at use technically, right?
No, but right now with market at all-time highs, if you don't want to have too much risk on, then that's an alternative.
And I will tell you, I just kind of glanced. I don't usually keep an eye on the chat that carefully, but Frank brought up a very, very good point. Be careful in OKTA. There's plenty of open interest, but less than 4,000 options have traded in it all day. And that is a good word of warning. I mean, just because the liquidity is where we really like to stay, but we're stretching. We're trying to find things that aren't.
You know what, that kind of brings up, I was talking to you about this yesterday, Birkenstocks. I like to wear Birkenstocks. You saw Dr. Data, he was on air today with wearing his Birkenstocks. They were all talking about Birkenstocks. I was trading this because I'm a big fan of Birkenstocks, but I stopped trading it because there's just not, the markets are wide. There's not enough liquidity. It's not easy getting in and out. There's too much of a give up getting in and out, and just hasn't really seemed worth it to me.
Yeah, I mean, don't get me wrong. There's a wee bit of open interest here, but look at the volume, and that's what Frank is talking about. You look at the volume. These are the August regulars. There's 3 contracts have traded here all day on the put side. No, granted, you got 200 on the calls, but that's nothing, right?
I know. So it made me a little bit sad to quit trading it, but I just made the decision, like, it's not worth it. There are too many other liquid products out there.
Yeah. Okay. Now let's go to, here's what I was going to do. I do want to go to Twitter because I saw these 2 bearded people that I thought were awesome. We got to get to both Brad and Eric. Love the beards. But I want to go just because we were looking at the volume. I want to go to the 0GT SPX and see where those volumes are trading today. But let's get these 2 first. So happy
Brad got out quickly, 155. He just did a directional trade. So that's
I love it. Jajun, and he did, what the heck?
He sold a call spread. He's somewhere else. So he's like on the West Coast.
Yeah, but he was not out quickly. Take a look at this, 550 to 930.
Oh, then maybe he was trading it before the open.
That's what I'm saying. This was not a quick trade, but a quick 155 on open.
Yeah. So that's one thing about the ES is that you could trade it early.
Yeah. And I do trade the ES options with that. And then Blue Wackadoo, I love it. Happy Thursday. IV rank up to 14.4. And you know what? I want to just go to this because this is what he's looking at. SPX rank. Yesterday we were looking at the VIX rank. He's looking at SPX rank. So I just wanted to clarify that.
And Jacob's study was talking, and we had this discussion back and forth trying to confirm. Jacob's study was referring to VIX rank, not SPX rank.
Yes, he was talking about VIX rank, not SPX rank. We're pretty sure. We'll get to the bottom of it if it's not. But so he's got 2 5-lot tranches for today. An incredible 60 to 70 points between the shorts and 25 wings, starting at 14 to 18 deltas. GTCs are set. He's an aggressive collector, 40%.
His short puts are the 63.65. So let's take a look. How far away are we from the 63.65?
63.65. Let's take a look.
We're still far. We're 63.93. So we're still far away from that.
63.65, right? Right here.
Yeah. Great. He's in good shape.
He had 70 points in between, so he's close to his top.
You think so?
Correctly. And then the top is
435.
64.35.
We're in the middle.
He's right in the middle, yeah.
He's in great shape. Probably take this off.
Wonderful. He could probably take it off for less than, but if he's waiting for 40, he's maybe in it for a little bit.
So that was good.
So let's take a look. This is what I wanted to address today. I was taking a look at this with TP. I'm going to clear. We're not putting an order in, but I love that Frank the Great taught us this trick. What I have is open interest and I have volume. So I want to see the volume of things that traded today. And you can see there's 30,000 here, 41,000 here, 55,000 here, but it's still not. Ooh, look at this one. Oh, 1.5K. I thought 150K. So there's a lot of volume in these 0 DTEs.
Yeah, just today. That's all today.
Yeah. These are all Jack Tucker. I'm just kidding. Okay, I'm going to go top down. Oh, first we got to go to Frank the Great. We love it. Thank you very much for giving us all this stuff. And I know there's a number coming out tomorrow too.
Oh, and this one took its sweet time getting close to my Netflix and chill time and was going to manually pull this, but no need. 4 for 4, 10% iron fly. So that's good, Cupcake. Great.
So Cupcake, I love this. And I love that you're using ES, right? So we talked about this yesterday. They're 4 for 4. Now keep in mind, one loss, we had somebody who was 5 for 5 in losses, like doing the same trade. So just keep that in mind. Oh yeah, Fabio, he's from Venice, Italy. I love it.
Oh, nice.
Oh, and look at the puppy. I love seeing puppies. Okay. Now this is Larry. I feel like we're gonna have to put our thinking caps on for this one. Good morning, ladies. Check out this VIX IVR chart. Looks like for the past 2 years, VIX IVR resides above 25.
Oh, so that's, you know what? This is here. I'm gonna snapshot this and send it to Jacob.
Yeah.
Jacob is the one putting these studies together. I am going to, right now, I'm going to send this. I did this the other day, sent him something, and then he takes it into account for his next, for his studies. So,
yeah. Do you know what I wanted to do though? Can we go back to it? I want to see if we can do this. I'm going to go to shows. I'm going to
go back to the study.
Yeah, watch this. Liz and Jenny show. Because we did it yesterday. So here we go. And here are the slides, view slides. Look at that. Thank you very much, John. Going there right there. So here, what I wanted to do is go to this. So VIX any IVR still wins. And that's kind of what I was saying. I don't want to have to overthink it when we're looking at these. And I know it didn't win yesterday for some people. And I know sometimes it might be kind of tricky today. But if you just the VIX any IVR, 70% win rate, 61% average P&L, and a very low conditional value at risk.
Well, but when you exit out of this, before you leave this Tasty Live page, I have to show you this. When you exit out of the study. Okay, look at who picks the thumbnails? Go in the middle. The realities of today's market trends. Do you see look at my face. I wonder who goes through and picks the thumbnails.
Oh, these? It's AI. You know that. We watch it.
I wonder how they're selected.
Yeah, I think it's I'm going to guess it's just if they have 2 eyes looking at the camera, they're like, that's the one we want.
That's the one. If the eyes are open, they're like, if eyes are open, this is it. This is it.
Look at this. Look how excited I am with TP. This is the thumbnail.
Like he's blowing you a kiss.
I hope it's the thumbnail for today's show. Yeah, so that's what I love about our network. It's all right here. we can address it. And I hope there's a part 3. Maybe there's a part 3 of this study that Jacob's going to give us. And
Oh, I think there will be in a couple weeks.
there might be. Okay, Florida 7 comes in. Your service consultant will let you down by not keeping you informed. But remember, the factory warranty on vehicles sold at the dealership just down the street is half as long as Hyundai. Just saying. Okay?
Okay, so Florida 7. This is what my husband and I have decided because I talked to him this morning about the situation. So, and my brother and my neighbor, my brother got one too because it's my neighbor's place and he gives us good deals. So Hyundai gives you like free service for X amount of years or X amount of miles, but they make you sit so long in the service center and take so long to do it. It's like they're trying to make people not come for the free service.
Oh,
they're trying to make you go somewhere else.
Cars are not my cup of tea. I will tell you that. So
I know how much you love car shopping.
I mean, I will drive my car into the ground just so I never have to go buy another car. I'm sure I'm going to alienate some people here, and I hate to alienate your Hyundai friend. I don't trust car dealers.
Oh, my friend is so nice. My neighbor is so nice who owns the dealer. Like, he's super nice. It's not him. I'm not complaining about him. But you know what's interesting? Yesterday, they gave me this little loaner. Now, it is no frills, no electronics. It almost could have the crank window. There's absolutely no frills on this car. And I didn't mind it. I actually liked it. I actually liked the old, turn the dial to adjust the air instead of going through the computer system.
You know, I'm laughing as you do this. Have you seen that trend where they blindfold people? They blindfold people of different ages, and they say, if you had to ask somebody to do something without using your mouth, it says, how would you tell them to roll down the window? Everybody our age goes like this, right? And then, what else did they have them do? You have to say you're making a phone call. Everybody our age will go like this, right? Where they're always like this. It was pretty funny. And I think that whole thing happened too with the make a heart. Don't the kids do it different?
Oh, I think they do it differently.
Yeah, it was pretty funny.
But I found that very interesting that going into a bare bones car, I almost preferred the old contraptions of it. The only thing I missed was the lumbar support.
There you go. You can put a lumbar support in.
I know. My grandpa used to have the thing he would just put up against his back. So I might go old school. The next car I buy, I might just get the bare bones bottle and insert my own lumbar support.
I do think, and I'm sure that people love this conversation because it's two girls who don't know much about cars. But I think with all the electronics in there, that's why it's so hard to service now.
Well, and the problems and the computer problems.
Yeah.
And I don't like to have 3 steps to find something. I don't want to have to go be in the computer three times to try to turn the seat heater on.
For the birds. Look at this. We are getting, hold on. What is their short? Their short was
I know you're getting excited about SPOOs up 26, but I don't know how you can get excited about SPOOs up 26 when SPOOs were up 50 something.
Oh, that's what I'm saying. I just needed to bounce because it looked like we were going to go down. I just didn't want it to be down, right? So we were getting close.
They're 64.15.
What's the low? What was the low? Let's take a look and see what the low was because I was like, it's going to turn red. And I don't care for me. I was just saying for our new viewer, Brad.
Unless he's in the yes. I thought it was 15, whatever 15 is.
Yeah. So I'm just looking at SPOOs because SPOOs are now almost up 30 again. Do you know what I mean? Because they'll go in conjunction with
Go back to his trade. Go back to his trade.
I'm only hoping this for Brad. And I think it was 64.15. So then let's go to SPX.
Yeah, we're nowhere near it. We're 25 points away.
Hey, so you're saying there's a chance. At least it's not negative, right?
Yeah,
here's what we're going to show you. And I don't think this really works in 0 DTs. But so 64.15, there's a 16 delta. There's a 30% chance.
That we'll get back up to that.
That's not bad.
So again, the question with these is at some point in time, do you close it for less of a loss than a full loss?
Not with the iron flies. I don't believe so. I think you would stop yourself out every single time.
No, it didn't used to be at a certain point. It was at a certain time. It was if it hasn't worked, if it hasn't worked by noon or 1, and I know Jacob has done.
That's iron condors. That cannot be with the iron fly.
Hey, you know what? It might be part 3 or it might be part 6.
But I will almost guarantee. I would almost guarantee that cannot be with that. If your drawdown is under $200, you can't be closed it by 11.
No, but I think we did have one where it said close it by noon or 1.
When you were doing the very wide iron condors, actually, it might have even been strangles. Close it by noon.
We'll see. I'm going to ask for that for one of the one of the future studies.
So I've had the SPX, and I'm not trying to say this thing.
I don't do this iron fly a lot, so
I do the iron fly a lot, and I've had it close at 2:30.
Yeah.
So that's the one thing I will tell you is I've been in this a lot, and I've had it close at 2:30. I've had it close at 1:45. I've had it close at 12. I don't think they close before noon, personally.
Right, that's true.
Yeah. I don't think there's not a snowball.
Even if it's right there, like we saw yesterday during the show, it was right by my strike, and it would never close that early.
Yeah, I don't think there's a snowball's chance in hell it's going to close that early. That's just my personal opinion. Oh my goodness, it's already 54. Okay, is there anything we want to do?
Did we get everything pushed out? I just want to make sure.
Activity. Here's our activity. UVXY is the last thing that got filled.
Oh, okay, and the last thing I pushed out is AI. So
UVXY, you ain't got no alibi, you ugly.
I like the UVXY trade. It is a nice little hedge, and it's a 50-day hedge.
I know, but that's why I loved it, because it was cheap for 50 days. And that took we are still long a baby amount of deltas, but I want to see what that did to.
Oh gosh, we have such small positions here.
So here's what I wanted to show. The beta weighted delta for that UVXY is only a -6.
And I almost think, and I hesitate to say it here, but like, I like with that having a multiples of them. So if we do get a boost in vol, you can take off some, but leave some, or take off some and ratchet the others.
I did too. Just saying. So if something happens and I got to take one off for $2, I can leave the other one. Because if I get $3 on one, I'm leaving the other one for a big move.
Right. Yeah. Take one off to cover the cost of the first one and then leave the other one.
Yeah.
Like it, Liz. I like it.
I like it. I like it a lot. Let's go back. And now, just a little FYI, Jenny and I are going to be in studio tomorrow.
Oh, yeah, with Glenn. In studio with Glenn. Hey, take a look at FX. So we are ready for Glenn tomorrow.
So I know dollar had a move yesterday. I don't know in which direction or the other because I wasn't paying that much of attention to it. Positions.
Woo! Oh, things are starting to turn around. Take off that USD Swiss franc.
How do I do it?
Do it. You got to slide to the right. Slide to the right.
Up.
No, 2-finger slide instead of 3-finger slide. There you go. 1-click close. Dun, dun, dun. We finally got a winner in FX.
Okay, 2-finger slide. I think we should we close this one too, or no?
Okay, so no, not for $2.
$2. I want my $2.
Although that whole shekel trade is really, kind of making a comeback. So maybe, because that was our double down on shekel, maybe we take it off and then we don't have a double down on shekel.
Well, do you think we should just wait because we don't need the $2?
Because Glenn doesn't know what direction it's going. If we're like, Glenn, should we take this off? But that was when we doubled down on shekel because we thought it couldn't go any further. And then it did. So maybe we take it off. So we cut our shekel position in half.
Fine. Watch this. I'm going to slide over.
Yeah. I would, because now then we only have half the shekel position that we had.
And we can redeploy our capital tomorrow with Glenn. Then we can just be like,
and we're digging ourselves out of a hole. We got ourselves in a pretty big hole with the shekel. Now we're down $200 since we started trading FX. I think Glenn's going to be very proud of us.
He's so proud. It'll be fun to have Glenn on tomorrow, and I'm glad we're in studio with him. That's the reason we weren't looking at it today. Usually the FX guys are going to be, one of the FX guys is going to be joining us on the Liz and Jenny show on Red Shirt Thursdays. But this week we are going to actually be in studio because can we tell everybody where we're going?
Yeah, we're going out with this. We're going out with the SIBO tomorrow to see the Cubs game.
We're going out with the SIBO tomorrow. Yeah.
Are you wearing a baseball hat?
Yes.
To the show tomorrow?
I don't know. Maybe.
Because if it's baseball hat day, I might just make a run to Target just to get myself a Cubs hat. Now I'm a Sox fan and I don't own any Cubs paraphernalia, but I might have to if we're all gonna wear hats. Then I don't have to do my hair. Because look, I didn't do it today. And that would be 2 days.
I know I'm going to be wearing a hat at the game, so you know what? Maybe I will wear it on the show tomorrow. Tom wears a hat every day. No one's going to stop him. This is going to be exhilarating TV. My only issue with the hat is I like to wear it a little bit lower, and I think the last time I tried to wear a hat on air, that's like you got to pull it up, and I was like, I can't. Like I'm not going to sit with a hat that's like this on your head.
Yeah, right. So maybe we'd have to wear it backwards for the show.
Yes.
I got an email from the country club. We got an email from the country club, like nobody is allowed to wear a hat backwards. So someone must have had a hat backwards on the golf course.
Yes, we're wearing our hats backwards tomorrow. All right, Jenny, we are out of time for today. Everything is pushed through. Foods are up 30. We're rooting for you. We're rooting for you for your iron flies.
Yes, we are. All right, Liz, have a wonderful Red Shirt Thursday. I'm going to call the car dealership, see if I can go pick up a car. And I will see you tomorrow.
We have it. Everybody remember to trade small, trade often.
Step with us, learn with us, and watch the Liz and Jenny show. We'll see you tomorrow, everybody.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on tastytrade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on tastytrade.
Explain pot odds.
Pot odds is my favorite term, but pot odds in the poker world or gambling world refers to having a greater payout than your implied odds would suggest. So let's say I have 3-to-1 odds to win a pot, but the pot is giving me 4-to-1 odds to make that bet. I would have a positive expected value over time. So in trading, let's say you have a defined risk debit or credit spread that's currently at a max loss, and let's say there's 30 days left to go. There's not really a reason to close that position because you're already at max loss. You can only go up from there. So in that scenario, that would be a positive pot odds scenario or something that would give us pot odds to stay in.
What's one macro risk that people aren't talking about enough right now?
Consumer credit. People are talking about, I feel like everyone's talking about risk these days. People are talking about like consumer credit. They're talking about like all these different sources of consumer debt is a big one. Buy now, pay later. I remember like all that consumer debt was kind of more discussed about last year. And I think those conversations are really going to start to bubble up again in the near future. Yeah.
The biggest macro risk, I think, is just the sudden volatility. So, you know, politically, anything can kind of happen day to day, and I think seeing volatility at a 16 handle is just too cheap. Like, I think volatility should be at the lower end of the range, be like 19, 20-ish, and the higher end be in the 30s. That's what at least it seems like to me. So I think people are just kind of dulled to sleep right now, especially into the summer, and you got holidays and all that stuff. So I think volatility is the macro risk that nobody is thinking about right now.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with tastytrade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the tastytrade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to the show. This is Option Trading Concepts Live. My name is Nick Batista. Got my man, Mikey Butler, and of course, Miss Katie McGurgle in the house with me today. And if you want to come join us, hop over to YouTube, type in Tasty Live, come to our channel, give us a like, and subscribe to our videos because it helps us immensely. But more importantly, just come chat with us live because we'll be taking questions throughout the show. Whatever you got questions on, from strategies, concepts, trade ideas, trade management, whatever. Just come hang with us for the next hour of the day. My favorite hour of the day, I get to spend it with my buddies, my OGs, my day ones, Mike and Katie. Katie, good morning.
From the come up.
Yeah.
How you been?
I sent you guys that little picture of us.
The
It was me and Mikey, but
I was there in spirit.
yeah.
Yeah. Little
From our
money show days.
Money show days. Yeah. I told that story. It's one of my favorite stories of the temporary tattoos.
Oh my gosh.
I told that at the little company little party we had last night.
That was peak ridiculousness.
That was peak.
I'm so mad I missed the chow down.
Yeah, it was nice.
Did you chow down?
Oh, yeah.
we did.
Indeed?
Mm-hmm.
All right, what did we get? Tell me.
It was prefixed.
Yeah.
Okay.
But we got calamari. We got a chopped salad.
Little chop
We got a lemon chicken thighs. We got penne in red sauce. We got shells and white sauce with
broccoli
shrimp.
and shrimp.
And then we got
the sausage and pap.
sausage and pap.
Man.
And then we got
Tiramisu.
with some cannolis.
Yeah.
And then about 7 million Peronis and some Chianti.
They were running out of Peronis.
We
'cause at the-
cleared them out.
At the end of
Yeah.
the night, the Peronis started to get a little warm. And so you knew that, like, you know, they had to, like, go out back and get, like,
Yeah, because I ordered 6 of them to bring to the area.
They were flowing.
And right after I ordered it, the bartender went back and was like, "Where are the Peronis? We need more." Because we were literally just like cleaning them.
Yeah,
That's awesome.
it was very fun.
It was quite nice.
I hope I literally, there's always something, like I literally paid Jason. I was like, I'm coming. I'm finally going to make it this year. And then I had something come up. I went to, have either of you ever been to Gretel in Logan?
I have not.
Gretel?
Yeah, it's right by Middlebrow.
Okay.
It's
I
like
need to
this
do that. I
little
need to go
gastro
there.
pub.
Get the
Well, okay, so Middlebrow.
Tuesday,
we
right?
sit down. Tuesday's tavern style night, but we sit down and they're like, yeah, like because their whole thing is like their bread and their pizza crust and
Yeah.
the whole and everything like that.
They got the Willy Wonka
Gretel.
ladder.
Yeah, yeah. But
I
at
love
Middlebrow, we sat down and they were like, our sourdough starter like died, so we don't have any bread.
Oh,
So we
no.
were like, well, that's inconvenient. So we went across the street to Gretel to eat, and
Looks great.
it was so good. I got
What kind of food is it?
just like they've got like the classic gastropub stuff where they've got like some like steak frites entree type things.
Yeah.
But then they've got a burger or
Okay.
shrimp cocktail or whatever. So we did shrimp cocktail. He got a French dip. I got Brussels sprouts and macaroni and cheese.
Ooh.
Both of them were insane.
Yeah.
They were so good. Yeah. So
Shout out mac and cheese. Love mac and cheese.
highly, and they came in this cute little cast iron. It was so rich and good. Yeah. Anyways, please go.
Yummy. Sounds
Was Hansel there?
He was not there. So hot right now.
Yeah.
that hot.
Yeah, that's good. It's a nice. I'll put it on the list.
Yeah, but like you're saying, yeah, they have this whole like wall of just premium alcohol. So they've got the little ladder and they have to climb up to get it.
Slidey ladder.
Yeah, it was great. So but like I said, hope to make it to the next chow down, but I do get to chow down with the two of you in Seattle.
Yes.
In a few weeks' time.
Is it next week? It's next week, right? No, 2 weeks.
Yeah,
No,
when
it's
are we
next.
going?
It's next weekend. Not this weekend. But
Yeah, next weekend.
Because it's August 1st tomorrow.
Yeah.
Carry the 2. August 10th is next Saturday.
Yeah. Yeah.
tastylive.com/events/events. Come sign up.
Yes.
Seattle.
Come hang out.
Should be good.
Yes.
It'll be great. The Crocodile.
Yeah.
Sunday, August 10th.
Beautiful.
See you there.
Yeah. Come learn about stocks, options, futures options.
Yeah. We'll talk about crypto.
Well, yeah, we'll nod to Ryan.
Yeah.
Who's on Baby Watch 2025.
Mm-hmm.
That's why he can't make it out with us.
Having that kid, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. It's exciting.
Good for him.
Yeah. But yeah, should be a good show. We've got a couple more. We've got Dallas and San Diego later in the fall. Can't believe it's already the end of July. Should be a good time.
Crazy. Time is flying by.
Time is a flat circle.
Mhm.
Yeah.
And we are in it.
We really are. Do you feel like Rustin Cole? Isn't that who said that quote? Something like that? Matthew
I don't know.
McConaughey, wasn't that his name in True Detective?
Oh,
Flat
yeah,
circle,
That was
like,
great. That was a
chugging
great
the
season.
beers and ripping
Yeah.
cigs.
That was a great season.
So good.
Yeah. That was the first season, wasn't
Yeah.
it? Yeah, that was.
So good. Yeah, time is
Are
flying.
they coming back with that or no?
I don't know.
They had one a couple years ago.
I watched the one with Jodie Foster
Mhm.
in Alaska. That was crazy.
Yeah.
It just made me like also like I'm sure Alaska's very beautiful, but thinking of going into like the Arctic Circle area
Yes.
when it's just dark 24/7,
Scary.
scary, cold, miserable.
Yeah.
Woof.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. What's going on? What else is going on? Are you guys going golfing this weekend? What's the tournament? What's the parlay? Tell me.
I don't have any golf plans this weekend, unfortunately.
I'm gonna play Saturday, and then I've got a tiki party.
Ooh.
All my suburb friends that you know.
Oh yeah.
Tiki.
Yeah.
Are you gonna wear a Hawaiian shirt?
Yeah, oh yeah.
You're gonna rock the Tommy Bahama?
Going straight from golf to that party.
Nice.
Great.
Nice.
And yeah.
Hope they give you like some great like Mai Tais or Rum Runners or Dark and Stormies.
Mm.
I love a tiki bar.
Yeah.
I really do.
You ever go to the one on right next to Matchbox?
No,
Oh.
not that
I
one.
haven't been there either. I know what you're talking about though.
Yeah.
I can see it in
Yeah.
my eyelids.
It doesn't get like rowdy. It's just like kind of like a.
It's just there.
Yeah.
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 It's the one next to Matchbox?
Yeah. I forget the name. I think it's called like Tiki Time or something. Tiki something.
Didn't even know there
Yeah,
was
a
one
little
right
bar.
there.
Yeah.
It's in my little shuffle zone.
And then I think they're doing something with the train car that used to be the Palm.
Yeah.
But I think that's getting made into another bar, if not now, soon. Yeah.
Interesting.
Classic.
Love to hear that.
Yes.
Nice. Well, I'm sorry that you're not playing golf this weekend.
I know.
But you might get fitted for clubs.
I might do a fitting.
Adjacent.
Yes, which is
Mm.
golf adjacent.
So like there's literally people that fit you for clubs in the same way you get like fitted for a suit?
Yeah. Pretty much. You know, length, weight. You know.
Because golf clubs, the stock size is for like a 5'10", 5'9" person.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure. So like if you deviate from that, you should get fitted because you're using clubs that are not working.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But yeah, it's once you get a decent swing down, I think it makes sense to do it
Mm-hmm.
because they make the micro adjustments to assist.
Nice.
That might
Big
be
stuff.
on the radar. Yes. Big plans.
Huge.
Big plans. Golf fitting.
No
Huge plan.
Lollapalooza for either of you?
I totally forgot it was this weekend.
Yeah. No.
Kind of cray.
Doing an after show
Ooh.
without going to Lala, so I'm like, I'm gonna have to take like an espresso at like 8 p.m.
Mm-hmm.
to make it.
Sometimes you gotta do what you gotta do. You know what I'm saying?
Indeed. Sure do.
Yeah, it'll be. Who's even headlining? I don't. I'll watch them on Hulu.
Talked about it.
That's what I normally
Corn. Corn is
Oh, yeah.
headlining.
Oh, yeah.
When we were talking about, I was like, corn.
Yeah.
A blast from the past.
Tyler the Creator, Olivia Rodrigo, Rufus DeSoul, Sabrina Carpenter, ASAP Rocky.
I will watch Rufus on the television. What is that? Tomorrow?
This is Saturday.
Saturday night?
Yeah. Bleachers, T-Pain, Foster the
Bleachers?
People.
Foster the People, okay.
Is it Thursday too? Is
Amdala?
it today?
Yeah.
Too?
Yeah. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday.
Wow. All right.
Cage the Elephant.
What's it on? Is it
Ochi.
Hulu that does it?
Yeah, Hulu.
Yeah.
They just have the stages.
Yeah.
Always nice.
Yeah.
Just throw it on the TV, crank that noise up, and then you're just there. You're basically
Yeah.
there.
Basically there.
Yeah.
Get
Open the
great
back
view.
door. Yeah.
Yeah.
Get some fresh air in.
Yeah.
Pop some booze.
Pop
a little
some
cigar.
booze.
Yeah.
You know?
Good call.
Yeah. You got to also put on your basketball jersey and your Camelback to
Yeah.
really feel like you're
Yeah.
there.
Yeah. Yeah.
The flashing lights, the glow sticks.
Yeah. There you go. Love it.
All right.
Well, good.
Yeah.
Have you been doing anything trading wise?
Not really. It was a face ripper. It's still a face ripper, but some wild moves on earnings. Meta up $83 and change here, 778 were basically at the session high. We're like $5 or $6 off the high. Microsoft as well. It opened up around like 560-ish, 555 was the high. Sold off a little bit, but man, those are some big boy moves and some major stonks. But the E-minis up 32 right now. It looked like they were going to go red for a second. The NASDAQ, I don't think it went red. It's up 114, but I think it was only up like 10 or 15 at one point today. Yeah, we were 3 ticks from going red today on the NASDAQ, which is a shock considering the move that you're seeing. You got like NVIDIA was up like $3 or $4 in pre-market. Amazon as well, kind of moving with the rest of the big names. You had some of the other like secondary names, like Oracle was up $8 and change here. So it's certainly been a kind of risk-on day, or at least that's what it's felt like. Dow down 20 and the Russell down 6. So it's pretty much all about the big tech stocks today. Oil selling off a tiny bit, /CL 69 on the dot here, down $1 to get into the 70 handle. The other session, volatility futures 1740. They've stayed stubbornly flat pretty much all day. We did have a little bit of an uptick and a green, a little bit of green today in the volatility futures. The VIX itself at 1545. Bonds up 17 ticks. Gold has been absolutely smacked over the last like week or so, down to 33.44. You got silver down over a full dollar. That's a huge move. And then Bitcoin kind of moving as the risk-on assets are moving today, up 1,400 on the future spot, basically unchanged, down $100. So Ethereum giving up a little bit of the rally from yesterday.
Beautifully said.
Yeah, I closed some stuff. I closed a SoFi call Zebra.
Oh yes, SoFi up $1 and change today.
Yeah, that was like a $170 winner. And then Etsy.
Yes.
I had the put diagonal, the 60.55, and I remember someone in the YouTube chat saying, "What do you do now? Just wait for a crash?" Yeah, we got the crash.
Yeah. We I don't think we played for the 10-point down move over 2 days, but you know,
we got it.
It was a nice.
Shocked.
Yes.
I feel like I'm single-handedly keeping Etsy afloat with all the crap I'm buying from it right now.
Are you buying stuff for the wedding from Etsy? Makes sense. Might as well.
I need to find a way to capitalize on the brides that magnetize towards that website, because it's just like, if you can come up with something cute that people will buy for their wedding,
it's just
keep them
cash
rolling.
flow,
Yeah.
as Mr. Wonderful would say.
I know.
Could be a thing.
I know. I need to do some real thinking about like what product I'd want to offer.
Yeah.
It's crazy out there. Welcome bags and bags for inside the welcome bag.
Yeah.
Boxes for candy for inside the welcome bags.
Yeah.
You need stationery that matches this thing and ring holders, and
it is wild when you actually break it down. It's like moving. It's like you don't realize how much stuff is in your cupboards until you actually pull it out.
Yep.
Consumerism.
Yeah. I know.
Ugh.
They got me. They got the bride. They
bags
got the
for the
2025
bag.
brides. Hard.
In a bag.
I know.
Right?
I know.
Plastic wrap for my banana.
I am thinking though of putting little baby malorts in the welcome bags, because a lot of the people that are obviously staying at the hotel are not from here.
Yeah.
So thinking of the little shorty 40s of malorties.
Yeah, you,
I would chug it.
A little ice, you
Yeah.
know, like the the what are they? Where you'd ice somebody.
Oh, Smirnoff Ice.
Smirnoff Ice.
Yeah.
You put a little mini Smirnoff
Yeah.
ice in there. They
Yeah.
start digging around. They're like, oh shoot.
Malort them.
Yeah.
Start hiding them under the chairs at the venue.
Then you get all the boys are kneeling and the girls are like, it's like, no, I just got iced.
Yeah.
It's not us, it's
Oh
me.
my gosh.
Yeah.
So many little like mini trends like that, like planking
Oh,
or like
planking.
icing
We
something.
just did a trend over here in the studio.
Oh yeah.
You
In
did?
the office. We did the reflex catchers.
Oh.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I
Mikey
came in really hot and I didn't do well. But I'll blame it on
This
the
was pretty embarrassing.
I'll blame it on the wine last night.
Yeah.
And the extreme
Peronis.
coffee that's in my body right now.
Yeah.
Yeah. I feel that.
Yeah, a little bit of the shakes.
Well, and also like I'm not trying to knock you, but like if you're wearing glasses, like I'm assuming like your periphery where you would do that is probably also a little bit less than 40/40.
You got to use your peripheral.
20/20.
Shallow hell.
Yeah. It's definitely harder than it looks.
Yeah. Oh, I'm sure.
But you got like 5 out of 6, I think.
I'm an athlete. I'm an athlete.
Just a lead. What are we doing here?
Oh.
All right. Should we get to some trade ideas?
Yeah, sure.
That was so Tony.
Yeah.
Tony coded. Oh,
Yeah.
who are we clapping for out there?
Good question. I hear it though.
Yeah.
I hear it. All right.
Are you having like an eating contest with the Dave's Hot Chicken or something?
Maybe.
I am ready for that. I'm gonna go nuts.
I hope there's some left. I'm not.
There will be.
I don't think so.
Yeah.
I think there will be.
Well, you know what? It could be Miss Robin, who OG Tasty Live consumers will know. It is Robin's last day.
Oh.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting.
Yeah. She's going to live her best, I think, retired life.
That's awesome.
So
Pretty nice.
kudos to her. Congratulations, Robin.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Love that.
Yeah. She used to do Robin's trade of the week and all sorts of fun stuff.
Yeah.
I do remember.
Yeah.
I do recall.
All right. What are you two looking at?
Well, I just put a link in the YouTube chat to the Amazon earnings preview. They have earnings after the close today. I think it's going to go up. So I'm going to do a call diagonal spread. And just keep it cookie cutter, keep it simple. Bought the 230 in September, sold the 240 in the 1 day. Collected a lot of premium in the 1 day, almost $400. It's actually trading for almost $500 now, the short option, because we're seeing an intraday rally here. So if you wanted to shift this to the 235, 245, I wouldn't hate that. But yeah, just keeping it simple, playing it to the upside. I think a lot of these companies are going to crush earnings. And as we saw in Meta and Microsoft, I think they'd really have to say some bad stuff for the stock to go down, given that assumption. So I'm already long Apple too. I have the 215, 225, September, August Apple call diagonal. So I am long Apple and Amazon with some diagonal spreads here. We'll see what happens, but volatility low, number is going to be good.
Mm-hmm.
Just ride the wave.
Yes.
That's what I'm playing for.
All right.
I like it. I'm long Amazon as well, but my trade is of a different vibe. I got roasted by Sky yesterday. He said, "Did you know you used vibe wrong?" I was like, "No, this is right. This is a vibe."
Vibe.
Yeah, vibe.
Used vibe wrong.
What did you say? What was the
I just said I don't know. He was trying to convince me that, using it casually as like a descriptor wasn't correct.
Interesting.
I don't know.
Well, I believe in whatever you want to say, Nick.
Thank you.
Say it the way you want to say it. Say it with your whole chest.
Thank you.
You know?
I will. I'm long vol.
And it's a vibe.
That's right. And it's a vibe, okay? It's an opposite vibe of what's happening today. We're in silly season, I think, a little bit.
Oh.
It's a little silly season.
Big froth.
You got, Carvana's up $5 billion, $50 billion, whatever the number is. You got crazy moves in Meta, Microsoft. I mean, they're mega companies, but yeah, so don't we run out of money at some point? You can't get, so how big do you get? How big do the numbers get?
Bigly.
So if we can jump to my side, a small little nibble on some long volatility. You have vol at lows. We're about to get the last of, and probably the more risky of the bunch in hindsight, obviously, because Microsoft and Meta had, incredible moves to the upside. But Apple's been a pig. Amazon, very consumer facing, some lagging consumer data, blah, 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 blah. I won't go into the macro. I'm sure Vecchio will have that for you today. But after today, what do we got left? You got tariff stuff, the potential tariff taco, that going away. Maybe that helps to the upside. But after this, it's like there's nothing, there's no rate cuts, no, it's kind of there's no big surprise to the upside is what I feel. So maybe there's a little tiny room for a pop in volatility. So I'm going into UVXY. It's trading at 15. I'm doing a very short term Zebra, call Zebra, buying 2 of the 13s, selling 1 of the 15s. Not looking for a home run here. $100, $150, maybe just a little scoopy. If we can get a little bit of a pop in volatility here, it cost me $333. So small little nibble on a long vol play. You know, maybe it looked like it was going to be a perfect situation when we were selling off a little bit today, but not anymore. But you know, maybe this is the small short-term pullback. It was small, baby. Yeah.
All right, I joined you. I got filled at 312-ish, methinks.
Very nice.
I am Marie.
Better entry than me.
I'm here for that. It's a vibe.
It's a vibe. You know?
And it's a vibe, and we're vibing.
We're vibing.
I feel like vibe is just a loosely used term. Like, you use it for anything.
Anything.
Yeah.
It's like the way we say pace around here, you know?
At
Throw
pace.
paces left and right and center.
Hey, just execute at pace.
Deliver at pace. Okay.
Execute and deliver at pace.
Did you notice that that's on one of the pictures on the wall in one of the office, one of the conference rooms?
Oh, no.
Yeah.
I like on the dev side of things, they've like redecorated where they've got the dog sitting in the dumpster fire, like "This is fine."
Oh, nice.
Meme, just on the wall.
I saw that.
And then they've got some other like very much more specific like dev things, like code check twice, code once types of things, stuff like that. Like
Code once, code huge.
yeah, precisely. Okay, no, I'm in with you, Nick.
Cool.
Tight.
Let me see if I can get it on the follow page. Speaking of the follow page, before we move ahead, Mikey, I'm assuming you haven't done anything with your Starbucks position.
Oh no! Starbucks down $1.88. Up the rally.
I'm not trying to like out you. I'm just making sure that I'm not missing anything since I think I followed you into that one.
Yeah, it was up like 30 cents yesterday, and I just left it on. So I'm just leaving it on. I don't think I'm going to sell. I don't think I'm going to move the 100 strike out to August because it's only trading for like 20 cents. Yeah. So I'm just going to leave it. If we get a move to like 93, 94, it'll be a more profitable trade than it was yesterday. So that's what I'm doing.
Right.
Just holding. And then in terms of the UVXY trade, I'm already positioned to the downside. I have a 100-point in the money SPX Iron Condor, lol. And then SPY, I have a put diagonal. So I'm positioned for that to happen with those two positions.
If we ever
go down
ever again.
But I think we will hit 7,000 by the end of the year. Maybe we'll get a 200-point, 300-point sell-off.
You just kibosh it. You just gave it the kibosh.
No. I mean, nobody knows except me.
That's right.
500-point expected move through the end of the year. So yeah, that puts us right there.
Okay.
We'll see.
Yeah. All right. I just wanted to make sure I wasn't missing anything. All right then. Well, moving along to mine. So I know Mr. Pete Mulmat was on the show the other day, touting some of the great things that have been coming from the Tasty Trade tech team. One of which is the Active Trader 2.0 ladder that they are planning to roll out fully to customers probably in the next week or so, I will say, as long as all goes according to plan. But obviously I am privileged enough to get a little bit of a sneak peek at it, being on the inside and being the futures lover that I am. So I figured why not, take a little screenshot, show it to everybody while we're doing 3 trade ideas today. So kind of what you were talking about earlier, Nick, like what's left, like is it just more tariff talk? What's going to happen? We have seen a little bit of a pullback in these foreign exchange products relative to the US dollar. So I'm just going to nibble on a little bit of a rebound for those currencies relative to the US dollar over a very short time span. And I'm doing that with a micro euro contract. So I got filled on this at 114.42. As you can kind of see by the screenshot here, like this will be what the Active Trader interface will look like. It will be obviously in the trade tab. you'll be able to, not only see a chart of the product that it is that you're trading, but also the ladder, the depth of market ladder. So pretty simple, right? You just kind of hover over the price that you're looking to buy and sell. You can turn one-click trading on or off. I kept it off for this purpose so that I could also show you, what it looks like if you are maybe newer and you are a little bit anxious about one-click trading. Like, you can still use this feature and still have it spell out exactly what you need to happen and how much buying power you're going to use and so on and so forth. But yeah, I'm just, this is $375 in buying power or so. So I would be happy with $100, a little bit of a bounce in here. I'm actually up on the position about $20 already because I got filled a little bit earlier this morning before we started the show, of course. But yeah, just looking to kind of nibble and kick the tires on this feature that's going to be coming out soon. And that's about it.
One-click trading is fun.
Yeah.
Sure.
Like the TastyFX has it.
Yeah. And like you can see on the screenshot, I mean, it's not highlighted right now, but if
You could toggle.
Yeah, you could toggle. If I had this position on, you can also like flatten or reverse the trade too. So like it's got all those other quick acting features or buttons, if you will.
And I will. Boy, I will.
Boy, will I.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that should be coming soon. And then again, this is kind of like in beta testing. So there will be other day 2 or phase 2 features they're adding, like multiple charts, multiple ladders. So you can really go nuts if you want to. But more to come for that in the next couple of weeks.
Truly amazing stuff.
It's good stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah. It looks good. It's clean. It's easy to understand if you are new, right? Like you want to buy something a little bit lower, you want to sell something maybe a little bit higher than where the price is currently trading. Like I said, you've got it spelled out for you so that you're seeing exactly what like your fees and buying power effect is and what type of order you're actually placing. You can change your quantity, all that good stuff.
Fantastic.
Love to see it. I've got an order working to join you.
All right. Cool.
It's like right there. I'm actually surprised it hasn't filled yet, but it's not really moving right now. So sweet.
Cool.
So Amazon, UVXY, and Micro Euro.
Yep. Indeed. If you want to join us on the YouTube channel, we're streaming live there. Just pop over to Tasty Live. I'm going to scan through the chat right now, look for some trade ideas. See the regulars in there. Welcome. See some new people.
Hell yeah.
Welcome. But yes, click on the link at the top of the chat. Get your cherry picks for free.
Yes. This was a great one this week.
It was.
Futures cheat sheet.
Yeah.
Everybody loves a cheat sheet.
Right. Which also leads into the active trader.
Yes.
So.
Indeed. Indubitably.
Try to support the futures folks out there.
Yes.
Respect.
All right, let's kick it off with Smack Lovin'. Quick question regarding the Apple diagonal. Is it worth adjusting into a calendar or crabbing it up? You could, but if we didn't have a binary event on the horizon, I probably would have already. But because we do, and if Apple goes up to the expected move of 8 points, this will be just fine. So I'd rather be more aggressive right now with the pending announcement after the close. But if you want to, you could crab it up for sure. But I don't want to have upside risk on this thing. So I'm just going to stay with where it's at.
I have a little bit of upside risk. I have the crab.
He's crabbed up in the 1 day.
Yeah. Don't have crabs.
It's good.
I have
Thank the stars.
as he itches himself.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm long Apple and Amazon into earnings. Scary.
Is it though? Okay, now I just put the kibosh on it. There you go. That was what I needed to say.
That was the true.
Yeah.
Just did it.
I mean, I'd be shocked if they went down in any meaningful way. There's another kibosh right there.
Yeah, there you go.
Let's see. What do we do for idle cash? SGov or BIL? Yeah, those are possible. I think it makes
pretty much the exact same.
Yeah, it makes sense to like if you're gonna do it to have it in there because then you have instant access if you need to free up cash for something else.
Yes.
So yeah, you could totally do that. What else we got here? Is Katie the Scott Sheridan of this crew?
Is that a compliment? I think it's a compliment.
I think that's a
right?
compliment.
Yeah.
Like you come in once a week.
Yeah.
You add the pizzazz.
You saying I don't work hard?
Katie's got like
on the show once a week is what I mean.
Oh yeah. Katie's got like a sleeping bag in the corner over there.
I have dreams about this place.
Yeah.
So put it into perspective for you all.
Yeah.
Or nightmares.
I
Nobody
don't do
knows.
that. I say.
Am I in the dreams just like dancing around?
That'd be great with your toxic positivity.
Yeah.
No, I'll take the Scott Sheridan association.
By the calling it the Scott Sheridan Association, it means that you are the true boss. You're the true one in charge.
Thank you. I just aspire to have.
We're just little helper monkeys.
I just aspire to have 2 things from Scott. Well, actually, multiple things, obviously. But
Invite to dinner.
Well, invites to just like crazy dinners and his insane wine collection.
Yes.
Sneaker collection.
Yes.
And his very fancy apartment that is on Lakeshore Drive.
Yes.
That would be.
Yes.
That would be when I know I'm truly Scott Sheridan vibes.
Well, we did get him to verbally say that he's bringing us to a golf outing.
Yes.
Oh.
At the country club.
Yeah. We have the archive video to bring it back if we need to.
Roll the tape back.
Yes.
Nice.
So that'd be nice if we can do that.
All right. Well, like I've always told you all, if you need a cart girl,
Yeah.
I know one named Katie McGarrigle.
You're in.
Endless bottomless transfusions.
Oh
Yeah.
That's it. Apple going down on earnings tariffs. So that is a good point. I think that is one of the reasons why Microsoft is just absolutely mooning, because when you think about something like basically Microsoft versus Apple. Apple's more of a hardware company. Microsoft is a software company. They avoid tariff stuff much more easily than something like Apple. So you're seeing Microsoft come down a lot from the highs, but there is something to that. With that said, I think Apple is another one of those stocks that's not going to go away, regardless of the tariff stuff. They'll find a way to skirt around it. But yeah, I think that's why it hasn't participated in this massive move to the upside. I think that's why there's still potentially some room. So I'm playing for that.
Okay.
Meta needs to split. Yeah, I think it probably will. I mean, it's only a 1.8 trillion company. It'll be on its way to 4, just like the rest of these.
5,
stocks.
6.
Yeah. Well,
Why stop there?
Nvidia's
Sky's
going
the
to
limit.
5.
Yeah.
Microsoft's at 4.
Yeah.
With this move.
Yeah.
So
Trillion here, trillion there.
yeah.
Yeah. Chump change.
Yeah. Who cares?
Yeah. But then it is interesting though, because then you look at Coinbase, and Coinbase is only 100 billion.
You keep
That's not
saying
enough
that,
billions.
But it's like, yeah.
It's not enough billions. We need more billions.
More.
Yeah. So, yeah. Yep. But yeah, I think there's reasons to believe whatever you're going to believe, but I think a lot of these stocks are going to have some interesting moves. I still stand by the fact that I think there will be some surprises to the downside in some of these big name stocks. ARM down 10% today.
Qualcomm was another one. The semiconductor stocks, besides Nvidia, are not doing so hot today. Which makes sense because it feels like Nvidia has just sucked the air out of everything. That's why I'm a little hesitant. Because the Mag 7s have just they're just taking it from everything.
Yeah.
Yes, that's what it feels like.
Big rotation in. When out? When out?
That's the big question. Yes.
Do the needful.
Yeah.
Needful. Yes.
Lulu trade, or is it too poo-poo?
Oh.
It's dead. We are Viore boys.
200.
Oh, this is a development.
No.
We've been.
Except I'm wearing Lulu right now.
Yeah, Lulu, I think Lulu and Nike are interesting plays to the downside because these companies are definitely affected by tariffs.
Oh, yeah.
Because they source all their stuff from Asia. So, but look at that chart in Lulu. Like, man, that thing is going down. But
yes.
Yeah, I mean, I think if I'm gonna play Lulu to the downside most likely, but I'm gonna wait till earnings. I can't get in now after it's sold off 50 points in 2 weeks. Maybe we see a little pop, and then I'll play it to the downside for earnings.
That's
defined risk.
That's a pig of a stock.
Mm-hmm. Does SMA actually come into decision-making process? Simple moving averages? Sure.
I like to look at them.
Yeah, they're fun.
Yeah.
Ryan definitely uses them for crypto stuff.
Yes. I think, crypto has more momentum-y type movement to it, especially the smaller cap stuff.
Yeah.
I don't know if NVIDIA at $5 trillion, if anybody really cares about moving averages. Number go up.
Number go up. Green screen. Green on screen. Number go up. Everything's fake. Nothing is real. Amazon 225, 220 put spread for earnings. I like it. For these spreads, I like to go to the 15-day.
Give yourself a little more time, less volatile.
Yeah, give yourself more time. You'll still get a vol crush. If you're directionally right, you're going to print. It'll be fine. But if you're wrong, you'll be happy that you have 2 weeks for it to reverse versus 0 days and an in-the-money spread that you can't defend.
Mm-hmm.
So I would go to August or September for that.
I like that, especially for a put spread too, because if you get the down move and you're tested on the downside 15 days to go till expiration, you have the added benefit of volatility likely staying bid or increasing, which means that your put spread isn't going to move as much against you because you have no vol exposure. So that pop and vol, kind of buffers you a little bit if you're right at the money. And then if you get the up move, even though you're 15 days out, you're probably getting a vol contraction as well. So that helps you there too. So versus a call spread where, if you're further out and you get the up move, volatility contracts, that goes against your call spread.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So if you're wrong on the call side, it'll move faster than if you're wrong on the put spread 15 days out in time.
Right.
Is what I was trying to get at.
Yep. Dr. Jim special, 1 day, 10-point wide expected move butterfly in Apple. I don't hate it. It's $200 to either the upside or downside. Mm-hmm. If you're doing like the 210, 220, 230. Yeah, it's a cheap way to play it. I like the 1 day for these butterflies because for the butterfly, you want extrinsic value to go to 0 so you can get the intrinsic value out of it. So yeah, either to the upside or downside, it's going to be a similar cost.
Yeah.
I like it. In general, if you're sort of strangled expiring after earnings that you plan to close before earnings, do you adjust or how do you defend the position, or does it stay the same? I personally don't like to have strangles on in an earnings cycle, but if you have one on, you can just move the strangle. So like, let's say you have a strangle on in Apple or Amazon and it's testing the upside. Mm-hmm. If you want to, you could just buy it back and recenter it or shift it. You could go from bearish delta to bullish delta and just do it for a scratch. You can adjust it however you want. If you're in April, you can move it to September, add more time value. The one issue with that is you're not going to get a lot of premium. If you're planning to stay in the strangle, I think maybe staying in August, if you're already there, makes sense because the expected move premium is basically the same from August to September because you have way more implied volatility exposure in August compared to September. But yeah, if you're adjusting for earnings, it is what it is. Short call spread in Microsoft, Meta, Roblox, and Carvana. Rough night.
Yeah. Yeah, though none of those were good.
Yeah. Hopefully you have some time though. August or September, maybe they come down with next UVXY play.
Yeah.
If it works out.
Yeah. Volatility just so low in these two. I mean, it's icky.
H. Montero says, you a vibe is a compliment in New York. There you go.
There you go, Nick. Your vibe.
Vibe seems like it's an unk word.
It's been around for a minute now.
Yeah.
It's like the same thing as like mood.
Yeah.
You know, that was a thing for a minute.
Yeah.
I'm in a mood.
I'm feeling very unky.
Yeah. I think that's your new favorite word.
I do like
You have used it a lot.
I do like
Your Unky Dory.
Yeah.
Unky Dory. Are you going to roll your Johnny trade on hymns? 55, 60, 70?
Hymns.
Hymns.
My God, this thing. It's just straight to the moon. I forget exactly what strikes I have. I think I have something somewhere. I think I'm 60, 65, 70.
Wonka says 55, 60, 70.
55, 60, 70. Okay. So right there. So I'll probably look because they have earnings coming up in the middle of next week. So I have this one into earnings next week where I need the stock somewhere below 70. 65 would be my sweet spot. But I'll probably hold it into earnings, see what happens. After the earnings, buy in that call spread, assuming that we're still in the money there. So if we're somewhere between 60 and 70 and realize that value, then you could either close the position or roll it out in time. I don't mind leaning a little short here. The stock has run up like $30.
Yeah.
So it's a meme. You got to be careful.
Yeah. Do I get on this?
You could do someone. So if you want to play this into earnings, you could go into August, do the 70, 75, 80 for 87 cents.
Going to August, 70, 75, 80.
Yeah, like you could do the August 8th if you want to do it into earnings. You break even $15 out of the money. Be 90, 90 or 85.
Mm-hmm.
Only use a couple $100 in buying power.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Just be careful because it's Mimi.
Mimi indeed.
Yes.
What's a good likely target if there is a sell-off for SPX? Would it just be one standard deviation? But if vol rises, then that deviation changes too. Wondering what your gut feeling is. So yeah, I think if you just look at it objectively, 2 weeks out, the August monthly cycle, the current implied volatility is $120. I think if you expect to see an actual sell-off, I would say it would exceed that number.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe you get 200 points to the downside if you're going to see a sizable vol pop, and that would bring you to the September implied move as it stands right now. So I would say if I'm expecting a sell-off, it's probably around 200 points, which is nothing.
Yes.
In these 6,400 terms.
Couple percent.
It feels impossible.
Seems
to see a 100-point sell-off in the market seems insane. Yeah.
Insanity.
Yeah.
Just did it.
Yeah. We saw.
Taking the elevator down now.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There you go. 6,400 though on SPX right now.
Yeah.
On the dot.
Yeah. But yeah, I mean, I think if and when it does happen, it's going to be violent because everyone's piling into the Mag 7 stocks.
Yeah.
So it's very concentrated.
You could have a stair stop.
Yeah.
You could have just a little grind, a little small, little dippy do.
Dippy do.
Nothing crazy.
How do we feel about a crab version of the Amazon trade? September 235, and then short the 245s and the 255 in the 1 day. Yeah.
I think I have that on. Yeah, 240. Yeah, I have that on. 245, 255s. Yep.
Yeah.
Plays it basically to new highs.
Yeah.
At new highs.
Inside up.
Inside up.
Mm-hmm.
I will say that was my thought on Microsoft and Meta. So
Inside up.
inside up, that was my thought. I just figured I was like, the good news has to already be priced in. Everything is at highs. Microsoft has doubled in 6 months.
Right.
It's at 5 trillion, 4 trillion, whatever the number is big. It's huge. Maybe it's good. I'm sure the numbers are good, but maybe like it's already baked in, but it was not. It's not.
You got told.
I got told. I didn't trade Microsoft, but I traded Meta on that. Spanky. Spanky poo.
But
we'll see on that one day.
Your initial thought on Amazon was, why isn't it a $3 trillion company?
Yes.
It's on its way.
Yes.
If it gets to like 280,
yes.
You're right there.
Yes.
Sean has a 160 call on AMD long in September.
Long
160 and sold the 185 against it in August.
Okay.
Cool.
Nice.
Trying to reposition better for earnings since the run up. Any ideas? Yeah, I mean, this one's about to go in the money if it continues higher.
Oh.
So
got $5.
Yeah, you could take this, you could move this option. Like you could sell the 160 and move it up to the 170.
Take a little risk off.
Yeah, or even the 175. You could sell the 160, move it up to the 175, and you'd arrive at a 10-point wide diagonal with a debit of $8 on the table, and you'd take off $1,000 of risk. So I kind of like that. Or you could just sell the whole thing and restructure it, but you're going to probably arrive at a similar setup. You might do like the 175, 195.
Or you close your current position that's at, an $18, $1,800 in value, and you do, either a shorter duration. You could even do like August monthly, go to the 180, and then go to the weekly that incorporates the earnings and sell the, 190, and you have another $5 of potential profit, but you keep $5 in risk on. So right. You turn it into a risk one to make one type setup, but you don't have the same $18 of risk on the table, like closing it and starting something. You don't have to keep the same thing the whole time. You can, take some risk off, but still participate in the upside.
Yeah.
That's the play.
Does a ladder work with options? Yes. If you're talking about like in AMD, selling a put at 170 and selling a put at 165 and selling a put at 160.
Or maybe they're talking about the ladder that Katie showed.
Yeah.
Which
it does not support at this moment, but maybe more to come. But not in phase one.
Got it.
But to your point, yeah, you can do like laddered puts or something like that as a strategy.
Yes.
Any hope for Circle?
CRCL.
Actually, I haven't really looked at this in quite some time. I saw CoreWeave was moving today. That was another one of the recent. And we have that Figma IPO that's coming today.
You have the CoreWeave position on, right? The butterfly? I have it on. The 110, 125, 140.
Oh,
it's up 70 cents right now. Net. Nice. It's up 140 today.
Nice.
But
I do not have that on. I wish I had some. I'll take half.
Ooh. Can't give half, sorry. Sorry.
That's what happens in a civil partnership, Mikey.
Sorry.
I get half.
Are you guys in a civil partnership?
Yes.
Sort of. I mean, 10 years.
Yeah.
10 years, guys.
Yes.
I know.
You're a 12? 11.
You're 12. I'm
11.
I'm 13 unofficially.
That's
I
great.
started in the summer of 2012.
That's
I started like right around now in 2012.
You've seen some shit.
I really have. I've lived.
Brittany's about to be 10 years.
Yeah. Yeah. Definitely
OGs.
Yeah.
OGs.
Yeah. Definitely feel like a cat who's lived, like 7 or so lives.
Yeah. I only know one other person that's worked at a place for so long, and that's Microsoft.
Oh, yeah. He's been there for a long time.
He's having a great day today.
I texted the group chat after the stock moon. I said, I call being his gardener.
Yeah. I live in the
I'm
basement.
the gardener. Yeah.
Being his gardener.
I mean, it's amazing because he's worked there for over 10 years and they have like a stock purchase plan or whatever. And he's been buying it since it was a $60 stock.
Oh.
So.
Yeah.
Printing.
That's how you get that Hawaii wedding.
That's correct.
You know what I'm saying?
And I will be there for that. Let me tell you.
Amen.
Yeah. Any trades in Coinbase?
I have a wide butterfly on the upside. I would like to make this 3 for 3 on hitting these at these round numbers. It's one of my best performing underlyings of the year, despite only trading it like 3 times. So I have the 480. It seems silly. But we're watching things move. 480, 500, 520. It started as a broken wing butterfly with the 530. I did it for 12-cent credit. I bought in the risk to make it a 20 by 20 for 60 cents. So I own this 20-point wide butterfly for 50 cents.
Big ups.
I love it. I really love that.
Yeah.
Am I seeing this correctly? Is it
what
if I do a 390 410 in August? 390 410.
390 410. Yeah.
430. What is that? $7?
What do you mean? Oh, $2.
250.
Yeah.
Why do I feel like this is wrong?
What do you mean?
I
Why
guess
would
it's
this be
not.
wrong?
I guess it's not.
Yeah, it's right
It
after.
just seems so cheap. I'm gonna buy it right now.
There you go.
Instantly filled. Don't love that. 10-cent price improvement. Don't love that.
I'll bite. I'll join ya.
No.
Yeah, the 390, 410,
You're like,
430.
no.
So yeah, there's your Coinbase. I mean, they have earnings today after the close.
Yeah. Yeah. And to the upside.
All right, I will jump in there.
Yeah, I actually made a boo-boo here. I went to the August monthly.
That's what I was looking at.
As opposed to the 1 day.
Ah,
Oh,
that's
you were
why
trying to
it's
1 day
cheaper,
it?
'cause you
So I'm gonna do
forgot.
both. I'm doing both.
390, 410, 430.
Yeah,
This is
390,
gonna be
410,
more
430.
expensive.
It's $3.
Yeah.
So I'm layering on butterflies to the upside.
Laddered butterflies. That's a new one.
All right.
Oh, it's gonna be magical if it opens at 410.
Trying to pin price for 2 straight weeks.
390, 410, 430 in the 1 day.
Yes.
I'm gonna try getting filled at like 351.
There's a couple
Little
1-2
engagement
butterflies.
play.
Yeah, I do like that a lot though. That's how cheap it is. For the it's still risk, but if you hit it, you're printing with the 1 day.
All right, I got filled.
Mitz is looking at a 350, 340 put spread in September. Yeah, that's a conservative short
In
put
coin?
spread in Coinbase. Yeah, $3 for $6 in risk. I like it. Anyone else in California feel the earthquake? Ooh, don't love that.
That's the remnants of
Aftershocks?
the aftershock. Yes.
Maybe.
Meta Iron Condor strikes got breached at 750, 760. What to do with 1 day? That's the problem with the 1 day is you don't have anything to do.
I
Yeah.
got that same thing.
Yeah, we gotta just
Johnny.
see what's what.
Pain for the Johnny.
Yeah, I mean you can throw on a new trade if you want, but this particular trade is basically done.
Yeah. Just hold it through tomorrow. Anything can happen if you get that pop in volatility. Maybe a little sell off, something.
Who knows?
Not out of the realm of possibilities. The stock actually got to like 765. So we were right at the money. You know, it looked like maybe, and Microsoft as well gave up half of its move. So only got $100 left to lose. So the $100 is your risk going forward.
Lulu needs to hire Sydney Sweeney, stock to the moon. Listen,
That would be nice.
I would be back on the Lulu train if that happened.
You're just that easily influenced by one woman.
Simple.
I love Sydney.
Simple minds.
Creatures.
I love Sydney Sweeney.
I know. Oh my gosh. Katie, what games are you playing currently? I'm not playing any games.
Damn.
She don't play no games.
I don't play no games.
I don't play no games.
No, I'm not playing anything until after the wedding. That's my rule to myself.
Very nice.
Yeah. Finishing Squid Games. Speaking of games, really hating this last season.
Yeah.
I'm hate watching it.
Yeah.
Got like 2 episodes
Yeah.
left.
It wasn't. First was just, can't follow that up.
I
It
mean,
was just that good.
So good. But yeah, this season is not. It's not.
it's like the dubbing of the voices and
I don't do
the
that.
fake baby.
What?
Like,
I missed that part.
oh, sorry for us.
The baby.
Baby. Yeah, but I still can't help but yell at the screen.
Yeah.
I can't. It gives me so much anxiety to watch that show, but yet I still do it, and I just have a ball of nerves the entire time. But yeah, no games. I will follow up when I'm back on the wizard / ninja / samurai train
Lovely.
/ Jedi.
Mm-hmm.
Downside to AI is when people lose their jobs, the latest shiny object, not to be a downer, but I see little upside for humans in the latest AI rush.
Ooh.
Yeah, I think there's there's gonna be a lot of like customer service oriented jobs that I think will sunset, but I think you'll have specialty jobs that still require licenses, like financial institutions, et cetera. Like you can't have an AI bot answer questions with, like, you need to have, because they're all registered. Like, you have to be registered.
Register the AI.
You can't. But I will say, the new jobs now are like AI managers. So,
Right,
like, for example,
building prompts.
yeah, I'll give you a real life example. So, like, we want tasty stuff to show up more in AI overviews. So I created a script that took actual data from Google Search Console, input it into the script, told the script what to do, and then it gives me insight into what I can do to update pages on tastytrade and tastylive. So, like, that's what you can do with AI as a human.
Yeah.
Where an AI bot's not going to do that. They're not going to, like, just randomly think of that to do, you know?
Maybe everybody's just going to have to become doctors and EMTs,
Yeah.
and our healthcare system will be saved.
Or gardeners for Microsoft Mike.
Yeah.
What is positive carry on TastyFX we were discussing yesterday? So it's just an interest rate difference.
Difference between the two currency instruments.
Yeah.
You can be paying it or taking.
Yeah. So when you see, if you're on the watch list on the TastyFX platform, if you're looking at swap bid or swap ask, if it's a positive number for whatever you're clicking, so like if you click the bid on a Euro USD, that means you are short the Euro USD and you're getting paid to carry that trade. So if you're just making sure you're clicking on positive numbers and that happens to align with your assumption anyways.
It's small though, tiny.
Yeah, it's very small.
Tiny.
Dave's hot chicken time.
Yeah.
Yes, I'm starving. I
Me
think
too.
you guys probably saw me go catatonic in the middle there because I'm
a hungry
dying.
boy.
Anywho, that wraps up this edition of Options Trading Concepts Live. If you want to see anything in future episodes, just tweet at us. I'm at Trader Katie. Mike is at Trader Mikey B. Nick is at Trader Nicky Bat. Come hang with us in Seattle, Dallas, and San Diego. Sign up at tastylive.com/events. Good luck, good trading. Let's go eat some chicken.
Peace.
Peace.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
Tasty Trade is now on TradingView. Trade stocks and futures directly on TradingView charts with Tasty Trade's low commissions. Try it out and leave us a review.
Finding where markets meet politics, if you will, is kind of a passion of mine. We're changing cycles right now. We're moving into a different political complexion down in Washington, D.C. We're moving into the end of a potential Fed rate hike cycle. And as you change these economic and political regimes, asset prices behave in different manners. So I do think what's worked over the past, say, 1 or 2 years may not work so well in the future. I have like a kind of a core satellite portfolio mix where I keep some assets for multiple months, even quarters, years at a time. But then I augment that with some options trading in order to help provide a little bit more convexity to my portfolio. Risk management is the most important thing. You can't control where the market's going to go on a day-to-day basis, right? No one individual investor has that capability. But what you can control is where you get in the market, where you get out of the market, how big your position size is, and learning that the market is not always going to move in your direction. You have to appreciate the fact that you will make mistakes. But the idea is that you make enough of these trades with a consistent enough edge that over time, as you stockpile some results, then ultimately you are profitable over the long haul.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
We're back. It's Thursday, July 31st, 2025. This is Futures Power Hour, sponsored by CME Group. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio. He's Jamal Chandler. Jamal, auspicious day to be back.
Yeah, interesting stuff been going on. Take it easy on me, man. I really haven't paid much attention to the market more recently. As you know, I was out, obviously, for a while there. My mom had a surgery, had to go make sure mom is okay. But I'm back in the saddle, ready to hear a lot of what's been going on with you and what's been going on with this market.
The boys are back in town, but we have to talk about copper. That's perhaps the most surprising thing. Largest single-day loss on record, according to the CME. It's a big drop. We heard that news yesterday, and it's spilling over, of course, into today's session. We have stocks here, though. That's perhaps the most remarkable news. I hear Ilya's voice in my head, Jamal, saying, yeah, if the earnings were so good, how come we couldn't hold on to the gains? And I think that's a fair question because something happened at 9 a.m. Eastern today. I don't know what happened, but something happened where the market spilled off and we're soft here as we move along. So not so fast, Jamal. Hold your horses. Meta and Microsoft may have been astounding. The earnings were out of this world, but it's the end of the month, right? We've just seen a big run up in these tech stocks. Time to rebalance a little bit. Time to reconsider what the next few weeks may hold. Jamal, one thing that we have to consider here, of course, is what's going to happen tomorrow. And we have a jobs report tomorrow. It is the first Friday of the month. So here we go. Non-farm payrolls report due out. Where are we heading? Should be a decent one. 110 expected from 147K. Unemployment rate expected to tick up slightly, but that's due to a higher labor force participation rate, which isn't a bad thing. Likewise, wage growth 3.8%. We had ADP come in yesterday at 104K versus the 75K expected. Directionally, when ADP beats, NFP tends to miss, but that's a whole nother story. Either way, this is kind of in the neighborhood of good data, right? The unemployment rate is not 4.5%, but if you wanted to hold below there for the rest of this year, you'd have to add around 130,000 jobs with a slightly higher labor force participation rate than what we currently have. This isn't Goldilocks, but it's middling. And I don't think it changes much of the tone or narrative that we've come to learn, especially after yesterday's Federal Reserve meeting.
So with this one, I think it's interesting in the sense that this is going to be hard to fumble, honestly. I mean, from the standpoint of every piece of data we've been looking at for the last couple of months now, it's all about how much tariffs have affected it. And so unless this thing comes in with like 7,500 or less or, you know, something crazy, like other than that, I just, it seems like it's another setup for the market to move higher. I mean, you would think, because again, you got to really fumble this one bad and it's got to be a tariff related situation for markets to freak out.
Would have to, I'm with you. You know, if we get another decent 110, 120, right? This is the market's reaction. This is the economy's reaction, adjusting to the tariffs, muddling through. The second quarter growth figure, of course, was 3%, which if you strip out all the noise, right? It's a lot of government spending, net exports. That's why for the first quarter, likewise, we looked at core GDP. It is obviously slowing down, but maybe that's it. Maybe it's just muddling through. This is just an adjustment period. This is the swing low. That's not to say that the first half of the year wasn't great. We just had a decline in consumer spending in the first half of the year for only the second time since the global financial crisis. One of the other times, of course, was during COVID. The time prior to that was late 2010. And late 2010 was a period when the market was freaking out about a potential recession reemerging, a double dip back into the depths of the global financial crisis. So maybe that's in play here. But if we can just find signs muddling through, Jamal, well, let's talk about that muddle through here. At least we have the first update for the third quarter GDP growth tracker from the Atlanta Fed. Atlanta Fed was at 2.9% for the second quarter. Second quarter came out at 3%. I'd say they have their eye on the prize right now, Mr. Chandler.
Mm-hmm.
They're at 2.3%. 2.3%. That's not bad. Growing between 2 and 3% is a Goldilocks rate for the economy, even if it means inflation's still a little elevated, even if it means that the unemployment rate's still below 4.5%. So today's action is interesting. 23,544 does not tell the whole story because yesterday the close at 4 p.m. is marked off at 23,480. So it is still a green day up by 0.25%, but we are well off those highs near 23,845 in the NASDAQ here. So that's a clean 300 points off the high. It's 1.5% off the high here, Jamal. What's your reaction to this after the market clearly tried to take the ball and run overnight with the Meta and Microsoft earnings?
I mean, the reaction is I'm trying to remember exactly what my spread looked like, but it seems like I could have kept on the NASDAQ spread a little bit longer. Markets have just been flying here, Chris. Like it's really makes sense, honestly, and it's good. You just talked about, the economy growing between 2 and 3% on an annual basis. You talked about, when a lot of the data that we've seen, there really hasn't been any serious issues. There really hasn't been that much effect from tariffs. I didn't get a chance to listen to everything that Fed Chair Powell said yesterday, but the fact remains that we don't have to cut rates. And so that being the case, the market is continuing to drift higher. It looks good. I currently am not long any NASDAQ. I'm not long any S&P. I am long the Russell call spread still, and still trying to determine if I want to hold on to that. I guess at this point, since it's pulled back, I will. But point being, markets are doing well. Typically, we do see eventually a pullback, right, from this type of activity at some point or another, or if they're continuing to reach new highs just about every day. I'm not sure how many days, how many new highs we've seen so far this year. I usually follow that. But, I mean, we're on track for a pretty good situation for the end of the year. So, look, it's hard to bet on markets falling. I'm certainly not trying to do that. I'm not trying to go out and find put spreads or even get short futures. But I'm just waiting for when it does pull back, I'd be ready to pounce, honestly. And I don't even know what a pullback really is at this point. I mean, is it 30 handles? Is it 20? We really haven't seen many pullbacks recently. So I guess that's really what I'm waiting on. I'm almost 90% in cash at this point, for a lot of different reasons, different trades that I had took off. Again, I was traveling a little bit, so I wasn't really sure. But even then, I didn't have any long NASDAQ. I didn't have any long S&P. It was really just the long Russell that I had based off the chart that we'd been looking at more recently. So I really kind of wish I had, because again, markets have just been continuing to drift higher. And that's what you expect in a bull market. That's what you expect when the economy is good, low unemployment rate, GDP 2 to 3% per year. Things are looking good.
It's kind of incredible to say that on the other side of these earnings, Meta's holding up for today, for what it's worth. It's still up around 12% right now. So good on it. Microsoft did give up some more of the gains as we look through.
But still a big move though, right? Like still a pretty darn big move.
Very
for
impressive.
Earnings. Actually, last time around that was a big move too. I forgot. Strong move.
It seems like it's the semiconductor sector that's weighing things down. Qualcomm's down nearly 6.5%. Micron, Texas Instruments, Google's off a little bit. Tesla's off a little bit here today. It's not a bad day.
But the funny thing about that is that those type of names, even though they're pulled back, like typically I'll see those names and I'm like, cool, I'll put on a short put spread or short puts to sort of take advantage of that. But I'm a little fearful on doing that because maybe that's when the market decides to pull back and then all those names pull back. I've definitely done that before. So, in this lower vol environment where markets are continuing to take higher, I'm certainly not betting on markets to fall. I'm not, like I said, I'm not trying to find put spreads or get short futures. But I don't know. For now, I'm just watching from the sidelines.
How much do you think this pullback has to do with Apple and Amazon earnings? If in the first half of the year, the data this morning showed that consumer spending fell, which is, again, that's not something that typically happens. So cumulative consumer spending is down in the first half of 2025. Amazon and Apple are a lot more consumer facing than a Microsoft or a Meta as it pertains to what the big revenue drivers are right now, right? I mean, it's AI for Microsoft and Meta, but it's not. Apple's more about the hardware and the products sell. They don't have a provocative or compelling AI offering at the moment.
Well, first of all, I resent that you call it a pullback because we're 40 handles off all-time highs. I mean, I don't necessarily even know if I call that a pullback. I think to answer your question, though, how much is that? Why are we off the highs? Sure. I mean, it's probably because we're coming up on the end of the month here, end of the month trading, and some uncertainty surrounding the non-farm payroll report. But I mean, I'm pretty certain that should be above 100,000, and there's probably going to be no tariff-induced issues on that, right? So it seems like that's what's going to happen here.
So we have an NFP tomorrow. Part of me thinks that people just looked at the market today and went, wow, end of the month, I should start to think about rebalancing. Because you just had this huge outperformance. Just to put this into context, Microsoft and Meta added more market cap in the overnight last night at its peak, Jamal, than the entire market cap of either Costco or Netflix. Those are big companies. That's not a small drop in the bucket. So you get into the end of the quarter where you're seeing some of the leaders over the past few weeks suffer somewhat. The Russell, to me, is the most fascinating part of this entire story. I call this out to Nick this morning. We really need to get above 2245 here in the Russell to feel like we're in a better place. And in part because we did have this flag that was forming here. We lose flag support, and getting back above 2245, at least from a technician's perspective, would help make you feel a little bit more comfortable about which way is the path of least resistance. Otherwise, a flag breakdown, a new range being carved out in the Russell, 2223 up to 2245 or so.
Do you still have anything on this, or am I alone?
I don't have any Russell position at the moment.
Yeah, I still have that further upside September call spread, so it's not really a big deal. But the 2400, 2500, yeah, I mean, it's looking pretty weak more recently.
It is, and we're losing the uptrend off the low here, but we actually haven't cleared out any significant support yet. 2210 or so, the high that we have here on June 11th, that becomes support in July. That's not gone. Its weakness. Is it enough to say that it's over? This is what I'm contending with here. I'd prefer to wait to see if we can get a touch more softness. But you get through 2245 today, you can start to see the contours of a bigger rebound taking shape. I just think the fact that we went from being, 23,845 here in the NASDAQ back to effectively closer to red than the highs of the day, that's got to make some people a little unnerved. The technical structure has not changed at all. We're still above the 1 week moving average, which is above the 1 month, which is above the 50-day. So why get off the ride? But I know the bears are going to feel better now because over the next few weeks, Jamal, this is the seasonal window with which they would probably have an opportunity to make hay. People go on vacation, junior traders take over the desks. August, September, October produces the biggest rise in volatility of any 3-month stretch of the year. August tends to be the month in recent years to do that. So I just, Trump's deadline's tomorrow too, right? If you can make it through the end of the day tomorrow and we find out that some of these tariffs are going to be kicked down the road or the tariff rates aren't as high as people presumed otherwise, why wouldn't we just keep going simply because the calendar changed? That's silly.
Why wouldn't we keep going higher?
Yeah. August is not a scary month.
I could see us continuing to go higher, but I do feel personally, I feel like the market's a little overstretched. I mean, I felt like that honestly going back almost 2 weeks. I think one of the last times I was on air, I was talking with Tom and Tony about the market feeling a little bit frothy at the time. And again, it's not like we're in a bull market. I mean, this is what happens, right? Like, it just after a while, people start tripping up to buy themselves. What little bit I did see last week, there were a lot of the trash names that we always talk about when towards the end of a bull market, or not the end of a bull market, but I should say end of a bull run for a little bit. I don't even really mean it like that. Just kind of after we've gone up quite a bit for a while,
Trash
we
names.
start to see
So harsh.
You know what I mean? Like, well, like Open Door, right? Like that one name that everybody was talking about that was trading tons of volume on options and stock. I mean, that's a name that was like pennies. All of a sudden, it's trading $2. We were hearing about a lot of those names last week, and it seemed like that was the end. But again, it just didn't come to fruition. Especially, and then when you have the earnings like you had last night, of course, we just bump up a little bit higher. All that said, man, I'm that's one of the reasons why I'm mostly in cash. I'm waiting on the pullback as opposed to just trying to ride the market higher. I do think it's going to eventually go higher, but I think if it were to have a pullback, the idea of going higher once again would be even stronger. Than I think it would be the percentage that we move. It would be better and higher versus trying to chase this right now. I just think it's a little overextended.
I mean, the healthiest course of action for me would be to see a 3 to 5% pullback over the next 6 to 8 weeks. Nothing dramatic, just normal ebb and flow.
Yeah.
Table gets reset. You shake off some of the high valuations. You have another quarter in your pocket. You get better earnings. Data shows the economy's muddling through, and you get your typical year-end rally. Right?
Yeah, I agree.
It seems too easy, but it also it also feels like we're setting up that way. We've joked for a long time. A lot of people in financial media say, sell in May and go away. And we retort, buy through July, because people want you to sell to them in May, then the market goes up June and July, and now they have stocks that you gave to them. So rebalancing here, not a shocker. I have my scaries and my own seasonal concerns for the month. What's been working, though, has been the strategy, Jamal. You've been away for the past 2 weeks. I've been doing this little game of what I think of Icarus flying into the sun, buying short-dated NASDAQ calls that are slightly out of the money, layering in some longer-dated S&P 500 puts towards the end of August, now going to have to start filtering out into September. And if we keep moving up, those NASDAQ ones are printing, the hedges are weighing down the returns, but at least if we have a big sideways move where like a down 2% day, the vol expansion, whatnot, should at least subsume the gains in the put should subsume whatever losses I'll incur from being upside down on an out of the money call or call spread. I don't see a reason to stop doing that yet.
Hey, if it's working, I don't see a reason to stop doing it either. And I guess that's really what I'm saying. For me, I don't have anything on. I haven't had a strategy to play this market currently. And again, what I'm talking about is, and you are too, I would like to say, but don't let me put words in your mouth. We're talking about our vantage point of a sort of medium term time period, right? Like whether somewhere wrapped around 45 days, whether you go the next expiration after or the next the expiration prior. But that's the range I'm talking about when I say the market is a little overdone. If you got longer dated stuff, keep that longer dated stuff on. Don't really worry about anything else. But anything in the 45-day window is and again, if it's whether it's vol, I mean, first of all, there's not really much vol to sell right now. So obviously we're talking more directional than anything. And I think that's really about the only way you can play the market right about now.
Yeah, I think you're right. When we look at the calendar for the upcoming Fed meeting, the next Fed meeting is September 17th. Still technically 2 months from now because it is July. But the options on the other side of that, right? We're looking at here, September 19th. If I'm thinking about a market that's potentially a little bit overheated and I want some downside exposure, and I think this is a market that could have a pullback between now and the Fed meeting, what would a 3% pullback look like here from Jamal? 64.16. So we'll round it out to call it 195 points, just to round up around there. 192 points. 192 points from where we are right now. 62.25. 62.25 to get a pullback. Could the Fed do it? Maybe the Fed doesn't cut in September and people lose their marbles. That's not bad. 4 to 3.5 to 1 risk to reward on the downside move here.
I mean, that's
could do what
that's really the key. When do people start acting like that because the Fed don't cut? when does that start happening? When does that start becoming a big deal? Because as of now, it doesn't seem to be a huge deal. You and I both know that the real huge deal is that when the Fed cuts and they cut for a bad reason, that's when we really see things fall apart. So that's the real funny part about it.
That's so interesting that you bring that up. We talked about that earlier this week. We had used that study from last year, what happens after the Fed cuts rates. And through, I believe it was Tuesday's episode when we ran the study, incidentally enough, since 1980, whenever we had a maintenance rate cut, the 12-month return for the S&P 500 was 13.3%. At the time I updated the study to see what the return was thus far since the September 2024 rate cuts, Jamal, it was exactly 13.3%. So the market's kind of behaving as one would expect if you're still in your maintenance rate cut mindset. And I think what you bring up there, that is the single deciding factor for whether or not this year turns out better from here, like a 6,700 S&P, or it turns out worse from here, like a 5,700 S&P. It's all about the economy. And if the Fed is cutting rates, for what reason? So right now, the Fed is telling us if they were to cut maintenance, right? They're not there yet. The economy's still strong. Inflation's holding up a little bit more. Unemployment rate's low. Tariff impact is there, but GDP is still in a healthy place for now. They're not cutting because they think recession is nigh. They'd be cutting because they think that the inflation impulse isn't strong enough and they can continue normalizing policy. And normalizing policy means the economy's fine. So that's it. That's the ball game here. You mentioned NFP. If we can get through this NFP report tomorrow and there isn't significant weakness in the labor market, maybe traders will be disappointed that a Fed cut in September is less likely. But on the other hand, wouldn't exactly be for the worst reason here. So I'm very much on the fence. Jamal, we need to get off stocks here soon, but I can't ignore the fact that the NASDAQ is only 0.07% above water after today. It's been a remarkable turnaround, all things considered here. The Russell likewise only off by 0.56%, but 22,110 is a level that I'm keeping an eye on. Top sectors for today, biotech, telecom, utilities, and industrials. I mentioned those four because those are the only four sector ETFs that are in the green. The other 21 are in the red, led lower by semis here. So I will be the first to admit, if you told me today, after Meta and Microsoft's earnings, which showed them making more money than even the most bullish analysts assumed they would be making, given the environment we're in, that demand for their AI services is through the roof, validating the whole idea that you need more GPUs because that's inference, and inference is what gives you the ability to scale for consumers. SMH being down 2%, totally wrong on my part.
Yeah, I would not
in my
have
bingo card.
expected at all. I would have expected, most of those names to be up today, whether they be flying, be a whole nother different story. But yeah, I would have expected the same. It is kind of strange. And maybe that's what eventually gives way. And I mean, we're about to go negative at some point here, but maybe that's what eventually gives way and causes the market to pull back on a day like today.
NASDAQ negative. That's unbelievable. The Apple and Amazon earnings here after hours before we get off the futures and away from the stock market, pinned up against that 50-day right now, Jamal. The uptrend for Apple off the lows, very much in question right now.
Yeah.
Bad earnings, just like working through this. If maybe you upgrade your iPhone in the second quarter because this is a product that is produced abroad, like a car. Right? Lots of people, car purchases were huge when the tariffs were announced, and then they've since had a dive bomb. So maybe that you get that one little offset. People want to upgrade their phones. They want to import this before the tariffs go into play. But consumer spending's falling, and Apple does not have a compelling AI offering. The iPhone 16 launch was a disappointment in that regard, at least from my view. They still don't have a compelling. They might as well just buy Anthropic. They're not going to get it off the ground themselves. They had a first mover advantage with Siri. And then you think about the rest of the space here. What's Apple growing at right now? Like 5% sales growth rate, maybe 7% on the higher end when they have new releases. What's Microsoft doing right now, Jamal? Double digits, more than double, triple Apple. So this is a company with a high PE and It's a difficult environment. So if we were to wake up tomorrow and Apple's sub 200, that would surprise me less than seeing Apple above 220, I think.
Yeah, that's one of the things that I love about the market, right? I mean, you are who you are based on how your stock is trading, and this tells you everything about Apple. Just look at how stagnant it's been over the last several months. They're not coming up with anything new, and that's been an issue for a while. So you're right. I personally don't expect a whole lot from this on earnings. I don't really necessarily see how that changes much, especially when you're not necessarily coming out with new and creative and inviting things. So I don't know if this one's going to move the needle a whole lot for earnings. We'll see, though.
Below 200, 5-to-1 risk to reward. I gotta take a second look at that. That looks pretty good for tomorrow. Amazon, likewise, see here, stock trading higher off the lows today, actually still up by 1.79%.
I could see a scenario where this eclipses its previous high, and I have some calendar calls in this one. We'll see.
I was about to offer a different case there because I know Amazon being a retailer, yes, there is that drag. And some people said that their July Amazon Prime sale was a disappointment. There was a piece of research I read that showed when Amazon Prime sales disappoint, it actually is better for the stock price because it means that consumers are generally stronger and they're not holding back on spending throughout the year to wait for the sale. Okay, interesting point. They also have web services, AWS, which is cloud computing.
Mm-hmm.
And that is an AI segment. So given the fact that like Microsoft yesterday, they were projecting 34 to 35% constant currency growth rate for that segment, and it came in at 39%. Amazon does have that. So if you were to give me, pick or choose, one is going to go up, one is going to go down. Amazon up, Apple down tonight. What that does for the equity market is another story because we just had the best earnings in history. The NASDAQ added more market cap overnight than it had done in any other time in history. And we are now trading red on the day. NFP tomorrow, new tariffs tomorrow, August scary start tomorrow.
I should probably buy a
the
future
high
here just to ensure that we go down more.
Could you sell a future? In fact, actually, not talking my book. Asking for a friend. Please do whatever you need to do to get the market back up. Bonds are settling down here, though. So short-term stock positions aside, these are the points of the market that continue to be a little bit less exciting than some of these big moves in Microsoft and what have you. Jamal, been calling it yeoman's work during your stead while you were absent because these trades are boring as heck, but they work. The short iron condor with a slightly bullish lean. It's working in notes, it's working in bonds. There's not much to discuss here except for the fact that when something's not broken, you don't fix it.
That's 100% right, and you are smart to keep that going, my friend. I had a call spread for the longest time. I even rolled to further out, but I literally just closed it today. I mean, this is a hard situation. I mean, it's better, again, to wait for some type of really big move and then take the other side of it, try to play contrarian. Just trying to play contrarian as it was down, but I mean, really, it's at a fair value now. I mean, whether you're looking at ZN or ZB, 111, 114s, like you said, if the iron condor is working, then certainly the call spreads aren't necessarily working that well. And so I'm out of that trade. Again, I mean, obviously ZN probably is a little more affected than ZB as far as rate cuts. And we don't, that's not happening. It's not happening anytime soon. We'll see if it even happens at all. Last I saw 1.7 rate cuts sort of being forecasted for this year, but it doesn't really look like an environment where we need rate cuts. And so I think if that's going to be the reason that bonds really move to the upside, then that's just not happening. And there's no reason to have a call spread on. Iron condor is easily the way to go. Whether you put it on now or whether you wait for some vol to get pumped back in, it's been the best trade to utilize here, at least post April, that is.
And right now, looking at the 57 days to expiration, I'm currently still in the short condor. That's the 109, 111, 118, 120 strikes. Reapplying this today, you could do a slight adjustment and still get around just short of 60% pop. It's a little bit better than risking 3 to make 1. And I always like when the buying power used is less than the potential max profit target here. It's a reasonable setup right now. It's only a 13.4 IVR. Okay, right. It's not the most exciting thing in the world, but you're not seeing anything better in stocks in the index level. So why not? Notes here, ZN, 2.6 IVR. But again, at 57 days, if we were looking at a similar position, would we put it back on today? 57% probability of profit, risking 2.5 to make 1. Buying power less than the profit potential. Just, they're not exciting. It's not those 10-to-1 convexity trades, right? But they've been working for months, and that tug and pull of monetary policy and fiscal policy. Fed wants rate cuts, but the economy's doing better, so the Fed can't cut. Tariffs themselves are a drag, right? When people are saying like we raised $100 billion, $200 billion from tariffs. Yes, from who? From who? It's from businesses and consumers. That's money that we wouldn't have spent otherwise to purchase those goods. See, people are buying those goods, Jamal. They're still buying the goods. They're just now paying the $200 billion in tariffs that have now been collected by the government. So the government taking in taxes, when we think about our GDP equation, do taxes have a positive or negative coefficient? A negative coefficient. You have to take taxes out. They take away from consumption and investment. So it is a fiscal drag. So you have this monetary fiscal offset right now playing around, bouncing back and forth. No Fed rate cuts, but the long end is held in check. We can't go much lower. The winnowing continues. Don't see that changing in the month of August. That's for sure.
Yeah, I think you're right. The tug and pull is essentially what's causing the iron condor trade to work, essentially, because, like you said, there's this fiscal drag, but yet at the same time, there's no cuts on the horizon, and so there's no reason for bonds to really move big in any direction right now. It's the reason why I got out of the call spread.
I still, maybe this may be like the problem with that I ran into with expressing my view in gold, where Illy and I both bullish. He's short put spreads, I'm long call spreads. He's making money, I'm unhappy. Maybe it's just continuing to do short put spreads, short puts in the notes and bonds. And instead of being directionally bullish, looking, if you're doing short puts around 109 for the past several months, very different story than if you were long calls around 112. Mm-hmm. Right? And you're still long deltas, but the expression of that view mattered a lot. So I'm liking I want to have long deltas, but I don't want to do it necessarily through calls. If I'm doing it through calls, it's because I think an emergency is coming and that volatility is underpriced. That's also a perspective. We could go for the 112, 114 call spread here. We need something to materialize that's going to be it's going to have to dislodge us from the current trajectory. And that right now, the catalysts in August are lacking.
Yeah, as it typically tends to be, right? I mean, I definitely, you're right. I've definitely noticed that seasonally with August, there's always not as many catalysts. It's one of the reasons why historically traders weren't really trading heavy in this time of month, right? But this has not been that type of year for sure. It has not, right? I mean, this has been a very atypical year when you're talking about trading.
It's been atypical. Yes, it's been atypical. We can move off of the bonds here and go into the metals, which have had quite the ride over the last few weeks. Oh, yeah. July 2025 will be a month to remember for our friend here, copper, which I think we need to go to the continuous contract just to kind of make the point a little bit better. That's a really big reversal candle where we hit over $6. Well, 5.9585. We're now back down to 4.3545. Jamal, you weren't around yesterday, but just for a recap, Trump, those tariffs he announced on July 8th were clarified. July 8th, we all thought that copper writ large is going to be tariffed at 50%. The official proclamation yesterday tells us that it's going to be on refined copper products, semi-finished copper products, copper derivatives, not the raw material. So if you're an American producer, if you are someone who needs copper to make something that you sell here, good news. Tariffs doesn't apply to you. Now, if you're a components manufacturer, right, if this is something that's getting made out of copper in Mexico and shipped across the border to being finished, like an auto manufacturer, you may have somewhat of a problem still. But the clarity there, Jamal, this is the single largest turnaround that we've seen in copper in history, for what it's worth. I wasn't able to find any other data from the CME to suggest otherwise. And we now have a complete resetting of the entire board here. I'm curious, genuinely, about how someone in your position, having watched this market unfold from July 8th onwards, has handled this. I know you and I have talked on the side, but I think perhaps somewhat instructive for traders who were in copper, watching copper, chased it, made money on it. How does someone like you deal with what's been an interesting few weeks with that original position you had from July 8th?
It was a really interesting few weeks. If you remember, it all started with the idea of being long silver, long the silver call spread at the time. It was the 40 to 42 call spread. And then I was also short the 530, 520, 530, 540 call spread and copper. Obviously, the idea was if one moved big, the other would move big. Well, it didn't exactly happen that way, now did it? And I was also long a gold call spread. I was long a 3,400, 3,450, I think, gold call spread, or even 35. Which one was it? I'll double check for sure. So I had basically 3 metals positions, right? 3,400, 3,450 call spread in gold. So I had 3 metals positions. Well, the first one that moved big, obviously, the other 2 were kind of moving, gold and silver, but obviously the first one to really move big was the copper position. So all of a sudden I'm short and in the money call spread. Now, it wasn't all the way, it wasn't at max loss. Max loss, I think, was $1,800. It wasn't at max loss. It hung around $800 loss, $700 loss. Meanwhile, we did get the big move in silver, right? That worked out really well. I think I closed the silver position up like $1,400 and moved into SLV calls, if you remember. And so now I still have SLV calls. I'm still sitting on about $900 loss in this copper short call spread. And eventually gold plays along and plays well and moves too. And so then we get to last week when it was like the first day that on as I was out on the 22nd. And at that point, you know, this copper is continuing to move higher. So is the gold. And I'm like, am I really going to win the way that I want to on this situation? So I just decided to close it all out just because I knew it was going to be a solid week and change before I was going to really be paying attention to trading the way that I normally would. And that ended up being a good idea, I think. Because again, overall on the whole complex, it made about $2,500, right? Long silver, long gold, short the copper call spread. And then I noticed copper continued to move up while gold and silver did not, which was nice. I mean, when you look back, right, like, and then there was this kind of blow off top at around $5.90. I mean, I would have really been at max loss at that point anyway, and probably would have been somewhat frustrated and maybe even closed by then. And so I think closing when I did all 3 of them just made it easier for me to just not even know what was going on. Matter of fact, I found out about the big copper move yesterday from you as I was literally boarding the plane and heading back to Chicago. And I got to tell you, that obviously would have helped, but I can't really even say at this point whether I would have still had it. I mean, maybe I would have, who knows, but kind of glad not to have dealt with copper moving to $5.90 because it just, I mean, that would have probably been a lot more annoying than anything else. So it ended up working out well for me, however you looked at it. But obviously, yeah, I would have completely profited well from the short call spread with it falling back down on this recent news.
So on the other side of this, having been involved, look, I think what you're bringing up there first, the point is when you put on a trade, understand why you're putting it on, right? Copper was part of a 3-legged idea. And the idea is that if at the end of the session, if only one of those positions works out, but net, that 3-legged idea produces money, then it's a winning strategy. Now, could it be refined and tinkered with? Absolutely. Right? We like to have all 3 legs work out. So still a win, right? I think that's one important contextualization that you offer. The other side of this, though, having now seen the move, you've gotten out of the way. You've now seen this big pullback. When July 8th came around, you know, if you weren't in it already, there wasn't a lot of a reason to chase it higher. Do you feel like now that we've made a move to the downside, it effectively wiped out all of the gains since April? That's a heck of a loss. When is it appropriate to start dipping one's toes back into the water and not worry about the cobwebs of past performance or disappointment for getting out or not being disappointed? How do you separate that and look at this with fresh eyes following this kind of shock?
I know it's kind of hard to do, honestly. I mean, after you've seen, this asset move like that in a short few week period here behind news, it's a little bit hard to do. You could argue right now is probably a good time, but I mean, really, you gotta. I'm assuming markets are probably a little wide here, like they were after the last time they had a big move. So it's a little hard to do, honestly. I mean, I don't know. I personally don't feel any reason to touch it. I don't feel compelled to touch it at all. I really don't. So I don't know the answer. I mean, it's worth doing when you look at it from the standpoint of, now it's back to normalized level. This is where it was. I mean, it's not where it was prior to the big move, but it's at some real lows here. Is it worth getting a short put spread? Possibly, but right now it just feels like this is even just to go half a cent wide. I just don't love the risk reward. But the vol is there, obviously, because of the big move. I just don't love.
Well, it's a 30 IVR, and I think the risk reward is the point that's drawing me in right now, or pushing me away, I should say. The lows that we have this year, we're really bounding right around $4. We see that here in November. We get to the turn of the year. We have the pullback in April. $4, kind of the price is right for copper. We're at 435, 4.5. There's really not much support by way of this market. I mean, if you break through from this juncture, that's kind of it in the short term. So I go over to the HJU5 contract. I'm thinking about 56 days because we're not going to go 26 in. But at 56 days to place something on the other side of that technical support, it does happen to coincide very neatly with the 1 standard deviation expected move here in copper prices. But to that end, do I want to go 4.39 short call spread? 81% pop, risking 10 to make 1?
Right.
No. Right. No. Okay. Risk to reward's no good. So if we want to watch this go down a little bit further, we get towards technical support, then we may have something to work with. But right now, it's still very much catch falling knife. And I don't like taking those kind of trades.
Yeah, I don't mind those every now and again, but I just don't love this one, especially after there's so much news surrounding it. It's just a no touch for me.
Gold breaking down a little bit more today, bouncing back some, but we still see that shift overall in the slope of these moving averages. The 50-day moving average now has a negative slope. We haven't seen that occur in quite some time, going back to December. Silver prices as well, below 37.70. The swing high that you had here on June 18th, the lows that were carved out here in the second half of July, below 37.70, game over and look for a move back to 36. So a little bit more, Jamal, maybe another percent or two, and layer into some new longs. That could be a possibility. It's been a healthy pullback here, but I think broad, big picture story though. Let's forget the stock pullback today for a quick second. I certainly don't want to think about it. Bonds are up, dollars up, gold and silver are down. These are not detached items. It's a really good sign that gold and silver are down while the dollar and bonds are up. If we're thinking that the market's going to fall back into some type of April or May mindset, these bits of price action would not be occurring. I think if I'm a bull in the equity market, one of the things that gives me confidence that if there is a short-term pullback, it's a dip to buy still, is that these questions around the US's place in the global economy vis-a-vis how people are voting with their money, they're pulling those bets off the table. Gold was running up because of the displacement of the dollar. Silver's running up because gold's too expensive and we got to buy something else that's related. Bitcoin, likewise as well. Holding on to some of the gains here, but we're no longer seeing these dramatic pushes to the upside. Bitcoin and Ethereum kind of slogging it. So the capital allocation away to anti-fiats dissipating is the point I'm getting at here, Jamal. This is good. This is good news. So a little bit pain right now. You mentioned pulling this in. I have calls that are all the way out like 90 days to expiration still. So I'm cool as a cucumber. Writing this down, but at 36, I'm going to definitely take a swing. Below 36, I'm a chump who never knew silver. and pretend that it was never my friend, and I'll be out of here. And we'll have to wait for an even steeper pullback before rethinking any long exposure at that point. But I think as an equity market bull, gold, silver, bonds, dollar, that's your big source of confidence, even with this reversal today.
Yeah, these trades are, gold and silver. If they had done this pullback maybe a couple of months ago, I'd probably be all over it. I'd probably be a lot more interested. But you mentioned the dollar, which we're going to get to in a little bit. I mean, with the dollar trading par close to anyway, it had a strong run. Maybe there's a pullback in the order, but I think the general trend here is going to be a little bit higher for a while. And so obviously that's weighing these down, weighing them down more than we've seen in a while. And I got to tell you, too, the trade is different now. I mean, with gold and silver, it's not to say that they're not going higher in the much longer term. But in the near term, the trade is different than the one that we were making last year, February, March, all the way through April even. You can, if you look at it, it's kind of sort of treading along. And I don't think it's necessarily going to break down per se, but I don't think it has the same potential for a convexity upside trade that I was looking for early on, too, with gold and silver, the way I had the longer call spreads further out. I think that I don't think it's gone. It's just died down. So for me, that's the reason why it's lost the luster. That was the other reason why I decided to take the three-legged trade off. It's like, okay, what am I doing here at this point, and why am I still doing it? And once I had that discussion with myself, it was time to take all three off. And so it's going to be a while before I jump back in, I think. Again, I love gold when it's doing what it was doing earlier this year, less so when it's doing what it's doing now. So maybe even at some point you do an iron condor. Wrapped around 3,400, maybe. That's probably possible. But for now, I have nothing in any.
Yeah, I'm sizing up something here at the moment in gold. As I'm reminded, our friends Nick and Mike did a little bit better here in gold simply by being directionally neutral in recent months.
Mm-hmm.
You're looking for the volatility to come out of the market, the chop to occur from the Liberation Day, post-Liberation Day swing low that we have to the high. That gives you a midpoint, roughly speaking, near 33.20. So thinking that we're pretty much close to the 3.5 month, we're going on 4-month high-low range, but really this new brave new world, setting up an iron condor around those thresholds, it makes actually a good deal of sense, perhaps even with a little bit more of a downside tilt. But you can size up something in the neighborhood of a 25, a 4-to-1, 3-to-1 risk to reward here in a short iron condor position. It's a 16.1 IVR, which I know makes it relatively unappealing compared to where it's been in the past. But this is about 4-to-1. Looking for more of the chop. The bet you're making is that in the short term, we're not going to clear the post-Liberation Day panic low or get back to the highs where we were. I think that's a reasonable bet for the next few weeks.
That's a good point. And then the other thing I forgot to really differentiate, I said 3,400, but really I was thinking for October that wouldn't be the case for doing the iron condor like you just mentioned for what we're looking at. I mean, that's really the V contract, right? Like even though we have the Z contract up on the screen, the options that would, if you were to sell anything over the next 56 days, is really going to be the V contract, which right now is trading 33.20.
It's a good catch.
So
no, that's a good catch. 33.20 here.
Just thought about that.
And just to put that on here, and always got to double check, which I appreciate you flagging that. Still very much close to that midpoint. And so if you're thinking about doing something neutral, I know that a lot of folks, and I've seen some people tweet at me various trade ideas, the midpoint for the real post-Liberation Day range probably comes closer to 33.65 from a certain perspective. I think it's fair to treat this as either. Directional neutrals worked. And I think that's the main takeaway. If we said earlier in the show, if it's not broken, don't fix it. Well, what would be the strategy that you would have that mindset with right now in gold? And it would be short iron condor, directionally neutral.
Probably. I mean, that's probably what's going to work the best.
So it's something to reconsider here. Okay, moving on to energy and then over to the dollar. Inventory is really weighing on energy here over the past 24 hours. Oil inventory shot up, over 7 million barrels were added. So it's enough to help, weigh down the reaction in the market, jitting up this August 8th deadline that Trump has put out there for Russia and Ukraine to come to a deal. So a slight pullback here today. Volatility is still not expanding dramatically, which I suppose is the most frustrating part about this particular episode of perhaps geopolitical risk premia reappearing. It's just not really reappearing, even though the headlines are there. So it's a 29.2 IVR. It's a 1.5% loss here. Natural gas is giving us a 1.77% gain. Where is it bouncing from? Basically the lowest level that we've seen since election day. Energy market's not looking too hot, and it doesn't really seem to have anything organic going for it right now. It's all catalyst driven when it goes to the upside. Absent a catalyst, these things are trading heavy.
Very heavy. I mean, yeah, nat gas is trading around its lows for this contract, at least for the year. I mean, this is probably an area where you look at a short put spread, but nah, I remain disinterested in that gas. And then crude oil. Look, crude oil is it's really been an enigma this year. It really has. This is definitely one that. But the trade that has worked for some time now, and it has been the incur. And I think you've had it on for a while, right? Like that's been the trade, really. And there's really been no reason to do anything different outside of even the time where we had the big move. Obviously, I mean, it still eventually came back to sort of a baseline, which seems to be around here. And so that's been the best trade in crude oil.
Doing it right now, get your 66% probability of profit. A little bit better than a 4-to-1 risk to reward.
Looks good.
It's working.
I know. I wonder if I might have to analyze one of those. You're in that same expiration.
And if the market just chops around for August, if stocks keep going up, I'd rather play in that pool, Jamal. These are the things that keep us anchored to shore, to know, like, okay, we got the waves were a little rough out there. At least we can find our way back to something that's been working for us. So like, that's why I like the notes and the bonds with these short iron condors, the oil with the short iron condor. It's not exciting, not flashy, but day by day goes. And thanks to the volatility being afforded to us by the market, we are just playing for theta burn.
Basically.
And August is a great time to just have some trades where you just have to sit back and watch the market do nothing. That'd be fantastic. Sounds like a really easy, stress-free month. Okay, dollar bottoming continuing here. We have 5 minutes left. This has been the most delightful part of the day. That dastardly yen never believed you when you rallied, because you're a liar. And you're a liar because you're far too crowded of a trade. Still, Z-score north of 2 in yen positioning coming into this week, Jamal. I think we can say that we learned the lesson of last year. I'm going to take the credit at this point. Yes. When you have a positioning trade on, you can't just do it. You have to ride it out. The market can stay irrational and more stretched. Then you can hold on. The Z-score in the yen top ticked into the 3s in late April, early May. It's only starting to break down now. Like last year, it was a stretch trade for a number of months, about 6, before it finally reversed. So the yen breaking down, the euro continuing to see signs of erosion, the pound's head and shoulders pattern breaking down, the Canadian dollars topping pattern breaking down here, even the Aussie finding a little bit more difficulty overall. The dollar bounce has arrived. We've cleared swing lows. We've changed the trend of lower highs and lower lows. We've now established a series of higher highs and higher lows. And it's with yields going down at the long end. Very, very, very important development. So I think we have our little window right now. It's not to say that the dollar's going back to 110 anytime soon, but for the next few weeks, lots of euro positions, pound positions, yen positions could be liquidated. Just put a cherry on top of that. Coming to this week, Jamal, 3rd largest euro long position in the futures market ever. So these are just very crowded trades.
Check the tape, man. We talked about this 30 days ago. I remember it because it was a Tuesday before we started having the holiday of 4th of July. And we talked about it then. It was time to examine a long dollar trade. The dollar was just really, really oversold. And now we've seen it bounce back up. Dixie basically up to par today. It was actually in the red a little earlier. I don't know if it's a coincidence that the market is turning red as it's turning red. It might be. I don't really think has anything to do with it because for the most part, we haven't seen that. Market has not been afraid of the dollar. But yeah, I just closed my yen put spread and my euro put spread. I was up 88% on the euro put spread. The yen put spread was only like about 40%, but it was a close. I guess I would have been making more money today, but it's cool. The fact remains we were right on this trade all along, and it may still have more legs.
I think that's a good place to leave it off here, Jamal. Not that we were right on this trade, but the rationale for why we were right. Crowded. Coming to July, what are the three most crowded trades? Short dollar, long gold, long mag 7. And here at the end of the month, what are we seeing happen? The dollar's doing very well. Gold has been struggling. And the NASDAQ's down more than the Dow Jones after what was a remarkable set of earnings. Maybe not so remarkable, Jamal. But I digress. We have to close this out. We're getting ready for tomorrow's NFP report. That's what's on the calendar, of course. We have ISM manufacturing later in the day, perhaps actually influential. Isn't the whole point of tariffs, Jamal, to bring manufacturing back to the U.S.? So we would want to see manufacturing PMIs positive if this is all working out. Non-farm payrolls, 8:30 a.m., ISM 10 a.m. JC, it's good to have you back. You and I will be back on camera in a little bit. You're taking a quick break before engineering the trade. I'll be back at overtime later with Ilya, and I think Radigan's actually out. But it doesn't matter. Dr. J's coming up next. Stick around here. More Tasty Live after commercials. See ya.
How we respond to the most difficult situations is ultimately how we learn to build on our successes.
It takes the guesswork out of retail trading.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
I'm Jim Schultz, and this is From Theory to Practice. Welcome to the show today. Welcome to the broadcast. Man, welcome to the Thursday edition of what it is that we are trying to do, man. This is a post-FOMC world. This is a post-Meta world. This is a post-Microsoft world, but a pre-Apple and a pre-Amazon world. So if you needed a working definition of purgatory, it would indeed be today. So welcome to the show. I'm glad that you are here. If you're watching over on the Tasty Live Network, I would actually bounce it over to YouTube because you can join the conversation and join the discussion and communicate with your brethren who are also watching the program. Man, you can celebrate if you're a bear now, I think. Market taking a little bit of a dive in the last 15 or 20 minutes, and maybe commiserate if you are indeed a bull. So, John, bring us in. Let's take a quick little gander at what's going on out there. Yeah, it's, I don't know, man. some things are happening. NASDAQ risk-free instrument down 75 on the day so far. That's going to be your extremely high risk NASDAQ futures product. Kind of jumped the shark there a little bit, skipping over the E-mini S&Ps, which are down 5 now after being up, 50, 60, 100, 150, whatever it was overnight. When Meta blew it out of the ballpark and Microsoft blew it out of the ballpark and Uncle Jay blew it out of the ballpark, like everybody just blew it out of the ballpark, 6 ways from Sunday. You got the boomers down 187, 188 on the day. You've got the Russell 2000 futures index down 18. So some red on the day after some pretty impressive earnings last night from two of the Mag 7 there. You got the Shifties getting beaten up again for about the 36th straight day, down $5. And then of course the Hunt brothers can't get out of their own way, down over $1. Don't give up the cheese and pepperoni just yet, because they may need it to finance some of their long silver positions. But volatility is up a little bit. You've got volatility up 40 cents, volatility futures, I should say. And then of course you've got spot volatility. If I scroll down here, you've got the old VIX. Our trusty friend, the VIX. Let's grab our Glacier Freeze. Got the VIX up $1 on the day. So the VIX up to 1650, man. It's been tough sledding the last couple of weeks. I mean, the VIX was just 15, or 16, 15, 14 even. I don't think did we touch down in the 13s? I don't think we did. Hold on, let me clear these away. Let's go to the VIX. Did we get into the 13s? It felt like we did, but I don't think we actually did. Okay, so the low on the VIX is 1474. The low, 1470. So 1470 is your low on the VIX from the last, 4 or 5 trading days. And so it sure felt like 12 or 13 based on how slow things were. But man, things are picking up a little bit. Things are picking up a little bit indeed. So it'll be very interesting to see kind of what happens, going into the close. Obviously, we have Apple and Amazon tonight. And then you've got, NFP tomorrow morning, and this is not any old NFP print. I mean, I can't remember a more pivotal NFP print that is, central to our way of life than what's coming on down the chutes tomorrow morning at 8:30. And so that's all coming up very, very soon. But what I want to do today, so man, guys, the P&L Open Bros, y'all gonna get me today, man. Y'all are coming for me, and you're going to get me. You're gonna get me on Best Buy, man. You're gonna get me on Meta. You're gonna get me on Microsoft. Like the P&L Open Bros, man, they are licking their chops. But I'm going to need the expected move Butterfly Bros to battle in my absence and kind of put up a little bit of a fight. Because, man, did we ever cash that SPX Butterfly yesterday right before the close. So, of course, we'll talk about that for no less than 13 minutes. But then, of course, we'll get to you guys. Man, look at you guys in the chat. I even forgot to hop in the chat. I was so kind of focused on getting ready for the program. But I see you guys, man. David Gallimore's in the house, man. Look at you guys, man. Raul's in the house. Daniel Perkins, Sam L, Scramble Everything. Brad Glazier in the house. Man, Weiss in the house, man. Bert Earp in the house, man. There's Ash Vince in the house. Mikos, Mr. Pillows, Gregor V Dub, Emmett Morrison, man, and so many others that I wasn't able to see right there. But all right, so what I want to do today. Okay, so let's shoot from strength. As our leader, our visionary, Mr. Tom Sosnoff always says, you got to shoot from strength. Well, here you go. So if we go to the activity page, I mean, look at this thing, man. It is a beaut. This is a beaut. We bought the SPX Butterfly on the show. You guys saw this happen, right? We bought it for $640. We sold it yesterday, right before the close, basically right after I got off air with Errol for today's assignment. It was, maybe 15 or 20 minutes after I got off air. We sold it out for $25.65. So we made about $19 on that. Right now, that's 19 option dollars, which that's 1,900 actual dollars. Now, all that glitters is not necessarily gold, right? All that glitters, I mean, it might be down 6 points like gold is today, with the good old /GC. Hey, we've still been lighting some stacks of cash on fire, and we've got 2 more tonight. Like, we've got Apple, we've got Amazon. And so, again, don't necessarily get roped into thinking it's all strawberries and sunshine. I mean, don't get me wrong. We got at least a few strawberries that we're able to pick from the bushes here, but this is not the organic jet fuel free stuff. This is the stuff that they feed to the unwashed masses just kind of by the bushel here. And so $19 on the SPX butterfly. I mean, it was pretty quiet all day. It was quiet all day, super quiet all morning. It looked like it was just going to be, all right, there's another stack of cash that's going to be a pile of ashes. And even when the number dropped at 2 o'clock, not much happened. And even when the presser began, not much happened. But it really started to pick up when I was on air with Errol. I mean, I had it in the corner of my eye, of course, and I was like, man, some things are picking up here to the downside. And the next thing you knew, it was like, wow, this SPX butterfly might really be cooking with some coconut oil. And I'm not talking about canola oil. I'm not talking about that seed oil garbage. I'm talking about the good stuff, man. I'm talking about avocado oil with the high smoke point. Like all the ducks are in a row here. And so the SPX butterfly, man, that's some good stuff. That is some good stuff indeed. So we did bank that yesterday. Again, as I've mentioned on the show many, many times before, and I'll remind you guys all of today, I try to do all of my live trading on the program, and I'm able to do it 97% of the time. These are the types of times when I'm not able to do it. When I have something that's expiring that, I'm not even on air that day for From Theory to Practice, so we're not in the From Theory to Practice portfolio. I'm with Errol and, things of that nature, but I want to be focused on, what he wants to go over that day and what he wants to talk about that day. I don't want to necessarily be taking 13-minute victory laps on, another program, on somebody else's show. And so it's like, no, we save that for our show because we can do whatever we want. And so when I don't have a show that day, or, it's a situation where it's extremely timely, that's when you will see me take trades off when I'm not with you all. But again, 100% of my trade entries are going to be on the show with you. So you're going to get my thoughts. Like, you'll hear me talk about my targets. You'll hear me work through my analysis, whatever it might be, for better or worse. You can take it or leave it, of course. But yeah, from time to time, we will be taking trades off, not on the show. But again, it's still kind of a small fraction. Look at the NASDAQ down 100 now. Is this allowed? Like, did it get clearance to do this? Like, to be down 30 or 40 is like, okay, that's fine. It's a bad quote. It's a misprint. We all just need to do a quick, computer restart, things like that. But you get down 100, I'm pretty sure you need a permission slip signed to be able to do that. And so I'm pretty confident we're going to be back to unched here pretty soon. Once the powers that be kind of remind us all that this, the market's not allowed to go down. So, all right, so the indexes are under some fire. We talked about SPX. That was a rather swift victory lap. And so don't necessarily expect it to be that tidy next time around. But all right, let's talk about Meta. And let's talk about Microsoft, just to be fair. Obviously, you can't just talk about the wins. Like, I understand that I'm an internet guru, but it's like, I got to at least, I got to try to be fair. I got to try to be balanced. Obviously, being the good internet guru that I am, we're going to focus mostly on what works, but we'll pay some homage to the things that don't work here. So Microsoft was also a butterfly, so similar strategy to what we had on for SPX, but it didn't work. It just didn't, that's just basically what you don't want to have happen. You buy a butterfly, you want it to go up to near max value, just like we had with the SPX. You buy a butterfly, you don't really want it to go down to zero, which is what we have here with Microsoft. Now, of course, it looks like it's marking for 7 or 8 cents. I suppose we could save, 7 or 8 cents, but I don't really think I'm going to do that. We're just going to leave it on because, who knows, man? You've got, again, tomorrow morning's NFP print. I can't remember a more pivotal number in the economic landscape than what we are going to see tomorrow morning at 8:30 a.m. At 8:30 a.m., like everything you've been working for, it all comes to a head. Like, it all comes to a point, and it could be the point of no return. So could the NFP print send the market down, 3, 4, 500? It's possible, theoretically at least. Is it possible practically? Well, time will tell. Time will tell. So I'm going to leave Microsoft on. And then Meta is actually in a much easier decision because, we did a strategy that was 50 days to go. So September. And it's not working now, of course. Meta's up 1 million. I don't even know what the news was, but it was obviously extremely positive. So Meta up to 777, and it gets no more feng shui than that. It's 776 now, and so maybe a little bit less feng shui. But you can see that we sold this call spread for 430, and it's currently marking at right about 780. So we're down a few bucks on the trade. It could be worse. The P&L Open Bros will probably give me a pass on that one, actually, and so that's kind of nice. But when it comes to what do we do, this one's easy because we've got so much time left, you don't do anything. It's really no different than if you just did a short call spread or any, defined risk strategy in a regular 45-day cycle. Now, this one, of course, happens to be 50 days to go, but it's no different. The earnings was kind of used as a bit of a catalyst and a Kickstarter to kind of a normal cycle, kind of a regular trade, if you will. And so it didn't work. So what do you do when you have a short call spread that's not associated with earnings and it doesn't work for whatever reason? You sit tight. You don't do anything, right? You still have so much time to go. Like we still have so much time left in the strategy that, that we're gonna completely sit tight. Now, one thing I do want to mention, and several people brought this up actually live at the Boston event, which was that was a couple weeks ago now. Wow, the next stop is going to be Detroit in October. Man, I really hope to see so many of you guys out there in Detroit in October. Like it's going to be so much fun. And so, but in Boston, a couple questions I got, I can't remember if it was before the event or after the event, but we were talking about vertical spreads and we were talking about like when they don't work, like what do you do? And a couple people brought up like, hey, I noticed that my theta flipped negative on this vertical spread. I don't quite understand what that means. Like I don't quite understand or grasp like what that is telling me. I thought I was selling premium. I thought I had time working for me. Like what's going on with this negative theta business? And this is a great question because it actually makes perfect sense that the theta would flip negative once the strategy goes fully in the money. So for instance, here, let me clean up all these drawings. Let's grab we'll grab our magenta. Let's go down here. So you've got Meta at 777, right? I've got a 720, 730 short call spread. And right now you can see that we are negative theta. Okay. So the thing to understand, the mark price of this is 772. If we get to expiration, right now, again, remember, we've got 50 days to go. Like we've got 7 weeks to go before we get to expiration. So it's going to be, 7 weeks from tomorrow. So that is an eternity. Like that is an absolute eternity. I think the Fed is going to meet again, like before this expires. I don't know when the actual meeting is in September, but we've got, Jackson Hole is in August, which is like an unofficial kind of official meeting. I'm not exactly sure what they do. I think they all just kind of golf and like hunt bison and stuff, but we're all watching it. Like we want to know. I'm like, how many bison did Powell get? Did he only get 2? Like the over-under set at 1.5 on Polymarket. So I got to kind of know where my man's, shooting skills are at. And so I don't know what they're doing out there, but it's important and we're all watching it. But then the next FOMC meeting is in September, and that might actually happen before this meta strategy expires. So this is an eternity in the world of options. But fast forward all the way to expiration. Like if we went all the way to expiration, like right now you see this guy marking for 767. But we all know that at expiration, it's not going to be 767. It's obviously moving as the market moves. What's it going to be if nothing else changes about Meta between now and then and Meta stays at the same stock price? Well, it's going to fill up to its full maximum value, which of course for a vertical spread is always the width of the spread. So this guy is going to be worth $10. So in other words, if the pathway that this strategy is on is one that will slowly cause the mark price to increase because it's not going to jump from 767 to 10 on the final day. It's going to slowly increase over time as you get closer and closer to that September expiration. Well, that means quite literally, almost by definition, or maybe exactly by definition, that time is working against us now. Time is now working against you because the strategy is fully in the money. Now, contrast this with when you put on a new strategy, like for instance, let's just say like when we did this yesterday, right? Like I can't remember what Meta was, but it was, about 1,000 points lower or whatever. So Meta right now is 777. When I put this strategy on, let's say Meta was like 680 or 690, which I think is actually right. So if it's 680 or 690 and I do a 720, 730 call spread, short call spread, of course. Now think about what happens if Meta stays underneath my short call strike of 720, or in other words, if the strategy stays out of the money, then what's going to happen to the price over time? It's going to slowly go down because now it has to reach its intrinsic value at expiration, the same thing that happened if it's in the money, but now the intrinsic value is going to be 0 at expiration because it's out of the money. And so this is why your theta, which again you see over here, should and will flip over to a negative number when the vertical spread goes deeply in the money. Now, does that mean that you should abandon the position? I don't think so. I still think you should see it through to the end. And this is where position sizing comes into play on entry. And this is where, I mean, give the position time to work. Because just because it's negative theta now, it doesn't mean it's going to stay negative theta. Just because it's fully in the money now, it doesn't mean it's going to stay fully in the money. It can easily flip back to being out of the money, just like it was out of the money, and now it's in the money. I mean, markets move and things change. I mean, this is part of what we're all signing up for. And so hopefully this makes at least a little bit of sense for you guys out there. So Meta, we do nothing. And those are all the reasons why. All right. So Meta, Microsoft, wow, the show's like almost over. This is crazy. Like, it's only 45 minutes today. It's crazy. We're almost halfway done. I can't believe that. It's really, really nuts. All right, so we already did our Apple trade for earnings tonight. And of course, wow, the Nasdaq's down 150. Wow, that's crazy, man. What's going on out there, guys? Help me out. What is going on out there? Anyway, we already did an Apple short put. And Apple's got to save the market again. I feel like every Apple earnings call, like the market is under like significant pressure. And then what does Apple do? They come out and they say, hey, we're still selling a ton of iPhones. We're still selling, a ton of iPod Touches. Hey, shout out to iPod Touch, who I know watches this program. And so we're still selling all the same widgets we've been selling forever. And so they rescue the market. We're all right back to all-time highs, or back to the trajectory on its way to all-time highs or whatever. I feel like this happens pretty regularly. If you go back and were to like check the tapes on like previous Apple earnings, I think that this is actually a very common occurrence. And so I don't know, like, is today going to be the day that, the bottom finally falls out? I mean, probably, because we are short put in Apple. And so this is going to be the one. This is going to be the one that that actually goes awry for us. But I'll tell you what, man. So it's so funny. Like, if you've seen the show, if you've been watching the show for the last week or so, I mean, you guys knew my strategy going into earnings season. If you can't beat them, join them. I mean, that's what I kept saying. If you can't beat them, join them. And then yesterday we tried to get cute. Yesterday we tried to get fancy, playing Meta to the downside, playing Microsoft to the downside. And man, we played both those things to the upside. If you can't beat them, join them. Man, it would have been easy breezy, lemon squeezy, like no problem. But man, we just tried to get cute. We tried to get fancy. So today we're going to get back to our roots. If you can't beat them, join them. Now, we've already got that strategy in for Apple, but now we've got Amazon. Guys, did you guys know? I can't even believe that this is a thing. Did you guys know that you can order groceries and they bring them to your door? Like, my man brings them to your door. He drops them on your doorstep, right? We just discovered this in the Schultz household. And I'm pretty sure we're the only ones that know, so I felt obligated to tell you all. I'm like, man, so yesterday, we've been doing this for a few weeks now. So yesterday, Autumn's like, hey, we need groceries. I'm like, well, fire it up, man. Fire up the app. I'm not leaving the house. Are you serious? What is this, 1998? Like, no, man, fire up the internet. Fire up your old mobile device. Like, let's do this. So she brings up her, she gets into the app, orders a full slew of groceries. It's like 5 o'clock, in the evening, right? At 10, maybe 10:15, I had a doorstep full of groceries. And man, I'm feeding armies over here. Like, you think Amelia May's like eating a couple chickpeas and, some, lettuce and calling it a day? No, man. We got to shovel all kinds of food down these kids' mouths. Like, they're all growing like weeds, man. So, I mean, we had 19 bags of groceries at my doorstep in like 4.5 hours. I'm blown away. Right? So, you probably didn't even know that you could do that. So, there you go. How can you not be mega pint bullish on Amazon? Like, I think they're going to announce to the world. Like, I think we actually got like a special email or something from Bezos himself, where he just said, hey, listen, we're testing out this new technology. We're testing out this new thing. Would you like to be part of the pilot program? And we're like, yeah, let's do it. And so I think tonight he's going to announce to the world, like, this is a pretty good idea. And so that's going to really, really shake some things up, man. And so how can you possibly not be mega bullish on Amazon? I mean, and plus, with Bezos and the email coming from Bezos, he's like, hey, man, you can get all your vitamins. You can get all your supplements from, what we're doing here. You get your vitamin S, of course. Get your vitamin H, get your vitamin G, get your vitamin H. Right? Obviously, take them in combination. And so, yeah, you can get all that, man. You can get all that on the mobile app. It's crazy. So we go to Amazon here. If I go to the trade price, or I'm sorry, if I go to the trade page, I should say, I'm kind of thinking, man, I don't know. What if, man, Thursday going into Friday, butterfly? Whew, baby, this is what we trained for, right? This is why you're doing all those extra sets of walking lunges, or maybe even just the first set of walking lunges. Actually, let's go. Let's go in there. I'm usually good for about zero sets of walking lunges. If you go into, the glute burn, man. If you go out on an angle a little bit, we talked about this a couple days ago. Your glutes gonna be on fire, man. They are gonna be absolutely unequivocally on fire. But I'm thinking, man, what if we do a 235, 250, 265? Again, not reinventing the wheel, keeping it pretty buttoned up, keeping it pretty straight laced. We grab our Glacier Freeze here. Look at that, $3.50 debit. And I kind of think I want to layer on another bullish position for Amazon because again, I'm blown away. I'm blown away. I'm like, I'm never gonna have to grocery shop again. I'm like, this is nuts, man. This is totally nuts. And not only that, but like the stuff that was supposed to be cold, like it came in like some really nice bags, like super nice bags. I'm like, man, nothing says bougie like getting freezer items delivered to my doorstep in a really, really nice freezer equipped bag. And so, yeah, the grocery shopping days at the Schultz household are long gone. And so I'm thinking 235, 250, 265. You've got Amazon, AMZN for my audio only crowd out there, trading at about 234. You've got the 1 day cycle. Looks like we're going to pay about 347, maybe 348 for it. And so I think this is going to be the first leg of the strategy. So let me go ahead and try to fill this and we'll see if we can get filled. All right. So if I go to, let's see here, let's just do 350. That should be fine. All right, so we got filled with our butterfly. Okay, so now what I want to do. Okay, so let's add something else to this. So I want to play this thing to the upside again. I want to do it again. Like, why burn one stack of cash when you can burn two? Let's go to the 50-day cycle. Oh, wait, I don't want to do Apple. I've already done Apple. Let's go to the 50-day cycle. I'm kind of thinking, man, let's just add a short put. Let's just add a very simple, straightforward short put. Now, normally with short put analysis, we're starting around the 30-35 delta. And so that's usually where you would kind of begin thinking about selling a put. But you're going to see here in a second, that's going to be difficult for me to do because of the sizing of the strategy, given the fact that it's a $230 product. But I think we're still going to be able to squeeze this guy in there. So if I were to go in here and sell like this 225 put right here, right? You can see it's 34 delta. If I sold that guy, then we'd be looking at $3,800, right? So it's like, all right, that's not really something I want to do because the buying power is a little bit too high. I want to keep this under 3,000 for sure. I'd feel a lot better if it was even under 2,500, given the fact that we're working with about 30K. It's like, 3 to 7% is usually the range I try to live in with undefined risk. Now, from time to time, will we push the boundaries of that? We will. From time to time, will we stretch the upside of that range? We will. And we might even do it here in the next couple of minutes. But $3,800 is way too much. Like that's that's like what? That's almost 13% of the account. That's way too big. That's almost double kind of what you're going for, even on the higher end of the range. So that's not really something that I would suggest that anyone out there really consider. And so instead, what we can do here, it's pretty simple actually. When you have like a short put, a strangle would also work here. If you want to trade a given stock for earnings, binary event, or just regular trade, whatever, you try to set up the first strike that you look at and the buying power is too great. What you can do is widen out the strike or strikes if it's a strangle, and that will allow you to get into the position at a much, much lower buying power. And the reason why is actually quite simple. Because remember, the buying power, the biggest determinant of the buying power and the amount of that actual buying power effect is the amount of risk that you're taking on the position. Well, if you widen out your strikes, remember the risk doesn't really kick in until the strikes go in the money. Like as long as, if they're still out of the money, even if the stock is bouncing around like crazy in between your strikes or above your strike in the case of a short put, you're not in the money. So, the strike has no intrinsic value. And so the risk hasn't really kicked in yet. So if you widen out the strikes, or in the case of just a short put, you push it down the option chain to some lower level, you are by definition taking on a lower risk position. So the buying power that's going to be required to hold that position is indeed going to be less. And so that is what we're going to see, kind of right here and right now. So if I go in here and I just move from a 225 to a 220, you're going to see the buying power goes down significantly. So now you can see that I'm only at, 3,200. Now, of course, I'm collecting less. Like you can't have everything. Like you've got to take the gimme with the gotcha and the gotcha with the gimme. But the 225 to 220, we're moving in the right direction. So let's keep going in that direction. What if I go to 215? Now the buying power is 2,700. So it's like, okay, and I'm still collecting 345 for a 22 delta put. Like that's not too bad. Now I already have some risk on the table with the butterfly. So being even more mindful of how much risk I'm taking here is obviously, potentially a prudent thing to consider, when it comes to this entire trade package. I think let's push it down one more though. Let's go to the 210 strike. So now my buying power is only $2,200. So that's right there around the 7%, maybe 7.5% level. I'm still collecting $2.48. The pop is 84. The P50 is 94. So you can certainly, at least I'm going to round that up to 100 for my mental records. And man, that's looking pretty nice indeed. Obviously, positive delta. It's a bullish position. You've got a good amount of theta. My max profit is my credit collected, and the maximum loss is if Amazon does indeed literally go to zero. And again, with this new grocery deal, not a chance. And so $2.49. I like it. Let's push this guy out. Let's get this guy on. And then I got to get to you guys, man. All right, so we got improved at 248. So there you go. All right, where are you guys at, man? Look at you guys, man. I see you guys in the house. Man, look at you guys. All right, let's see. Let me try to surprise and delight somebody in the middle. Well, really quick, I see Mr. Pillows. What's going on there, Mr. Pillows? Mr. Pillows says, any earnings trade for Apple or Amazon? Well, I did the Apple trade the other day. It was just a short put. Here, I'll even bring that up here on the positions tab so you can see it. We did that the other day. That was by mistake. So I mean, if you wanted to do a similar strategy, you could obviously get a more accurate strike based on Apple's price right now, of course. And then the Amazon trade, or trades, I should say, are what we just did a couple of seconds ago. Again, playing it to the upside. You don't need to overthink this. This grocery delivery deal, like it's over, man. It's over. And by over, I mean, it's probably going to be down 20 or 30 points tomorrow. And so there you go, Mr. Pillows. But let me see. Can I find somebody else in the middle that I can surprise and delight? Let me see here. Steven. Steven Bivens. What's going on there, Steven? Says, when and where is the Detroit event? Is it October 13th? John and the team, can you guys post it in the chat when the event is? Because I don't have it written in front of me. I think it's October 13th. It's a Sunday. It might be the 19th. I don't know. Can you post it in the chat for me? Also, if you go, so Steven and everybody else, if you go to, tastylive.com/events. That's where you can sign up. It's totally free, and it's going to be an options crash course live, and it's going to be a good time, man. It's going to be a good time. We're going to try to learn some things. You're going to get the B- humor live. It's the exact same. It's no better. It's no worse. It's exactly the same. And so that's going to be in October. You can sign up on tastylive.com/events and bring people with you. Bring friends, bring family members, bring foes. I mean, we just need bodies in the seats, man. We're just counting heartbeats. So bring cats, dogs, birds, whatever. I was gonna say, do birds have hearts? But I was like, I probably shouldn't say that out loud. And there it goes. It already escaped. And so, anyway, I'm pretty sure the answer to that question is yes. But hey, it's live, and this is only on the Tasty Network, where you're gonna find analysis like this, even commentary like this. All right, so let's see where we at. All right, I see you guys in the house, man. I see Raul in the house. I forgot to post my comment in to demarcate, kind of previous shows from my show. But Raul says, I don't think it will be a medium-term trend. I think the Euro USD will be around 120 at the end of the year. You could be right, my friend. You could 100% be right. You've got the Euro right now at about 114, 115. That reminds me, we got to get Glenn back on the show to show us how to trade some Danish krone. So we'll do that soon. David Gallimore is in the house. I took a nap. 1 p.m. I'm a boomer. Hey, man. I mean, you're not. Well, you may be a boomer, but you're the smartest one in the room. Right? I mean, naps are just like, I've seen, you guys have probably seen this too, but there's this meme that's floating around on, whatever, Twitter, Instagram, whatever. It basically just says like all the things I like hated as a child are what I love now as, an adult or whatever, naps being one of them. And I'm like, that's 100% right. Like when you can shut it down in the middle of the day for a half hour, hour and a half, whatever. I'm like, man, what a treat. Like, that's amazing. So good job out of you there, David Gallimore. Says, now I wake up to watch Dr. Jim, man, I appreciate you. And the SPX is down 5 points. What happened? Don't worry, we're unched now. See, I told you guys, man. We were down 150 a couple seconds ago, weren't we? And now we are unched. And so there you go, man. Enough of you did the, Control-Alt-Delete, and boom, there you go. We're going to be green. We probably need about 5 or 6 more of you to kind of finish the job, and the NASDAQ will be up 10. So don't even worry about it. Daniel Perkins in the house. Hey, Dr. Jim, don't take any crap about the horrible earnings trades and instead give us a 25-minute SPX victory lap. I think I gave you like 8 minutes. I'm kind of nervous today because it's a trade deadline in MLB, so I'm kind of on edge today. I'm a little bit anxious because I'm like, are we actually gonna? I mean, the Red Sox look really good, and I'm like, what are we gonna do? Are we gonna lose Jaron Duran? Like, I would really not like that. Are we gonna actually add to the team? We added a reliever last night, which is like, oh, okay, whatever. That's not really what we need though. We need a starting pitcher. We need a first baseman, and so I'm very curious to see. I mean, it could be happening. I mean, if the Red Sox added somebody or lost somebody, if there's a big trade in the last, 30 minutes, put it in the chat, please, because I'll see it right after the show. And no trolls. I don't want any fake stuff. Like, it's got to be the real deal. No fake information, no misinformation when it comes to Red Sox trade deadline type stuff. And so you will be immediately blocked. But I appreciate you there, Daniel Perkins. And yeah, man, I'm not gonna let the P&L Open bros get me down today. Best Buy is here to stay, baby. P&L Open down $1,900. So Sam L says, Doc, the most underappreciated earnings oracle in the game. Yeah, I'm absolutely overappreciated with my earnings ability, and it's not very high to begin with, right? And so that's 100% the truth. You dropped the prophecy, we fade it, and somehow we all end up winning. Core position forever, Doc. Man, I appreciate you. Man, I appreciate you so much. Yes, again. I mean, Steven, you were asking me about my earnings trades. Hopefully you didn't put them in yet, because if you're brand new to the show and for everyone's benefit here, you should do the opposite. Case in point, Meta. Case in point, Microsoft. Case in point, even Procter & Gamble. Case in point, Starbucks. Look at Starbucks. We got tourists on Starbucks. Speaking of that, yeah, the butterfly didn't work. It looked like it was going to work too, by the way. Starbucks in the after hours market after the earnings release was like, I mean, it was screaming higher. So I was like, oh, that butterfly is going to be great. And then it just totally kind of reversed on a dime. But this 105 call, I'm glad I actually brought this up because I do want to close this. So if you look at this 105 call, so this guy that's part of the kind of investment style covered call, and this is the power, right? This is the beauty of an investment style covered call. Like, you're just selling premium against shares you plan on holding forever. We've now done this, I don't know, half a dozen times. And we've improved our basis significantly from where it was. I'm not going to go through that today because we've done that just recently. And I want to get back into, more questions. But let me close this really quick. Let me go ahead and clear that away. Let me close out of this call because it's not worth anything anymore. So it doesn't make any sense to hold this any longer. Yeah, we did 35 cents. That's fine. Probably get improved. Okay, we got filled at 35 cents. All right, that's fine. All right, so got out of Starbucks, and then this butterfly, it's gonna go away. It's gonna sadly just kind of go off into the ether. And so, but scramble everything. Is it time? It is time for the Dr. Jim expected move earnings butterfly show. That is correct. Let's power up with our sponsor, Element, which again, Autumn, she took it from me, man. She took it from me. Right? Like, we're about to start this big budgeting thing like tomorrow for, hey, happy monthversary eve to you guys. And so she's like, yeah, Element cans, I gotta go. And I'm like, man, how am I gonna get the sponsorship? And she's like, yeah, you're gonna have to figure that out on your own dime. I'm like, man, that's brutal. Because my dime is your dime. And I don't have any dimes left after you take all your dimes. And so how's that gonna work? But anyway, the Element cans, we're gonna have to smuggle them into the show. Like, I'm gonna have to kind of like go around, like, through alleys and stuff, get some Element from the black market or something. But let's see. The glacier freeze colored arithmetic lesson. Yes, that's correct. Thank you, Scramble Everything, very much. Brian Dowdy's in the house. Hey, Dr. J, glad I didn't do the opposite of you on Starbucks. I don't know why. I mean, Starbucks, we got crushed. So if you did the opposite, you would have done the antonym to getting crushed, I guess. Question on vol expansion. Is it theoretically best to put on an earnings trade right before the closing bell? Or is it irrelevant if you put it on the same day? That's a great question. And theoretically, I do think it's best to do it as close to the closing bell as you can. But I wouldn't necessarily wait till like the final minute, per se. But doing it within the last half hour, I think, is good. Because if you wait till like the literal final minute, sometimes right before the bell, the markets get crazy, the markets get wide, because people are having to liquidate and move around positions, hedges or main positions or whatever at the end of the day that they have to clean up that day. And the market makers know that. So they take advantage of that by widening out the markets and making them more costly to, trade against them. And so it's not really worth it to like, you might squeeze out an extra 0.5% of volatility expansion or whatever. But, I mean, if you can only do it like in the morning, I think that's probably fine too. But if you want to try to take advantage of it to the best of your ability, I think in the last half hour is probably the best time to do it. Let's see. Brad Glazier, I should say. Howdy, Professor. How about a pairs trade? Long some coin and short some monster. Ooh, man, you're getting into the crypto space. I'm going to pass on that for now there, Brad, just because I don't do too much crypto trading right now. And that's not even really crypto trading. Like, I understand. Like, to be a legitimate crypto bro, like, you've got to do blockchain. You've got to have stuff in cold storage. And I'm not talking about the ice cream that Whole Foods sends you. Like, I'm talking about, like, currency. Like, I'm talking about like stores of value, right? And I'm not quite there yet. And so I'm going to pass on that just because I need to be a little bit mindful of, the stacks of cash that we are lighting on fire, which reminds me, man, should we do something for NFP tomorrow? Like, I kind of feel like, man, are they really going to stomp on them for NFP tomorrow? Like, I don't think they're good. I'm going to pass. We've got Apple and Amazon tonight. I'm actually going to pass on NFP. And I know that that's crazy, but I'm kind of running out of time. I want to get to more of you guys in the chat because I just appreciate you guys so much. And yeah, so it is the most critical NFP of our lifetimes. But just in case it is the end, at least now I won't have one more position to manage. And so that is definitely a silver lining. So Theta Traders in the house. mRNA earnings tomorrow. Bite-sized underlying. Get long shares or sell a put at the 30 strike with elevated IV tomorrow or September, depending on preference. I love this for you, man. I love you for loving it for me. mRNA. Moderna. Wow, they're still in business? That's really surprising. $30. Yeah, they have earnings tomorrow. Month anniversary earnings. A Friday earnings. That's a power move, man. Again, I'm gonna pass just because we're at the end of the show. But good luck to you there, Theta Trader. Man, Friday earnings. You don't see that too often. Like most earnings, like Mondays and Fridays are very uncommon. It's usually concentrated in the meat of the week, or like the middle of the week, that Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday window is kind of where most of the earnings calls live. But man, Moderna going for it on a Friday. Is it in the morning? Hang on. Yeah, it's in the morning. Well, Friday morning. Wow, that's really. Well, I don't think I mean, I can't tell you the last time I've seen a Friday afternoon, because I mean everybody's gone. Everybody shuts it down. And so, if you ever see a company move their earnings date or their earnings call to a Friday afternoon, like you can bet your bottom biscuit it is going to be an awful earnings call. Now that doesn't mean that the market's going to react poorly because the reaction function to whatever the numbers are is quite random in my opinion. And so the short-term reaction function, obviously companies that earn money and sell widgets and whatever are going to see the stock price go up over time when you zoom out to a long enough duration and a long enough time frame. But in the short term, I would argue it's pretty unpredictable. But yeah, you don't see a Friday afternoon too often. Let's see. Sam L. Doc Jim telling Errol about Microsoft to the downside. A lot about that trade makes a lot of sense to me. Yes, that's what took him down right there. That exact line. Well, today's assignment: always fade the doc. See, Errol doesn't know that yet. He does. That's just for us. That's just for you guys. Like I'm giving you guys the secret sauce. Like I'm giving you guys. This is just for the paying subscribers, right? And again, this is 3 easy payments of $39.95 a month, right? And so I think it's a fair deal. I think it's 100% a fair deal. And so, but yeah, that's funny because I think I said those exact words. Weiss, hey, Dr. Jim, expected move Amazon call butterfly in the 1DT. You know it, Weiss. You called it, man. That's 100% what we did it. Scramble says post meta world peace. Yes. No, I see what you did there. The artist formerly known as Ron Artest. Yes, that's a good pull right there. Sam says, Doc, even rocking the purple tie. Yeah, I know. It was dark purple, right? When he walked out, I thought it was gray. But then I was like, that's not gray. And then he got to the podium. I'm like, that's dark purple. That's 100% dark purple. Uncle Jay was in a mood, basically told us we should be grateful the Fed didn't hike rates. Like, you're welcome, peasants. Yeah, that's pretty funny. Hey, I mean, I didn't hear the whole press conference because I was obviously on with Errol, and I don't have time to go back and like, if I don't see it when it happens, I don't have time to go back and like, check out the clips or whatever. I'm just curious about the market reaction and those kinds of things. And obviously like the highlights of whatever was done or said or whatever. But that is funny that, that you think he kind of had a tone, like an air of like, you should just be, just be grateful for your 4.5%, short-term rate and just be grateful it wasn't 5% or 5.5% or whatever. And so that's pretty funny. Let's see. Brian says, is it different from your experience in practice? Is what different? That looks like Brian's first comment. I can't tell what you're referring to there, Brian. Let's see here. Yeah, I'm not sure, Brian. I wish I knew what you were referring to. because I'd be happy to help, but it's not clear to me what that might be. But Sergio's in the house. Greetings. What's going on there, Sergio? Bert Earp in the house. What's up, Bert? Appreciate you, my friend. Theta Trader says his mama called him Ron Artest. That's right. I'm calling him Ron Artest. Yeah, I mean, just like I still call it Twitter. I don't think I'm ever gonna call it X. Like sometimes I'll give you like an X Twitter. I'll give you the combo meal, but I don't know that I'm ever gonna call it X because I really feel, man, I feel like Elon and company, or maybe it's just Elon, whatever. I feel like they missed the mark on. They had such incredible brand equity built up. Like such incredible brand equity built up with the not just Twitter, but tweeting itself, like the actual action, like the thing of a tweet was like so like it stood alone in a space that is otherwise very cluttered, like very busy, all kinds of traffic. Now it's called a post. Like, make me barf, man. Like, that's so generic. Like, that's like getting the Whole Foods 365 brand. It's like, this isn't helping anybody, right? It's like, nah, man, you should have stuck with the tweet, bro. Like, you had it. It was there for you. And he didn't see it. And so, Samuel, Doc looks like BBY is about to get a spotter to lift the P&L bro up. No. Oh, the P&L bro's up. CMG hitting a 52-week low. There we go. Guess there's no more extrinsic value left in those 3-day-old chips. Yeah, I'm not sure there was any to begin with. I think that's what they've been missing. I think they're just, wow, look at Chipotle. That's so crazy. All right, so this is interesting because look at you're right, the extrinsic value is basically zero now. I'm not going to do anything. I'm going to sit tight. Let's see, because again, I've said very clearly, I'm fine holding this long term. I'm fine holding the shares, whatever. Let's see if it stays around here. Let's see how far it goes before we get assigned. Let's see how far this thing goes before we have to take the shares. If I had to guess, there's still 50 days to go. I think we're getting 2 weeks out of it, at least, maybe longer, even if the extrinsic value hovers between 0 and 10 cents. You know, it's obviously never going to be 0 until expiration, so you can't say, you know, if it's 0. But if it's in the single digits in terms of what it's worth, cents-wise, I think we still get 2 weeks out of it. Now, watch it get assigned on Monday, or assigned tonight, I guess, and we see it on Monday. That would be pretty funny. But I'm not going to do anything. Let's just kind of see what happens. And so Ash Finn says, finally, the doc is back in the house, man. I appreciate you, my friend. Thanks for being here. Miko's in the house. Hey, Dr. Jim, on a scale of 1 to 100, how important is the NFP report tomorrow? I'm very scared this may be the end. Oh, I mean, you should be very, very scared. Because on a scale of 1 to 100, I'm going to put it at about a 115. So tomorrow morning's NFP print and the fake imaginary numbers that they're all going to present to the world at 8:30 that they're going to revise 19 times from Sunday in the next, 12 to 15 months. Everything you've been working for, all the financial goals you have, all the relationship goals you have, all like the projects around the house goals you have, it all depends on the made up imaginary number tomorrow morning, otherwise known as the NFP print. So 115 is the level that I would go with on a scale of 1 to 100. But man, that's it. Wow, we're done with the show. It feels like we just got started. I got to be honest. But I appreciate you guys, man. I appreciate you guys so much. Thank you so much for being here with me. Come back tomorrow. I'm going to need you guys when both Apple and Amazon blow up in my face. And so, again, if I can ever help you guys, please shoot me an email. I'm jschultz@tastylive.com, or we can connect on Twitter. I'm at jschultzf3. I would love to hear from you guys on there as well. But stay tuned. We do have Jamal coming up next with Engineering the Trade. In the meantime, guys, trade them small, trade them heavy, and stay generous. We'll see you guys tomorrow.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The Tasty Live research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
I'm running Snow Leopard with this. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Multitask, MacBook handler, brother. iPhone in one hand, iPad in the other. Pop open top, Apple logo shining on the back. That's why all these player haters know that I'm the Mac. Easier to see a nun with VD than to see me ever typing on a PC. So if you got one, you can play a sad tune and play it back later in your room on your Zune. Windows made to break. Force quits.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Everybody, I'm back. That's right. Good to be back in the building. Just in time to talk about Apple and Amazon earnings. They're the big ones on the docket tonight after Meta and Microsoft blew away expectations. We'll see if these two can do a little bit of something tonight. The goalpost for tariffs, well, it still seems to be August 1st, but things are going down. The deals are happening. Some other things are getting pushed back. What does it all mean? Who can ever really know? And then finally, don't forget, it's been a busy week, and we still got one more big thing. That's right. We got a jobs report tomorrow morning, folks. Hopefully we can't fumble the bag or the ball on that one, but we'll see what happens. So we'll talk about those three things and more. Tons of earnings to look through. And I got plenty of cash. I've cleaned up a lot of different things. So maybe you can coerce me into doing a trade. Who knows? Maybe we'll see. Welcome to the most dangerous show on the Tasty Live Network, folks. It's Engineering the Trade, and I am your host, Jamal Chandler. Good to be back in the saddle. Appreciate some of the well-wishing when got on the chat. Just wanted to let some of you know who pay attention around this time who were looking for me. I appreciate you guys. I was out. My mom had a surgery, and so I just had to help take care of my mom. Of course, you know, anytime something's up with your parents, with your mom, you got to be there for them. So I was gone. I was in Charlotte, North Carolina. Oh my God, it was so hot down there. But then it was hot in Chicago too, from what I understand. So I didn't exactly, I mean, it's, you know, what's funny is like the weather today in Chicago is awesome. It's like 74, 75. So I'm enjoying that weather, but I didn't exactly miss the heat wave because the heat wave was ridiculous. They set a record one of the days I was down. It was like 101. And, you know, I've been in 100-degree weather before plenty of times. I lived in Atlanta. I lived in Charlotte. You know, I went to high school there. I lived in the Carolinas. I've been in hot weather, but damn, I just can't take it as much anymore. I really can't. I mean, 101 with the heat index, you know, it feels like 110, 112. It's just, oh my God, it's too much. So, thank you guys in the chat. Appreciate you all for your well wishes and all that stuff. Bag fitted. You're in Virginia Beach. That's what's up. Yeah, 101 there. It's still hot down there. That heat wave is still coursing through the south. So, thank you guys for your you know, anything, your kind words and things like that while I was out. Let's get back to it, man. Let's pull up some slides. Let's talk about the day, and I will also obviously get to the platform after. But look, can Apple and Amazon, can they keep up? Can they keep up the momentum? I mean, you saw what Meta and Microsoft did last night. I think one of them maybe can, and Amazon. I mean, yeah, they say consumer. Look, I've heard differing things for the most part. Consumers are still spending. It's not like it's way down. So once you're on Amazon, you don't ever really get off. You would imagine that they're going to be just fine. And they also have another division, right? They have the cloud division. That's still a thing. And so I think Amazon is going to be just fine. We'll see if it makes a big move to the upside. I got some calendar call spreads in there. I had some in Meta too, by the way. Had that on for a while. Just closed those out this morning. You probably saw that on the Follow Trader page. That was nice. Worked out. Nice little payoff. I have some in Amazon. We'll see. Apple, on the other hand, I don't know, man. I don't know. They really haven't. There's no new products. They haven't come out with anything new in a while. Sure, they keep updating, you know, phones. I mean, obviously there was the iPhone 16 that came out, and yeah, that's a great phone and all, but they don't have any huge AI offerings. And that's really the big thing, right? I mean, I know they got the Apple Intelligence and I am genius. Oh. That commercial was great, actually, but I just don't know if that whole situation is enough to make the stock move. Just look at the way the stock is trading. I mean, it's trading like it's not a growth stock anymore. And I think that in itself tells you a whole lot about how earnings are going to play out. So we'll see. I am also looking at what's potentially going on in there. I'm not looking to make a trade in Apple. I can tell you that. I got the Amazon trade. That's good enough. I don't plan on trading a ton of earnings. James Bond IV, I saw you, man. What am I doing in coin and MicroStrategies? Well, we'll look at those in a little bit, and we'll see. What we'll do in Microsoft and coin. I looked at them earlier. I didn't see anything interesting, but we'll see. So a lot of news has been coming out about the tariffs again recently. We saw that Mexico today was given a 90-day reprieve from higher tariffs because, again, it was supposed to be after August. There were going to be higher tariffs put in place for a lot of different countries. Been hearing about a lot of different deals that have been going on. The market does not seem to, there's been a lot more threatening coming with India recently. I think it was threatened with a 25% tariff. So there's still a tariff. I mean, that is just going to be a thing that we're going to be talking about probably at least for the rest of the year, maybe the next couple of years, more than likely. The markets don't seem to react to it the way that they once did. We'll see what happens tomorrow. I don't anticipate a Liberation Day type of move, but we'll see. We saw a little pullback here in the recent hour or so about markets, right? We saw them down as much as 30 for a little bit, but that's not really nothing. What is interesting is the range on the day. I mean, again, we were up much higher earlier in the day in pre-market, and then we've faded. So we've had about an 89 or so range handle range today in S&P 500. That's a big. It's not big. I shouldn't take that, but it's over 1.5%, right? Almost not 1.5. It's like it's close to 1.5. 90 would be. So that this is a market that still continues to move to the upside. It doesn't seem to be threatened by tariffs. We'll see. Tomorrow is theoretically a big day, but the markets don't seem to be trading like it. When I look right now, less than a 1% move expected in the S&P 500. See how that plays out. We got the jobs report tomorrow, and I tell you, they're expecting 100,000 jobs to be created. Where they're also expecting that the unemployment rate is not going to stray too far from what it's been over the last several months. I mean, again, the way you fumble this, the only way the market really reacts big to this and the way they fumble this number is if, for some reason, this jobs report is impacted by tariffs, which none of the job reports to this point have been impacted by. So if that ends up being the case, I think the market freaks out. Other than that, it's going to be theoretically smooth sailing. Now, when I say smooth sailing, I don't mean necessarily up, for example. I'm just saying I don't think we stray outside of that move, the expected move. In the S&P 500, the expected move right now is 54.6 points for tomorrow, including a jobs report, including the potential raise in tariffs for a lot of different countries. But they say there's a lot of deals going on, and I think the market is reflecting that. Oh, leftovers. What's the largest Reddit communities? Let's take a look at the next slide. Emmett Morrison, thank you so much. Brad Glazer, thank you so much. Appreciate you. Donna Ski, appreciate you. And I hope things are going well with your husband. My brother Mike, how you doing, man? You know what? I need to know when the August show. When is the August show? That is, it's August tomorrow, guys. Can you believe it? It's so fast. It came up so quickly. I feel like this year's just moving along. Friday, August 15th. Yeah, you know what? I don't know. So the interesting thing about the At Work by 11, yeah, thanks, guys. The interesting thing about the At Work by 11 shows is that, if I were going to be at the show on Friday morning, then, I do a segment on Friday mornings. I would miss that one. So more than likely, I might not be at the show. I don't know. Maybe I could show up at the show. I guess I could show up. Actually, I might show up. I might show up at the show. I might not be there early because I'll be working on the network. So I won't be there for the meet and greet hour, but I will plan to show up at the show. How about that? There you go. Because again, the show's going to be between 9 and 11. I don't have any shows at that time. So Largest communities on Reddit. Ready? Here you go. These are the top, well, how many 10? I got 10. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, 10. These are the top 10 largest communities on Reddit. Are funny. Do you guys use Reddit? I'm curious. Yeah, I'm going to poll the audience here. Do you use Reddit? Is it 1T or 2Ts? Yeah, it's 1T. Yes or no? That's simple. I really don't. I don't even have the app on my phone. A lot of times when I do pull things up on, I search something up online just to look for an answer, and there's a lot of Reddit community stuff that pops up. And I'll look at that. So I don't mean use it like that. I mean, like, do you have the app on your phone? Like, is it something you use regularly, right? I actually don't. But these are the top communities. Are funny. So I really can't give you any insight and color to these communities because I don't think I've ever really knowingly touched these. Our funny is top one. Our Ask Reddit is another one. Our gaming is another. That's got to be so massive. I mean, there's so many different gaming. There's PC games. There's PS3. There's Xbox. I don't know. Our World News. You would think that would be a little bit higher, but probably not. I guess other people go to other places for that. Our Today I Learned. Now, I don't use Reddit, but if I did, I'd probably be subscribed to that one. Today I Learned. I was today years old when, you ever hear that? Those are always funny. Our Music is next. That has 38 million users. Our Aw. I bet that has a good, I bet those are interesting with pictures and stuff like that. Our Movies, it seems kind of broad, but okay. Our Memes. All right. Our Shower Thoughts. That would be the other one. That would be two things that I would use. I would use Today I Learned and Our Shower Thoughts. It is interesting the things you think about when you're in the shower, right? When like you don't have a phone in your hand, you're not doing anything like that. Is that an account? Our Theta Gang? I don't know. What about the most dangerous communities on Reddit, Josh? Yeah, maybe you should look that up. And it's funny. Our Wall Street Bets. Our Wall Street Bets doesn't seem to be one of the top 10. Sorry. Let's move to the next slide. So this is one of the ways I look at volatility. I haven't pulled this chart up in a while because the big move in April/May really kind of like makes this thing weird. Again, remember, this is volatility risk premium, something I learned while working at SIBO. It's VIX minus historical vol difference. The funny thing is that this is something that we do all the time, right? We look at the difference between implied vols and historical vols, right? I mean, this is something that I learned. So I actually learned the term volatility risk premium from SIBO, but the idea of taking the difference between implied and historical, I learned when I first started trading. That's what we used to do all the time at a prop trading firm. When you were selling vol or sometimes picking direction, but you always paid attention to where historical vol was trading versus implied, right? Well, right now, historical vol is really, really low. It's in the single digits because we really haven't moved big, right? We really haven't moved much outside of 1% on any given day. It's been general upward moves, but they've been sort of, they're not violent moves, right? And so that's why historical vol is low. But there's a little bit of implied, right? When you look at the VIX right now, the VIX is 16, right? And so that would imply like right now historical vol is like 8 or so, because I think this metric is flashing around like 8 or 9 right now. It's not exactly 10, but usually at these levels, when this thing is close to 9 or 10, when this volatility risk premium is close to 9 or 10, it's usually a great vol selling environment. The interesting thing is that's not really the case right now. The only reason this is that high is, again, because historical vol is high. When historical vol is low, excuse me. When historical vol is high, that's when you get the big dip that you have right here that was pointing at May 2025, because the market was moving big, remember? Moving about 100, 150 points a day back then. Now, not so much. However, we did get an 89 handle. What's the exact number? We have an 103-point range today. That is easily the biggest point range we've had since, let's go back. I can't find one. It's been a while. None this month over 100. You got to go back to June 23rd, where you had a range of 132 points. That's the last time we had an over 100-point move. So there you go. Let's move to the next slide. Historical vol is really low. You know what's also low now is copper. For those of you who remember, I used to talk about a lot. I had a three-legged trade with copper. I was short a copper call spread. I was long gold call spread, and I long a silver call spread. So I was long GC call spread, 3,400, 3,450. Long the silver 40, 42 call spread, and then I was short the 530, 540 call spread in copper. Oh, geez. I mean, copper took off. Didn't quite carry gold and silver with it, right? Because it was just a one-off move because of the Trump tariffs, and he mentioned that. And so I had that going on for a while. I literally just closed these out on last week, Monday, like the 22nd, because I knew I was going to be out for a while, and it was just probably time to close those trades. Copper didn't seem like it was going to pull back, and I was money on silver. I had closed this SLV calls. The silver call spread a while ago, but I had some SLV calls. Overall, I made good money on the three-legged trade between those three. Decided to close it. Just so happens yesterday we have the news. Trump exempts the most widely imported form of copper from 50% tariff. Wow, look at that. If I had closed it today, I would have made good money on the copper trade. I would have had to deal with a lot, but I wouldn't have made as much on the silver and gold. So I'm glad I closed it when I did. I think it worked out the best, but this has been one of the craziest moves. Biggest move ever recorded since copper's been trading. Wild. Let's move to the next slide. Looking at bonds, I was looking at there really hasn't been a whole lot of change between 2s and 10s, even after the Fed meeting yesterday, which we wouldn't expect, because there's no rates being cut. It's not going to happen. But the 2-10 spread is obviously come a long way from a couple of years ago. It's back in the positive, of course, and it's hanging around 50 basis points, which we've seen for a while. Right now, 3.8 versus 4.3, but we've seen 4 versus 4.5 on the 10-year. And so I actually don't think we cut rates this year. I don't know if they do, maybe a quarter. I don't know. This just all this back and forth between Trump and Powell, and then all of this sort of positive stuff that's been going on in the economy, and yet to really see any effect from tariffs. I think that's one of the reasons why they're holding on rates that they are, and I just don't think it's going to change. So we might be in this range for a while, 50 basis points. Let's move to the last slide, please. Earnings. We got a bunch. Apple, Amazon, MicroStrategies, Coin, Reddit, Net, Riot, First Solar, Roku, couple of oil names in there, Exxon and Chevron, and Moderna and Regan. July non-farm payroll report obviously is on Friday. Number of S&P 500 stocks above the 50-day moving average is 307. At least it was this morning. Might have changed. Let's move to the platform. I tell you, you gotta find it interesting that the market is deciding to pull back on a day like today. Is it just the end of the month type of flows? Kind of feels like it. 53.6 point move expected in markets right now. Yeah, that's what it seems like. And what's the expected move on net? Let me see. Yeah, guys in the chat, please shout out Donna and give her much love. Hope her husband's going to be doing well soon. Well, there's no bottom. I know NVO. I've been looking at NVO again. I got a lot of cash to play. I've been looking at NVO. I've been looking at UNH. UNH is really ugly, and I thought about selling a put spread in here. What's the low from 515? 248.88. I mean, it's closing right back in on that low. I looked at this thing yesterday, but I just don't know how much I want to do it. I don't want to do it. I just feel like as much as this stock has been sucking, right? It's been going down. It's not good. I actually, what's so funny? I actually thought about in my Rogue account the idea of doing a put spread, 1x2 put spread, selling 1 to buy 2. Thought about doing that, changed my mind. Probably should have done it. This stock does not look any good. It just, things are not good in that situation, and there's a lot going on with Medicaid, which I don't fully really understand. So I haven't touched this, but it is tempting to sell the put or put spread in here, but I haven't touched it, and I just still don't think I am. Brian, how am I playing Amazon and Apple? Well, I'm not playing Apple at all. Amazon, it's the classic. For those who are longtime listeners of the show, you guys know how I do a lot of these earnings. If I feel like something is a nice play. Lone Sophos, good to see you. Good to see you. Donna, it's all love. You know what I mean? It's all love. Those who are longtime listeners of the show, I use calendar call spreads for names that I feel like might be going to the upside. This one is already moving up, and I'm playing it because, again, I like the chart. The chart has been strong, and the most recent high was 242 and change. Maybe this thing eclipses it and gets to 250. I don't know. I mean, the expected move is just so happens to be close to $15. Maybe they have a blowout quarter and then they rock it. So this is what I'm doing. I got a couple laid out, 240, 242 and a half. I had the 235 and 230 in recent days, and I closed those out, actually. Usually when they get to my strikes before the big event happens, I just close them out. There's no reason. I'm not going to make any money off of a 235 call spread in this case because it's still going to have a big move. It would be gambling at that point, right? Because the only way I'm making money on a 235 calls, on a calendar call spread, is if the stock sits around here and this 235 comes in big time, and I still have some value on the August 235. But I just closed it out. There's no point in that. The way I like to do these is play further upside so that when you get the big move, it serves you well and it works out well. Like that's what happened in Meta. Meta was trading 700 yesterday, right? I had a couple, but I had the 750, the 775, and the 800 calendar call spread. And I got them for fairly cheap, $1, maybe under $1, so that when they made a big move, it worked. It really, like, the calendar call spread like multiplies by money. Like it goes from like $1 to like $4, right? Like, so that's a real nice play. Yeah, Apple, I'm just, I don't know. You know what's interesting? I really haven't done a sentiment check on Apple. I don't know how negative it is. I am always willing to play something that everybody is negative on. I don't think necessarily people are negative on Apple. It's more of just like they're just blah about it, right? And so for that reason, I'm not really that interested. Let's see expected moves here. $9 expected move. I mean, that's like 4% probably. I don't see it. I don't feel like it's gonna. I like to play names that are gonna beat earnings expectations to the upside, right? One of them I am interested in is First Solar. I was trying to get, because this thing can move big on earnings at times. When was the last earnings? It was probably around here, right? Was this earnings last time? I don't remember. But I feel like this can move pretty big on earnings, and I do want to play it. I feel like some of these upside calls are crazy. I feel like this thing could. Let's see. This is one where I actually just might play. It's $11, $12 expected move. What can we do in here? God, these markets are a little wide. 15 cents. The 185 calendar spread. Can we get it off? Oh, nice. Got that off. We'll do that. We'll do a couple of these and First Solar. I like this name for a big pop. We'll see what it does. The 190 kind. Let's try that. Penny off. Oh, come on. Don't be like that. Place order 37. Let's do that. Bam. We got that one. And let's see what else. 185, 190. Should I do the 180? I mean, because stock is already down here. And so that's the other thing. You always want to pay attention to how much premium you got. $300. I don't want to spend more than probably $500 on this, right? Because then at the end of that's how I always think about it. It's like I could lose. Oh my God, this is $2. No, I don't want to do the 180. I'd rather just play for the crazy upside and get cheaper on them. So let's go 195. This way, if it does a big moonshot, $20, we rake it in on that. There we go. So we got 3 of those in First Solar. We'll live with that. I got to publish these for you guys. What did I publish that? Yes. So, I mean, that's just my preferred way of playing earnings. This comes from years of playing earnings, guys, where you get let down by, again, I don't like to sell earnings. So certainly I'm not selling earnings right now when volatility is pretty low overall. Coin, $24 expected move. Does coin really move on earnings like that? Last earnings were probably here. No, this was something else happened on that day. I don't know. The last earnings were, if you call it a month ago, it was probably somewhere around the, the end of April, probably, something like that. Beginning of May, somewhere in here. It doesn't seem like it moved big on earnings. I don't know. I really don't. I mean, this one is a compelling one. What'd I say, $24 move? Oh, geez. I mean, again, this would be one where, you gotta look at the chart. How much more upside is there here? Is it going to return to highs, 450? It's possible. I mean, that would be a huge move over a couple of day period. I mean, is this really an earnings mover or is it just more of a mover on crypto? I mean, I think that's the question you really got to ask yourself. I really don't remember how much this moves on earnings versus just generally moving on what's going on with crypto. So that would be my question. That's really why I hadn't analyzed possibly doing anything in here. Let's see, the 405. What does my calendar call spread look like in this? Those are not cheap. See, that's not the ones we want to do. Again, this is a $20 move to the upside and you're having to pay $4 on that. I would advise not doing that. My calendar call spreads typically are going to be under $2, right? That's the ones that I like. Because again, not only is this going to have to make a move in the direction I want, I'm betting not only to make a move in the direction I want, I'm betting you're going to make a big move in the direction I want, and I want to get it for cheap. And $4 is just not enough to get me interested. 420, $420, $3 and change. I mean, these options are jacked, man. This is definitely one that is harder to play. I just don't know if I do anything in here. I just don't know. No, I don't know. Net, what is that one about? Net is I haven't traded this name in years, and stock is already way up here. I mean, these are, what is the vol in here? Implied vol is 20. Woo! This is majorly jacked. Obviously, well over 10% move. It's not something I'm a big player of. I don't know if I'm interested in that. I mean, again, I'm not trading a ton of earnings these days, guys. I really have calmed down. The other one I thought was somewhat interesting was Reddit. I mean, I like higher dollar names that give you a lot of opportunities to potentially do something. It is weird to me that the stock is already up $10. It's already up like an earnings type of move. 22 is the expected move. I don't know how much upside this has, but let's see if we can piece together a calendar call spread in this thing. 175, that's $1.58. Now that's not crazy, right? If the name decided to move up higher, boom, right? It would have to get through this breakdown here in February, which again, a lot of names have gotten through their breakdowns in February, 187, 175. Maybe we put on a couple and oh my God, it just went from 153 to what? This is so wide. Geez. These markets that wide? All right, we're gonna go with this. Yeah, you suckered me in, you punk. I'm gonna put on a couple of more of those call spreads and I'll put them into the follow trader page so you guys can see that. Folks, that's the show. Good to be back, man. Thanks for watching. And as always, be smart, be patient, trade them small, and trade them often.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Hello. Well, I thought you'd never see me in this again, right? You probably figured this costume was done for good, but no. On the day when the market was at its highest point in history, I'm wearing my Paul McCartney Beatles outfit because it's a big day. This is the best day I've had in a long time. I am so short I could jump off a nickel. And it's really cool because there was only two bad things, one of them which wasn't even bad. Yesterday, Carvana came out with their earnings and the stock exploded higher, even though its PE is like in the hundreds. I was short that. It was a small position. I lost like 15%. I ripped the Band-Aid off last night after hours and was done with it. Then this morning, on the heels of that Meta and Microsoft news, the NQ was up hundreds of points. I was already short the cubes. What did I do? Did I cover the cubes at a loss? No. I shorted tons more. I'm not sure why. I just figured that now is the time, because with prices this high, Meta and Microsoft pushing things up these crazy levels, I was going to get even zanier than before. Because the thing is that I'm not a bear. I'm not a bear. I am the bear. I'm the only one left. There are no others. Show me any others out there. Look at Kramer, if you can, for a second. When has he been bearish? I remember distinctly when he was bearish at the bottom of the market in 2009. And there was an interview with him, and he was speaking very softly for a change, and he was very meek. And he said, I would tell anybody I loved or my family not to go into the stock market. Just don't. Because the man was broken, utterly broken by the fall. At the bottom, he was a bear. Now these days, of course, he's jumping around and in between sentences saying that he worked at Goldman Sachs at one point. Buy, 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 buy. That's it. So there's no others. I'm your only bear left. And having said that, I'm as constant as the Northern Star. I have to do my duty. So when stocks were raging higher this morning, I shorted even more. And so a few days ago, I talked about how lightly positioned I was, 60%, 70%. Those days are gone. I'm back to the old Tim. 200% commitment. Incredibly short. And of course, this afternoon, there's going to be Apple, there's going to be Amazon. Who knows? Microsoft and Meta, they exploded higher. I said yesterday, my dumb guess is that Meta will be weak. Well, that was dumb, wasn't it? Because it's the biggest gainer today. It's added hundreds of billions of dollars to its value. It's higher than it's ever been in history. I'm dumb, but I'm not stupid. I wasn't short the thing. But my wild guess that Meta would be weak was just plain wrong. Everything's up, even old school stuff like eBay. But I think we're in a stock picker's market again. And the reason I say that is because I'm picking stocks. And even at the open, when the NQ was up hundreds of points and everything was green, the ES was up 60, green all over the place. Almost every position I've got was down, which is good because they're short. I always have to qualify that in case anybody gets confused. So at the worst of times, that is to say, this morning when the market was strong, things are going just great. And when things started melting down for no particular reason, I guess because somewhere in the depths of people's hearts, they realized that this is about as good as it gets, things started selling off. So, I mean, ideal for me would be, of course, if either Apple or Amazon or both fall this evening, but I'm not counting on it. I'm not relying upon it. These are well-chosen stocks. So the Beatles outfit is here to commemorate this lifetime high day and the fact that we are defying this market no matter what. So having said that, I've got some symbols loaded. I've got some charts for you, believe it or not. I'd like to talk about them. Let's jump in. We begin, good heavens, I'm in the wrong symbol. We begin with a spider. Here it is, as I said earlier, a lifetime high intraday. We've got a big old bearish engulfing pattern on our hands. It's okay, it's not a big deal, nothing to get excited about, but it's nice. We've had 4 red bars in a row. Again, not that big a deal, although it does sort of make clear that there's more strength in the morning than at the close. The bulls are running out of proverbial gas because they're able to start strong, but not finish strong. Meta, as I said, which is a stock that I really do hope just goes higher and higher and higher through the years, is at 777, very lucky sounding number. This has been a phenomenal turnaround. Whatever Mark Zuckerberg decided to do was the right thing to do. Sheryl Sandberg clearly was not the cat's pajamas because she was out of there years ago, and somehow after she left, things got really good. Yeah, up it goes. We've had a tremendous run on Meta. We've gone from the double digits to, who knows, it could be quadruple digits next year. It's just astonishing stock. So that has been a big lift to the market. Microsoft also very green. Although unlike Meta, it's been selling off most of it. It pretty much opened at the high and is trading at the low right now. So it has been selling off and still has about a 4% gain. Nothing like Meta's double-digit percentage return. Meta is retaining all of that strength. But as we look at the NQ here, from this great distance, you can see that the broken channel is still a thing for us because the channel was the confinement for the NQ ever since late 2022. It broke it with some gusto back in early March, and since then has been steadfastly below it. It tried today to get way above it. You can see right here, this line is just magic. It blasted way above it. No, that channel has power. We sold off hard. We're still below the line. And what would be really spiffy is if we sold off tomorrow well below the line. But look at this, it's astonishing. Now keep in mind, most people see this, which is a bunch of wiggles and squiggles. Simple markups, well chosen, well placed, because I've been doing this since I was a lad, make all the difference. And that's what we're here for, right? Some individual items here doing well. eBay, which I mentioned before as a long, very strong lifetime high, coming off of this quite well-formed cup with handle pattern, zipping higher like so. And some similar charts. These haven't reported earnings, but these are kind of similarly situated. You've got Cisco, very long-term base here. You've got Exelon, EXC. You've got Gilead, GILD, and Intuit. I'm showing these only because the kinds of bullish setups they have are similar to what eBay has enjoyed, and also to help diminish the unchecked bearishness of this little segment of ours, just to show you some bullish setups there. But on the whole, I'm focused on the short side of things. There's a couple I definitely missed. ARM Holdings, I used to be really obsessed with. I just started ignoring it for months, really, because it's such an unpredictable beast. You can see that we had a couple of tops here that produced drops. This one didn't produce a thing until later. It's just a mess. So this isn't something I'm not mad at myself because I wouldn't have traded this anyway. There was no discernible pattern here, but we've got a nice tumble on this one, down almost 14%. This one I'm a little bit upset about because this is exactly the kind of chart that I dig, because we broke a lifetime trend line here. But here again, this is a good example that even when the stock has lost most of its value, doesn't mean it's done. I mean, this thing went from the 700s down to like 200. So it had already lost the vast majority of its value, and even more vast today because we've got about a $74 drop on this. So this is worth about a sixth of what it was only back in 2021. Align Technologies, just a cataclysm there. So didn't partake in that. In passing yesterday, I mentioned Netflix, and in particular, we've got two channels here. This is the long-term ascending channel whose midline I've been pointing out because the midline was tagged and exceeded briefly here. And now what's going on is that we have a shorter term channel whose midline also, I think, has some weight. And in this instance, we've sunk down, 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 and look at what's going on. We talked about this a couple of weeks ago. We're kind of finding a happy equilibrium at the midline, finding some support there. I try to avoid Netflix. We don't get along. But I would say at the moment, it seems to be finding some level of support. Over in precious metals land, long-term bullish, short-term bearish, continues to sink. SLV, I think, has very firm support down around 31.43. But you can see by way of the miners, like here's the junior miners, we're starting to feel even this kind of level, short-term support. We've slipped below that. Metals in general, I think I'm going to ignore them for a while until they seem like more of a bargain. But at the moment, like I said, I'm very aggressively positioned. I have 30 different short positions, some of them irresponsibly large. And I mean, I'm looking at the list here, just of the 30, like almost all of them are in the red. The only exception is Costco, which is up 1.47%. That's okay. It's still very profitable. I'm going to hang on to that. But a few tidbits from that stack are as follows, and I don't have much time, so I'll go through them quickly. ANF, Abercrombie and Fitch, ELF Beauty, that is the symbol ELF. Hilton Worldwide, HLT. Here's Microchip Technologies, MCHP. On Semiconductor, another one in that sector. This is symbol ON. A little different here, PepsiCo. PEP being the symbol on that one. And a very pretty long-term, massive top on that one. And then, of course, Royal Caribbean. We all love the cruises, right? RCL, this one's down again, over 3.5%. So that's just a little sampler of the dozens of stocks I'm short right now. Of the 30, I think something like 24 equities and 6 are like ETFs, something along those lines. That's roughly it doesn't really matter. But in terms of tonight, the two of the Mag 7 report tonight, 2 did yesterday, both with great success. That will have a big hand in informing the direction of the cubes. This is the cube chart. In this instance, we are still well above this medium-term trend line. We have been very steadily for months now working higher and higher and higher. What's a little bit interesting about today is that we opened very strong lifetime highs and have been sinking all day. At the moment, we are near the day's lows, and we'll almost certainly have a bearish engulfing pattern today. But this is kind of at the mercy of what's coming from the double A team here. So here we have Amazon, AMZN, which is near its own lifetime highs. I don't have a position in either this or Apple, but there we are at lifetime highs. I don't have a particular opinion about the direction on that one. And then Apple, AAPL, I was short this until this morning. I went ahead and took profits on that. Not because I think it has a particular chance of blasting higher, but I got other fish to fry. I got other good positions. So I am out of that. So neither Apple nor Amazon I'm in. Given the two, because my meta guess was so wrong yesterday, let me offer you another one. I'm more inclined to say Apple will probably be weak versus Amazon, but I don't have really strong opinions about it, either of these fellows. But we'll know soon. We'll know those results soon, and we'll know what the cubes do in response to that. So I hope you're having half as good a day as I am, because that would still be really good. And we'll wrap up the week tomorrow, and thanks for coming by. Good night.
In the world of investing, a beast lurks between the numbers. Some watch from the safety of the sidelines, but others saddle up and ride that one-ton rowdy ribeye for all he's got. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade, named best online broker for options trading. Genius loves company.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
The amount of time I spend interacting with our customers via email or anything else is pretty much my entire life.
To be so powerful and so valuable, and then to be that approachable, just amazing.
Where else are you going to be able to email a CEO, get response back? But you know what? Before he even knew who I was just some idiot trying to learn how to trade. And he still would email and help me learn and everything like that.
Some people say it's nuts, some people say it's insane. You know, that's what I do. The beauty of thinkorswim was that we were different. From the name to the front end technology was clearly what we wanted as traders. Second time around, I think we did a better job. Yes, we are known for our ability to support complex derivatives traders, but we also have the tools for somebody who's brand new who wants to come in on the first floor and work their way up to the top of the building.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Ring the alarm, hey, ring the alarm, boys. Turn up the charm, listen up, y'all. Get out the damn stall. It's the last call. Hey, the last call, the last call, the last call.
Tomas, we are back, my friend. You know what that means. Time for a little more Tasty Live. What a day it's been, son.
What a day.
You know what? I'm a little bit mad at myself, and I'll tell you why.
Okay. Why?
I made a nice call this morning. I usually will fade a 30 handle move. 60 handle move is like unheard of overnight.
90.
It's a complete setup. I always talk about like you need that overnight blow off or that overnight sell off during the night. You can buy those, sell those. And
do we whack them and how? Give them a little finger roll.
You called it. You got it. I did not.
This is actually the reverse finger roll. But you know what? I effed up my day. On the opening, I thought I was being smart. I'm being very un-Tom-like, hedging off a position, and Microsoft ruined my whole day.
Yeah, well, Meta kept its...
That's what you get for hedging.
That's what you get for hedging. Meta kept its wings up, but Microsoft really did not. Microsoft up $19. Microsoft was up $45 to $55 pre-market for sure. Roblox for earnings.
Sold off a lot, over $13 off its high.
RBLX, sorry. Yes, only up $11 right now.
Yeah.
I mean, you had some movement here, Sadov. Even the S&Ps themselves have had over $100 range, top to bottom. Nasdaq has had a 500.
So there's a couple of takeaways from this, Mr. Batista. Takeaway number one is
enlighten me.
Takeaway number one is nobody knows anything. I mean, some stocks like Meta, you'd figure, hey, that's a good candidate to turn around. That stock hasn't moved all day.
Hasn't moved all day.
Microsoft lost 50%. Roblox lost 50%. But then some of the stocks that have earnings tonight, they refuse to have a downtick. Roku, no downticks all day. Reddit, no downticks all day. Apple hasn't really moved the entire day.
Yeah, it's been basically
Coinbase,
unchanged, down small.
Amazon's been upticking all day into the sell-off.
Yeah.
And then the sell-off itself from up 60 to down 30 back to up
25 or 30.
15.
Yeah.
I mean, they're moving around like it's like water.
So I was on the floor today, Sosnoff, of the CBOE when all of this was happening down there. And
Did you see somebody with the BAT acronym?
I did not.
Okay.
They handled it with poise and professionalism.
Handled what? You? Handled you with poise and perfection?
The market movement. I mean, you couldn't tell if you didn't know how to read the screens where the market was unchanged.
Those guys are so old now; they wouldn't know what they don't know. They don't know. They don't know if they're
listening.
They don't know if
they're listening. They watch. They hear.
Pissing or crapping. They have no idea.
Get back to them. That's not what I'm saying. Chip, Flip, all you guys looking good.
Those guys are still alive. They're lucky they're alive and breathing. You know, they have oxygen tanks down there.
I'm not talking like you.
Just kidding.
Walls have ears, Sosnoff. The walls have ears.
But
I was down there, man. We were watching. Spoos were moving 25 handles in 3 minutes, and I was orderly.
I think Liz and Jenny like going down there every week, 2 days a week, because they're SIBO 10s.
So Doug down there. Yeah. People what?
They're SIBO 10s.
That's going to get you in a lot of trouble today. Why don't you talk today about the difference between a SIBO 10 and a Ibiza 10? Why don't you talk about that?
I mean, you know, about 30 years. I don't know.
Oh, you're brutal. You're brutal.
People that live in glass houses, okay?
You should not throw stones, though.
Should not walk around naked.
It's 100% correct. It's 100% correct.
I wish somebody would call me a SIBO 10.
I wish you were ever a SIBO 10, okay? I would have taken it just for a day. I'm going to pivot.
But those guys that are trading in the pit still that were there when we were there, I mean, those guys have been there 40 years.
Yeah.
I mean, not all of them are down there, are 100. But when
I saw an old clerk of mine.
But when your order doesn't get filled, okay, now you know why. Can't read the screens anymore.
You just can't see it. They would fill it if they could see it.
Hey.
Oh, now you're sucking me into your bad behavior.
Hey, somebody wake that guy up, okay?
That's not right.
Grandpa, get up.
That's not right. Now you're sucking me into your very, very, very bad behavior, Sadno. Very bad behavior.
No, I haven't been down to the new floor yet, but I'll have to get there.
I'm gonna have to help the guys out. Here's Sadnov doing his best Sweeney impersonation. The guys asked me to do that, Sadnov. I didn't do that.
I do not like that picture. And I don't know where you got that picture. And I am not happy with that.
I'm sure you're not.
I feel that's
AI, Sadnov. You say AI can't do stuff.
I feel that's
AI can do stuff, Sadnov. It can do a lot. See that?
That's a mischaracterization.
Yeah, you did better. You did better. I mean, I see the similarities. Oh, you're on the other side of the screen. That's what it was. You're facing the wrong direction. That's why it doesn't look like you. That's what it is. That's the difference.
We have the same genes, as you know.
Yes, I know. I wish I could find the one with you from when I
You know why they're mad at her, right?
No, South, because I cannot imagine being mad at that poor child. No, I do not. No, I do not know.
No, she's getting a lot of crap for that.
I know she's getting a lot of crap.
Because talking about the genes, you know.
J versus G. I get it. Yeah. And I don't live under a rock like you do. What's volatility doing, Sadnov? It's up 20 cents. Huh?
Don't know if that means much, but I will say that a couple things.
100-point move in the E-mini S&Ps.
100-point move in the S&P.
500-point move in the NASDAQ, and you think volatility up 20 cents. It's a 1% move, but
it's a cool. I love the move in the NASDAQ. I wish I was more short it. I will say this is the first day the S&P volume has been heavy.
Even the S&P volume is heavy, 1.4 right now.
Yeah, I mean, compared to where it's been, it's the first day it's heavy, but it's
almost double. But it's
the first down day.
Yeah. This is a down day. Is another 14-point move is a down day again?
So this is how crazy it is. If you told me Meta was up $80, what's Meta up 80?
Yeah.
Meta.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's up 80. If you told me Meta's up
$79.20, I want to make.
You told me Meta's up 80. Amazon's up.
Microsoft is up 20.
Microsoft's up.
Roblox is up 11. Reddit's up 11.
Okay.
MSTR going into earnings is up almost 9.
The NASDAQ has to be up.
Right.
And it's down 100.
Yeah.
Doesn't make any sense. None of this makes any sense.
Yeah. Yeah.
There
are stocks lower though. ARM is down 22, Spot's down 20, but you're right.
Yeah.
UNH is a pig. I should have known the market was going to go lower today because Costco was higher by $15.
That's exactly right.
That's a reverse indicator for sure.
That's exactly right. Looking around the screen today, some of the other markets just in the commodity world, I mean, silver down big. I think that's the only thing. And
Sadnov, just remember, you hit that pose first back in the day, Sadnov. You were the first one. You were the first one to sit. She's copying you, Sadnov.
Don't you guys?
You're nobody's second fiddle, Sadnov. Just remember.
You guys have anything better to do? Don't you have anything better to do?
Where's the old one? Somebody find the real old one with Sadnov from the Sports Illustrated that I did when I made your face be part of.
What's her face?
Kate Upton. Kate Upton?
Kate Upton.
Yeah, Kate Upton. That was a good one.
Yeah.
Find me that one, ladies and gentlemen.
Kate Upton is still a little. Kate Upton is still,
out of your wheelhouse.
No, she's still disturbed by that. By that picture. Poor Kate Upton. She did
4 million SPX options went across the board, Sadnov, way above the recent.
Kate Upton did not deserve that.
She did not deserve that. She's too sweet of a.
She's a good person. She didn't do anything wrong.
Mm-hmm.
And she did not deserve to have my head on her body.
This is true. Yep. That's a bad thing. That's a mashup you don't want to see.
Yeah, that's like putting, Reese's peanut butter cups inside of an Oreo. I don't like those kind of mashups.
I don't see the similarity there, but if you say so, it's okay by me.
Don't like those mashups. Yet. All right. Well, let's see. What do we got here? It's about 2:45 in the afternoon, and Tony and I are wrapping up another Thursday, an earnings Thursday. We had a little difficulty today. We ended up almost scratching Meta, which I consider to be a big win. We had a huge win in Hood.
You just done nothing, Sadnov.
We had a huge win in Hood. We had a earnings
right out of the chute. You had a good one in Hood.
We had an earnings small win, in earnings in RBLX. I should have waited, and we had a big loss in
Meta,
Microsoft.
Yeah, because you butchered.
Which I butchered, which wiped out all my profits from.
But don't worry, Sadnov. You got Apple, MSTR, Reddit, Coin, Amazon for solar, Roku.
Yeah, so I lost my profits from my earnings in Hood, Microsoft. Mad. Worked too hard. Today.
I get it.
Are you ready today?
Sure.
Reddit sold wide strangles in SEP and August.
SEP?
And 1 days.
SEP, August, and 1 day.
No. SEP and 1 days.
Oh, so no August.
No August.
Got it. So what did you do in August? Can we go the shortest term?
Sure. 120.
That it's trading 160. It's had a nice range today. But go ahead.
120, 205.
120, 205.
What is that?
120, 205. You went out there.
What is that?
Trade for around $1.29.
Yeah, 120, 205. That's what I did in the August. And then in SEP, 120, 200.
And SEP, the 120, 200. Per K on SEP, I'm just asking. I mean, I get it. Ivy rank is relatively high, 42 earnings, but you've been staying shorter dated pretty much exclusively. Why did you go to SEP this time? Just out of curiosity.
I was already in there.
Oh, you're already in there. Got it.
I was already there.
Got it.
I expect Reddit to
stay inside the expected move and be a good little boy and girl.
Yes, and it's a crappy stock to trade, by the way. You have to give up 3, 4, 5 cents to get filled in Reddit on a spread.
For mid-price?
Yeah, I'm trying to do something there now. Can't get filled on a wall. I just down took the stock 50 cents. But stock moves all over the place. It's hard. Okay, next one. Next one, let's see, Coinbase.
Okay, let's do it.
It hasn't moved all day until, well, now it moved. Just the last couple of minutes.
It just quoted, yeah, it's up.
Just sold off a little bit.
Yeah.
Coinbase.
Coinbase trade up to 387, $10 higher, down to 377. It's on its lows.
We sold some August calls.
This is 1 days?
1 days. That's it. And then some SEP.
Expected move of $22. Where are you in these August calls?
450s.
A guy like you?
450s.
Well, why didn't they have the 550s?
And then in the SEP options, 280, 540.
SEP options, 280, 540?
Yep. I was already in SEP. That's why. Okay.
I knew you'd get into the 500s.
Amazon.
Go ahead, Amazon.
Amazon up 463 today. Big move.
Amazon up $4. It doesn't sound like a lot when Meta's up 80 and
I know.
Other stocks. Yeah. Trade up to 236 down to 231. It opened right here at 235 and change. It's just under that right now.
Don't love my position there. Short the 255 calls. That's it.
In August with 1 day?
1 day.
255 calls?
Yep. Don't love it, but that's what I got.
You're selling cheapies.
Yeah, I know. Didn't learn my lesson.
Yeah.
All right, what else? Next one. Roku.
Like a hurricane.
Roku. Only sold naked calls in there too.
In August?
August, out of the money, 1 day to go.
Expected move of 11. Where would a guy like you go? You probably went to the 115s.
Around 115.
Around 115.
A little lower. I'm
man. I know you so good. You want me to order for you tonight? What you gonna have for dinner?
No.
Tell me where you're going. I'll order for you. I know you like a book.
Apple.
The Apple.
There's nothing to do in Apple.
Apple Ivy rank of 29.
There's nothing to do in Apple.
You look at Apple. You're looking at a $200 stock now with a monthly implied volatility of 30. When you look at, like, let's say a Roku, for argument's sakes, and you're looking at a $100 stock with a double, almost a 60 Ivy rank, you're going to find more in Roku than you're going to in Apple, no matter what the Ivy rank is.
Yeah, it's just that Roku is really crappy.
Yeah, markets aren't as good. I was just trying to compare the implied volatility versus each other. Nothing in mRNA, nothing in XOM. You do anything in MSTR?
Nope. I don't like MSTR.
We were talking about getting bearish on it, I believe, from back in the day. It's up $8 and change. Scared?
Not really. I just don't. It's not my thing.
Okay. Ivy rank of 14 is pretty low. I'll give you that.
It's not my thing.
I'll let you go. Won't bust your chops.
And let's see what else.
God, I can't believe I didn't call the sell-off with you.
You can't believe what?
I didn't call the sell-off with you. I can't believe.
No, you're a blank willow.
What? All right.
Stole that line, but that's close enough.
It's fair.
Yeah.
It's okay. Can't be spot on every day, Sadnoff.
No, you can't be.
Mm-hmm.
God, they stuff around.
1 million Microsoft options, which is 4 times the average traded, Sadnoff. Well, NASDAQ 100, you were talking about just a moment ago about all those stocks that are higher, blah, blah, blah. You say it was 100. How many of the NASDAQ 100s do you think are lower? Or how many do you think are higher?
Of the NASDAQ 100? I would say, of the NASDAQ 100, I would say 40 or lower, 60 or higher.
You would think 78 or lower.
Really?
Yeah. S&P 500, how many are lower?
Ooh, S&P 500? I would say, well, based on the NASDAQ, I would say 380.
Almost 350, but yes, you learn from your mistakes.
Yes, I did learn.
I like that. So, do you think you learn from...
Trainable.
I was going to say, do you think you learn from your mistakes? But you said it much better than me. Are you really trainable? Because I've been pretty much day to day with you. My wife says, you probably see him more than you see me. not naked, but yes, more than I see you on time. It's quality time with the wife. It's quantity with you, Sosnoff. Are you trainable?
If you saw me naked more than your wife, you would be. It would be. Your life would be dark.
Be completely different. I would tell you that right now.
Do
you think you're trainable?
You'd be a dark. I'm definitely not trainable.
Okay, good.
But I did a series, if you remember, years ago with Lindsay called The Untrainables.
I remember.
Yeah, it was a good one.
She was trying to teach you stuff, like how to take the bus. Yeah. It was great.
She really is untrainable, but now she's become trainable.
I know. It's amazing. See, they can evolve.
Yeah, she evolved.
Because they're a better species than us.
She did evolve.
S&P down 22, not on the lows, but about 7 handles off of the lows, Sosnoff.
Yeah.
Volatility now up 47 cents, catching a bid here, about 10 cents.
I don't like them for tomorrow. I'm going home with a bunch of short deltas. And
you think all these earnings are going to be?
Yeah, I think today.
Because you thought that yesterday, in fairness.
I'm going to cancel I'm going to trying to roll up puts in Reddit. No, you can't have those puts now.
That's it, that's my old Sosnoff. That's right. You lose money with the best of them. You don't roll up stuff.
Now you can't have them. Yeah, I think all the earnings tonight are going to be crap. Last night I thought they were all going to be crap. They were all up. But the problem with that is all the earnings are going to be crap. The market will rally. There's no way anybody knows. That's all I want to say.
Plans of mice and men. You're right.
Yeah, there's no freaking way anybody knows.
Mm-hmm.
So, yeah, I didn't think we'd be down 30. I mean, just before we came in here, what were we, down 7 or 5?
My peeps are saying end of month action never makes sense. That's the sense it has. Meaningless.
Those are the same peeps that you buy them at the end of every month. When they're down, they say end of month stuff doesn't make any sense. When they're up, they go, see, they buy them at the end of every month. Peeps.
I'm telling.
Well, whatever. Down 32 is better than up 60 where I woke up this morning. So.
My same people who gave you the end of month enlightenment is now saying Bitcoin to 125,000 by next Friday, Sadna.
Yeah, well, the people that tell you these things, like whoever writes that kind of stuff to you is telling you stuff that, like, the chances of them being right are about
50-50.
About the exact same of the chance. No, 125.
It's 117. I mean,
yeah, the chance of it going to 125 by the end of next week is probably, 10%. 15%.
I would say it's
probably more than that.
Okay.
But you can trade that.
It was 124,000.
First of all, it doesn't matter because you can't. There's nothing you can do in Bitcoin. So you can think it's
sure. You can either be long it or not. Yeah.
I want to get short Bitcoin, but I don't. I'm going to wait and see what happens in Coinbase. Like I said, we're going home short Coinbase a little bit. I don't know. I kind of feel like that's the only play. I don't even like being short the 280 puts in there.
Ruh-roh. Even the S&P down 34, making a new low. Sad enough, just as volatility makes its highs.
I'm going to roll down some calls in.
You're going to have to.
In Coinbase because I actually think the stock's going to be lower.
Oh, they are suckering you in right now, like a Johnny, like a wide-mouthed bass right now. Sadnov, what do we do every Friday?
What's your assumption?
Fast market. That's right, Sadnov. Once again, you got it right. Please put that fast market art card up there for Sadnov. So
market measure.
So he can know. Please submit your trades to tastylive.com/fast market. We would love some trade ideas from you, please.
Market measure. Another market measure.
More market measures.
Yeah, they didn't take any premium all day.
No.
Microsoft?
No, across the board, actually.
No, they really didn't.
No. It took some P&L from those who were leading with some longish delta somewhere. They've taken that away.
Yeah. Anyway, I think we'll talk to the overtime boys, but I think this is I think I'm going to say this is like the first decent day for the Bears because they were on life support on the opening.
Oh yeah. No doubt about it.
They were on life support, and they went from life support to being. I mean, would you say they're in control?
Yeah. The high it got up to 64.68. That's a new high that I didn't think that we would surpass by about $10 from the one that we made.
Although that was tough trading up there.
Yeah, from the 28.
Yeah.
So I didn't think we were going to make a new high. It's $10 we did. Got it all wrong.
All right, well, let's bring in the boys.
Let's do it. Overtime, boys. Where are you, please? Calling Dr. Bombay.
Gentlemen.
Hello. Hello, gentlemen. How are you?
Hello, boys.
I am not displeased with any of this price action. It all seems to be going according to plan today. The dollar continues to strengthen. The bonds continue to strengthen. The stocks failed. Not
when
bad.
I can't perform on a weekend, I'm going to call you, Ilya. And you know what? It's all going as planned. It'll work tomorrow. It's okay. Don't be bad. Don't be, you know what, Bat? It's okay. It's okay. You had a lot of good years. You had a lot of good years, Bat.
It happens.
It happens. Take some
We
creatine.
couldn't hold those Microsoft and Meta earnings, considering, I mean, Meta is still up almost 12% last I checked, and NASDAQ couldn't make hay of it. That's not encouraging, I think.
All right, before we get all excited here and start, and start using those little what do you call those things that you blow out on New Year's Eve?
My penis. What do you mean?
Those things that.
What?
If we haven't clipped that,
I'm not asking you
yet,
about
we
New Year's
must
Eve
immediately
35 years ago. Okay, I'm asking about like right now. What those?
What were you guys doing on New Year's Eve 35 years ago? Not
More
that
than
there's
we're
anything
doing
wrong
on
with
New
that.
Year's Eve now.
We don't make it to New Year's Eve now.
Then there were drugs. Good drugs.
Oh, too funny.
Back in the 80s when we were a real country, right, Tom?
That's right. That's right.
Oh.
You're funny. So, anyway, all right, Chris, what do you think here? Just one day, it's a blip, it's nothing. I mean, you could easily make that argument.
You could make that argument. You could make an argument that today's a day of rotation, right? All the leaders throughout the month of July, they keel off, and the losers are pulling up a little bit better. So perhaps some rebalancing. But I got to say, when you look at the end of the month candle here in the NASDAQ, it's engulfing bar of sorts as we head into the seasonally sticky time for volatility. Doesn't make me feel super comfortable. Maybe we need maybe another % or two from here. And then we've marked off a 3% decline from the high. And at that point, you start getting into, should we buy the dip territory? But I'm astounded, not just by the market reaction to the upside yesterday, how quickly the house of cards fell down today once U.S. traders came online.
Okay. I mean, that's, the other thing about this market is they never make things easy. So I'm not sure that I felt it was a little more, I don't know, even though we haven't seen that kind of reversal in a while, I kind of felt like it was not the craziest thing. But again, it's only day one of earnings. I want to see a little bit of.
We've forgotten all about unemployment right now. Now we're talking all about earnings and the market itself.
Well, unemployment doesn't mean anything here. I mean,
I know. I'm saying it's if the market had stayed up, we'd be talking about unemployment.
No, I know, but the Fed already came out this week. They made they did whatever they had to do. The unemployment's not going to mean a damn thing.
Oh my God, we are going to have.
What's
so
the expected
much
move for tomorrow in the S&Ps?
In the S&P?
What's the expected move in the S&Ps? Is it over 33? 35?
49.
Is it 49?
50, yeah.
Wow, that's more than I thought. Okay.
Yeah. 50.
That's more than I thought. I mean, you do have Apple and you do have Amazon.
We just had a 100-point move today. 50 seems like it's nothing.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I mean, it was good S&P
Sorry to use
volume.
logic to make a point.
Good S&P volume today. We're happy about that. The boys back in the game.
Finally.
Yeah. How you guys?
Well, and
you
that
guys
gives you
thinking
a
about
sense of
earnings at all
conviction of
tonight
the
or
move,
not?
too.
Yeah, I am, because that U.S. data this morning wasn't good. It showed that U.S. Spending fell for the first half of this year, and that's like only the third time that we've seen spending fall in the first half of the year since the global financial crisis. And when you think about Amazon and Apple, in my head, those are more of the consumer spending sensitive tech companies, less AI focused. What's Apple done for anyone recently? I think Apple's going to be lower, Amazon sideways to higher.
Well, Apple is the one stock that hasn't participated all year, or it didn't participate at all overnight. Amazon was strong. So we'll see. It's kind of mixed message.
I mean, to Chris's point, the U.S. GDP report that we just saw yesterday was very hollow on consumption. It was the weakest 6 months of consumption, which is obviously the biggest part of GDP by far since the first 6 months of 2020. And we know how that was. So under the surface of all this weirdness in the GDP data with the tariffs and the inventories and the front running and blah, 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 is a very significant slowdown in what is the base of the economy, the consumer. That's not good news for a company like Apple.
Well, we'll watch the NASDAQ futures here. They're down 110 right now, and they're moving around in a couple of handles in a clip. And S&Ps are down 22, also moving around a couple of handles at a click.
They're down 6 right now. Sorry, now they're down 12.
Well, it looks like
now they're down 24.
Amazon just came out.
And Amazon usually comes out pretty early.
Yeah, it looks like Amazon's been all over the place. It's been up 5, down 5. Now it's
looks like it's down 3.
Looks like it's unchanged. Now it's up.
Now it's up 3.
And the S&Ps are moving around.
Amazon at 168 versus 133 EPS.
Yeah, so
now
Amazon's
up
up.
5. Now it's up 4. It's moving all over the place.
Let's put it this way: it's not a 50-point move.
No, it's not a 50-point move.
It's not one-sided.
Yeah. It's not one-sided.
Right.
And Apple usually comes out a lot later, like around 3:30, I think.
It's nothing yet. Yeah.
Yeah. Looking at the other stocks,
Reddit hasn't moved yet.
Roku is up $6. Amazon is up $1 right now.
MSTR, I don't know if it's out, but it's up $1 or $2. I'm probably not out.
Amazon's unchanged now. Roku's up 4. Both of those are a little bit, I guess they're muted. Okay.
Coin, nothing yet.
Nothing in Reddit, nothing in
Amazon,
Apple, nothing in Coin.
Basically flat right now, up 2.
Yep. All right, boys. Well, hope you have a great overtime. I know you're going to be watching the NASDAQ futures and the S&P futures. So you guys have a fun show because you're going to have a lot of action while you're doing the show. So talk to you tomorrow and have a good one.
Enjoy your evening, everybody. Overtime next. Peace.
Gentlemen.
At Tasty Live, we live and breathe the markets. But when the live show's over, are we out of breath? If you want to inhale the latest breaking market news, we've got you covered. The Tasty Live research team and on-air personalities post refreshing content updated daily covering earnings, economic reports, trade ideas, and much more. If you want a breath of fresh air and not stale takes, visit the News and Insights tab at tastylive.com.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're number 1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Dear Karen, thank you so much for the relationship advice. Of course, since you met your husband in high school, I should obviously just go back to high school. Can't wait to win the Nobel Prize for my development of a time machine. Signed, Regina.
Sometimes it feels good to get smart. Get even smarter with live trading insights and some live taunting.
You're mistaking me for someone who cares.
From the smart mouths at Tasty Live.
I want to play a game. It's a relationship game. So I'm going to ask you each a question to your partner.
Who loves the hardest?
Yes, yes, yes. So are you ready?
Exactly.
Who's more stubborn? Who's more public? And who do you think takes longer to get ready in the morning?
Oh. He's going to do his hair.
Who's a better driver?
I mean, for sure.
Yeah.
Like I live in Italy.
Yeah.
Like we drive like.
I drove a truck in New York City.
I drove a tractor on a farm. I can fly an airplane.
Who loves the Fed most? Who is more spoiled?
It's not even close.
Like, you got buildings full of people. What do you want, Mr. Sosnoff? I have nothing.
Traders, start your platform. Tom Sosnoff and Tony Batista are hitting the road for their first ever live trading event, At Work by 11. It's unprecedented, unpredictable, and unlike any other financial event. Watch these masters make real trades in real time. Doors open at 8, the action starts at 9, and we'll have you back at work by 11. Sign up today at tastylive.com/events.
Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Tasty Trade. Download today.
Amazon earnings are out. Apple's up next. It is Thursday, July 31st, 2025. This is Overtime. I'm your host, Chris Vecchio in New York, Ilya Spivak's in San Francisco. No Radigan today. He'll be back with us on Monday. But we're here for now to take you through the futures market close at 5 Eastern, 4 Central. If you're on the platform Tasty Live, nope, that's the website, tastylive.com. The website's Tasty Trade. Either way, welcome to the show. Come over to YouTube. Tell us what you're trading, what you think of this action. As Sunnagoon said, was my bouncy, boyish joyousness yesterday the sign of the top? Maybe indeed. The NASDAQ did rally up here today, only for a little while before it came crashing back in. We have a Microsoft and Meta earnings jubilation overnight, adding more market cap than, say, the entirety of a Costco or Netflix, as we see, is eradicated, and then some today, where we do ultimately get a move and close below yesterday's low. Ooh, so spooky. An engulfing bar. Key reversal at the end of July, heading into the seasonally most bullish time of the year for volatility. Ilya, Microsoft and Meta did make a ton of money, but the market today decides to take some profits. We see a NASDAQ surge to new all-time highs and close below yesterday's low, which is among the worst things that could happen. If you are a bull and have been riding this Icarus into the sun, the wings have, technically speaking, perhaps melted off at this point in time. But we do have Amazon out here after hours. And before, Ilya, we go into this price action for today, I do want to go to the chart. Those earnings are better than expected across the board, which is what makes this reaction, Ilya, as you pointed out, all the more interesting. They beat on EPS, $1.68 versus $1.33 expected. That's a 33% beat. Their revenue is $167.7 billion versus $162 billion expected. Another fantastic beat. The guidance for Q3, the high end was $173 billion. They've guided for $174 to $179 billion. And AWS, which contains their AI efforts, $30.9 billion, 17.5% growth. Ilya, even Amazon here with its strong earnings in the mirror and reasonable growth expectations moving forward, the market is not running with this either, despite bidding it higher all day. We await Apple in a few moments' time, not just yet. But as a bear's bear, as someone tweeted at me today, you were probably feeling really good.
As we were talking about those spikes on the Meta earnings and the Microsoft earnings exactly 24 hours ago now on yesterday's show, my concern with that exuberance was that what happened earlier in the day was the market's displeasure with the Fed, and the exuberance was coming on the back of catalysts that were perhaps short-lived. Those earnings were undeniably impressive, and we didn't learn in them anything that the markets hadn't known. What we learned was perhaps that the forecasts were woefully inadequate, but that was just about it. And what I was concerned about was that the story with the Fed was a bigger story, and that we had to be careful before we over-extrapolated a move in absent liquidity before the Asia Open even got underway. And indeed, things held up. They held up in Asia, they held up in Europe for the most part. And then when the US market came in, the price action told you very clearly what they thought. And the whole thing caved in on itself. So this was exactly the thing that I wouldn't say I knew that it was going to happen. Of course I didn't. Nobody could. I was concerned that it might, because the price action around the Fed and the remaining event risk for the week really did look potent. And of course, the event risk is relevant. So what the markets are telling us here, seemingly, is that good news is unable to impress. And that is more bearish than if the markets were falling on bad news. And that should be a point of concern for risk sentiment all around.
Amazon here, 228 now, right after hours. That action today, the NASDAQ, very brutal. You were asking me how hopefully I got out of my stuff. Partially, over the course of the day, as I was talking with Nick, it's funny, I sent Nick a message this morning at 10:12 a.m. Eastern time, and I said, this thing is either going to close at all-time highs or we're going to close red today. And that seemed nuts at the time. But the read I was getting on the tape was that you were seeing the Russell fail in certain areas. We can go over to that 15-minute chart just to show.
That thing has been heavy as a rock, obviously, despite the tech earnings where it really couldn't benefit.
10:15 this morning is basically 2240 in the Russell. Why there? Why at that point in time? I would go down to the daily chart, the 4-hour time frame here. And this morning we had broken out of a flag and we were trying to get back into it. So if the Russell of all things could get back into its flag, then surely the NASDAQ and the S&P would be okay. That obviously wasn't the case. So we have a turn lower here, which now potentially we do need to consider, as Tom was suggesting, are the bears in control now? Is this a potential marking for a top? We do have tariffs going into play tomorrow, Ilya.
Maybe, yeah.
Do have non-farm payrolls potentially coming out tomorrow morning. Well, they're definitely coming out tomorrow morning, but that is potentially something that could be a catalyst in this market as well. We're still digesting the Fed. Are we for the stock market at least, are we still in a good news is good news world, or is good news bad news now because the Fed won't have an excuse to cut rates? I'm trying to figure out what the thematic narrative is on that lens after this week. I think we're going to have to think about it for a few more days once we see an FP.
Yeah. I mean, in my mind, it's kind of neither. It's middling data is the worst for risk sentiment, because I think the markets very clearly are telling you that they want these rate cuts. There's just no question. The markets are also seeing that those rate cuts aren't going to happen near term. I mean, just look at what the pricing is for Fed funds futures for next year. We're out to 83 basis points. The markets see at least 3 cuts, and they're inching closer to 4. What we see from the Fed, obviously, is only a single rate cut that they've forecasted in June. Obviously, take that with a grain of salt. They're probably half-hearted on the 50 basis points that they projected then for this year, if you hear them yesterday. And the markets obviously now hearing that loud and clear. You can see it in the dollar, certainly, where the markets only have 1 cut maybe for the remainder of this year. We're out to 29 basis points. That's making now September look unlikely by about a 40-60 spread. 60% chance rates actually don't come down in September.
That was perhaps one of the shocking developments of today's market. Post PCE,
yeah,
we have a market that's saying the odds of a September cut are less likely.
That's right. Well, and with that, the worst thing that seems to stand here in the way of markets is jobs data that's weak enough to keep their desire for rate cuts alive, but strong enough to give the Fed cover to delay. And that's probably the worst of all possible outcomes, and also the likeliest of outcomes. Because if you look at the expectations, we're looking for 110K. That's down from 147. It's slower, but it's not catastrophic. It's not anything that's going to get the Fed to go, oh my God, emergency meeting, or oh my God, we need to sound so dovish from here that there is no question about September. And maybe we'll even go big. you would need a catastrophically weak number. You would need something in the double digits, maybe, with a potent rise in the jobless rate. It's already expected to go up, so that bar is high. It's expected to go up from 4.1 to 4.2. If we spike to 4.3, okay, maybe you might start to stir some hope in the markets. But now clearly the market is saying there's a slowdown coming because of the exchange rate in rate cuts from this year going away to rate cuts next year going up by a greater amount. And the markets are very clearly saying here, look, we're not going to be impressed with AI capex. We're not going to be impressed with Amazon earnings. We see a growth risk and we want these cuts. So if you get a number that lets the Fed off the hook on that, sort of in line with expectations, but doesn't tell you, listen, maybe you don't need rate cuts because the economy is fine, that's the worst of all possible worlds.
We're still waiting on these Apple earnings. As soon as they come out, I will relay them over here and we'll go over those Apple charts themselves. Ilya, even though the NASDAQ itself had the benefit of those Meta and Microsoft earnings, you would argue that perhaps it would be a little bit weaker here today otherwise. Even so, the Russell is the biggest loser to the downside, and we're starting to get into a place where if support were to be found, this would be a pretty darn good place to find it. In this current environment, if people want to be bullish, how are they structuring their trades? Are they doing this on like a day-to-day basis and kind of just dipping their toes in the water to see what they're doing from pull to pull, 9 a.m. to 4 p.m.? If you're bearish, do you give yourself a little bit more breathing room? How would you approach this? Because I'm thinking about whether or not how my approach has been for the past few weeks is still viable, which is to say that basically buy NASDAQ calls that are at the money, slightly out of the money, call spreads, and then look long S&P 500 puts at the 45-60 DTE window, if only to hedge off some of that risk. Today's action does kind of scare me. It kind of is like the worst possible thing that could happen after Microsoft and Meta earnings.
Yeah. I mean, I think at this point, you have to listen to the price action first and foremost. And what the price action is telling you today is that the market is shrugging off what a month ago would be unmitigated good news. And when you start this from the premise that you began this week with an upside gap after the world's most important growth engines, at least two of them, the US and the EU, finally reached a trade deal and took that uncertainty off the board. This is most of the world's end demand. If China is the middle step and the third engine in this sequence that really hold up global growth, China is the middle of the global supply chain. Europe and the US are end demand. That's the consumption that keeps everything going. And you got a trade deal there. That is an immensely positive development for global growth. And we're down on the week across every major stock index. So that was a tell early. The Meta and the Microsoft earnings being a flop, despite having lifted those stocks. I mean, Meta is up almost 12%. It's not like the market doesn't think the data was good. It's not like the market perceived some sort of a tarnish in the results. No, they were a complete positive as far as the markets were concerned. And that could not hold up overall sentiment. I think at this point, the market is telling you very clearly that there is a tendency here emerging towards some kind of distribution. And so while you don't want to run in front of a market that fundamentally doesn't like going down, the US equity market is generally that way. And I would argue equity markets are that way in general. They're biased. When they do go, they go because it becomes a fire sale. And so looking at the situation now, I think you look at the Russell, you're directly at support at about 2210 or so. It's probably not attractive to be a seller right here, but you get a breach of this support and you might have an avalanche underneath it. It's a similar story with the S&P, where if you're looking at the September contract, then 63.30, 63.45, something like this, former range resistance turned support, is now very much under fire. You get through that, again, danger. If you look at the NASDAQ, you have what is a very scary looking engulfing candle on the daily chart at this point. And you have very little defense. You have something maybe around 23,000, something else maybe around 22,800, something like this. But at this point, you're very much looking like a top is a live risk. And again, you're near, in the near term, former resistance turned support. So it's probably not the greatest risk reward to lay out aggressive shorts. But if ever there was a time to look at vol sub 20 across all of these things and say, all of them, the NASDAQ is probably the one with the most bearish signaling and the best risk reward relative to immediate support levels. If I'm looking to sort of consider the possibility that maybe sentiment has finally peaked, you can buy put verticals very cheap here. And you could introduce duration into those put verticals that helps to buffer you from near-term volatility and still gives you excellent risk reward if something asymmetric occurs. And ultimately, if you have to let it expire worthless because the stock market doesn't care and powers higher, and you take a loss of 1 to 2% of equity, so be it.
The key development for me is the fact that the NASDAQ lost 23,440 or so. We had the pivot highs here over the past week. We break out, we hold that support. We got the big rally up there. Just for what it's worth, this range 23,100, 23,440. That's 330 points, 330 on top of 440 gives you what, 770. So last night we hit a high of 23,845. The measured move technically completed overnight before we pull back in. Now that we lose 23,440 again, support comes in back at the former swing highs in a short-term basis. You have that low intraday on July 22nd at 23,108. I called it 23,10.
Yeah.
Okay, so we have something.
That's about where I've got it.
We have structurally. That's to work with here for the S&P. It's a similar setup. It probably means you got another 30 or 40 points to the downside, a 0.5% or so before you start to find some support. But the big picture, Ilya, is right now, as we reconstituted a few days ago, if this is indeed the trend that we've been in for the past several months, going back to just around the time that the US and China agreed to a truce in Geneva in May, we've been bumping into the top side of this channel for some time. And this uptrend that we've been in since May, a 3% pullback from here gets you close to 6,200. And then at that point, you'd have been more than 3% off the highs. And you can make the assumption, okay, we now had a 3 to 5% pullback. Is this something I'm interested in buying the dip on? And when you get there, maybe it's mid to late August and you have yourself looking at September. And if you start to break down from there, then you have your September spook as one usually does. But taking this methodical right now, I think is the most important thing. Look at how much money some of these tech companies are making. I think the growth scare, though, is the big point. Now, I don't know if it's materializing. I want to just be clear about that, because if you're looking at the data are still very muddled. Can't ignore the fact that third quarter GDP tracking began today, Ilya, and the Atlanta Fed, which, to give them their accolades, their flowers, they had a 2.9% expectation for 2Q.
The Atlanta
Q3.
Fed really nailed it here.
Yeah, the Atlanta Fed was really nailing it. 2.3% is now their third quarter. So they're not saying that like, okay, second quarter was just an adjustment. Maybe there's still adjustments happening because of government spending and exports, imports, tariffs, but they see underlying growth at least holding up for now still.
Mm-hmm.
I guess that begs the question. I want to go over to Apple real quick here because I see that we're talking through things. Apple, is this up a little bit? Looks like it's up a touch, actually. That might be nice. Directionally wrong on both, Chris. Good assessment. Apple earnings. Let's see. Maybe not. No, I guess I haven't seen anything.
No.
Just the market getting a little jumpy. Okay. 4 more minutes. Non-farm payrolls tomorrow.
Yes.
Tramal and I were speaking. He thinks that this is going to be a decent enough report. It's not going to bother the market. Tom was a little surprised when he saw that the implied move on ES through the end of the day tomorrow is basically 50 points in either direction.
Mm-hmm.
That's not necessarily what we've seen going into recent non-farm payroll reports. It's been 27 to 30. Why do you think the market is giving extra weight to tomorrow's report?
Well, let's do just a little bit of sequencing. What have we seen all week? Fed rate cut odds have diminished, and the Fed endorsed that idea for this year. They have likewise grown for next year because the markets want the cuts. They think the cuts are necessary, and they don't appreciate this delay. That they don't appreciate the delay tells you they see some reason that there is concern about growth. And frankly, the second quarter GDP data doesn't do much to dispel that idea, despite the headline number of 3%. Because once you strip out all of those distortions for imports going from surging to nothing, inventories starting to come down and pull down investment numbers, because we're finally starting to spend out of those inventories that were front-loaded in the first quarter. By the way, we're not refilling them at the higher prices. That tells you what wholesalers think about demand. But most importantly, we saw the weakest 6 months of household consumption this year since the first 6 months of 2020, the COVID recession. And that's 68% of the economy. So the markets were validated in thinking, you know what, I think, or we think there's a growth risk here that's mounting. Because that's the part that matters when you take all of the noise out of the equation. So the markets want these cuts. We have since gotten a spate of relatively good corporate news, and the markets plainly don't care, but for episodic jumps, as we just saw, and as we just talked about, Meta, Microsoft, even Amazon. That one couldn't even manage an episodic jump. So when we look at all of this together, we end up with the idea that the markets are thinking macro. They're worried about growth. They want clearance for the Fed to get a move on. And so, of course, a number that speaks directly to the Fed's mandate is going to be of critical importance. This is what they care about. This is what the markets are paying attention to. And if they get a number that's really weak and gives the Fed clearance, I think the markets will embrace that ultimately. They might get spooked at first, but I think anything that gets the Fed out of bed finally is going to be greeted. But if you get a number relatively in line with forecasts that's middling and softer, but not bad as such, the bleeding and the death by 1,000 cuts continues. because the Fed doesn't meet again until September. They would need to start talking very loudly in this direction or that to have any kind of impact at this point, and Jackson Hole is a month away. So at this point, if the number is really, really strong, then the market's growth concerns can get put away, and the market can feel good about saying, you know what, the Fed's waiting, but that's all right. The economy is fine. And if the number is really weak, they can think, oh, good, the cavalry is coming.
I think our Apple earnings may be out, Ilya. Let's just see.
Here we go.
EPS 157 versus 142. A little beat there.
Not bad.
Let's go to the 5-minute chart. Revenue of 94 billion, beating expectations of 88.9 billion. Beat there as well. See the guidance. Lots of individual things here first. Greater China sales, 15.37 billion versus 15.12 billion expected. The net sales overall were 44.58 billion versus 40.22 billion. iPad sales, Mac sales, those all undershot. Wearables, home, and accessory sales also undershot, 7.4 billion versus 7.82. So, I mean, Ilya, maybe there's a story there. People are upgrading their phones before the tariffs came, but then stopped buying everything else. I'm looking for some guidance right now, but share prices are up slightly, 211 here. We closed at 207.57, now in at 211.30. A little bit of a lift for the NASDAQ futures coming out of all of this between our original earnings for Amazon and now Apple trying to find some sort of a low after today's, 400-point move off the high. So tomorrow's non-farm payrolls report. If you're thinking that it's a good news is bad news kind of day then for the stock market. The stock market doesn't want to know it's going sailing for the next 6 weeks until the September 17th Fed meeting without at least someone looking out for them. And by opening the crack a little bit more, are you suggesting that the data's on the softer side? It's not bad yet, but you know what? By the time the Fed gets here, they're going to have to cut. Okay, help's going to be coming. Is that really the best case scenario for stocks?
I think what stocks want here is a tail outcome. They either want something weak enough to wake the Fed, or strong enough to convince them that what the Fed is doing is tolerable. And if they don't get a tail outcome, if what they get is a middling outcome, which unfortunately for risk sentiment is also the likeliest outcome, then we end up with something that helps no one, that inspires no one, that keeps everybody's concerns in place at the same time that it tells them, good for you and your concerns, you're going to have to sit on that maybe past September, because the Fed is just not coming to help you unless there is a flashing red warning sign on the economy somewhere. And so at this point, either the market is shown that the Fed is right to be delaying. And by the way, the Fed doesn't think the Fed is right to be delaying. You heard this from Powell. He said, look, there's real emergence of risks to the jobs market that we see, but we just cannot be cavalier with inflation risk from tariffs until we know more. So either something on growth is bad enough that the Fed is spooked and their risk-reward math changes, or they're going to let the economy wait it out on these inflation risks. And so that's really the biggest issue here, is we're going to have to look at a situation where either the Fed is going to get their motivation or the markets are going to get a respite. But both of those things are tail results.
Once we get through non-farm payrolls, and I'm just going to get some different ticker up here on the screen, Ilya. Once we get through non-farm payrolls, what's the most important thing for the market next week?
I think as we look at this next week, obviously there was a absolute flood of data this week for the markets to digest, and they've certainly responded accordingly. We've gotten a lot of volatility. We've gotten a lot of responsiveness. We're going to get a bunch of other sort of not necessarily lesser data points, but sparser data points. We're going to get revisions of S&P PMI data. The ISM services report is coming next week. We haven't even mentioned yet that the manufacturing one is expected to give us the 5th consecutive contraction in manufacturing. That comes out tomorrow. We'll see if that helps. Then we have a Bank of England monetary policy announcement next week. That's interesting for the pound, but maybe not a whole lot else. And then it's pretty much it then, which makes next week actually very interesting. I should, by the way, point out, we also have Eurozone inflation data that's coming out over the next 24 hours that might have some delayed digestion, but again, relevant for the euro, maybe not much else. And then next week, Chinese import-export data also. That's a good input into overall global growth considerations. But in general, it's a little bit sparser next week than it was this week. And I think what that gives the markets, interestingly, is some room to digest all of what they've seen. And we're seeing the price action rebel against the news flow here already, at least as far as corporate earnings are concerned. And we see the markets look at economic data that they've seen and go, you know what, we're going to see the grain of salt in this. We're not going to attempt to justify a positive view. We're going to attempt to justify a negative view. We're going to elevate one kind of a thing within the data because the data is, as ever, open to interpretation depending on what you wish to see. And we're going to emphasize this downside risk. You see it in the growing rate cut expectations. You see it in the unwillingness to rally on earnings, et cetera, et cetera. And so when you look at all of that together, you kind of get a sense for the path of least resistance that's starting to emerge. And without the benefit of big headlines next week, or at least sparser big headlines next week, the markets may be left to their own devices for more of what happens next week. And if this is the path of least resistance that's emerging, then that's not happy news.
How seriously should we be taking the tariff deadline tonight? Because it seems like that's also ignored, not discussed today. I mean, I've been following financial media all day. People have been talking about the tariff deadline as, well, we already have things sorted with Japan, South Korea, Europe, so who cares?
And we've already apparently pushed the can down the road with China, which is another big one. And
Mexico.
And Mexico. I suppose the biggest concern here might be the situation with Canada, but ultimately Canada is not a big enough economy to really sort of spook things to the extent that something like a Japan or certainly the EU, certainly China might have, were that to be a rupture. I think very interestingly, we saw that the president made some really interesting exemptions from his copper tariffs, and copper crashed. And then the president imposed 50% tariffs on Brazil, and those markets rallied. So I think the market is maybe starting to kind of discount all of this to focus on the macro and to basically say, okay, well, yeah, there's a deadline. There's a bunch of countries that are going to get letters. Those letters will probably say that the tariffs are going to be whatever they are. 15% looks like it's emerging as the new baseline. But these are not the kind of huge economies that everybody is going to have a terrible amount of concern about impacting the global macro pie as a whole. And so it is an important deadline, and of course has tremendous potential to surprise, but it doesn't seem like this is going to be a Liberation Day type shock.
Liberation Day like shock. No, I don't think it's going to be either. Although I'm the guy who said that Apple was going to be down and Amazon would be up here after earnings. So what do I know?
Yeah, but look at Apple on even a 4-hour chart and it hasn't really gone anywhere.
Yeah, what's a 1% move between friends? So I find it very difficult to think that tariffs this time around are going to impact if they get into place. Directionally, when we're going here in April, it's more of the ratcheting up in tariff world. You know, you look at Trump funny, he gives you another tariff kind of situation.
Yeah.
And every day was we're one step closer to the edge and he's threatening us more. And then here come the tariffs and it was escalating. There's no off ramp. We're not looking at the market. You know, Wall Street's had the past 20 years. It's now Main Street's turn. We had all those cliche things.
Yep.
And the rhetoric this time is, yeah, the tariff's going to be around 15%. I'm sure we're going to work out a deal. Don't worry about it. It's much softer directionally. So when they do go into place, it's like, yeah, they're going to go into place, but we're still going to talk. I don't know how much juice there is for that because it's still the market's condition that, well, absent materially negative economic impact or deterioration of corporate earnings, then this is something that we probably could just take in stride. So I don't know if we get the tariffs in play tomorrow and then you have a Monday market open with the NASDAQ's -2 because we couldn't solve our trade situation with, you know, Ecuador and, you know, New Guinea, for example.
Right.
Everyone else is a different story. But the encouraging signs for today's market, longer term, the dollar is still very much in the catbird seat here, Ilya. It is extending its gains versus the pound. It's extending its gains versus the euro. The Japanese yen has finally collapsed. Thank God.
No, the BOJ certainly did not help the yen overnight. Governor Ueda came out very, very dovish. Even, by the way, relative to forecast that the BOJ issued, because initially the BOJ made the announcement, they increased their inflation expectations, and the yen actually rallied. And then Governor Ueda came out and said, oh, okay, no. You got to go the other way. Thank you very much. And the yen has since cratered.
Well, Japan's in a really interesting situation because the primary driver of their inflation right now are rice prices.
Yes.
And if you were to say in a normal situation, Japan just import more rice. But they don't want to do that because rice is considered a national staple. It's a point of pride culturally. And they want to have the high prices incentivize more domestic production. So if the BOJ were to hike rates in response to not enough rice supply, would that help incentivize or disincentivize new rice production? It might make access to credit more difficult to come by, thereby making it more difficult to grow more rice. So you have this unfortunate situation now where real Japanese rates are effectively falling out because inflation's going up and the BOJ is saying, yeah, we can't push up nominal rates to match them. So bad for the currency, a currency that obviously still has a very crowded position here, Ilya. The euro, the yen, the pound, all very crowded. How far can the dollar go? Is this a tactical bounce or should traders start thinking about something more? We've gone from the low 96s or mid 96s, I should say, up towards 100 now. Over the course of July. It's a nice, greater than a little bit more than a 4% move, but we have not yet seen a path back to 110. How does the dollar fare in the month of August from your particular perspective?
In my mind, we're in the midst of a dollar recovery that isn't done. I think a lot of what we saw in the first half of the year had to do with sort of structural reasons. Obviously, the Fed has only delayed rate cuts. And the dollar nevertheless had its worst 6 months, perhaps on record. And so when we look at sort of what's behind that, it's not difficult to start to imagine that we had a serious spook vis-a-vis the tariffs. At first, it became a spook about we're going to have less global commerce. And of course, if global commerce is fundamentally transacted in dollars, then less global commerce means less use of dollars. This is not shocking. And so what you end up seeing is first a slow decline, then a faster one, and then a slower one again, while stocks rebounded from April's pain points. The dollar very clearly did not. It just went back to slow decline mode. And that's because the faster decline was about, oh my God, we might see the US purposefully crash its own global financial order. But once it became clear that, in fact, the administration does have some amount of market discipline, does respond when the bond market gets quote unquote yippy, we can go back to a slower decline whereby we're not going to crash the car. We're just going to slow the car a lot. And so we're back by the middle of the year to this idea that we're going to have less global use for its primary commercial currency. That story seems to be all in the market at this point as these tariff plans get cemented, and now we get back to currency brass tacks. The U.S., with the Fed delay, has the highest yielding currency of the majors, in some places by a fairly significant margin. And so, and with, for example, the Eurozone inflation data this week, we've seen Germany already, we'll see the region as a whole overnight, the sense is that they're not exactly rate hikers next year, despite the fact that they're probably almost done cutting. So we're probably getting back to a dollar that has significant room to recover now because it has yield advantage, and the risks to its sort of structural underpinnings seem to be fading. I think there's more to go here. I'm probably very long now. I've gotten short the Canadian dollar now. I've upped the bet on the Australian dollar, and at this point, that's in my mind the path of least resistance until further notice.
Ilya, it was just you and me today for overtime. We were fortunate that we were able to get Yumi and Radigan together yesterday on the show. So we're going to wind this up a little bit early so you can catch your breath and get ready for your next Macro Money segment. Non-farm payrolls are tomorrow morning, 8:30 a.m. Eastern, 7:30 Central Time. ISM manufacturing will be 10 a.m. Eastern, 9 a.m. Central Time. We've gotten through what's been a very busy 2 days so far. It's acronym week, earnings week here. GDP, FOMC, now NFPs due up. Ilya, you're going to be back in a few minutes' time. Get some water, folks. Get a quick rest. We'll see everyone on the other side of a quick break. You're watching Tasty Live.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with Tasty Trade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new Tasty Trade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex, now available on Tasty Trade. Get in on over 80 Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week, with the Forex platform that adapts to your style and speed. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
With rate cuts back on the table, are there any trades that you're watching in particular?
Well, rate cuts have never been off the table, but every time bonds drop, I think they're a buy.
Not really watching any specific trades in the interest rate space. I do keep an eye on, the futures options like the ZBs, the ZMs, the ZTs to see if there's any volatility types of plays that I can integrate into them. Unfortunately, I don't really feel like there is a really great micro future to trade the changes in interest rates just yet. I feel like they need a little bit more volume, but when those get a little more active, that will be definitely one way I will be participating.
Yeah, I am. I would say honestly the dollar trade, and I know that is one trade that has been very crowded as far as a lot of people are short the dollar. And if you look over the last couple of years, typically when interest rates are higher, the dollar is higher, and we've seen the opposite. So it would definitely be the dollar and how I'm going to trade that based on what happens with rate cuts.
Ready to take your trading skills to the next level? Dive into the world of stocks, options, and futures with Tasty Trade courses. Whether you're a beginner or more advanced trader, our courses can empower you with the knowledge to succeed. Watch as our team in Chicago shows you how to use the Tasty Trade platform and go over the basics of trading. Perhaps you'll learn about a new strategy or a potential product for your portfolio. To find our courses, go to the Manage section of our web platform or head to courses.tastytrade.com. Start taking control of your financial future. Visit our courses today.
The market doesn't stop. So why should you? Diversify your portfolio with stocks, options, futures, crypto, and more from Tasty Trade. Focus on the markets that matter to you. See the odds before you trade using curve analysis, IV rank, and more tools. Get industry insights that help you find your next trade right where you need it. Tasty Trade. Download today.
The future of trading is here. Join Mike and his whiteboard, plus the Tasty 2 live crew for 90 minutes of probabilities, punchy portfolio mechanics, and trade tactics. It's totally free and unreasonably fun. Come early to enjoy a drink with the crew and stay for a Q&A after the show. Space is limited, so register today at tastylive.com/events.
What's up, everybody? Check out my new series, Life Cycle of a Trade, where I show you my real-time trades with insights into strategy selection, adjustment mechanics, all the way to the closing order for all of the tastylive core strategies.
Got friends? Get $250. We'll give you a bonus for each qualified person you refer to Tasty Trade. So spread the word and earn rewards. Terms and conditions apply.
Are there any names in the Mag 7 that you do not think will be there a year from now?
Tesla. Tesla's been waiting to get booted out of the Mag 7 for years now. It's on it. I mean, maybe it'll make a comeback. It kind of did, but I'm not expecting it to be around much longer. I don't know.
Jeez. For the sake of argument, I'm going to say Apple.
Probably Tesla.
Ooh, toughie. No, you know what? Maybe this is a contrarian thing. I think they're still going to be there in a year.
Oh man, can't ever go against the family. They're all here to stay.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
Clip thy waxen wings, thou economic Icarus. Discard these feathery adornments, thy flight's too vigorous. Rather, garb thyself with the soft fur of the bear, and dwell in low burrows of the valley fair. Forsake thy previous highs and perilous summit, for lo, I am short, so I must needs thee plummet. O market, I implore thee, make no high. Like some comic Fozzie, unclip thy bow tie. If thou dost tumble, I shall offer thee up a succulent hoagie. So, ye markets, remain as bearish as beloved Yogi. Follow thee the lead of Kipling's Baloo, and may the move be sweet as honey to Winnie the Pooh. With joy I watch descending chart lines straighten, run down with quickness and sweetness like Lord Walter of Peyton. Let curious traders admire thy Berenstein way, and joyfully stealing some porridge, let us now say, sweet bearish market, never would I cage her, but admire her drop like some terrestrial Ursa Major. Come down, ye markets, to this sylvan glade, and let the bears have their day at Tasty Trade.
Class is in session. Dr. Jim Schultz is bringing the heat to Options Crash Course Live. This 90-minute show features Dr. Jim in his professional prime. All of the gimmies, none of the gotchas. Come early and grab a drink with Dr. Jim before class and stay for Q&A. The event is free, but space is limited. Register today at tastylive.com/events. It's not a lecture, it's a lifestyle. Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and Tasty Live web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
I'm running snow leopard with this. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. G. Multitask MacBook handler, brother. iPhone in one hand, iPad in the other. Pop open top, Apple logo shining on the back. That's why all these player haters know that I'm the Mac. Easier to see a nun with VD than to see me ever typing on a PC. So if you got one, you can play a sad tune and play it back later in your room on your Zune. Windows made to break, and I'm here to crack it. And if I'm a Mac, that means that I'm immaculate. Style so clean, like it's disinfected. Clean surfaces where white light is reflected. Plastic case, Apple Store, keep my phone protected. Check my toolbar to see if networks are detected. Use my side swipe, applications hidden in it. This is Mac world, bitch, you're just living in it. I'm a Mac. 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 Roll into the coffee shop, know I'm on a power trip. Strapped with my laptop and my own power strip. Eye outlet, about to make your cable drop. Apple logo shining off the marble on the tabletop. So if you see me, then you see the star. Any place I sit down, call that the Genius Bar. Looks like I'm working hard, but to really know the truth, just taking pictures of my fine self in photo booth. Interface simple, why I need a Kindle. Working on that pad keeps my fingers mad nimble. So if you think I come up short, you must be wrong. More than one reason that these ladies call me Justin Long. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Yeah, Justin Long, son. You catch that? Known by the ladies as the toolbar. 10-hour battery life. Force. Quiz.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
I'm running Snow Leopard with this. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. G. Multitask MacBook handler, brother. iPhone in one hand, iPad in the other. Pop open top, Apple logo shining on the back. That's why all these player haters know that I'm the Mac. Easier to see a nun with VD than to see me ever typing on a PC. So if you got one, you can play a sad tune and play it back later in your room on your Zune. Windows made to break, and I'm here to crack it. And if I'm a Mac, that means that I'm immaculate. Style so clean, like it's disinfected. Clean surfaces where white light is reflected. Plastic case, Apple Store, keep my phone protected. Check my toolbar to see if networks are detected. Use my side swipe, applications hidden in it. This is Mac world, bitch, you're just living in it. I'm a Mac. 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 Rolling to the coffee shop, know I'm on a power trip. Strapped with my laptop and my own power strip. Eye outlet, about to make your cable drop. Apple logo shining off the marble on the tabletop. So if you seen me, then you seen a star. Any place I sit down, call that the Genius Bar. Looks like I'm working hard, but to really know the truth, just taking pictures of my fine self in photo booth. Interface simple, why I need a Kindle. Working on that pad keeps my fingers mad nimble. So if you think I come up short, you must be wrong. More than one reason that these ladies call me Justin Long. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. I'm a Mac. Yeah, Justin Long, son. You catch that? Known by the ladies as the toolbar. 10-hour battery life. Force. Quiz.
Feel like your wardrobe is missing something? Like style, purpose, and maybe a dancing dog? Can I pet that dog? The new Tasty Trade and tastylive web store is now live. New merch, bold designs. Did we mention all net proceeds go to one tail at a time? Invest in the real bull market, dogs. Go to tastytrade.threadless.com. Grab some gear and help some pups. You get merch, they get a home.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
inherently tail risks. Whereas the middling result, the one captured by the meat of the distribution, the belly of outcomes, probably falls somewhere around these median forecasts. And these median forecasts essentially offer nothing to anyone in the sense that they are weak enough that they do not dispel the market's growth concerns, and they are relatively steady enough that they are not likely to inspire the Fed to quicker action. And so they leave the markets with a kind of festering concern that the Fed is going to be too slow to countervail an economic downturn that is already showing itself. And the price action in stocks and in the dollar, which has rallied aggressively off its mid-year lows around this idea that the Fed is going to maintain a yield advantage between the dollar and other currencies for longer, all of that seems to suggest that the markets are vulnerable to that kind of an outcome, that there is a degree of disappointment and of cashing out that becomes a risk were you to get middling numbers that basically give the Fed cover to wait at a time when the market does not want them to. And on top of this, as though that were not enough, the ISM survey of business confidence is on the menu. And here you get another kind of polarizing set of circumstances, as though to aggravate what might come of the jobs data. The Institute of Supply Management is going to publish its survey on manufacturing. The expectation is that we'll get up to 49.5 on the index. This is, as ever, just like the numbers for other PMIs, where 50 is neutral, above 50 is growth, below 50 is contraction. The further you go above 50, the faster the growth. The further you go below 50, the faster the contraction. And so what you see here is we're well below 50 for 4 months now, March, April, May, June. The July number expected to be both below 50, but also the least below 50 in 5 months. So we would get another contraction, but it would be the second consecutive month of improvement in the sense that the contraction would have slowed, and it would be the narrowest contraction since the last time we saw growth back in February. This is the last reading above 50. So in a sense, what we'd end up with here is, again, a result that offers no amount of clarity on when the Fed would feel itself compelled to move, because it would be a nominal improvement. But at the same time, it would keep broader growth concerns in play, in that it would be the fifth consecutive contraction in the U.S. manufacturing sector, a place where you would expect the impact of tariffs to be the most acute. So with all of this in mind, the price action we now see in equities ought to be doubly concerning. Because if the likeliest outcome in this data is disappointment for risk sentiment, well, the markets are certainly showing that buoyant corporate reports are not enough, at least so far, even when we look at blockbuster companies like Microsoft and Meta, to get the market's eye off the macro ball. And where that ball is rolling may be a place wholly untoward if baseline expectations hold. And that is macro money for today. We are back to full schedule here, Monday through Thursday, right after Overtime, a show I co-host with Dylan Radigan and Chris Vecchio, looking at the Wall Street close and where things may go therefrom. I am likewise on with Chris for Futures Power Hour on Mondays and Fridays, on with Tom for First Call on Sundays, writing for the news and insights portion of tastylive.com, and opining at Ilya Spivak on former Twitter and on Blue Sky. If you're watching on YouTube, like and subscribe. Macro Money is back next week.
You can get up to $4,000 when you open and fund a new account with tastytrade. That's 4,000 buckaroos, 4,000 bills, or clams, 4,000 in dough or cheddar, not the cheesy kind. 4 large, 4K, 4 grand, which is no small thing. Open and fund a new tastytrade account and get on the platform for traders who just want to trade. And did we mention a bonus of up to 4,000 smackaroos? tastytrade. Make your move.
Tasty Trade has crypto, and you can trade with zero commissions. Bitcoin, Ethereum, Litecoin, and more. Diversify in one place. Crypto, we got it, we get it.
Regulation time may have expired, but the conversation is just getting started. This is Overtime, the post-market scrimmage for market junkies. Join Chris Vecchio, Ilya Spivak, and me, Dylan Radigan, as we analyze the X's and O's for everything from earnings to politics to macro events and more. Nothing's out of bounds on Overtime. We break down the news to provide you a playbook for your trades. Watch Overtime Monday through Thursday only on Tasty Live.
Beat the opening bell. Get trade ideas and market insights before the open. From the creator, Tom Sosnoff, and our chief market strategist, Tom Preston. Every weekday. Sign up at tastylive.com/newsletters.
We built Tasty Trade's web platform for today's traders. See it, click it, trade it. Research with fundamentals, endless forecasts, and more. Drill into data, find opportunity, and track the action with hundreds of indicators. Track your options profit and loss history over time per symbol. Note your progress and plan your tactics with a trading journal. See probabilities, max profit, and Greeks in one click. Fund your account and start trading right in the app. The tools, the data, the knowledge. See it, click it, trade it. Join the club. Tasty Trade.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex on Tasty Trade. Get in on 80+ Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than, boom, trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Global markets never sleep. Explore them with Forex on Tasty Trade. Get in on 80+ Forex pairs, 24 hours a day, 5 days a week. FX marks the spot. Trade it on Tasty Trade.
All right, yeah, I'll talk to you. There she is. Good, you found the place. Good, you're not stupid. I dated 3 stupid girls in my life. I loved every one of them. So maybe you're the next one. Having a good day? I'm having an awful day. But then it got really good again. So I'm feeling all right. Hey, where'd you go to college?
I went to
University of Penn State Community College. You didn't know they had one of those, did you? Yep, the Fighting Rams.
Oh.
I'm one of the Rams now. Do you have any sexual fantasies?
Excuse me?
I do. My parents are watching. They're sitting on a rainbow. I'm a half man, half giraffe, and I'm dressed like Brett Favre. What does that mean?
I don't know.
Yeah, talking about it gets me pretty hot, though. Uh-oh, there it is. His pants just got tighter. I'm a vampire. Can you believe that? Does that make me more mysterious and attractive? Uh-oh, watch yourself. We don't want to get hit by a car. My brother did that once. He can't talk now.
Oh, my God, that's serious.
Yeah, pretty serious. Are we getting serious? I think so. How many kids do I want? 5? 11? First meal. Here we go.
That was rude.
This is on you. So much time is flying by.
Yeah.
You're very funny.
Oh, thank you.
Does anybody ever tell you that?
Yeah.
Well, you're not that funny, so don't worry about it.
That's interesting.
Not a big fan of Sam's anymore. But now you know everything about me. I feel like I'm opening up so much. God, I'm scared. This thing's moving so fast.
Yeah.
Oh, wow. I haven't cried like this in a long time. Are these tears? Uh-oh, here we are. Front door. Big first kiss moment.
Oh.
This is just moving a little too quick for me. You're a great kid.
Forbes called us best online for options trading. Investopedia, best for options trading, period. With stockbrokers.com, we're #1 for options and futures trading. The Motley Fool really likes us. And so does Business Insider. So what else can we say other than boom? Trade like a trader. Tasty Trade. Make your move.
Look who's back testing. Tasty Trade now has options back testing for free. Test your trades with over 10 years of data for the most popular symbols. See how your trades would have performed in the past. Look back at profit and loss and take the guess out of guesswork. Oh, did we mention that it's free? Get back testing at Tasty Trade.
There's a beast in the financial world, and it's not the bull. If that's you, join us on Tasty Trade. Genius loves company.
Everybody, and welcome back to Risk and Reward of the Week. Today's Thursday, close to the end of the week. It's been pretty volatile. We're gonna get into some hot topics of today to get your guys' thoughts on it. But how we doing so far into the week, Gus?
Yeah,
some hot topics.
Doing well. Yeah, hot topics for sure. We were just having a highly inappropriate conversation that Errol took right up to the to the buzzer here. But yeah, no, doing good. It's been a horrendous week for me in the market, I must say. You kind of hit the nail right on the head talking about with your risk of the week with SPY with 5 straight green weeks. We were due for a little bit of a week of breathing. We just closed our 3rd straight red day today, and that comes after Meta and Microsoft both blew earnings out of the water this morning. Yeah, not even that was enough to prop up the S&P for the day. So yeah, it's we finally got a little bit of chop, and it's not even really like a breathing period or like this considerable downturn. It's just like we finally aren't going up every single day anymore.
We had a really large move after the bell yesterday. We gave a lot of that move back today. I mean, it always feels like the sell-offs feel a lot more aggressive and a lot more intense than the moves to the upside do. So excited to get into that today. As for the market, I mean, I do have a few positions on. I was short on one of the earnings for Meta yesterday, and I mean, they blew it absolutely out of the water. So we still got the UAL position on. That one was from earnings, and I'm still sitting break even on that. So we'll get into all the details there. But it is Thursday. We do have some topics to talk about. And you heard about any of the Sydney Sweeney topic buzz drama going on right now?
Yes, who hasn't heard about the Sydney Sweeney, all this buzz going on right now? It's this really interesting amalgamous thing that has some people very upset, has other people celebrating for a whole variety of reasons. And yeah, we're gonna dive in and talk some Sydney Sweeney. If you guys aren't familiar, I'm a big Sydney Sweeney fan myself. For her acting ability.
Of course.
I just think that she's a wonderful actress.
Absolutely.
That's it. There's no other reason. No ulterior motives here.
Absolutely.
I think she does great work in commercials. I think the Dr. Squatch commercial where they put her bathwater in the soaps,
Right.
I think that was funny.
You know,
it's a good marketing campaign.
It was good It sounds so outrageous, but I think that's what marketing is at the same time. Good marketing that pierces through the noise, but at the same time, the bathwater. Can you give us a little bit, real quick, as we get into it? And I think it's funny because I think it's culturally relevant. Give us a little insight on what was that bathwater in the marketing for Sydney Sweeney, those kind of things.
Sure. Let's go even broader. Sydney Sweeney, if you're not familiar with her, she is a very successful actress right now. Perhaps, probably a top 10 most successful actress that's out in the world right now. She came up, she's been acting since she was young. She came up on Disney Channel and then jumped over to, did we decide it was Riverdale? No, it's Euphoria.
It was Euphoria.
Got her first big adult role on Euphoria.
That's when I initially found out.
Yes, and that is when she initially shot into relevance was through her role on Euphoria. She's done a number of movies since. She just, I know she had a big rom-com that did really well last year. And she is very attractive. So lots of companies have, I guess, gotten her for marketing campaigns to lean into the fact that she is very attractive. And one of them was Dr. Squatch, which is a soap company. They make soaps that they say are natural. I actually used Dr. Squatch soap for a little while I was in high school, but it really dried me out. So that's my personal take. But I got eczema and stuff, so I kind of need, I got a dermatologist recommended soap now. But she did a marketing campaign for Dr. Squatch soap where they were taking her bathwater and putting it into bars of soap. And that was the entire marketing campaign. Low-hanging fruit for sure, but also, as Errol alluded to, in this day and age with marketing and with everybody having the ability to market on social media freely and however they see fit, you kind of do have to do something to be able to cut through all that noise and get people buzzing about you. And companies seem to be finding that Sydney Sweeney is a good way to do that.
100%. And I think with the bathwater, I wanted to bring it up, the fact that it was culturally relevant. And don't worry, guys, we're gonna tie this into what does this have to do with the market. We'll talk a little bit about
this has strong market ties, people. Just bear with us.
But I do think it's really culturally relevant just because, what's funny? The bathwater is so outrageous just to even think about. They know that. That's why these headlines are going to be buzzing. The bathwater came from TikTok comments. If nobody else knows that, right? If you're a Gen Z and you're reading up in those comments, that was a joke initially.
Oh, yeah. Like, let me drink your bathwater.
Right, absolutely.
I would do XYZ just to be able to. Yeah,
right.
Exactly.
So this is where it came from, just to add a little bit of context. Because if you think about it.
Simping is a new phenomenon as well. Yes, correct.
So with the whole bathwater thing, it might sound like it came out of nowhere, but it was actually really culturally relevant, especially if you're a younger individual on TikTok looking at the comments section. So.
Yes. And I do think credit where it's due. I think Belle Delphine invented the bathwater thing. I think she was the first one.
Was it?
I think she was the first one that was ever out here selling bathwater. So shout out to her. But again, I think that was created from the prominence of that sort of commentary. Yes. So selling bathwater. Guys, don't buy bathwater. Don't buy bathwater. Don't buy cans of farts. Don't do any of these things. Don't, please.
And if you do, just take it to the grave.
If you're ever thinking about it, think about me and don't do it for me. I'm asking you personally. But let's dive right in here. Sydney Sweeney has great genes. Sydney Sweeney made headlines this week following a raunchy ad campaign with American Eagle. But is the outrage justified? And more importantly, what impact did this have on the market? That's a big one, a way bigger one than you would think from an ad campaign. So let's dive right in here. So first and foremost, the ad itself. Sydney Sweeney is running an ad campaign with American Eagle right now, and the tagline for this entire campaign is Sydney Sweeney has great genes. And they spell jeans with a J. American Eagle sells jeans. That's
off the bat. When I saw that, I was like, oh, that's fire marketing.
It's a bar.
Like,
Immediately.
That's a bar, and that was my initial reaction. Before reading any comments, anything like that, I was like, wow. Give that intern a raise.
Yes, exactly. Whoever came up with this, I absolutely agree. American Eagle, obviously, jeans are one of their primary products. Sydney Sweeney, an incredibly attractive woman, obviously has good genes with a G. This is a fun little tie-in that came about. But they took a raunchy angle. They leaned into her sex appeal, which is something that she has, expressed that she's comfortable with. And more power to her, by the way. I will say, I said to Errol earlier off air, if I were Sydney Sweeney, I would be doing the exact same thing. I can't imagine how much money they paid her for this. Yeah, exactly. So here's a few screenshots from the ad campaign itself. There is many, many more. I was able to source like 8 or 9 different cuts that they did of this ad earlier this morning. But these 3 screenshots along the top are from what's going to be our specific advertisement.
So it was like frame by frame.
That's going to be our specific advertisement of interest for the day. This is the one that has created a lot of outrage. And it has not, and this is important to emphasize, it has not created much outrage because she is leaning into her sex appeal.
Right.
People rather other are upset about the jeans comment,
right?
Which is the bigger issue. So kick us over here. Tell us about the backlash, Errol.
We got a little bit of backlash. If you were on Twitter today at some point, as we've seen in the comment section right here, you did see Tom in a very similar outfit. Don't be alarmed. But as we get into a couple of these tweets, this is where a lot of the criticisms really came from. I mean, over here we have it comparing it to, the sex workers a little bit. Sex workers equals heroes and Sydney Sweeney. So hard to see the comments on that one. But you can see a lot of the backlash from Sydney Sweeney sexualizing herself. And you made a comment that I want to piggyback a little bit off of earlier today, was the fact that, times have changed. It is 2025. I think we have to take into account what the younger generation is a little bit more comfortable, what's a little bit more socially acceptable. On that topic, I think it is a little bit more supported. So I think it is a little bit hypocritical to push back on the sexualized angle that people are taking the criticism from on Sydney Sweeney, because at the same time, the younger generation, or at least our culture, we support that a little bit more. So it does kind of seem like a cultural hypocrisy at the same time. So that was my initial take from some of these screenshots and criticisms that we see.
Yeah, that's absolutely something. And it's like, it's this initial reply from this Volo individual on Twitter here. Does Sydney Sweeney do anything besides sexualize herself? And it's like, yeah, if you want to take the stance of women should not sexualize themselves for profit, I can absolutely respect that, but you better hold that stance across the board.
Absolutely.
Like what I was saying to you earlier today is, you can't say this about Sydney Sweeney, and then when one of your girlfriends says that they want to start an OnlyFans, say, oh, yes, queen, do that, get your bag. You have to pick one lane or the other, and as long as you're consistent in it, I can respect whatever your viewpoint is. But yes, this Jack Mack individual then draws great attention to the point that is sort of a hypocritical stance to take, especially in the modern age. So yeah, that's the sex appeal side of it. Let's dive over into the, I don't know, I don't want to use the word woke.
More backlash.
Yes, but the heavier backlash side of it. Many people were very, very upset about the jeans part of this, and insinuated that because Sydney Sweeney is a white woman with blonde hair and blue eyes, that this somehow was Nazi symbolism or has Nazi undertones. Now, I don't get political on this show ever, and I don't think this is a political comment that I'm about to make. I think that is ridiculous. And specifically, the specific quote is, she said, I have great genes and my genes are blue.
Right.
And then people are taking that and interpreting it as she's talking about her eye color, eugenics is mentioned, dog whistles, all these buzzwords that people like to use these days. But it's just not that. Like, this just feels like as we said at the beginning, it just feels like a good campaign to me.
I've been offended at things before, and typically if I'm ever offended at something, if I'm honest with myself, at its core, it's rooted in insecurity, right? So I think that whenever we see takes like that online, it could be, if we crank the data, it could be rooted in a little bit of insecurity, and that could just be like the initial reaction. Completely agree.
Yes. Right. And I would be inclined to agree with that viewpoint, especially as it pertains to her sexualizing.
Right, absolutely. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
because
100%.
she is obviously incredibly attractive, and perhaps insecurity plays into that. And I think that it could absolutely be true here as well. I'm seeing engineered outrage in the chat. I think that's
it's like human behavior. When humans react to certain things, another attractive woman, it could cause a little bit, depending on how we market her. Also, with the bath soap, I think she also realized, or their marketing team, her whole team probably recognized her name was catching so much buzz. The bath soap was the first thing, right? And an American Eagle and some other ads came after that. So I think they noticed that, wow, this towing the line with our marketing is working really well. And we ended up seeing a breakout with that American Eagle ad.
Absolutely, yes. As we're about to get into here in a second. And, And I mean, no big deal. And the point is, though, that we are sitting here talking about this right now. I mean, that means that this is a good advertisement. It gets people talking. It creates brand awareness. I don't know when the last time I even thought about American Eagle was. And actually, I know.
True.
I can tell you the last time I thought about American Eagle, and it's when they signed Addison Rae in like 2021. So American Eagle doing good things, with their marketing. But anyway, let's we can dive over here and let's talk about the impacts of this.
We got a little bit of impacts on the American Eagle. Shares surged 23.3% from $9.65 to $12.20 after the new ad campaign that sparked a lot of outrage. Shares have since settled around $11. It's a pretty cheap underlying, not too expensive, but it still reflects about a 14% gain driven purely by this campaign that we've been seeing. No reported sales boost or change in fundamentals. So purely, we don't always know exactly what moves a stock. We don't exactly know why people are buying and selling, but with no fundamental changes or no new news for American Eagle besides their campaigns, I think we can credit this recent volatility towards what's been going on with Sydney Sweeney.
Yes, absolutely. And it's insane that this kind of move can even happen. Even if American Eagle gives all of these gains back and they wind up just settling back in at their share price, which logically they should do. Nothing has changed about the fundamentals of the company surrounding this until we see more sales numbers or something like that. But the fact that a single ad campaign can have this type of impact, can swing you up almost 25% in the stock market, is insanity. And it's purely because of the ad.
Yeah.
So yeah, moving forward, is this brilliant? Starts to become the question. American Eagle shares are currently sitting up 14%. Searches here, that's this top blue line Google Trends bar here. Searches are up 500% for American Eagle in the last, in the last month, I should say, rolling month. This collab, it trended for 2 days on Twitter, X, it was everywhere. And yeah, ultimately the controversy has just boosted the brand of both people. There's a ton of buzz everywhere, including right now as we're sitting here for Sydney Sweeney, for American Eagle. Search results are way through the roof. Obviously, brand awareness has increased and you tangibly increased your market cap. I mean, what more can you ask for out of an advertisement? That's more than you usually can ask for out of an advertisement.
100%. I mean, it kind of sounds like we're going back to some of the marketing that is really towing the line. I think that gets a lot of engagement, that gets a lot of traction. I think really what it comes down to at the end of the day, to just based off of pure personal speculation, is I think marketing teams are getting with the times. I think that's really what it comes down to. I think marketing teams are learning social media a little bit better. I think most marketing teams are recognizing that to be competitive, you have to be on social media in some capacity. So I think we're kind of seeing a change in just the marketing culture, because I think it's like the Titanic. It's like a big moving ship. It's like it goes from the TV running ads. Now it's like these companies don't even have budgets to give companies that are looking to be on TV anymore. Now it's switching to social media. And now a lot of these people are getting the budgets for that. So I think what it really comes down to is just a shift in a lot of the marketing culture.
Absolutely. And I think there's also a major factor of, knowing your clientele. And obviously you would never want to do any advertising that alienates your clientele. That goes without saying. But beyond that, yeah, American Eagle recognizes that their clientele, the people that they're trying to appeal to, are culturally aware of Sydney Sweeney, are primarily on social media. And I think that Sydney Sweeney's management team is starting to realize that they kind of have a modern day Marilyn Monroe sitting here, and they're taking their opportunities to leverage that. I don't think it's a shortcoming on the part.
Or do you think, I just thought about this, you think they missed their target audience and it blew up even more? Perhaps. Or maybe their target audience helped prop up the attention and then it garnered more attention. I don't know, but it's something to think about.
I mean, fundamentally, I think that modeling with clothing companies, and regardless of gender, both ways, has always been about showing attractive people wearing your clothes and trying to insinuate to us, the viewer of the ad, that, oh, you can look like this too if you wear our clothes. And so I think that they haven't really changed the model all that much. They just decided to be way more direct about it.
Right.
And I think that that's an interesting angle to take. Yeah. But yeah, that's what we got on the slides for Sydney Sweeney.
No, yeah, we'll check it out. American Eagle's a lot cheaper underlying than I would have expected. It's not something I was personally trading. But
yeah, American Eagle and Abercrombie, those are the middle school, high school staples.
Yo, wait, Abercrombie, I feel, has gotten a lot more popular in like the last 3 years.
You think?
I think so, unless I just wasn't with the time. Like, I don't recognize I haven't been with the times in certain regards until I hang out with my brother. To be honest. Like, Joe, T.
Sure.
Yeah. But no, I digress.
Yeah. Well, yeah. It's like having Thomas out there. Like Thomas, right. He makes me.
It's like little things.
You're watching Thomas.
Right,
we love you. But yeah, these little like nuanced things. It's like
but it used to be like that was me. That was me. I don't know how I missed that. That was me.
It's funny. I guess we're just having a conversation about aging in general here now, but it's funny because I always kind of had this idea, like in high school and in college, when I would say I was still with the times or whatever, and I think I still very much am. To
all right, old man, calm down.
Yeah, exactly. This guy's born in the 1900s trying to talk shit to me. But I think that I always had this idea that, oh, well, all these ideas are exchanged on social media, and I have no, ideas about leaving social media anytime soon, so I will probably stay with the times. But what I did not account for is that my interests and the people that I follow and what the algorithm feeds me on social media will change, and suddenly these, the things that are being created from shit posts just don't appear anymore.
So there's one of my favorite quotes is the fact that the stock market is a direct reflection of yourself, and I feel like we could say your algorithm is a direct. I don't know, maybe that's a reach. Your algorithm is a direct reflection.
I mean, it is
a little bit.
It's supposed to be.
It's supposed to be, at least. We We do just have a few more minutes left here. Anything else to add on the comments with Sydney Sweeney, American Eagle? Anything else you got on your mind heading into the end of the week, guys?
I think that there's a lot of people who wake up every day and go out into the world and look for things to be offended about. And
True.
I think that is a sad way to
Yes.
live life. And I think, and if you are one of these people who is offended about this, I beg of you, go outside.
Yes.
Please go outside, experience the world. People are actually pretty chill across the board.
So one thing that I have noticed is in my 50 years of life is typically when others
you're like 10% older than me. Give me some sage advice, man.
Well, I've noticed typically when others are acting or have actions that kind of spill onto you a little bit, or someone is maybe lacking some self-awareness here, and here, typically they're going through something on their own. Like typically, whatever it might be, and then it's just spilling onto you. And I think a lot of the times then we'll latch on to a lot of these things that help us feel in the current state that we feel. Oh, negativity. I feel that. So I can latch on here. I can chew you out. I can do this because I'm in that state. So a lot of the times I've also recognized that. So I think it's just a check. Like if you recognize you're scrolling on social media and you're getting offended and like it's working you up, just take a quick moment and pause and be like, yo, this isn't a way to live life, first of all. And then second of all, it's a key to look inward. So I'm gonna leave it with that.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because I find myself getting riled up sometimes about stuff I see.
Absolutely.
Online. And I'll be
Absolutely.
Like, oh,
yeah, and
that's
I laugh
at
absolutely
myself
something that's come with maturity as well. I mean, when I was like 15, 16, 17, I was fighting with people in Instagram comment sections on the daily about whatever. You say something I agree with.
And you can articulate yourself really well too. So you were probably giving them a field day.
I'd give you the business. I'd break out like the specific fallacy that you're committing and all this. And at a point, I just realized that all these, it's not real. Why would I waste my time and stress myself out and get myself worked up about these things that are online? In reality, if you actually go out into the world and walk around, it ain't that bad. Everyone's very nice to each other at large. And I would further add that, there's an old adage that I still think is absolutely true in a person-to-person context that you're the average of the 5 people around you. But what I think that people haven't accounted for as we've moved into this age of social media is that those 5 people around you might not actually be
great
people
point.
in your life, or that all of your social media following or whoever's validating you in these comment sections or fighting back at you, that can also, those play in.
You find community outside of real world. Absolutely.
Yes, absolutely. So I think that it's just important to always consider who you're surrounding yourself with, and that extends beyond just who you actually physically see or talk to on a day-to-day basis.
I see here. I'm gonna have to do more research on the Sydney Sweeney woman. Our segment worked for today.
Grey Poupon mustard? I know about Grey Poupon. There's a commercial. Oh man, Dad, if you're watching, I'm so sorry. He would quote this commercial all the time. It's like, do you have any Grey Poupon? I think that's what it is. Can somebody fact check me on that? I think that's how they advertised. But yeah, that's a big thing.
I'm not a big fan of mustard. I just can't.
I was made to.
That's one thing I've never got around to.
I never really. I don't know. Mustard. It's actually just like last year. I've kind of started liking mustard a little bit. Yeah. Yeah.
Dang.
When I was in Yellowstone National Park last weekend, for the first time in my life, put mustard on something.
Wow.
I got a burger.
And you enjoyed it?
Yeah. I enjoyed it. Got a burger. I was like, oh, this is it's missing a little something. That mustard was staring at me like a goblin mask.
I don't believe it. Well, that's going to wrap it up for today's segment. Tomorrow's Friday. Anything else to add before we hop on out of here?
No, nothing. Cool. This was a great discussion.
That's going to wrap it up, guys. Thanks for taking the time to hang out with us. Be sure to stay tuned for more segments coming on next. We'll catch you guys next time. Peace.